Chapter 1. The Promise in Dead Things. Something pulls. A desperate plea echoes through earth thick with ancient death, disturbing magic that has lain dormant. Not a cry for help in any mortal sense, but a force of regret that calls upon the lingering, dragging together the relics of war, tattered armor, scattered steel, and the restless dead who cannot ignore such pleas. Blood calls to blood. Someone, anyone, please, I'm sorry, protect. That last word thrusts me forward from oblivion into brittle awareness. It awakens consciousness in a place where none ought to exist. I wake to the taste of ash and iron on a tongue I no longer possess. My first conscious breath draws nothing into lungs that no longer exist. The first motion sends a rasp along my frame. Bones scrape bone, no flesh to cushion them. Somewhere in the dark soil around me, a magic pulses through hollow ribs. I lie in black soil rich with old blood, my bones pulling together in response to that dying wish. They snap free of the earth, rattling against each other, forming a whole skeleton that is me. Joint by joint, each bone claims its place, forging a body out of dusty remains. A not quite living body, yet one that moves. I push myself upright to find the day's sky unnaturally dark, a perpetual twilight of darkest gray, despite it being midday. Countless weapons protrude upward from the ground, spears, swords, halberds, and stranger weapons whose purpose I cannot guess. Between them lay the remains of those who wielded them. All around, bleached bones sprawl, many half-buried. Some lay piled in drifts of rib cages and shattered skulls. Some wear scraps of ruined armor, others the tattered remnants of robes or leather. The field radiates sorrow. But there are fresher corpses here now. 3 bodies lie broken among the ancient dead, their blood still wet on the blood-stained ground. These men died recently, hours perhaps, maybe less, before my rising. One body twitches in half-buried reflex, though life has left it. A patrol or scavenging party, their flesh torn by fangs that left shadows where wounds should be. One still clutches a torch that sputtered out in a puddle of his own blood. Another's hand reaches toward walls in the far distance, a city or fortress so faint it merges with the gloom. The third, the one whose final wish pulled me from oblivion, died first trying to defend the others. His blood seeps into soil already saturated with the sacrifice of those who came before. In him I sense the echo of regret that roused these bones. Memories surface unbidden, not mine, yet mine. Knowledge settles into hollow spaces where thoughts form. These borrowed bones know their nature. They cannot bleed, cannot tire, cannot feel pain. Whatever force assembled these pieces left more than just structure, it left purpose. Fragments of countless fallen warriors lend their final moments to this form. Their memories guide my blade. Their experience shapes each motion. Not living knowledge, but something deeper. Battle wisdom etched into borrowed bone. The information settles into my consciousness, natural and unbidden. It simply is. I push myself up, bones scraping against rusted armor and rusted weapons half buried in the earth. My body moves with unsettling ease, joints clicking into place without muscle or sinew to guide them. Each motion is powered by the same dark energy that roused me to consciousness. I am untethered. I look down at myself. Rusted chainmail hangs from my skeletal frame. A notched longsword rests half buried in the grime. Dried gore coats the steel. A severed gauntlet remains clamped around the handle, some final reflex of a warrior who was cut down. I pry loose the gauntlet, letting it drop, then lift the sword, adjusting to the weapon's weight. Familiar motions stir, parry, thrust, stances that no living memory taught but some old soldier's echo bestows upon these bones. Muscle memory that should be impossible guides my hand. The blade comes up in a perfect guard position. Their killers haven't gone far. Shadows gather between the ancient weapons, taking shape, wolf-like forms with eyes that glow red, the red that marks them as monsters of some kind or another. They've circled back to their prey, ready to feed on cooling flesh. Steam rises from their jaws. They've already feasted on the fallen patrol. The shadow wolves turn their burning gaze upon these borrowed bones. Hackles rise along spines formed of condensed darkness. Their forms ripple and twist as if struggling to maintain shape in the presence of whatever force animates this skeletal frame. A low growl builds in throats that should not exist. The sound carries no natural resonance. The largest beast takes a step forward, leaving prints of scorched earth where its paws touch ground. The sword steadies. The purpose that drew me from the earth calls stronger. These creatures must not haunt those distant walls. The patrol died protecting those behind them. Their final duty becomes mine. The beast launches itself at my throat, thinking me a target it can't understand. The shadow moves faster than any natural creature should. But this body, this hollow frame of bone and patchwork armor moves and moves quickly. I pivot, the beast's jaws snapping shut on empty air as my sword cuts through its shadowy form. 5 more hounds circled, their steps leaving smoky trails in the air. They abandon their fallen prey to focus on this new threat. Their coordinated attack tells me they have an intelligence, and they move to surround me, to overwhelm with numbers what they cannot kill alone. Knowledge floods through me, sword forms I never learned, but somehow know. Another leaps from behind. I catch a glimpse of claws just before it slams into my back. Jaws clamp at the chainmail covering my spine, but these bones know not how to yield. Instead, I twist, hooking an elbow across the hound's muzzle. I fling it aside. It lands in a tangle of broken halberds, hissing as monster flesh breaks itself on corroded steel. This body might be newly risen, but it remembers war. I meet them with steel and purpose. The remaining shadow wolves circle. Steam curls from their jaws as they prowl between ancient weapons jutting from blood-soaked earth. 2 break from opposite sides. The first leaps high, aiming for where a throat should be. The second darts low, targeting legs that could shatter. The sword drops to guard position. I step into the attack rather than away. The high wolf's jaws snap shut on empty air as I duck beneath. The blade rises in the same motion, splitting shadow flesh from sternum to tail. The creature dissolves with a howl that shakes loose more bones from the field. The low striker crashes into my legs, femur cracks, tibia splinters. Pain means nothing to the dead. As I fall, the sword continues its arc. Steel cuts the beast apart. The broken bones draw together, knitting back into proper shape. Within moments, the legs stand ready once more. The remaining wolves pace closer, more cautious now. I cannot tire. I cannot feel pain. Each blow they land chips bone or dents armor, but I fight on, driven by magic and memory. A jaw clamps down on my sword arm, tearing it free in a shower of ancient metal and yellowed bone. I drive my bare skeletal hand through the beast's skull, fingers closing around whatever passes for a spine in its shadow flesh. It dissolves into a darkness that sinks into the blood-rich soil. One by one, its packmates follow. I grab the severed arm. My sword, still gripped, continues to strike as I wield the limb like a flail. Now only one remains, the biggest, with a ragged muzzle. It steps back, twitching as if uncertain. Red eyes go back and forth between me and the corpses it wanted to devour. The decision is short. it commits. It lunges in a final frenzy, fangs parted wide. I meet it head-on, sword-angled. We collide, its jaws snapping near my collarbone, my blade up under its chest. I yank and force it, cutting ribs from shadowed flesh. Its death sound follows, half real, half spectral. The beast collapses. The last shadow wolf dissolves into wisps of darkness that sink between ancient weapons. The field grows still once more. I kneel in soil thick with death. My separated arm lies 3 paces away, fingers still locked around the sword hilt. Dark energy moves through my hollow frame, stronger now. The bones respond, skittering across blood-stained earth like iron drawn to iron. Bones and shoulders snap back into place. I flex restored fingers, testing their grip on the blade. Other scattered fragments return, ribs cracked by shadow form and bones chipped by fangs. The magic remembers the proper shape of things. Standing whole once more, I turn to the fallen patrol. Their cooling bodies lie broken among ancient bones, fresh blood mixing with stains centuries old. The one whose dying wish roused me stares skyward with empty eyes, his hand still reaching toward distant walls. His companions sprawl nearby, torn apart by shadow teeth that left wounds darker than natural night. Their blood seeps into soil. I kneel beside the one who died, protecting his companions. His face is locked in an expression of desperate hope, not for himself, but for those he tried to save. That expression calls to something in these hollow bones. His belt pouch contains a letter, the parchment stained with blood. The ink remains legible. 3rd patrol this week. More shadows gathering each night. Haven's walls are strong, but we need supplies. The children haven't eaten proper food in days. We have to venture out further. Risk more, beyond the killing fields when the shadows are dormant. Gods help us all. I stare, pieces of memory coming back to me. The walls he reached for loom closer now, a silhouette in the distance. Haven. The name comes without context or memory. But I see shadows gathering in that direction, darker shapes moving in the mist. Whatever killed this patrol has brothers, and they hunt between here and those distant walls. Behind me stretches the endless battlefield, and beyond it, 4 distant horizons, each promising their own darkness. To the north, a forest writhes with unnatural motion, a wrongness felt even at this distance. To the east, giant black towers await. In the west, the horizon glows with hellish forge fires, and to the south, there are only broken spires. But for now, shadows gather close at hand, between these bones and walls that shelter those who still draw breath. The patrol's cooling bodies remind me that the living are fragile. They need food, they need supplies, they need protection. I do not know what I am. I do not know why I rose. While darkness gathers, something compels me forward. The urge has no name yet, but it drives these borrowed bones toward Haven where hope lingers and the dangers that await its people. I sense no direct memory, no identity I can claim. But I feel a drive. The living behind those walls are fragile, and the savage things that hunt these fields cannot be allowed to ravage them. The final regrets that reassembled me vow: protect them. My battered sword rests, tip lodged in blood-sodden soil, as I stand again. Chapter 2. Duty Unending. The pull toward Haven's walls grows stronger with each step. My bones move, stepping between ancient weapons and fresher corpses. The shadows between me and the fortress deepen. A glint catches my hollow eyes. A fallen supply pack half buried in the blood-soaked earth. I retrieve it, finding dried meat and hard bread within. The patrol died trying to bring this back to their people. The weight of the pack settles against my spine as I secure it. My sword remains ready, though something shifts ahead. More red eyes gleam in the darkness. Unlike the shadow hounds, these glow with intelligence and hunger. Dark shapes detach themselves from the gloom. They move on two legs, but their forms twist wrongly. It is as if their bodies remember being human but chose to abandon that shape. Rusted weapons drag behind them, leaving trails in the soil. I advance without hesitation. These bones know no fear. My blade remembers its purpose. The first creature lunges, aiming its weapon where my heart should be. It falls apart as my sword cuts through it. Two more circle wide, trying to flank me. Their movements suggest military training, corrupted by whatever darkness has claimed them. They attack together. My blade meets theirs. Steel rings against steel, the impact sending vibrations through bones that feel nothing. I pivot between their attacks, letting their own momentum carry them past. My sword takes one's head, while my armored fist crushes the other's throat, tearing out fleshy sinews. The way to Haven lies open now, but more of them gather ahead. Shadows thicken. My boots crunch on shattered shields and scrape against rusted sword hilts. The sound draws attention. Movement stirs. New enemies approach ahead. Not shadowhounds this time, nor animated lost scavengers. These shapes rise taller, broader. Corrupted knights, with armor fused to whatever darkness fills it. Steam leaks from their visors, and their weapons drag furrows in the blood-rich soil. 3 of them block the path to Haven. Their armor bears the same markings as the fallen patrol. These were once Haven's defenders. Now they hunt those they once protected. The nearest knight raises a corrupted halberd. Recognition floods through my borrowed bones. The weapon's reach, its striking patterns, its weaknesses. This body remembers fighting alongside such warriors and later fighting against them. Its first strike should have cleaved me in half. Instead, I slip past the blade's path. My sword slides between armor plates, finding gaps this form recalls. The knight stumbles, black ichor seeping from the wound. Its companions attack together. Years of drill and discipline, corrupted but not forgotten. A mace shatters my ribs and a sword takes my leg at the knee. I fall, but falling is meaningless to the dead. My blade continues its work from the ground as I hack. The first knight collapses, armor empty as whatever powered it bleeds away into shadow. I drag myself toward my scattered ribs using my sword and remaining leg. Bones skitter across ancient graves, pulled by the same force that first assembled them. The mace wielder's next strike pulverizes my shoulder, but it is no matter. The sword arm remains, and that is enough. I drive the blade through gaps in armor. Corrupted flesh underneath is still flesh. It falls, black blood seeping into thirsty soil. The last knight hesitates. Perhaps some fragment of its former self recognizes what I am, why I rise. Its sword shakes in gauntleted hands. I gather my broken pieces. Ribs snap back into proper alignment. My leg reattaches, bones fusing seamlessly. Armor settles over my reconstructed frame. I advance on the remaining knight. It turns to flee. Duty cannot allow that. These shadows would only return to threaten Haven's walls. My blade ensures it falls beside its corrupted brothers. The knight's empty armor lies scattered across freshly disturbed graves. I kneel beside the nearest set, studying the markings. Haven's sigil remains visible beneath corruption's stain, a sun rising over walls. The sight tugs at fragments of memory that refuse to surface. A cold wind carries sounds from Haven's gates. Horns, shouts, the clash of steel. The patrol's deaths were not an isolated attack. I leave the fallen knights where they lay. Haven's walls draw closer with each stride, their ancient stone reflecting the perpetual twilight. More shadows mass ahead, shapes both bestial and armored, moving with clear purpose. They converge on a section of wall where torchlight reveals figures fighting on the battlements. They try to breach. The living need steel and walls to survive. I need neither. I move faster, sword ready. Haven faces its own darkness. These borrowed bones remember their purpose. Shadows mass for an assault on the walls. The living require protection. Protection requires direct action. I charge into the mass of shadows gathering beneath Haven's walls. My blade rises and falls, an endless arc of death and steel carving through corrupted forms. There is no need for stealth or strategy. Let them see death approaching. The first rank turns at my attack, a mix of shadow hounds and corrupted knights. They recognize the magic that drives these bones. Hatred burns in ember eyes. Good. Better they focus on this frame that cannot die than the living flesh above. A hound's jaw splinters my sword arm. The knight beside it drives a spear through my ribs. I grasp the spear shaft, pulling myself closer, dragging my impaled form along its length. My sword continues its work. The knight falls, armor empty. More shadows converge. A mace reduces my leg to splinters. Claws tear armor from bone. Still I strike. Still I advance. Each piece they tear away is dragged back by dark purpose. They cannot understand. This body is a weapon. Every broken piece a chance to strike from new angles. Above, Haven's defenders watch from the walls. Their torchlight catches on exposed bone, on rusted armor reforming around remembered shapes. Some cry out in fear. Others simply stare. They see a monster fighting monsters. Let them. Fear serves as protection, too. My sword arm goes flying, torn free by shadow teeth. The blade continues its arc, still gripped by bone fingers, cutting through 3 hounds before landing. I crawl toward it, my other arm already stretching, pulling scattered pieces in its wake. A knight's blade takes my skull from my spine. Vision splits, the skull rolls free, the body continues fighting on by memory alone. The shadows press closer, thinking to overwhelm with numbers what they cannot achieve with force. They do not understand. This form cannot be overwhelmed. It cannot be stopped. Each broken piece fights on. Each scattered bone remembers purpose. My skull watches my headless body retrieve the sword arm. It watches legs reassemble beneath rusted armor. Dark magic pulls all pieces home. Purpose rebuilds what darkness breaks. The shadows fall. Not quickly. Not easily. Corrupted knights lie broken where my blade found them. Their armor scattered among fresher dead, lost soldiers returned to true rest. When the last one falls silent, I stand whole once more beneath Haven's walls. Silence falls. Haven's defenders stare down from their walls at the bone warrior that fought off their attackers. Their torches cast long shadows that twist like the creatures they just watched me destroy. None speak, none lower their weapons. No matter. Their fear means little. Their safety means everything. I grabbed the supply pack from where it had fallen nearby. The patrol died trying to bring its meager contents, dried meat and hard bread, home. To home I return it, throwing the pack high over the wall. The supplies arc through the air, landing with a thud on Haven's battlements. The defenders scatter from it, startled. Their fear means nothing. The food means everything. Children hunger behind these walls. I turn from the walls, scanning the battlefield for more threats. The path I carved through shadow ranks has created a temporary clearing, but darkness still masses at the edges of my vision. More will come. They always come. So be it. These bones will meet them all. I stand beneath Haven's wall, sword in hand. Wind passes through my ribcage, whistling between yellowed fragments. The defenders above have fallen silent. Their fear has purpose now. They've seen what walks the battlefield. They've witnessed death fighting death. I turn my skull toward the horizon where shadows fill spaces. The torches above cast long shadows across the blood-soaked earth. In their flickering light, I see the ancient battlefield stretch toward the horizon, graves upon graves, weapons half buried in soil that has drunk too much death. My purpose is clear. Protect Haven. The patrol died bringing food to hungry mouths. Their sacrifice demands honor through action. Their duty becomes mine, carried in bones that feel no fatigue, no hesitation. From the darkness, new howls rise, deeper, hungrier than before. Different beasts approach. The defenders above shift nervously, weapons scraping against stone. They know what comes. They've fought this battle before, night after night, with dwindling numbers. I move away from the wall, placing myself between Haven and the approaching darkness. The sword in my hand has tasted corruption. It will feast again. The dead remember duty longest. Chapter 3. Beneath the Walls. They come in waves, different from the corrupted knights. These monsters move on 4 legs, but stand as tall as horses. Not unlike the shadow wolves, but these are fuller, larger. Flesh hangs from exposed ribs. Reddened eyes like coals fix on Haven's walls, on the frightened faces peering down. On food. The first beast lunges, jaws wide enough to take my skull in a single bite. My blade meets its charge, splitting corrupted flesh from sternum to tail. It collapses, body dissolving into oily smoke that seeps into hungry soil. 2 more circle wide, testing my reach. I charge the nearest hound, forcing it to meet me. Its claws rake across my armor, scraping bone beneath. The sword finds its throat, separating head from shoulders. The third beast takes advantage, leaping onto my back. Teeth sink between shoulder blades, threatening to tear my arm free. I drive backwards, slamming us both against Haven's wall. Stone cracks under impact. The hound's bite loosens. My blade reverses, driving up and back through its jaw. The beast convulses, then falls still. More shapes emerge from the twilight gloom. 5, 10, a score of charnel hounds drawn by the scent of Haven's people. They advance cautiously now, having witnessed their kin fall. I stand my ground. These bones do not tire. The horde attacks as one, a wave of teeth and claws and hunger. My sword carves arcs through their ranks. Limbs fly, bodies fall, still they come, climbing over their fallen to reach me, to reach Haven. A massive beast larger than the others hangs back. Its eyes hold colder intelligence. It watches, assessing weakness. I tear free from the pack, cutting a path toward their leader. 3 hounds intercept, bodies forming a wall of flesh and bone. My blade finds paths between ribs, through eye sockets, across throats. They fall, but not before their teeth shatter my sword arm at the elbow. No matter. My left hand catches the falling blade. The alpha hound sees opportunity in my damaged form. It charges, covering ground with impossible speed. Its jaws could engulf a child whole. Its claws have carved paths through solid stone. I meet it without fear. Fear serves no purpose to the dead. Our collision shatters more of my frame. Ribs splinter, armor plates tear free. The beast's momentum carries us both away from Haven's walls. Good. Let battle rage far from those who need protection. My sword finds the hound's heart as its teeth close around my skull. Pressure builds, bone creaking beneath massive jaws. The blade pushes deeper. The beast's strength begins to fade. Its grip loosens just enough. I wrench free, tearing my skull from shattered vertebrae. Vision fragments, the world viewed from separate pieces of myself. Yet duty holds these broken parts together. The Alpha collapses, its massive form dissolving into shadow that seeps away like water into parched earth. The remaining hounds scatter, melting into darkness beyond Haven's walls. Silence falls across the battlefield once more. My scattered pieces crawl together, bone seeking bone. Armor plates slide across blood-soaked ground to find their rightful place. Skull settles atop reformed spine, fingers flex, testing restored connections. Then I walk back toward the wall. I study Haven, my hollow gaze tracing every gap and missing stone. Ancient blocks meet newer repairs, wooden braces and salvaged metal plates filling places where time left gaping wounds. The living do what they can with what little they have. A patrol paces the battlements above, their torchlight throwing flickering shapes across the gray masonry. Each time they reach the section where I stand below, they hesitate, weapons tight in sweaty hands. From their fear, tension comes, energy wasted when it should be spent watching the horizon. I trace deep gouges in the stone near my position. Claw marks from past horrors that tried to breach these walls. Some stretch higher than I can reach. That crumbling section, partially rebuilt with timber, shows where something massive hammered through. The patrol passes again, their boots scrape stone, echoing like the scratching of rats. One guard stumbles, his torch clattering against the wall. He rights himself, but his eyes never leave my form. "Steady," another mumbles. "It's not moving against us." "Yet," comes the reply. They're right to be wary. The world beyond the walls breeds monsters beyond counting. A distant howl draws my attention, different from the shadow hounds, deeper, hungrier. The patrol stiffens, torches swinging toward the sound. Their fear has purpose now, directed outward where it belongs. The scratches in the wall tell the rest. Some monsters died here, others retreated to hunt again. Many succeeded in taking what they wanted. Supplies, livestock, lives. Each mark is a story of endless struggle. I trace the wall's weathered surface. Ancient ward marks pulse beneath my skeletal finger. Dwarven siege craft merged with elven protection spells, layered like the stones themselves. But there are newer marks cut between the old, crude but effective symbols etched by desperate hands. "Keep watch!" a voice calls above again. Others have heard the howls. Boot steps shuffle across wooden platforms. But my purpose remains focused on the wall. Someone has maintained these defenses, adding fresh wards from after the memory carried by the bones I possess. Their work lacks the refined power of the ancients, yet serves its purpose. Determination carved into stone. My fingers find a patch where newer wards intersect with old. The wall's structure pulses with faint traces of old magic. Ward anchors, their power nearly depleted. My bones resonate with their dying light, recognition without memory. These wards once held greater power, before corruption seeped into their foundations. Now they flicker, sustained more by faith than force. Yet they endure. A guard above coughs. I keep moving, keep searching. Once more I place my hand against the stone. Magic tingles through yellowed bone, seeking connection. Something pulses beneath Haven's foundations. Wrong. Hungry. Patient. A memory surfaces. Fragmented but clear. Haven wasn't always a refuge. Before the walls rose, this was a forward command post. Something was buried here during the final battle, not a gift, but a curse left by demons in their wake. A seed of corruption, a dark heart pulsing in Haven's foundations. Something that, like me, has awakened. The pull of duty shifts downward. These walls hide tunnels below, passages where supplies were once stored. Now scavengers use them to bring back resources unseen. But they're not safe. Not anymore. I trace fingers along foundation stones until metal scrapes against something different, a grate half buried under debris. Clearing it reveals an iron hatch, its surface eaten by time. Drainage, perhaps, or an escape route. Ancient hinges shriek as I wrench it open. The sound echoes down the stone shaft, carrying too far for simple sewers. Stale air rushes up, bringing scents of wet stone and older rot. The passage opens into Haven's foundations. Corroded rungs descend into darkness, metal eaten thin. The first rung crumbles at my touch. Each handhold requires testing as I descend. My hollow sockets need no light, but the blue-white glow from within casts strange shadows as I lower myself into the tunnel mouth. Each step sends flakes of rust drifting down into depths that swallow sound. Black liquid weeps from the tunnel's ceiling in steady drops, each impact eating small craters into the stone below. The air grows thick, heavy with malevolence that would steal breath from living lungs. A thing of corruption that speaks of ancient rot. My bones care nothing for breath. I descend deeper, armored feet finding purchase on slick stone. The darkness here moves wrong, not the honest shadow of depths, but something alive and aware. It recoils from my presence, drawing back like a wounded beast. Whatever power animates these chosen bones stands opposed to the heart's corruption. The tunnel mouth above shrinks to a pale square, then vanishes completely as I round the first bend. Haven's foundations press close, centuries of stone shoulders hunched against the corruption that gnaws their roots. The pull grows stronger as I advance deeper. Ancient weapons line the walls, their steel turned black and brittle. I recognize their make, but remember nothing of those who wielded them. The path splits ahead. Crude torch brackets mark the right passage, Haven's lifeline for supplies. But duty drags my bones left, toward darker depths, where the walls turn jagged, unworked stone replacing careful masonry. Scattered debris tells its own tale. A broken lantern, glass ground to powder beneath my feet. Half a leather boot, its mate nowhere in sight. A knife recently started to rust, dropped, not placed. The rock face bears deep gouges, newer than the tunnel itself. Something dragged bodies through here. Dark stains mark a desperate struggle, splashed across stone at shoulder height. The corruption flowing down these walls seems thicker, more viscous. Each drop leaves smoking pits in the stone. I trace claw marks that curve upward, vanishing into shadows. The scrapes grow deeper as they ascend, desperation carved into rock. Someone tried to climb away. They failed. A tattered pack slumps against the wall, its contents spilled across the floor. Molded rations, frayed rope, a map reduced to wet pulp by seeping moisture. The leather bears tooth marks. These tunnels hold more than mere darkness. They hide a hunger that remembers the taste of flesh. My sword hand flexes. The corruption here feels different, more concentrated, personal. This is not mere seepage from above, but something cultivated, deliberate. The rough walls press closer, squeezing the path until armor scrapes stone with each step. No living human could navigate this cramped space without brushing those corrupted surfaces. They would not survive the touch. I followed Duty's pull away from the scavenger's reinforced tunnel, drawn left where the passage narrows into rough, unworked stone. The walls here show no tool marks, only savage gouges, as if some beast clawed its path through earth. Dropping to my knees, I press forward as the ceiling forces me lower. My armor scrapes rock, sending tremors through bone. Dirt crumbles between my ribs. The corruption thickens, black drops seeping from every surface. My fingers sink into loose soil as I pull myself deeper. Something pulses ahead, drawing these bones onward. A collapsed section blocks the way. I tear through, pieces of armor catching and breaking free. The shell matters less than reaching what calls below. My hands strike something harder than stone, metal, ancient and cold to even these senseless bones. The tunnel opens to a chamber too precise for nature's work. Master craftsmen carved these walls, but corruption has claimed their art. Black crystals sprout from every surface, drinking what little light my form casts. But duty pulls upward, toward a crack in the corner ceiling. I wedge these bones into the gap, more armor falling away as I force this frame through spaces never meant for passage. My fingers find purchase in darkness above. I pull upward, shedding the last pieces of protective plate. Still, duty drives these bones forward, ever forward, into the deeper dark. Breaking through root-choked earth, I drop into open space. The landing shatters bones that reform without pain. This chamber stretches beyond what hollow sockets can perceive. Corrupted armor and weapons litter the ground. Fresh metal flies to me, coating these bones anew. A nearby shield bears a lion against the sun, an emblem that brings recognition without context, knowledge without understanding. The walls curve inward as I advance, forcing me to compress further. The sword drags behind as I contort through gaps no living warrior could pass. The air grows thin, but my bones care nothing for breath. The chamber opens wider, revealing a circular space hewn from living rock. At its center, massive stones rise from the floor in a pattern too deliberate for natural formation. Their surfaces crawl with runes I cannot read. Yet their power resonates through my bones. Ancient magic that feels wrong. As old as whatever force animates these remains. Maybe older. The ground shifts beneath my feet, not earth or stone, but something else entirely. I scrape away centuries of packed dirt with skeletal fingers. Metal glints beneath, thick plates now corrupted and twisted into organic shapes. Duty pulls stronger here. A call that drives these bones forward. I tear away one stone, then another, methodically clearing the path that calls to me. The final stone resists but yields to strength. Something dark erupts from the exposed earth, spraying across my frame. The corruption takes form, a mass of writhing darkness that pulses with unnatural life. Its surface ripples like black water brought to life, but thicker, hungrier. Eyes open across its surface, each one showing visions of different battles fought above. Tendrils of shadow flesh whip out, wrapping around my arms and legs. The pull threatens to separate these bones. The corruption seeps between my joints, searching for weakness, testing the magic that binds me together. My sword arm strains against the tendril's grip. The steel, in hand, lashes out and finds purchase in the writhing mass. Black blood sprays across my skeletal frame, eating into bone where it lands. The heart shudders at the wound, but instead of releasing me, it pulls harder, drawing me closer to its core. Through layers of writhing corruption, I see it, a demon's heart awakening from dormancy. Each pulse sends tremors through the chamber, ancient muscle remembering its purpose. Veins of darkness spread outward like roots, their tendrils piercing stone and earth to reach Haven's foundations above. The mass flexes around my sword, drawing me closer. Black ichor flows down my blade, eating into steel and bone alike, yet my grip holds firm. Each pulse sends waves of corruption through these dark channels, slowly poisoning the ground above. The tendrils constrict tighter, threatening to pull my arms from their sockets. My bones creak under the strain, but these borrowed pieces have weathered worse. The blade sinks into corrupted flesh. Ancient screams rise from the heart's depths, not words, but pure anguish harvested over centuries. Black tendrils whip outward, finding purchase between my joints. They pull, and my sword arm separates with a sharp crack. More corruption wraps around legs, spine, skull. The mass of darkness tries to scatter these chosen bones across the chamber. It matters not. Each fragment knows its purpose. My severed arm continues its attack, fingers locked around the hilt, cutting through layers of twisted flesh. The heart's surface ripples, trying to consume the blade as it has consumed countless weapons before. But this sword remembers deeper oaths than steel. The corruption drives tendrils through my rib cage, shattering bone. My skull tears free, vision fragmenting as I see the chamber from dozens of angles. Yet each piece fights on. Ribs become spears driven by purpose into black flesh. Finger bones claw through tissue that shouldn't exist. Within the heart's core, countless eyes open. Windows into haven above, showing the fear it feeds upon, the despair it harvests. Each eye reflects a different fragment of suffering. Children huddled in shadows. Elderly faces tight with constant dread. Guards who never sleep, watching darkness gather at their walls. Black blood rains across the chamber as my sword finds another weak point. The heart's rhythm falters, its pulse growing erratic. Tendrils begin to dissolve, losing cohesion, yet still it fights, pulling my fragments into its mass. But these bones remember siege, remember war. Remember how to breach defenses from within. We strike through corrupted flesh like roots through soil, each piece guided by singular purpose. The heart's beats grow uneven. Eyes across its surface close, one by one, fading. It bursts. Black blood, thick, sprays across the chamber, sizzling where it meets stone. The corruption's hold shatters. These bones know the way home. Each fragment finds its place, guided by the same force that first raised them from battlefield soil. Armor reforms around restored frame. The iron mask clicks back into position. I stand whole as corruption seeps away into earth. The wrongness that threaded Haven's foundations begins to wither. Air grows clean for the first time in an age. Haven will know peace. For a time. But other hearts beat in the distance, beyond the field of broken banners, more seeds planted by darker gods to harvest mortal suffering. I retrieve my sword from black mud and begin to dig upward. Armor scrapes stone as I claw toward the surface. Roots and debris catch at my frame, but purpose pulls these bones toward light. My skull breaks through first, hollow sockets scanning the space above. Corruption-tainted earth falls away as I pull free. The tunnel collapses behind, burying the chamber and its dead heart. Haven's walls loom ahead. The shadows that gathered at their base writhe and retreat, their source of power severed. They dissolve like smoke in the wind, leaving only scorched earth where they stood. Something changes in the air. The gloom that hangs over the field of broken banners parts. Sunlight follows, touching stones that have not seen dawn in an age. I stand motionless. Defenders gather along Haven's walls, crossbows trained on my frame. More emerge from buildings, drawn by sudden light. Children peer between adults' legs, eyes squinting at brightness they've never known. The elderly shield weathered faces, tears marking cheeks as they struggle to look upon true dawn. Some fall to their knees, hands raised to touch light they thought lost forever. A woman in commander's garb steps to the wall's edge. Her hand rests on sword hilt, but makes no move to draw. She studies my form with the measured gaze of one who knows survival's cost. The gathered crowd whispers. Some point where shadow creatures stood moments before, others gestured to scorched earth around my feet, to the collapsed tunnel entrance behind me. My skull tilts up to meet their stares. Blue-white pinpricks of light pulse in these hollow sockets. I do not move to approach. They do not know what they see. Their fear is natural, expected. The sun continues to rise, casting long shadows from Haven's walls. But, for the first time in living memory, no darkness gathers in those shadows. No corruption seeps from earth to poison air. Finally, the commander raises her hand. The crossbows lower, though fingers remain near triggers. She nods once, acknowledgement, not acceptance. That is enough. These bones ask for nothing more. Chapter 4. Death's Judgment. Greater threats loom beyond Haven's walls. What I destroyed beneath the fortress was nothing. A servant's servant, a lesser darkness. True monsters await in the corrupted realms, horrors that turn nature itself against life. Where swamps breathe like beasts, and forests hunger for flesh. My purpose demands I hunt them all. It demands I end the terrors festering in unknown corners. And yet, to guard against threats I cannot name, I must learn from the living. They hold maps, rumors, bestiaries scrawled by frightened scouts. Where does death find words to request the knowledge it lacks? I clear black ichor from my blade. Ancient memory surfaces, not knowledge but motion. My arms move of their own accord, guided by countless warriors who knew this ritual. The sword rises, turns, presents itself across empty palms. Blade reversed, pointed back toward those borrowed bones. A warrior's request for parley. My skull bows over the offered weapon. Gasps follow from up on Haven's walls. The gesture strikes deeper than fear. It reaches into their own memories, their traditions. "It makes the old sign!" a voice shouts out from the battlements. "The dead thing offers warriors peace!" "Impossible!" another says. "It's a trick! Undead don't know the ancient ways!" But they do. These bones remember everything that matters. The ancient ways far more ancient than the oldest living still on the wall. They do not know what memories stir within this marrow. Final stands, ancient oaths, battlefield codes carved deeper than flesh could ever hold. More figures appear along the walls. The morning sun, the first these people have seen in their lives, catches on spear points and drawn bows. They cluster together, uncertain whether to take hope in new light or retreat away from the skeletal warrior that brought it. They see omens of hope amid grim tidings. A figure moves through their midst. Her armor bears the marks of command. Not fresh steel like the others, but battle-worn plate that has seen true combat. Scars cross her face, but her eyes remain sharp, calculating.
"Lower your weapons," she orders. "If it meant us harm, we'd be dead already."
Her gaze fixes on my offered sword.
"It drove back the shadows. Now it offers parley in the old way."
The commander studies each aspect of my pose, the reversed blade, the bowed skull, the precise angle of presentation, measuring not just the gesture, but the knowledge behind it.
"There's purpose in you, dead thing. More than simple animation."
Her words carry weight. an understanding that pierces deeper than most. She sees beyond the bone and magic that drives me, recognizing something even I am only beginning to grasp. The truth of what I am. Not merely risen, but chosen by ancient oaths. I remain motionless, blade still offered, waiting. She makes a decision.
Open the sally port.
Protests rise from the defenders. She silences them with a raised hand.
Whatever drives those bones could have attacked us at any time. It chooses to stand outside, chooses to follow the old forms.
Chains grind. The small door beside the main gate opens just wide enough for a person to pass. The commander descends, each step deliberate. Others move to follow.
Stay at your posts, she orders. Keep watch on the field. The shadows may have fled, but darkness wears many faces.
She approaches alone, one hand resting near her sword hilt, close enough now to see the blue-white pinpricks of light in my hollow sockets, to read whatever purpose shows in this fleshless face.
I am Commander Sarah Eichert, she says, Warden of Haven's Walls.
A pause.
You understand me, dead thing?
I move my skull just once, slowly, precisely.
Can you speak?
I straighten. My free hand rises to where a throat should be, gestures at the absence toward a voice that cannot speak.
But you can understand me. You reason. You remember the old forms.
Another nod. Her jaw sets, probing for answers I cannot give.
I've seen mindless undead rove these fields, and I've seen other signs of dark sorcery. But you remember ways that only living warriors once knew.
The commander's eyes narrow. Her hand tightens on her sword hilt, though she makes no move to draw.
Why you? Why do others not return?
My hand spreads wide, encompassing all the bones that form this shape. Not one warrior's remains, but legion. Not one oath, but thousands bound together. Each fragment remembers its purpose, to protect, to stand, to hold the line until the last. But to her I cannot explain. My skull tilts. Empty sockets hold her gaze. Her fingers drum against her sword hilt.
You understand everything I say, yet cannot answer.
Frustration edges into her voice.
Are you bound to silence? Cursed? Or is it simply the lack of...
She gestures at my skeletal form. I tap my exposed neck bones. Where vocal cords once stretched, only hollow space remains.
Then we must find another way to communicate.
She studies my still-offered blade, my warrior stance.
You came here with purpose. You drove back the shadows, purged corruption from our foundations. These weren't random acts.
My free hand rises, gestures toward Haven's walls, toward the people who shelter behind them.
Protection?
Her eyes narrow.
You stand guardian over the living?
A single precise nod.
A noble claim?
Her tone carries doubt.
We must find another way to communicate.
I plant my sword in the earth, blade sinking deep into soil. My fingers scrape against black ground, leaving letters carved by bone against earth. What monsters lay beyond? Commander Eichert stoops to read, brow furrowed.
So you want to know the horrors out there?
My response forms with a few strokes. Must hunt. Must kill. Commander Eichert's hand tightens near her sword hilt.
Why? What drives a thing of bones to hunt the dark outside these walls? Do you think yourself a man? One of us?
She waits, hand braced near her sword, expecting, perhaps wanting, some human spark behind this skull. The silence between us grows heavy, as if demanding I speak. I do not, cannot. Instead, I scrawl. Purpose, protect, Destroy. She circles the writing, reading and rereading, concerned, bothered by what she sees.
The demons left worse than shadows when they claimed the realms,
she says finally.
Things that should not be. Horrors that corrupt all they touch. Each land breeds its own nightmares now. For the things beyond these walls we do not have names for all.
My finger presses deeper into black soil. Show way. Need maps. Commander Eichert's boots scrape against soil as she paces, studying my markings.
Maps!
She laughs, sharp and hollow.
Our maps end at Haven's walls. Few who venture beyond return to tell what they've seen.
Her gauntlet traces old scars along her jawline.
We used to send regular patrols, scouts to mark safe paths, catalogue threats, but the darkness only grew stronger with each passing season. Last year alone we lost 3 full teams. Only one survivor made it back, babbling about forests that walk and swamps that breathe.
My finger carves deeper into black earth. Scouts die. Why still try?
Because we must.
Her voice hardens.
Haven needs supplies, medicine, materials we can't produce inside these walls. If it wasn't for the undertrade...
She stops herself, jaw tightening. That word, undertrade, carries weight. A secret not meant for dead ears, even ones that seek to help. I do not press. The living guard their desperate measures closely. Instead, my finger scrapes new letters. How many lost?
Too many.
Commander Eichert's armor creaks as she shifts.
We've had to limit expeditions. Only our most experienced scouts, and only when absolutely necessary.
Her hand clenches.
Too many who don't return.
I need their knowledge, however fragmentary. I need to know what terrors wait in the corrupted lands. But first I must prove myself worthy of such trust. My finger presses into soil once more. Show. Need knowledge to fight. Need paths to follow. Where?
Why should we trust you, dead thing? What binds you to this hunt?
I step back from my writing. The commander puts hand on sword, readying to defend. Another gesture rises from borrowed memory, ancient as these bones. I kneel beside my planted sword, empty hands spread. A warrior's pledge, older than Haven's walls. The commander watches each movement, studies how borrowed bones align, how purpose guides each gesture. Others talk amongst themselves on the walls behind her, some fearful, some hopeful. They see only a skeleton in ancient armor. She sees something else.
You offer a warrior's oath,
she says finally.
Yet you have no lips to swear, no heart to bind.
I trace another line. Purpose binds deeper than oath. Silence stretches across the battlefield. Wind catches torn banners along Haven's walls, the first true breeze many have felt. Commander Eichert's hand finally leaves her sword hilt.
Return when the sun sets,
she says.
I'll have what knowledge we possess gathered. Maps of the lands our scouts have seen, reports of the horrors they've encountered.
Her eyes narrow.
But know this, dead thing. Betray Haven, and these walls still hold enough power to ensure your bones never rise again.
I stand. Retrieve my sword. Her threat means nothing. Only the mission matters.
What should we call you?
She says as I turn away.
We need some name for our records.
I pause. My finger scrapes one last time in the dirt. Names are for the living. I move away from Haven's walls, toward the field of broken banners. Somewhere beyond this graveyard of battle, monsters greater than shadows wait. The compulsion pulls. Purpose demands they fall. Behind me, Haven's people still stare at sunlight they've never known. They do not understand, What I destroyed beneath their walls was nothing, a lesser servant of greater darkness. The true monsters wait in distant realms. Let them keep their sun for now. Let them taste hope. These bones have darker work ahead. I move away slowly, and the commander does the same. The humans worry. I station myself at the edge of the weapon field. The sun crawls across the sky. The first true day these people have seen in their lives. They watch me from their walls as shadows lengthen. Some brave souls venture out to gather supplies, always keeping their distance, always watching. No matter. The dead can wait. And I wait amidst the field of fallen weapons, power surging through borrowed bones. The lesser darkness I destroyed left something behind, not corruption, but potential. The magic that drives these bones pulses stronger, demanding change. Ancient memories surface. Paths stretch before this hollow frame, each promising different means to fulfill purpose. The first speaks of endurance, bones that cannot break, armor fused to frame, an immovable shield between darkness and the living. The bone sentinel's path to stand bulwark against the dark. The second path is of the blade. Death's own warrior, blade of ancient battles and of forgotten wars. The third offers subtler power, the ability to walk between worlds. But these bones know their truth. What use is an unbreaking shield when darkness breeds faster than it dies? Why sense threats from afar when steel can end them now? Let others fear death. These bones are death's own champion. Power surges through hollow frame. Ancient knowledge floods these bones. Not memories, but something deeper. Ritual and purpose older than corruption itself. Golden script crawls across my blade. Runes in a language no living tongue remembers. They speak a name that makes borrowed bones resonate. A grave knight who wields a turnus. The blade remembers. It has carried such blessing before, in hands long turned to dust. I am death's own blade. Chapter 5. Above Haven. Something circles above the field of broken banners, casting a shadow too solid to be natural. Wings of corrupted stone scrape against twilight air. The creature banks lower, searching. Its head turns on a serpentine neck, scanning the crowd where the dark heart once beat. It's here to investigate its master's loss, to find what ended the pulse of corruption. Beyond the circling beast, Haven's people venture from their walls for the first time in memory. Children point at real sunlight. The elderly weep at colors they'd forgotten. Scavengers grow bold, pushing further into the field of ancient weapons to gather supplies. They don't see death coming from above. Not yet. A child's laughter carries. The sound strange after years of whispers and fear. Her mother smiles, fingers tracing patterns in the dirt to show her daughter how seeds should be planted. Others gather, rushing toward rusted metal, testing the weight and strength of battlefield scraps. Hope comes beneath a sky no longer choked with corruption's haze. The shadow passes overhead once more. None look up. The gargoyle circles lower. Its wings block the sun with each pass, a brief eclipse mistaken for clouds. Stone eyes narrow, sensing something wrong in the heart's domain. The corruption that once pulsed beneath Haven's walls has faded, its beating silenced by forces the creature cannot comprehend. It searches for answers, for prey, for vengeance. I rise from where ancient weapons had concealed these bones. The beast's stone eyes fix on my frame. Recognition flares as it senses the power that destroyed its kin. I am enemy. It knows. Wings spread wider than Haven's gates, claws that could shear plate armor flex. A screech echoes, stone grinding against stone. The sound sends scavengers scrambling back toward Haven's walls. Children freeze, then run, screaming. The elderly stumble in their haste to retreat. A young girl stumbles, ankle twisted in sudden panic. Her mother scoops her up, terror lending strength to thin arms. The child's doll falls forgotten in trampled grass, its glass eyes staring upward at circling stone death. Rusted weapons clatter to the ground as gatherers flee. An old man falls, breath coming short from exertion his fragile lungs cannot bear. Two others pull him up, dragging him toward distant safety. The beast watches them scatter. Easy prey, weak flesh. It screams again, a hollow sound. Stone wings fold as it prepares to dive. My bones stand between hunter and hunted. The hunt begins. Terror unfolds across the field. The mother clutches her child tighter, face twisted in panic as she staggers toward Haven's gates. Her eyes dart between the circling shadow above and the walls ahead, calculating distance against death. The child's face buries against her mother's shoulder, small fingers digging into threadbare cloth. A single sob escapes, quickly swallowed by the mother's hushing.
"Don't look back,"
she whispers, words carried on ragged breath.
"Keep your eyes on the gate."
Behind them, others stumble across uneven ground. An elderly man falls to one knee, gasping. Two younger men hook arms beneath his shoulders, lifting him between them. His feet drag through dirt as they push forward. "Leave me," he rasps. "Not today, old man," one answers, voice strained with effort. At Haven's entrance, guards shout commands. The massive gates begin to swing closed too slowly. People jam the opening, bodies pressing tight. A child wails, caught in the crush. Someone lifts the small form overhead, passing them forward into waiting arms.
"Make room!"
A woman's voice rises above the chaos. Commander Sarah stands atop the wall, directing the flow.
"Orderly retreat! Help those beside you!"
The mother with the twisted ankle child reaches the gate. Hands reach out, pulling them through. The child is passed forward, mother following after. Their eyes meet mine across the distance, terror giving way to recognition. A man at the gate pauses, looking back toward the field where others still struggle. He steps away from safety, running to help an elderly woman who can barely walk. He lifts her easily, carrying her toward the narrowing gap. "Hold the gate!" someone shouts. The last stragglers pour through. Guards count frantically, ensuring no one remains outside. The massive wooden doors groan as they push them closed, iron bars sliding into place with final, hollow thuds. Above, stone wings fold tight. The gargoyle dives. I charge. We meet where rusted spears thrust up like iron thorns. My blade catches the edge of a stone wing and lodges in. The creature's momentum carries us both skyward, my sword lodged in its stone flesh, bones refusing to release their grip. Shouts rise from Haven's walls. Guards abandon their posts as stone wings pass too close. A child stands staring up toward the sky until her mother yanks her to safety. Commander Eichert's voice yells out, ordering her people to shelter.
"Back! Get back inside!"
she bellows, voice sharp with urgency.
"Archers to the eastern wall, ballista crews ready!"
Panic ripples through Haven's defenders. They've held these walls against ground assault for generations, but aerial threats demand different tactics. Guards collide with fleeing civilians, creating chaos at the gate. Some struggle to maintain order, while others point upward, faces pale with horror. "Demons above! The skeleton is fighting back!" A guard shouts out. Commander Eichert shoves men aside, clearing the walls.
"Move! I need clear sight lines for archers!"
The gargoyle twists, trying to dislodge its unwanted passenger. Wind howls through hollow ribs. My arm separates at the shoulder, but fingers locked around the sword hilt keep these bones anchored to our prey. Height means nothing to what cannot die. Stone wings beat harder, each stroke sending currents through borrowed bones. We spiral higher above Haven's desperate scramble. The beast banks, attempting to smash me against a watchtower. Stone scrapes stone as we pass, missing an archer on the wall by inches. I hold. It rolls, plummets, scrapes us both against Haven's outer wall. Plates of my armor tear free, raining down on panicked troops below. Ribs crack and it rolls again, spinning to dislodge the blade embedded in its wing joint. My skeleton hangs on, borrowed fingers locked in a death grip around ancient steel. Momentum tears at my hollow frame. Another rib splinters, sent tumbling through empty air. The creature's stone skin grates against what remains, searching for weakness in the bones that hold the sword in its wing. A young guard stumbles over my fallen shoulder plates, dropping his crossbow. Others fire wildly, more likely to hit their own than their target. Their bolts whistle past my scattered bones, lodge in vertebra, snap against armor plate. Some hit the gargoyle, but not all.
"Hold your fire!"
the commander calls. More bolts fly despite her order. Fear drives their fingers to triggers. Utter chaos erupts along Haven's battlements. Ballista crew struggle to track the spiraling combat, massive bolts loaded with trembling hands. An older guard screams for coordinated volleys, but panic drowns his commands. The gargoyle moves too fast.
"Wait for a clear shot!"
Commander Eichert takes control.
"Fire on my command only!"
The beast twists skyward again, sensing the wall's defenders might damage its stone flesh. Higher we climb, until Haven's walls shrink to mere lines in the distance. My skull turns, hollow sockets tracking the ground's approach on each dive. The gargoyle reverses direction, suddenly throwing us into a steep climb that would shatter living bones with force alone. These fragments feel only purpose. The gargoyle banks hard right, scraping more of my bones against Haven's stones. Armor fragments clatter across the battlements. A section of wooden scaffolding collapses, sending defenders scrambling. An old man falls, and would have died if not for Commander Eichert's quick grip on his collar.
"Steady!"
she shouts.
"Track them, wait for separation!"
Archers knock fresh arrows. Ballistae creak as crews adjust their aim. The gargoyle spirals higher, then plummets in a controlled dive, aiming for Haven's main gate. People scatter below, screaming as the shadow descends. I push. My sword arm saws, sinking the blade deeper into stone flesh. The beast howls, its trajectory thrown off by sudden pain. We miss the gate by mere feet, stone wings scraping the wall hard enough to dislodge chunks of ancient mortar. The impact sends my frame tumbling across the gargoyle's back. More bones scatter. These bones need not stay connected to fulfill their purpose.
"No!"
Commander Eichert's voice rises.
"Fast volley!"
Arrows blacken the sky. Most miss. The beast's erratic flight confounding even skilled archers. 3 shafts find their mark, piercing softer stone between wing and body. The gargoyle screeches, momentum faltering as pain registers through its corrupted frame. A ballista bolt follows. The massive projectile strikes the creature's hindquarters, sending fragments of stone spiraling into empty air. The gargoyle tumbles, wing beats faltering as it struggles to maintain altitude. My sword arm still clings to its hilt, buried in the creature's wing joint. Each push and movement drives the blade deeper, widening the crack forming in stone flesh. Through hollow sockets, I see the wing's connection weakening, fractures spreading through the rock. We rise again, the beast's wings straining against our combined weight. I drag myself up its writhing back, borrowing climbing skills from borrowed bones. My free hand finds purchase in the junction of wing and spine. I pull, stone cracks. Once more I search. My fingers find the wound created by the ballista bolt. The stone around it is fractured, revealing a darker substance beneath. Not blood, but something older, thicker. The corrupted essence that gives the gargoyle life. I drive bone fingers into the crack, peeling stone away like scabs from healing wounds. The beast twists, sensing this new violation. Its serpentine neck contorts, jaws snapping at where my skull perches. Teeth designed to crush castle stone scrape against borrowed bone. The gargoyle screams. The sound shivers through bone and steel, shattering windows in Haven's upper towers. Glass rains down on those still fleeing below. It flies straight up, beyond Haven's highest points, then flips backward, meaning to drive us both into the earth. Let it try. These bones know no fear of falling.
"Reload!"
Commander Eichert orders.
"Track them, be ready when they descend!"
Ballistae creak as crews crank tension back into massive arms. Archers knock fresh arrows, eyes straining upward where combat continues above clouds. The beast has risen beyond their range, beyond even sight from Haven's tallest towers. The air thins, not that these bones need breath. The gargoyle climbs until frost forms along stone wings, until ice crystals dance across borrowed armor. We leave even birds beneath us, ascending to heights where only stars witness our struggle. My fingers continue their work, prying stone scales from the ballista wound. Each fragment reveals more of the darkness pulsing beneath the creature's surface. My sword arm, still embedded in wing joint, twists the blade deeper. Ancient runes pulse along the steel, responding to corruption they sense. The gargoyle plummets in freefall. Its wings fold tight against its stone body, hurtling us both toward the ground at impossible speed. Hollow sockets watch impassively as Haven's walls grow from miniature to full size in heartbeats. The impact approaches. These bones make no attempts to brace or shield. There is only the blade, the wound, and final purpose.
"Brace!"
Commander Eichert's voice carries across Haven's walls. The impact shakes foundations, sending tremors through ancient stone. Defenders clutch battlements as dust rises from the collision point. When vision clears, they see scattered remains. Not just the skeleton they've come to recognize as guardian, but the gargoyle's stone form broken into countless fragments across the battlefield. We fall. The ground rushes up. The impact shatters us both. My bones scatter across the field like thrown dice. Ribs impale soft earth. My skull bounces between ancient shields. The gargoyle breaks into 100 stone shards, each one still trying to move, to reform. But my sword arm, still gripping the hilt of my sword, also reforms. The blade remembers. Power flows. A soldier who had ventured out to recover arrows stops, transfixed by the sight. Others gather at gaps in Haven's walls, unable to look away as death itself rises again. My skull lies half buried in disturbed earth, hollow sockets witnessing the aftermath. The sword arm, still clutching the blade, drags itself across blackened, soaked soil to where stone fragments stir. The gargoyle attempts to recover, to reform its shattered mass into coherent shape. Ancient magic pulses through the field. Borrowed bones recognize the call, beginning their slow migration back toward common purpose. Fingers pull themselves through dirt. Ribs extract from soil. Femur rolls across uneven ground, seeking its mate. The stone shards hang in the air, trying to reform. But my sword arm, still clutching its blade, arcs through their attempt at resurrection. Eternus awakens, not light but something darker than shadow. The blade carves law into reality itself. Ancient runes ignite along the blade's length, each symbol burning with purpose older than these borrowed bones. Power flows from hilt to tip, death's own decree made manifest. The gargoyle's fragments freeze mid-reformation. Stone grinds against stone as the pieces fight the blade's command. But Eternus remembers what these corrupted things have forgotten. The true meaning of ending. "By the gods," a guard whispers, crossing himself. "What manner of power is this?" The answer comes not in words, but demonstration. The runes pulse once, twice, a third time. Light erupts from the blade. Not the warm glow of sun or torch, but something colder, purer. It consumes the hanging stone fragments, expanding then contracting, the unlight that erases corruption. Where steel passes, the corruption binding stone together simply ceases. The gargoyle's fragments fall like dead stones, unable to remember what they once were. The power that gave them motion dissolves, cut away by edges that recall when death meant true ending. Silence blankets the field of broken banners. Haven's defenders watch, weapons forgotten in slackened grips. A child's voice breaks the stillness, too young to understand the meaning of what transpired.
The bones are moving again!
My scattered bones begin their slow crawl back together. A child points from behind her mother's skirts as femur finds pelvis. Spine remembers its curve. Guards make signs to gods as armor plates skitter across the ground of their own accord, returning to the reformed frame.
Should we shoot?
A young archer asks, bow half raised. Commander Eichert's hand presses his weapon down.
No. Watch.
The reassembly continues, each fragment finding its proper place in the whole. A rib cage forms around the hollow core. Arms reconnect to shoulders with clicks that carry across the silent battlefield. Legs straighten beneath the rising torso. My skull rolls across uneven ground, coming to rest against armored feet. The frame bends, skeletal fingers retrieving the missing piece. With deliberate care, the skull is placed atop vertebra, completing the reformation. The last piece to return is my sword arm, still clutching its killing blade. Commander Eichert watches from the battlements, measuring what she sees. Others whisper, some fearful, some wondering. They watched death fight death and win. Let them see what guards their gates. Let them understand what walks the killing fields. I rise once more, whole but changed. These borrowed bones understand better now what they have become. Not holy, not blessed, simply death's own champion, wielding laws that even monsters must obey.
Should we thank it?
A guard asks, voice barely audible.
With what words?
Another responds.
What does death need from the living?
Commander Eichert silences them with a glance.
Open the gates. Let the scavengers retrieve what they abandoned. But, Commander, the skeleton is no threat to those who mean no harm, she finishes. Open the gates.
People slowly emerge from shelter. They gather supplies dropped in their panic, stealing glances at the skeleton that fought sky and stone. A brave child approaches one of the gargoyle's fallen shards, but her father pulls her back. They fear the corruption might linger. They need not worry. Nothing remains to taint their precious sunlight. Nothing remains to report back to its masters. A young girl separates from her mother's grip, running forward before she can be stopped. The cloth doll forgotten in earlier panic becomes her focus. Small hands retrieve it from trampled grass, brushing dirt from its simple dress. Her path takes her near where these bones stand. The girl looks up, cloth doll clutched tight against her chest. Hollow sockets meet innocent eyes. For a moment, silence stretches between death and life, ancient purpose and new beginning. The child offers a small, uncertain smile, then turns, running back to her mother's waiting arms. I settle among the broken weapons while dust that was once a gargoyle scatters on the wind. Time stretches toward my appointed meeting at Haven's walls. Nothing else hunts here, not now. I wait where armies fell. Rusted swords rise from earth like grave markers, each one telling half a story. Here, a spear still pierced through decayed carapace. There, a shield clutched by skeletal hands. Every weapon, every bone carried purpose once. A scavenger works up the courage to approach closer than his fellows, studying my stillness. He reaches for a piece of the gargoyle, but stops when my skull turns to track his motion. He retreats, but not in terror. Already they learn. Death guards, but death does not harm needlessly.
"It saved us,"
A woman whispers to her companion.
"Did you see? It fought that thing."
"For what purpose?" the other responds. "What does a skeleton want with the living?" The questions linger unanswered. These bones offer no explanation, no reassurance beyond continued vigil. Let them wonder. Let them debate. The truth requires no audience to remain truth. Commander Eichert descends from the wall, approaching with measured stride. Her armor bears fresh scratches from the day's chaos, but her posture remains straight, unbending. She stops at respectful distance, studying this frame with eyes that miss nothing.
"You fought for us,"
she says simply. Facts requiring no embellishment. My skull inclines slightly, acknowledgement.
"Why?"
The question contains multitudes. Why protect? Why fight? Why stand between haven and darkness? These hollow bones offer no answer. Purpose requires no explanation to function. Duty speaks through action, not justification. Commander Eichert waits, then nods as if receiving response.
"Return at dusk. We have maps of the outer territories. Knowledge your mission might require."
My skull tilts again. Agreement. Understanding. The fragments that compose this frame retain enough memory to recognize the value of intelligence, of preparation before confronting greater threats. Perhaps pieces of this frame belonged to them. A rib from a banner carrier who died protecting his standard. A femur from a scout who warned of demons' approach. A skull that once housed desperate final thoughts of home. I cannot know which fragments are mine, if any ever were. These borrowed bones carry too many deaths to count. Too many last stands. Too many final charges. The compulsion pulses stronger as shadows lengthen. Haven's walls mean nothing now. Greater monsters will follow. The corruption I destroyed beneath them was minor, barely worth notice. Darker things wait beyond the battlefield's edge. Monsters that turn forests into hunting grounds. Beasts that drag cities into lightless depths. Beasts that allowed Haven to exist at leisure, a plaything and hunting ground. My finger bones trace unnamed graves. No markers tell their stories, no monuments speak their deeds. Yet something of their purpose lingers, driving these assembled bones toward greater battles. The sun touches horizon. Time to gather maps, to seek paths toward darkness that needs ending. Commander Eichert waits at her post, maps in hand. She has seen what guards her walls now. These bones rise, answering duty's call. Death goes to learn where it must walk next. Chapter 6. Borrowed Light. When sunset paints Haven's walls in colors few living eyes remember, I return. Commander Sarah Eichert waits at the sallyport, her uniform marking her command, a leather tube clutched in scarred hands, and something more. A shield, ancient, but still sound. Its surface bears Haven's mark, a rising sun.
"Take it,"
she says, pushing the shield forward.
"Let other survivors know you come as guardian, not destroyer."
I tilt my skull, considering the offering. Not a weapon, but a symbol. My bony fingers close around its grip. The weight feels familiar, though I've never carried this particular shield before.
"There are other settlements,"
Sarah continues, her voice dropping lower.
"Scattered, hidden. They see a walking skeleton, they'll shoot first. This might give you a moment's pause in their defense."
I nod once, moving to secure the shield to my arm. But it settles onto borrowed bones differently, not strapped or bound, but drawn to this frame like scattered pieces returning home. Knowledge floods through hollow joints, combat forms etched into the shield itself. Centuries of defenders have left their mark on its surface. Their techniques pulse through ancient metal, teaching borrowed bones new ways to guard.
"If you find them," she adds, "tell them Haven endures. Tell them they aren't alone. Find the survivors."
The words hang between us, heavy with meaning. How long has this settlement stood isolated, believing themselves the last flickering light in a world consumed by shadow? How many others huddle behind makeshift walls, thinking the same? Survivors. Once more the word settles wrong against borrowed bones. Survivors. These fragments know better. Each piece carries glimpses of searching, finding only silence. Cities gone quiet. Kingdoms fall into shadow. Fortresses whose walls no longer answer signal fires. My finger traces in the dirt. No others left. The commander's jaw tightens. She looks across the field of broken banners, where shadows stretch longer with each passing day.
5 years since the last outpost went dark. We used to see their signals, smoke on the horizon, mirror flashes at dawn. Now only darkness answers.
She studies my hollow form, assessing what stands before her. A skeleton in rusted armor, no fangs or claws, yet only ancient steel and bone. Her eyes linger on my skull, a simple human shape without wolf's muzzle or dragon's ridge. Her gaze fixes on the shield now attached to my arm. I move to an open space near Haven's wall, shield raised against imagined blows. Ancient muscles that no longer exist remember these motions. Block high, pivot, let the shield's weight guide the turn. Each stance flows into the next. The shield pulses with stored knowledge, shield wall formations, defensive stances, ways to protect those who still draw breath. My frame adjusts, compensating for the shield's mass. My body moves without conscious direction, shield angling to deflect overhead strikes while my sword sweeps low. The motion would have taken a living warrior's breath. These bones care nothing for fatigue. I repeat the sequence, shield up, blade out, turn. The movements sharpen with each iteration, muscle memory settling into marrow that never knew muscle. The shield is an extension, not a burden. Block, counter, advance. The shield is struck by phantom blades in memory. The pattern grows more complex. Shield bash flowing into sword thrust. Defensive stance opening into sweeping counter. My bones click and scrape against simple armor as forms perfect themselves through repetition. Haven's guards gather at the wall to watch, wary but curious. They've never seen death training for battle. Their whispers carry on the evening breeze, wondering what manner of guardian defends their gates. Not a holy champion sent by forgotten gods. Something else. Something formed of necessity rather than blessing. Commander Eichert watches, her expression unreadable, but her hand rests easier on her sword hilt than before.
"Our maps,"
she says as I finish, unrolling weathered parchment.
"What little we know of the lands beyond."
Her finger traces paths through corrupted realms.
"The endless rot lies northward. Forests that hunt, trees that feed on flesh. Ancient elven cities rot in its canopy. Their magic tanned savage. Something darker than shadow rules there."
Another map unfolds.
"East, the drowned kingdom. Black waters rise higher each year, pulling our old cities under. Things swim in those depths. Things that remember being human."
The map's edges remain unmarked. Blank spaces where knowledge fails. Many areas only show hastily sketched warnings rather than accurate geography. The corruption reshapes landscapes faster than cartographers can record. My finger scrapes in the dirt. Which threat grows strongest?
"Hard to say. The rot spreads fastest, corrupting everything it touches, but the waters—"
She pauses.
"They're patient. methodical. Each year they claim more land, more souls.
Movement at the edge of my vision. Haven's blacksmith approaches, arms laden with armor pieces, ancient but still serviceable. Merely dented steel rescued from the battlefield. He sets them down with shaking hands, retreats quickly.
An offering,
the commander explains.
He says death should be properly armed.
The armor rises from the ground of its own accord, drawn to this skeletal frame. Plates settle over bone, fusing with existing pieces. What was rusted becomes sound. What was broken becomes whole. My form grows heavier, more complete. Still only human bones beneath. But already something more than mere skeleton. Already death's champion, though I do not yet know the name. Why allow Haven to stand? I trace in the soil.
What do you mean?
Demons could destroy these walls. Why let you live? Understanding darkens her features.
We're their hunting ground. They keep us alive to feed their pets, to test their creatures.
Eichert spreads another map beside the first, this one dated 10 years earlier. Its borders extend twice as far, marked with settlements now gone quiet.
Each year we lose more. Roads vanish, landmarks transform. The corruption reshapes everything it touches.
I draw in the soil. Time borrowed, not earned.
How long,
she asks, voice hard.
How long have they played with us?
Demons can break these walls. Eichert's jaw tightens. She looks to Haven's gates where children play in sunlight they've only just discovered.
Then why do you help us? If we're already doomed.
My finger scratches against dirt, leaving words that carry more certainty than these borrowed fragments should know. Living protect life. Dead protect hope. She stares at the words until darkness claims them. My finger scrapes stone once more. Demons will find me first. The words carry weight, promise, threat. Commander Eichert nods once, understanding what isn't written. While Haven's walls shelter the living, these borrowed bones will hunt through the corrupted realms.
Let me tell you what little we know of the realms. Most is campfire talk, stories from those who ventured too far, but some is truth.
She points north.
The endless rot, that's where the elven kingdoms flourished. Their cities rose through the canopy, connected by bridges of living wood. Now the trees hunger. The bridges writhe. Some say the Briar Queen still holds court there, but she's not what she was.
My finger traces a question. The rot spreads fastest.
Yes. Each season claims more land. The vegetation changes things it touches. Animals, people, even the stone itself twists.
She pauses.
We lost 3 scouts last month. What came back wore their faces, but moved wrong.
What of the elven wards?
The old stories say 5 great wards protected the realms. The nearest stood in their capital, Erlheim. But no one's seen it standing in living memory. Just stories of light in the corrupted canopy.
These bones pulse with forgotten knowledge. These fragments remember wards, remember their fall. But the memories stay buried, offering only the certainty that such power could be reclaimed. I go north.
The sun will set soon,
Commander Eichert says, looking past these bones toward the deepening gloom. The brief respite I brought Haven already fades. Shadows gather at the edge of the field of broken banners, held back only by the destruction of the corruption beneath its stones. In time, those shadows will come again. She rolls the map with hands that have only known war and surviving, movements too crisp, too controlled.
We saw sunlight for the first time in memory. Today we return to torches and fear.
Her voice carries no self-pity, only hard truth.
But we know light exists. Perhaps that's your real gift to us.
I trace one final message. Prepare them. Shadows come again. She nods once, a soldier's acknowledgement. The maps disappear into her coat. There's nothing more to say. Haven's brief respite will return to familiar darkness as I turn north toward the darkened canopy of the Endless Rot. Behind me, Haven's torches reignite. The walls ready themselves to fend off shadow. But something has changed. These fragments sense it in the way the guards stand straighter, how children's voices carry farther. They remember sunlight now. Let that memory sustain them. These bones have darker paths to walk, in lands where elves once dwelled. Chapter 7. The Dead Remember. I leave Haven's walls behind, shield settled against borrowed bones. The field of broken banners stretches silent beneath open sky. Ancient weapons thrust from cleaner soil now that the heart's corruption fades. Each step carries me further from walls that shelter life, toward lands where elves once dwelled. A crude barricade of wagons marks where Haven's scavengers dare not pass. Beyond it, ancient cobblestones emerge from wild grass, the old King's Road. League markers rise, their surfaces worn but legible. 20 leagues to the watchtower of the Dan. 40 to the monastery. 160 more until the first spire of Elfheim. The road tells its own story. Wheel ruts from merchant caravans, footprints from marching armies, boot marks from fleeing refugees, all preserved in stone, a telling story of civilization's retreat. I pass beneath a stone arch where roads meet, its keystone carved with symbols these fragments almost remember. A royal crest, perhaps, or a marker of province borders. The knowledge lies buried somewhere in these borrowed pieces, but doesn't surface. Birds scatter at my approach. They sense something wrong in my movement, a predator that does not breathe, does not hunger. Some memories remain universal. Living things fear walking death. Instinct tells them what I am, an aberration beyond nature's laws. The first corpses appear near sunset. They wear Haven's colors, armor rusted through. These were patrolmen once. Now they walk their routes without purpose, flesh long rotted away, hollow guardians of a forgotten perimeter. Tattered scraps of uniform cling to yellowed bone. They turn at my approach, empty sockets fixing on the shield. Recognition sparks nothing in them. Weapons rise. They attack without skill or thought, just puppets pulled by strings of ancient magic, their movements stiff, mechanical, lacking the fluidity of true purpose. My sword meets the first blade, steel parts ancient bone. The second swings a mace that would crush living ribs, my shield turns the blow. These fragments remember warfare the dead have forgotten. My blade continues its arc, separating skull from spine. The head bounces once on the packed earth, jaw still working silently. They fall without sound. These are simply dead things, moving without purpose. The shield pulses against my frame. These are not the first mindless sentinels it has faced. More shambling forms emerge along the road. Their weapons drag furrows in the earth. Their armor hangs in tatters. Some wear Haven's colors, others bear emblems of kingdoms. These fragments almost remember crests and insignias from nations swallowed by time and corruption. None speak, none think. They attack, things of emptiness devoid of strategy or self-preservation. I brace, setting borrowed feet against stone worn by millennia of travelers. The next reaches me, a spear thrust with mechanical precision. I turn it with the shield metal screaming against metal. My sword sweeps low, taking its legs at the knees. It falls, still clutching its weapon, still trying to complete its attack even as it crumbles. The second and third come together. One wields a rusted halberd, the other a notched sword. The halberd catches my shoulder joint, tearing bone from socket. No matter. The shield rams forward, cracking ribs that have been broken and reformed countless times through endless patrols. My sword, still gripped by fingers no longer attached to arm, curves upward. The blade finds the hollow beneath the jaw, severing skull from spine. My arm crawls back, fingers walking bone across stone. It climbs my leg, shoulder settling against socket with a sound like pottery pieces fitted together. They press forward, 4 now. An archer looses a shaft that passes through empty ribs, finding nothing vital to pierce. My blade answers, cleaving through bow and bone in a single strike. The shield catches a mace, the impact sending cracks through ancient metal. Both shield and bones remember their shape, reforming even as battle continues. The road fills with their broken parts, a testament to purposeless persistence. My sword finds endless targets. When one falls, another shambles forward, weapon raised. Darkness cloaks the road. My fragments need no light to see, sensing the dead through vibrations in stone, through the whisper of empty lungs drawing air they don't need, through the scrape of bone against armor. More approach. These wear older colors, their armor styles belonging to the time when Elfheim stood. Elven scouts, perhaps, or human allies caught in the forest's fall. Their movements hold more fluidity, echoes of training that transcended death's grasp. 8 surround me. Their weapons rise and fall in coordinated strikes. My shield cannot block them all. A sword takes my arm at the elbow. A mace shatters vertebra. An axe cleaves through borrowed ribs. No matter. These fragments feel no pain, know no fear. My sword continues its work, gripped by bone fingers that need no connection to an arm to maintain their purpose. The shield, now cracked, still turns the heaviest blows. I pivot, bones grinding against each other as they realign. My sword describes an arc that passes through 3 attackers. Steel parts ancient bone with a sound like branches breaking in winter. The shield drives forward, its edge catching a 4th beneath what would have been chin, lifting the skull from spine. The remaining 4 press closer, weapons rising and falling in mindless rhythm. They remember formations, but not why they matter. They recall strikes, but not their purpose. My blade finds the gaps their memory cannot fill. The shield exploits openings their decay creates. When the last falls, 24 lie scattered across ancient cobblestones. Parts still twitch, hands still grasp weapons, but the road stands momentarily clear. I gather pieces lost in combat, a fingerbone here, a rib fragment there. The shield thrums against my spine, memory sorting through borrowed fragments. Some belonged to these fallen warriors, others came from battlefields these bones have never walked. The road curves between ancient hills. League markers count distance in fallen kingdoms. The grass grows wilder, untouched by living feet for generations. A bell tolls in the distance, not Haven's alarm, but something older. The sound carries across empty miles, a summons for defenders long dead. The road narrows as it climbs toward higher ground. Stone walls appear on either side, the first outworks of a larger fortification. Fallen masonry creates choke points where defenders once held against invaders. A patrol of 6 approaches, weapons held in stripped bone hands. They wear matching armor, moving in formation after centuries of death. Their insignia marks them as elite guards from when the watchtower served a living kingdom. They advance with discipline the others lacked. Shields form a wall. Spears extend in staggered rows. They remember how to fight as one. The shield braces against my chest. The sword settles into guard position. These fragments recall counters to such formations, memories surfacing from soldiers who once broke similar lines. Their advance stops just beyond sword reach. The formation shifts, creating an opening that promises death to any living attacker. But these bones need no breath, feel no fear. I step into the gap. My sword strikes the junction where shield meets armor. The blade slides between ancient plates, finding the spine that supports empty rib cages. The first falls, its shield clattering against stone road. They close ranks, trying to trap my sword with overlapping shields. The formation's weakness comes from behind. I push through, taking wounds that would kill the living. A spear pierces borrowed ribs. A sword separates vertebrae. The shield turns the worst blows. The sword continues its work. Inside their formation, the dead lose their advantage. My blade sweeps in tight arcs, taking limbs and skulls with mechanical precision. The shield catches weapons never designed to strike from such close quarters. When the last falls, I study their remains. Regular soldiers, not champions. Their weapons show combat against armored foes, but nothing else remains to tell their story. The road steepens. Ancient trees line the path, their trunks twisted by centuries of exposure to forces that warp nature itself, not fully corrupted, but no longer natural. The watchtower of the Dan appears near midnight, a thing of stone and broken battlements. It rises from the highest hill, silhouette jagged where time has claimed the highest stones. Dead things walk its walls, haven guards mixed with older corpses, moving through patrol routes embedded in decaying memory. They spot my approach. Arrows rain down, most striking the road around these borrowed bones. The few that find their mark lodge in empty rib cages or pass through spaces between fragments. The gate hangs open, rust claiming its hinges. Portcullis teeth bite into empty air, their chains long since rotted through. The courtyard beyond holds dozens of the dead. Soldiers from half a dozen fallen kingdoms, camp followers, messengers frozen mid-delivery for centuries. They turn as one, weapons rising. Some wear armor so ancient these fragments have no memory of its style. Others bear the marks of kingdoms whose names have crumbled with their walls. Inside the narrow gate, their numbers work against them. I brace the shield, creating a wall that funnels their approach. The sword moves with precision these dead have forgotten, finding gaps in armor that hasn't protected anything for centuries. The first wave breaks against borrowed bones. My sword takes heads and limbs in equal measure. The shield pushes back those who press too close. When they surge forward, I retreat step by measured step, drawing them into tighter confines where their numbers become obstacles rather than advantage. The courtyard stones grow slick with ancient marrow. A foot slides, sending these fragments to one knee. The dead press forward, weapons falling like rain. The shield catches what it can. The rest strike borrowed bones, shattering ribs and scapula. An axe cleaves through vertebrae, sending my upper body toppling. The sword continues its work, gripped by hands that need no connection to mine to fulfill their purpose. The shield, held by arm fragments now separated from shoulders, still turns the heaviest blows. My separated pieces fight on, guided by purpose deeper than physical connection. Finger bones crawl across stone, seeking their fellows. Ribs roll beneath rusted greaves, returning to the core that called them forth. Vertebrae click back into alignment, each finding its proper place in the column. The dead show no surprise. They attack what moves, regardless of completeness. Their weapons find fewer targets as my form reassembles, fragments returning to the whole like iron filings to lodestone. When enough pieces rejoin, I rise. The courtyard holds dozens still moving, but dozens more lie truly still, their animation ended by blade and purpose. The shield fits against spine once more. The sword finds its familiar grip. Bootsteps echo against stone. The dead fill corridors, continuing duties death should have ended. My sword creates space in narrow halls. The shield pushes them back. When they cluster too tight, I drive through their formation. Ancient steel remembers how to end death's mimicry of life. A stairwell spirals upward, its steps worn by centuries of patrols. Dead guardians descend, weapons ready. In such tight quarters, their numbers should mean advantage, but the dead think not of terrain, only of targets. The shield braces against the stairwell wall, creating a choke point only one can pass at a time. My sword waits for each, a toll collector on the road to true death. They come without hesitation, without fear. One by one, they fall. The stone grows slick with ancient fluids. A foot slides on steps worn smooth by millennia of boots. These fragments tumble, the shield clattering against the wall. The dead press downward, weapons seeking to pin borrowed bones against unyielding stone. A blade takes my arm at the elbow. A mace shatters my skull, sending it bouncing down steps these bones just climbed. No matter. The sword, still gripped by separated fingers, continues its arc. The shield, propped against the wall, still turns blows that would scatter more vital fragments. My skull watches from below as the body fights on, guided by purpose deeper than sight. When the last defender falls, magic draws bone back to bone. The skull returns to vertebrae with a sound like lock tumblers falling into place. The tower's peak offers clear view across moonlit lands. The road continues north into deeper wilderness. Haven's walls stand distant, barely visible as a darker line against night sky. Ahead, the first signs of the endless rot taint the horizon, trees growing too tall, too twisted, canopies that pulse with unnatural light. A bell tolls below, rung by hands that should have rotted centuries ago. Dead things climb the tower, drawn by movement they no longer truly see. The first wave stumbles up the final spiral, ancient weapons raised. My sword takes the first skull. The second loses arms, still gripping a spear. The third I drive back with the shield, sending it tumbling into those behind. They fall like scattered pins, bones cracking against stone steps. The dead fill the stairwell. Shields overlap as they march upward, remembering formations they no longer understand. My blade finds gaps their decay creates. The shield breaks their press. An axe takes my shoulder. No matter. The sword continues its work, gripped by bone fingers that need no joint to swing true. A mace shatters my ribs. The shield compensates, turning blows from a core that needs no protection. Steel parts bone, shield breaks stance. They fall in pieces around borrowed feet that never stumble. My shoulder reattaches mid-swing, bones pulled together by purpose their purposeless persistence lacks. The stairs grow slick with ancient marrow. A halberd takes my leg at the knee. I fall among them, but a falling means nothing to the dead. My sword continues its arc from the ground. The shield pushes me upright as bones snap back into place. They press onto the tower's peak. Archers draw bowstrings with skeletal fingers. Swordsmen advance in broken formations. Spearmen brace weapons with technical perfection devoid of tactical understanding. Arrows strike borrowed bones. The shield catches what it can. The rest pass through empty ribs, finding nothing vital to pierce. My blade answers, cutting through archer and swordsman alike. A sword catches my skull, sending it rolling across the battlement. The body fights on. My separated head watches blade and shield continue their work until magic pulls bone back to bone. Their numbers work against them in the confined space. The dead tangle with their fallen as they press forward. My sword finds endless targets. The shield creates space their mindless charge instantly fills. Hours pass. The bell tolls on. The dead march upward without end, drawn by ancient compulsions these fragments almost understand. My sword arm separates 12 times. The shield cracks but remembers its shape. These borrowed bones break and reform as battle demands. When the last one falls, hundreds lie scattered across the tower's peak. They twitch with lingering motion, trying to rise on shattered limbs. Hands grip weapons they no longer recall how to use. Dawn approaches, the sky lightening at the edge of vision. The tower stands silent now, save for the scrape of bone against bone as shattered forms try to reassemble themselves. I plant my blade in ancient stone. Something shifts within these fragments. A power older than the magic driving this frame. Purer. A name surfaces from memory without source. Eternus. Light erupts from the sword's edge like dawn breaking. It passes through dead flesh and hollow bone. Ancient enchantments shatter like frozen grass. Their remains settle into true death. Weapons fall from fingers that finally release their grip. The bell falls silent. The tower stands empty, guardian to a road where only memory walks. Dawn breaks across abandoned battlements. The dead sleep in borrowed halls. Their endless march finally ended. A doorway hidden behind falling stones. My shield pushes rubble aside, revealing an entrance sealed for centuries. The door itself is rotted away, leaving only iron hinges clinging to stone frame. Inside, circular walls rise toward a domed ceiling. Moonlight filters through a cracked oculus, illuminating what the dead have preserved. Not treasure, knowledge. Stone shelves line the chamber, holding scrolls long since crumbled to dust and leather-bound tomes reduced to brittle frames. But metal endures where parchment fails. Bronze plates and iron tablets stand arranged in rows, their surfaces darkened but legible. Then a search, finding a report. The northern forests are lost. Elfheim has fallen silent. Establish defensive positions along the King's Road only as to cover withdrawal. Then old orders summoning all to war. Then marks on the wall. The watchtower is fallen. This record shall remain for those who follow. The enemy does not sleep. The enemy does not tire. If any find this message who still draw breath, know that Haven stands only because others fell. My blade slides home. The shield settles against borrowed bone. Ahead, the road continues north. Behind, Haven's walls rise distant but safe. This tower will serve as waypoint now, cleared for living feet that might someday dare the path again. These fragments sense the changing air. North, corruption grows stronger. The rot spreads through elder forests. But here, for a space of leagues, only clean death walked. And now, not even that. I descend empty steps. The road calls, and these bones remember their purpose. Chapter 8. Worm of the Ancient Road. The road bends east around ancient hills. League markers count down the distance to Candlekeep Monastery. Something pulls at these borrowed bones, not the raw compulsion that first roused them from battlefield soil, but something subtler, older, bolder. Books hold memory better than bone. Knowledge waits in those halls, preserved by wards these fragments half remember. The arm beneath my shield pulses, pulling, turning, recognizing familiar ground ahead. I continue. The ancient road splits and fractures, nature prying apart what man laid down. Roots breach the surface like broken bones piercing skin. Cobblestones, once fitted with craftsman's pride, now lie scattered, broken, overturned. Dead trees line the path, their branches reaching toward a colorless sky. Black bark peels in strips, revealing gray flesh beneath. No leaves rustle. The branches stand bare against gathering twilight, twisted into shapes that suggest an ending rather than growth. The air hangs still. No wing beats disturb the silence. No birds call their territories. Empty nests rot in the skeletal trees, abandoned seasons past. Even insects abandon this place. No webs stretch between branches, no beetles scurry through dead grass. It is a dead place, and a dead thing walks through it. The road winds through a hollow where a stream once flowed. Dry stones mark its path, smooth from water long vanished. A wooden bridge spans the gap, its planks warped and splintered. My armored feet test each board before committing weight. The wood groans but holds. Moss grows in patches of green and black across fallen logs and stone. The moss recoils as the shadow of these bones falls across it. Even corruption recognizes something unnatural in my passing. The bridge creaks a final protest as I step onto the far bank. Ahead, the road disappears into a tangle of fallen trees, massive oaks and elms toppled by time and storm. No path remains. The trees lie stacked like discarded bones, a barrier of wood and roots that spans the roadway completely. Just tree limbs and hollowed trunks. I study the obstacle. No way around. The dead forest is just as thick with fallen logs and brambles. Through, then. I approach the nearest overturned trunk. Fingers of bone dig into decaying wood as I pull myself up and over. The bark sloughs away beneath my grip, revealing pale sapwood beneath, dead for years yet still holding form. The first trunk gives way to a second, angled sharply upward. I crawl along its length, shield scraping against rough wood. The tree's hollow core collapses beneath 1 foot, momentarily trapping bone. I twist, pull free, continue, deeper into the deadfall. 1,000 insects should crawl here. Beetles, worms, termites converting death to soil. Their absence speaks volumes. The bark crumbles at my touch, revealing tunnels carved by absent worms. At the center of the barrier, the trees form an accidental chamber. Something gleams amid the tangle. Metal. I approach, shield raised against unseen threats. A broken wagon wheel. Its iron rim bent but intact. Beside it lies an axle snapped clean. Wood splinters trail toward what remains of the wagon bed. Just broken planks now. Rotted clearly. No corpses, no bones. Whatever fate befell the travelers, their remains aren't here. I continue forward, squeezing through narrowing gaps. The deadfall thins, finally opening onto the road again. The King's Road stretches ahead, straighter here. Ancient paving stones still hold their pattern, though weeds thrust between the cracks. The dead forest stands back from the roadside as if something about the stonework repels it. I march onward. These borrowed legs don't tire. Only purpose drives them forward, step after relentless step. The road continues up a rise. From this vantage point I can see farther across the blighted landscape. Hills roll to the east, their slopes stripped of healthy growth. To the west, the land flattens toward distant mists and marshes. Something moves in that mist. Something large. I turn away. My path leads elsewhere. The road descends into a shallow valley. Here the stones have buckled, forced upward by something beneath. I step carefully across the broken surface. A milestone emerges tall in dead grass. Characters carved into its face have worn smooth, but fingers of bone trace their shape. 3 leagues to Candlekeep. The distance means nothing to a form that needs no rest, yet something in these fragments remembers the weight of tired feet on ancient roads. My bones know this road, though no single memory claims it. Fragments surface. The memory of wine, but not the memory of taste. The weight of scrolls in saddlebags. Horse hooves on ancient cobbles. These borrowed bones walked this path before. Many times. Many lives. Merchants bringing paper and ink. Knights escorting scholars, pilgrims seeking wisdom. The strong who once guarded the weak, the strong who fed on the weak, a cycle, all wrong. The life that was before. Deeper knowledge stirs in these fragments. These bones remember more than Haven forgot existed. Now I must reach those memories before they fade again. A mist and fog drift across and down. The road curves between dead hills. Mist clings to hollows, refusing to burn away today, though time must be passing. These bones feel the drift of hours, but mark no difference between dark and darker. Something moves in the fog. Bones and shield echo warning. My sword rises without sound, not a threat, a memory imprinted on the earth, something bound. The mist shapes itself into ghost forms of travelers long dead. Their edges blur and fade, leaving only the impression of motion. They walk this road as they did in life, passing through these bones like water through sand. They don't know me. The road continues its winding path, dead trees thin giving way to open ground. Broken walls emerge from darkness, boundary markers for monastery lands. The stones bear traces of protective wards, their power long faded. First light touches the horizon. Gray bleeds into grayer. The shield pulses warning again, stronger now. The ground shifts beneath these bones, not the subtle movement of settling earth, but something more, something vast. Ancient stones rattle against each other. Dust rises from cracks appearing in the road's surface. I halt, sword drawn, shield ready. Waves of soil ripple outward from a central point ahead. Some bones, more than others, recognize danger beyond mere threat. The ground splits open. Earth fountains skyward as something massive forces its way to the surface. Bones emerge first, a claw larger than a man, yellowed with age but bound by magic that glows sickly green between joints. The claw plants itself on broken ground, followed by another, both attached to limbs thicker than trees on the roadside. A skull follows next. Not the skull of any natural beast, but something that combines aspects of dragon and serpent, stretched and twisted by magic beyond recognition. Its eye sockets pulse with the same corrupt green light that binds its form together. The worm rises, shedding earth from bone plates that overlap like armor. Each plate bears markings, not natural growth patterns, but carved script by some absent other. Demonic runes pulse with power, holding this impossible collection of bones together. Vertebrae, large as wagon wheels, form a spine that stretches beyond sight as more of the creature emerges. Ribs arch outward like the timbers that frame ships. Wings unfold, not of flesh and scale, but constructed from thousands of fused smaller bones. The earth groans. The worm towers above these borrowed bones, a thing of ancient remains animated by corrupt purpose. It has no flesh to rot, no organs to fail, no blood to spill. Like me, it exists beyond death, but where these fragments serve purpose, the worm is mindless destruction. Its skull turns, tracking my movements. The jaw hinges open, revealing more teeth inside teeth. Rows of serrated bones leading to a gullet that glows with the same green energy binding its form. The sword in hand feels small against such mass, yet these fragments know their purpose. The shield settles against my arm, ready to meet the impossible. Some echoes in these borrowed bones recognize the runes etched into the worm's frame. Dark magic, older than Haven's walls. Binding spells meant to create a weapon that never tires, never heals, never dies. The enormous skull descends, jaws wide to engulf these fragments in a single bite. My shield rises to meet it. The impact sends cracks through bones, driving my feet backward. Teeth scrape against the shield's face, seeking purchase, but on Haven steel finding none. The sword strikes upward, finding space between massive teeth that come. The blade sparks against bone, steel meeting ancient remains. The impact travels through my arm, splintering joints not meant to absorb such force. These bones need no intact frame to continue their purpose. The worm's head whips sideways, flinging these fragments across the broken road. I land in pieces, arms separating at the elbow, ribs scattering thrown. The skull bounces, once, twice, coming to rest against a toppled milestone. Through empty sockets, I watch the creature rear back, its full height blocking, darkening the sky. Its spine unwinds, segments grinding against each other as it repositions. The tail emerges last, bone plates forming a massive club studded with spikes. Scattered bones remember their purpose. The hand still grips the sword, even separated from arm and body. Fingers flex, driving the blade into earth, using it as anchor to pull other fragments closer. Ribs roll across broken ground. Leg bones drag themselves through dust toward the core. The shield remains strapped to a partial arm, its weight slowing the return of those fragments. The worm's tail sweeps across the road, scattering reassembling pieces. These bones have been broken before. They know how to return. The skull watches as the massive creature circles what remains of this form. Green light pulses between its joints as it studies the moving fragments. It strikes again, massive jaw descending on the sword arm, still separated from the rest. Steel meets bone with a sound like splitting stone. The sword is for purpose, beyond just combat. The blade's edge finds gaps between the carved runes on the worm's teeth. Light flares where they connect, not the sickly green binding the creature, but clean white radiance that momentarily blinds even these empty sockets. The worm recoils, jaw hinging wider in what might be pain, if the thing could feel. The sword arm presses the advantage, driving the sword deeper into the gap. Runes along the blade activate, responding to corrupt magic in counterpoint of light to dark. While the creature focuses on the sword, other fragments reassemble. Spine connects to pelvis, ribs form their protective cage. The shield arm drags itself back toward the core, Haven's mark centered with each inch gained. The worm's attention shifts back to the reforming skeleton. Its tail sweeps low again, but this time the shield meets it. The impact shatters recently reattached joints, sending fragments spinning through mist. The shield itself cracks but does not break. Haven's mark remains. The sword arm, still separated, climbs the worm's skull while its attention fixes on the shield. Finger bones find purchase in eye sockets. The sword drives downward, steel sinking into the green energy pooling there. The creature thrashes, its entire frame convulsing as the sword disrupts the magic binding it. Bones grind against each other, plates shifting and separating as the spell pattern falters. Its jaw hinges open fully, nearly splitting its skull in two. Energy builds in that monstrous maw, not natural dragon fire, but concentrated corruption prepared to consume everything in its path. The sword arm twists, driving deeper into the eye socket. Light blazes. The blast erupts, not forward as intended, but outward in all directions. Green fire consumes the ground around the worm, turning stone to slag and dirt to glass. The sword arm disappears. Remaining fragments brace against the onslaught. The shield, though cracked, turns the worst. Borrowed bones blacken but hold. When the blast fades, the worm still stands. Those segments of its frame have shifted, bonds weakened by the sword. My separated skull watches from behind a milestone. The distance provides perspective on the creature's true scale. It towers over the road, a mountain of bone and corrupt magic that seems impossible to defeat with these limited fragments, yet purpose knows no impossibility. The sword arm moves, cracks, and emerges from the glass-smooth crater surrounding the worm. Blackened but intact, fingers still gripping the sword. The blade glows white-hot but still whole. My scattered pieces converge again, drawn together by compulsion deeper than the magic animating this frame. The shield arm reaches the core first, followed by leg bones and spine fragments. Ribs gather, forming partial protection around the center. Not complete, not fully functional, but enough to continue. The worm gathers itself to strike. Its skull, one eye socket now dark where the sword disrupted the magic, fixes on these reassembling bones. The jaw hinges open again, energy building more carefully. These fragments rise, incomplete but resolute. The shield, cracked but steady, braces before the core. What remains of legs plants firmly on glass-smooth ground. The sword arm, separated but aligned in purpose, positions itself for another strike. The worm lunges, its entire mass driving forward with purpose singular as my own. I dive beneath its skull, shield raised to scrape against bone plate underbelly. The sword, still clutched in a hand not attached to body, swings upward to meet the underside. Steel finds the seam where bone plates connect. The blade slides between, seeking the corrupt magic binding the segment. Where ancient metal touches ancient bone, light flares, not just opposing the worm's magic, but unraveling it. The creature recoils, its parts thrashing in patterns that suggest alarm, perhaps even fear, if such a thing could experience emotion. It writhes, segments grinding against each other as the sword disrupts connections between them. My scattered fragments press the advantage. The sword arm drives the blade deeper, prying apart bone plates to expose the corrupt heart of the binding spell. The shield arm braces against massive ribs, using leverage to widen the growing gap. The skull directs from a distance, watching for opportunities amid the worm's thrashing. The creature's tail whips around, catching these bones in mid-assault. The impact shatters what little cohesion had been restored. Fragments scatter again, flung across glassed dirt and broken stone. The sword arm alone maintains its position, buried deep in the worm's underside. From within, the sword continues its work. The blade pulses with increasing frequency, white light spreading. The massive creature thrashes with greater violence, segments of its spine separating as the binding spell unravels. Bone plates larger than Haven's shield fall to the earth. The skull itself twists unnaturally, as if trying to bite at the unraveling the sword has introduced to its magic. My scattered fragments, skull and all, pull together again, purpose undiminished by repeated destruction. The worn road becomes a battlefield of bone against bone, ancient remains driven by opposed magics. My sword arm, still buried within the creature's frame, drives toward what must be the core of the binding spell. The worm coils tightly around itself, bone grinding against bone. Its remaining eye socket flares, desperate. The wings, constructed from countless smaller remains, beat against the earth, raising clouds of dust and glass fragments. The tail, now partially separated from the spine, smashes against the ground and fissures what remains of the road. These borrowed bones reach the creature's skull again. Collected fragments climb. The goal becomes clear. Not to destroy the massive construct piece by piece, but to strike at the source. The worm senses the approach. Its head whips around, jaws wide to engulf these climbing fragments. Each fragment knows its purpose, even separated from the whole. While the jaws close on the shield, my skull reaches the base of the worm's ohm. Here the runes pulse strongest, the binding pattern's anchor point where corrupt magic first took hold. These empty sockets recognize the spell structure now. Enslavement, not animation. This creature was bound to a single purpose, a thing to haunt the king's road. The sword arm, still buried within the creature's frame, changes direction. The sword cuts upward, seeking connection with the primary binding point. The blade advances through obstacles of bone and magic, ancient steel remembering wars fought before Haven's walls were raised. The worm's entire frame convulses as the sword nears its goal. My skull presses bony fingers against the primary binding rune. The magic burns against these fragments, recognition deeper than physical form identifying the difference between enslaved bone and chosen bone. The sword breaks through final barriers, the blade's tip emerging beside my skull at the binding point. Steel meets primary rune, ancient magic recognizing ancient magic. Light explodes outward, not green corruption or white radiance, but the blending of both into something of both. The worm freezes, its entire frame suddenly rigid. The binding spell, disrupted at its source, starts failure throughout the bone construct. Green energy shifts, pulses, then starts to fade. The runes carved into bone begin to crack, ancient symbols breaking apart as the magic sustaining them fails. My skull watches as the massive creature's animation unravels. Its remaining eye socket flickers. The jaw, still clamped around shield fragments, loses cohesion. Teeth designed to shear through stone now barely maintain connection to the greater whole. The sword pulses once more, a final surge that shatters the primary binding rune completely. The worm's skeleton segments disconnect as the magic between them fades. The skull falls first. Vertebrae follow, massive bone plates sliding apart without the spell binding them together. I fall with it, these fragments landing among remains that dwarf them in scale. The sword arm, still gripping the sword, cuts through residual magic still clinging to larger bones. The shield arm drags itself clear of massive teeth, now harmless without animation to drive them. When the collapse finishes, the road and surrounding fields lie buried under a mountain of ancient bone. The worm's remains cover areas large enough to encompass village squares. Its skull alone could serve as a shelter for dozens. The magic has faded completely, leaving behind only naturally preserved bone, yellowed with extreme age but otherwise untainted.
My scattered fragments pull together once more, drawn not just to each other but to the purified remains surrounding them. Where demon script burned away, these bones recognize something familiar in the worm's remnants. I rise from the mountain of bone, new strength coursing through what remains of my form. Ancient dragon remnants once enslaved for destruction now integrate with my purpose. Armor-like plates slide into place along my spine. Ridges form where vulnerable joints once separated too easily. The massive skull that tried to devour me now contributes fragments that reinforce my own. What was corrupted now serves freely. My fingers flex, testing joints strengthened by worm essence. The movement feels natural, as if these pieces were meant to join this collection all along. The sword's weight balances differently in my grasp, counterpointed by newfound density in arm and shoulder bones. Something in these fragments recognizes the worm's enslavement. Its bones were bound by demon script, forced to endless purpose without choice. These bones know similar compulsion, protection, purpose. Not destruction, but compulsion nonetheless. The difference lies not in freedom, but in alignment. My purpose protects what remains. The worm's purpose served only destruction. Yet in this moment of joining, something shifts. The worm's bones, freed from corrupt bindings, choose to serve rather than being forced. Choice emerges from the spaces between borrowed memories. I have changed, grown. The scattered remains of the great beast cover the king's road, creating a barrier of tall and wide bones. Yet purpose requires no clear path. These borrowed fragments will find another way. I turn toward the path where Candlekeep Monastery awaits with its ancient knowledge. The morning sun catches on new ivory protrusions along shoulder and spine, casting shadows different from those that fell yesterday. Chapter 9. The Road to Candlekeep. Beyond the worm's remains, the king's road continues. I leave the bone field behind. The battle has changed more than these fragments. My structure feels different, stronger, more connected. Where my form once scattered easily, now plates of ancient worm bone provide reinforcement. The ground itself bears scars of battle, deep furrows cut through stone where the worm's tail lashed, glass patches where corruption's fire transformed earth into something else. The road itself has been redrawn by violence. I continue. The bones know this path continues to Candlekeep, though no single memory claims complete knowledge. Fragments surface. Scholars discussing rare tomes, knights reinforcing monastery defenses against threats long forgotten, merchants counting coin earned from delivering fresh parchment and inks. Borrowed memories suggest Candlekeep once stood as a bastion of knowledge, protected by both physical walls and arcane wards. Whether it remains or has fallen like so much else is unknown. Only the journey will give the answers. The new bone fragments shift with each step, settling into configurations that better support movement. They understand purpose in ways different from flesh. There is no pain in this joining, only accommodation. The worm's essence, its memories of flight and power, lingers, though barely, in these fragments. The arm beneath my shield pulses, pulling, turning, recognizing familiar ground ahead. I head forward where the road disappears into mist-shrouded hills. Candlekeep waits beyond. The landscape changes as the road climbs. Dead forest gives way to rolling hills stripped of growth. Grass grows in patches, sickly yellow rather than green. The path narrows, forcing these bones to contort and walk between stones that might once have formed a formal boundary. Worn carvings suggest ward stones, though their magic has long since faded. At the top of a steeper rise, the first view of Candlekeep appears.
Unlike Haven's design, the monastery sprawls around a central tower that rises far higher than any structure within Haven's walls. Even at a distance, details emerge. Arches supporting stone walls, stained glass windows dark with grime, defensive battlements topped with statues rather than practical watchtowers, a place where knowledge was valued above all. The outer walls showed damage, collapsed sections, scorch marks, evidence of ancient siege. Yet the monastery stands. Unlike the surrounding landscape, patches of green persist within the compound. Something protected this place when corruption claimed everything else. The road descends into a valley before the final approach. As elevation drops, mist rises to meet these fragments curling around bones. Not natural fog, but something deliberate, probing, testing, curious. No threat presents itself. Each step becomes harder, as if unseen forces push against purpose. Not corruption's work, but something else. Protection meant to dissuade rather than destroy. Through the thickening mist, shapes appear. Not physical barriers, but ghost images like those encountered on the road. These projections differ. Scholars holding books, monks in meditation, soldiers standing guard. All with the same empty eyes, watching these bones approach with expressions neither welcoming nor hostile. Turn back, they mouth without sound. This knowledge is not for the dead. These bones no different. Purpose doesn't require invitation. I pause before the apparitions, these scholarly ghosts with their silent warnings. Their forms shift and waver, insubstantial yet powerful. I step forward. The ghosts scatter like smoke, reforming ahead with more urgent gestures. Their mouths move faster now, forming words I can read rather than hear. None may enter who bring death's taint. If these are true guardians and not mere echoes, perhaps they can be reasoned with. My bone fingers scratch across the misty surface. I come seeking knowledge to protect Haven, to fight corruption. The mist swirls, condensing into a more substantial figure, a robed librarian. Unlike the others, this one's eyes hold awareness. He reads my message and studies my form. The dead have come before, Knight of Bone. They sought only to destroy our collections. I write again, serve purpose, protection, fight corruption. The apparition looks me over and his eyes pause on the emblem of the shield I bear. Recent, not old, the apparition half remarks, questioning. Gifted, granted, fought monsters at Haven. The apparition circles my form, studying the new bone plates integrated from the worm. His fingers pass through reinforced joints without resistance, yet somehow sense the truth of these borrowed fragments. You defeated the worm, he states, not questioning but confirming. A guardian corrupted by those who destroyed the world. He gestures toward Candlekeep's distant towers. We too were guardians once, preservers of knowledge that might rebuild. Now we guard ruins that none with reason remain to use. The apparition's form wavers, becoming less distinct before stabilizing again. None with reason remain within these walls, Bone Knight. Only echoes and dead things, going through motions established centuries past. Knowledge preserved without purpose, wisdom maintained without application. I trace my response through mist. Haven stands. Purpose remains. His translucent features arrange themselves into something approximating sadness. One bastion against corruption's tide yet. The apparition studies the shield again, focus sharpening. The symbol you bear. Haven's mark carries older significance. Perhaps there remains reason after all. The apparition's form stabilizes. A look of decision settles across its translucent features. The pressure against my advance suddenly releases. I am, was,
Lore Master Cherin, if you truly serve Haven, I will guide you to knowledge that may aid your purpose."
He gestures through the mist, which parts to reveal a clearer path toward Candlekeep's main gate.
"Follow closely. The wards recognize me still. Step where I step."
I move as directed, each placement of bone matching the apparition's footfalls. The mist parts as we pass, revealing stone steps.
"This monastery stood before Haven was more than an outpost,"
the apparition explains.
"The knowledge preserved here was used in Haven's original wards. What you seek may still exist, though reaching answers will prove challenging."
The main gates stand open. Beyond them, the monastery's courtyard stretches wider than appears possible from outside, space itself seemingly expanded within Candlekeep's boundaries. Buildings surround the central garden, dormitories, lecture halls, study chambers, all perfectly preserved, though uninhabited.
"These are preservation wards gone wild without maintenance," Cherin explains. "Knowledge protecting itself in the only way it knows how."
The apparition leads toward the central tower that dominates the complex. Unlike the surrounding structures built of ordinary stone, this is made from some material these fragments do not recognize. Not quite metal. We cross the courtyard, passing more evidence of unnatural preservation. Flowers bloom despite no gardeners to tend them. Paths remain clear, though no feet have walked them for generations. Fountains flow with water that appears freshly circulated, all maintained by magic designed to outlast its creators.
"The Great Library,"
Cherin names it.
"Heart of Candlekeep. What you seek lies within."
I stand before massive oak doors. Unlike the crude barricades protecting Haven, these doors rise 3 times human height, their surfaces carved with images of open books and raised torches. The symbols of knowledge and enlightenment worn but recognizable. Cherin halts before the doors, his ghostly form flickering more noticeably now.
"From here I can go no further,"
he explains, gesturing toward the entrance.
"Guiding you has depleted what little energy I can manifest. I must rest, return to the memories preserved in the mist."
The apparition's form grows increasingly transparent, detail fading from his scholarly robes and aged features.
"When you find what you seek, return this way."
His voice is barely audible now.
"I will guide you out again when I can."
With those final words, Lore Master Cherin fades completely. I place dragon-reinforced hands against ancient wood, purpose condensed to singular intent. The doors respond, swinging inward. I go forward. Chapter 10. Hollow Learning. I step through the doors into a place of stilled preservation. The great library of Candlekeep unfolds before these bones, a place of knowledge that corruption is touched differently than the world outside. Movement flickers behind windows, shapes drift through shadowed halls. The shield settles against my back as borrowed hands grip sword hilt. The new bone plate armor creaks as I advance. Inside paper carpets, stone floors. Books lie scattered, their spines cracked from violent handling. Shelves stand toppled, their contents spilled across flagstones. These fragments sense old violence here, but not battle. Something else happened in these halls, different from the mists outside the walls. A desperate search, perhaps. The remnants of panic and purpose linger. Dust lies undisturbed in layers too thick for recent passage, yet motion continues despite centuries of emptiness. In this place, I am not alone. Robed figures drift between fallen shelves, heads bowed over books they no longer comprehend. They turn at my approach. hollow sockets fixed on yellowed pages. Not at me, but through me at other shelves. The dead walked these halls, but unlike corruption's mindless servants, these were scholars once. Now they are creatures of routine, trapped in endless cycles of purposeless action. They do not attack, they do not notice, they simply continue. A tome falls from skeletal fingers. The sound echoes through empty halls. The undead reaches down, picks it up, opens to a random page, and begins again. It does not remember why it moves its fingers across words it cannot understand. More of them shuffle through the stacks. A robed skeleton sorts books that crumble at its touch, placing ruined fragments on ruined shelves. Another walks the same 10 paces between reference desks, turns, walks back. A third writes with a long, dry pen on dust-covered parchment, filling pages with nothing. I look closer, finding worn grooves from the pen. These are not enemies to fight, merely echoes to pass. The sword stays sheathed. The shield remains silent against my back. Deeper in the monastery, the air grows thicker. Preservation wards pulse from symbols carved into archways and lintels. They maintain the structure while ignoring the dead that walk its halls. In lecture rooms, skeletal learners sit in perfect rows, empty eye sockets fixed on podiums where dead scholars gesture at blank walls. Their jaws work soundlessly, explaining theories no living mind remembers. Against one wall, a skeletal archivist repeatedly stamps blank pages with a date centuries past. The motion never varies, the purpose never returns. I move through them unseen or ignored. They part around these borrowed bones like water around stone. The routine doesn't break.
"Outsider,"
it mutters.
"you found passage."
This must be another lore master. The ghost gestures at the undead scholars continuing their endless routines.
"They cannot see me,"
the apparition explains.
"The preservation wards judged them necessary, but not their awareness. Dead things function without comprehension, duty without purpose."
The ghost's form wavers, struggling to maintain coherence in this place of magical preservation. It points down a corridor where more undead scholars shuffle between fallen shelves.
"I was Lore Master Montbleu,"
it manages through fading lips.
"When corruption reached our gates, we enacted the final guard. We meant to seal ourselves in, preserve both knowledge and scholars within the wards. The wards interpreted much differently than intended, judging the living as a threat and prone to corruption."
The apparition drifts toward a grand staircase, descending into darkness. Its form strengthens slightly as it approaches symbols carved into the stone banister.
"Only the lore masters retained awareness," it explains. "Our rank carried ritual significance to the wards. Charon guards the outer approach because he cast the mist barriers. I maintain the inner archives because I sealed these halls. The others—"
Montbleu gestures at the shambling scholarly dead.
"The wards judged them unnecessary as conscious entities, only as functional components."
I follow as the ghost descends worn steps. Dragon-born plates scrape against narrow walls. Archive chambers branch off the main passage, each filled with more scholarly dead.
"They were our colleagues,"
it continues.
"our friends. Now they are automatons, performing tasks they no longer understand."
A larger chamber opens ahead. Unlike the disarray above, order reigns here. Books stand in perfect rows on untoppled shelves. The floor remains clear of scattered pages. Undead archivists move with more purpose, shelving tomes and sorting scrolls with precision their upper counterparts lack.
The inner sanctum's wards are stronger,
Monbleu explains.
The preservation magic maintains function better here. These ones remember how to perform their duties, even if they don't remember why.
The preservation magic judged the living too vulnerable to infection. It removed the risk while maintaining the functions. Monbleu's ghost floats toward a sealed archway. Symbols pulse along its frame, preservation magic so dense it distorts the air.
The central archive lies beyond,
he says.
What you seek may still be there.
I tilt my skull, questioning.
You come for knowledge of the corruption,
Monbleu states.
All who breach our wards seek something. The living fear what lurks outside. The dead follow orders they no longer understand.
He's not wrong. These bones need information on what stalks the lands beyond Haven. An undead archivist shuffles past, arms laden with scrolls. It passes by without noticing I exist, bone passing bone.
You're different,
Monbleu observes.
Not preserved by our wards, yet not corrupt. Purpose without decay.
My fingers trace Haven's symbol on the shield. The ghost nods in recognition.
Haven still stands, then. Good.
His form wavers.
Our failure did not doom everything.
I follow as he passes through the sealed archway. The preservation wards resist momentarily, then yield. They recognize something in these borrowed bones, perhaps echoes of purpose similar to their own. The central archive sprawls before us, a vast circular chamber rising 3 stories. Balconies line the walls, connected by narrow bridges. Undead scholars move between shelves, retrieving and replacing tomes without hesitation or error.
This way,
Monbleu points.
I cannot follow further.
The true library waits ahead. Double doors bound in silver stand sealed, their surfaces etched with wards these fragments half remember. Beyond them lies the knowledge these bones seek. A final guardian blocks the path, taller than the others. It wears robes embroidered with symbols of authority now meaningless. A crown of silver sits askew on its skull. The Grand Archivist forever standing watch before knowledge too dangerous for the living. It does not attack, does not speak, simply holds out a hand waiting for credentials that turned to dust centuries ago. I step forward. Unlike the others, this one's skull turns to track my movement. Some fragment of awareness remains in these ancient bones, some purpose stronger than mindless repetition. It does not attack nor speak. It simply holds out a hand waiting for papers that turned to dust centuries ago. These dead know nothing of the present. Their bones hold no answers about corruption or fallen wards. I leave them to their endless tasks. I step past the Grand Archivist's outstretched hand. His sockets follow my movement, but his arm remains extended, trapped in a ritual. The silver-bound doors beyond him bear markings these fragments recognize, not through knowledge, but through the echoes of memory and bone. The wards on these doors are protection against demonic influence. Mage knights carved similar symbols on shield rims when facing corrupted foes. My fingers trace the ancient patterns. The doors recognize something in this touch, not life, not death, but purpose aligned with their own. Silver light flares. The wards pulse once, then yield. The doors part. Inside waits the true heart of Candlekeep. Not books, but something older. Knowledge preserved from floor to ceiling, pulsing with stored memory. Ancient runework spirals across its surface, dormant until activated. This was the heart of Candlekeep's purpose, not just to collect knowledge, but to organize and access it. I step onto it. Dragon bones creak as I lower this borrowed form to one knee. I place a hand against the central rune. The chamber responds, light flares, ancient machinery activates beneath stone. Images flicker into existence above my head. Maps, fortifications, battle plans. The memories of war preserved by those who knew its cost. Then other images form. Dark creatures swarming across lands once green, corruption spreading from central points, the fall of elven spires, the retreat of dwarven clans. The first demons breaking through weakened barriers. The lore stored here shows what I seek, and I must know more. This is what I seek, the knowledge of how corruption spread. A map materializes before these empty sockets, the realms as they once stood. Elfheim's spires still proud, tall trees, forests untainted by darkness. Great ports still above water, bustling with ships from 100 nations. Forges burning clean fire, hammers ringing out songs of creation instead of war. The world before pride shattered it, before ambition turns to rot. Text appears beside the images, ancient letters shimmering in the chamber's light. It speaks of the world tree's corruption. The roots grew dark first, feeding on ambition instead of soil. By the time they recognized their error, the rot had already spread through soil and stone, through flesh and spirit. The Briar Queen. Her name appears often, etched in gold that now seems tarnished. She who led them down that path, promising ascension but delivering only ruin. Records display her first experiments with the tree's power. She believed she could merge with it, guide its growth through will alone. Notes in her own hand grow increasingly erratic, speaking of necessary sacrifices and glorious transformation. The elegant script becomes jagged, words carved deep as if by claw instead of quill. The corruption spread from roots upward. Trees grew wrong, branches twisting into screaming faces. Animals changed, fur giving way to thorns, eyes multiplying across misshapen bodies. The elves themselves began to turn, becoming neither plant nor flesh but monstrous versions of both. Still, the queen continued, believing transformation meant ascension, even as her subjects begged for death. The texts end abruptly. Final pages torn away, perhaps by those who saw too late what their pride had wrought. Nothing remains of what she became, save words in nightmares and the endless thorns that choke the land. Beyond the world tree records, these fragments find maps showing questions, not answers, paths that may not exist in any realm touched by light. Roots living flesh could never traverse, but these bones might follow. Tunnels that burrowed deep into darker depths. They show enough. The ward's location pulses deep in corruption's heart, where the world tree's roots first turned dark, where the Briar Queen began her work, where I must go. I reach for the nearest tome to learn more, but something shifts in the chamber's energy. The runes beneath my knees flash, warning detection. Wards flare to life around me. The ancient defenses recognize something wrong in these borrowed bones. The central platform beneath me shifts with hostile magic. I rise quickly, stepping back as runic patterns crawl across the floor. They form chains that reach for my limbs, preservation magic seeking to bind what it cannot understand. The sword comes first, the blade intercepting the first magical chain before it can grasp this skeletal arm. Where steel meets ward light, sparks erupt, the chain shatters. More containment wards activate. The chamber's walls glow with awakened sigils. This is no simple defense. The library seeks to preserve my form as it did the scholars, to add these bones to its collection of mindless minders. I slash through another ward chain as it lashes toward ribs. The magic splinters but reforms, learning from each contact. The shield comes off my back, Haven's emblem facing outward. The preservation wards recoil momentarily, recognizing the symbol. Not enough to stop them, but enough to create space. Above, the knowledge projections continue uninterrupted, indifferent to the battle below. The ward chains move with purpose now, surrounding rather than attacking directly. They mean to entrap, not destroy. I vault over a glowing barrier as it forms to box me in. These dragon bone legs provide new strength, driving me higher than before. The wards adjust, reaching upward. Magical chains grasp for ankle bones. One connects. The ward begins its work, trying to empty these fragments of will while preserving function. My sword arcs down, severing the connection. The magic scars the bone where it touches, leaving a glowing sigil that burns. More wards converge. The entire chamber becomes a trap, designed to add these bones to Candlekeep's mindless guardians. The preservation magic recognizes what I am. Not living, not corrupt, but something outside its understanding. I kick off a bookshelf, propelling myself toward the silver doors. Wards snake across my path, forming barriers of ancient magic more potent than demon spawn or corrupted beasts. Knowledge is the true power here, and it defends itself. I slash through another barrier, ward symbols fragmenting under steel. The preservation magic persists, reforming behind me as I drive toward the exit. These ancient spells were built to last. A shimmering chain wraps around my shield arm, sigils burning into bone. The sensation isn't pain. These fragments know no suffering, but the magic pulls at something deeper than marrow. I twist, bringing sword down. The blade severs the magical binding but leaves trace symbols etched into bone. The mark pulses once, then fades to a dull glow. These bones refuse to be claimed. 3 more steps to the silver doors. 2. Then 1 more. The wards surge in final defense, walls of pure preservation magic forming between these fragments and freedom. I drive the shield forward. Haven's symbol flares against ancient magic. Not enough to break through, but enough to create an opening. The sword follows, edge first into the gap. I answer with a word, channeling Eternus. I push forward, channeling energy through the sword. Eternus! The word resonates through sword and shield. Blue fire erupts along the blade's edge. Where it touches the preservation wards, they break. Magic that survived millennia dissolves before ancient purpose. The barrier splinters. I lunge through the fracture, just as the knowledge archive delivers one last revelation. A map flashes across the chamber. The kingdom of the Demon King. South. Far south. Farther than the map allows, and farther still beyond it. It is not my time to go, but someday I will make the trek. The silver door slams shut behind me as I escape into the outer chamber. I step through the gap, sword trailing blue afterimages that sever any remaining ward chains. The preservation spells reach for these fragments one final time, then fall away, unable to grasp. Beyond the silver doors, the undead archivists continue their endless tasks, oblivious to the battle against their wards. Their hollow eye sockets track nothing as I pass. The knowledge burns inside these bones. The world tree's corruption, the Briar Queen's fall, the paths that lead to darkness. It's enough to set direction, to point these fragments toward what must be done. The Grand Archivist still stands guard, hand extended. I ignore it and keep moving. No need to battle what cannot learn. Montblu's ghost waits on the stairs, his form fainter than before.
"You found it,"
he says, not a question. I nod once, shifting dragonbone shoulder plates.
"Then go."
Montblu's ghost gestures upward.
"What sleeps here cannot help you further. The answers you seek lie where corruption first took rot."
I climb the library steps, leaving behind the preservation magic and its mindless guardians. My sword slides into its sheath as I absorb what the archives reveal. The world tree. The beginning of all this darkness. The corruption didn't start with demons, they came later, exploiting what the Briar Queen began. Her ambition planted the first seeds of rot before demon lords claimed territories as their own. Undead scholars shuffle between shelves, trapped in their endless rituals of knowledge without understanding. Their bones hold no answers I need now. I emerge from Candledeep's depths into the central courtyard. The archives showed the truth. The world tree stands where corruption first took root. That's where this path begins. The Demon King's kingdom lies far south beyond the map's edges. That battle awaits in distant shadow. The final confrontation these fragments will someday face, but not yet. First, the source, the root, the world tree. Each demon lord and corrupted beast I've faced is merely a symptom, not the cause. To truly protect Haven, I must trace this corruption to its origin. Only then will these bones understand what they fight. But knowledge brings clarity I did not want. The archives revealed truth. I am not enough. Not yet. I passed through Candlekeep's outer gates, leaving preserved knowledge behind. The mists part before these dragon-bone legs, recognizing neither life nor death, but purpose that transcends both. Of Lore Master Charon nothing remains. Another ghost faded back into memory's embrace. The King's Road stretches ahead, a pale ribbon through corrupted lands. These fragments now understand what they face. The Demon King waits far to the south, a being that devours gods. These bones, this sword, this borrowed strength, insufficient. It would scatter these fragments to dust, leaving nothing to reassemble. I need more power. Each victory has granted fragments of strength, but facing the true corruption requires transformation beyond what these bones currently possess. The Demon King broke the world itself. First, the world tree. Its corrupted heart holds answers and perhaps power to claim. Each demon lord I fell must become a stepping stone. Each corruption I cleanse must add to this form I wear. Then the long path south. If these fragments hope to confront corruption's source, they must become something greater. Haven stands alone now. The refuge never meant to last. Yet, it endures. Chapter 11. What hunts below. Candlekeep's outer gates part without sound. The mist that tested my approach now yields without resistance, recognizing something changed in this borrowed form. Of Lore Master Charon I see no trace. His energy spent in guiding what was never meant to enter. Knowledge gained comes with purpose altered. The world tree awaits, but another call pulls at these fragments first. The road stretches before me, no longer pointing toward mere knowledge, but toward answers buried in corruption's heart. The ground bears the scars of my battle with the worm, glass patches where corruption's fire transformed earth into something else. That transformation echoes through this form. Dragon plates shift against my frame with each step, settling into configurations that support rather than hinder. They understand purpose in ways different from flesh, adapting without pain or complaint. Their essence remembers flight and power, lending strength to limbs that should not move so freely. One direction leads north toward the world tree where corruption first took root, where the Briar Queen's ambition twisted nature against itself. The archive's knowledge burns within these fragments, images of elven spires falling as roots grew dark. Ancient tomes spoke of towers consumed by things that should have nurtured, not destroyed. That path will come, but something else pulls these bones first. A compulsion, a thought not my own I cannot ignore. I pause, study the sensation. The pull tugs eastward, away from the King's Road, away from mapped threats. The dragon-reinforced spine beneath these ribs straightens as I consider this deviation. No commander ordered this path, no desperate cry summoned these bones. This feels like decision, but not quite my own. Protect, I think, though no voice emerges. Not destruction's call, but directive. I turn from the marked road, moving into wilder lands where shadows gather differently. The King's Road stretches back toward Haven, but purpose draws me away from its ancient stones. Something pulls, sensing distant need. Tall grass parts before these worm-reinforced legs. No path exists here, only the pull that guides each step through wilderness. The landscape itself seems caught between life and death. Away from the road, trees still stand. Grass still grows, yet everything holds the wrong color, the wrong shape. From a ridge I gaze across lands once cultivated, now abandoned to wild growth. Farmsteads stood here once, their foundations still visible as geometric patterns beneath encroaching vegetation. Life retreated, leaving emptiness where communities once thrived. Signs of corruption grow more obvious as I move eastward. Trees grow, their branches forming patterns that suggest intent rather than natural growth. Flowers grow with too many petals, their centers moving with something that resembles breathing. Yet this corruption differs from what these fragments encountered before. Not the mindless hunger of shadow beasts or the deliberate malice of demons. This feels almost peaceful, as if the land accepted its transformation and finds no need to attack what passes through, or finds nothing worth attacking in these bones that move. The first day passes, then a second, then into the third. The dead need no rest, no fatigue. These borrowed bones continue their eastward journey, following the compulsion that grows stronger with each league crossed. The sun sets and rises, marking time without measuring it. On the third day, hoof prints appear in soft earth. Deer, perhaps, or things that used to be deer. Their trails wind between weathered stones and fallen trees, converging into paths that suggest direction more than random grazing. I follow these tracks, letting the pull guide these steps. Here and there, older stones break the earth's surface, remnants of buildings long forgotten. A fallen column bears markings these fragments almost remember. This land held settlements before the road, before the monastery, before the breaking of the world. By the fourth day, signs of recent human passage emerge. Broken branches at roughly shoulder height, disturbed earth where boots pressed too heavily. Ash from cook fires, no more than days old. Living feet still walk these paths, though they take care to hide their presence. Of the King's Road and other paths nothing remains, lost to brambles and wild growth. The animal tracks grow more purposeful, less random. They form paths that diverge and converge, offering choices these bones do not need to make. The pull remains constant, drawing me eastward still. A broken shrine appears beside one such path, weathered stone wrapped in fresh cloth. Names have been carved beneath offerings of dried flowers. Some villagers attempt to preserve what faith remains in these lands. These fragments recognize the pattern, a way to honor, remember the fallen loved ones. The flowers have been replaced recently. Their stems show clean cuts rather than withered breaks. Someone tends this shrine despite danger around it. Beyond the shrine, signs of concealment multiply. A fallen tree has been deliberately placed to block one trail. Another shows evidence of careful misdirection, false tracks meant to lead followers astray. Branches have been woven to hide the true path from casual observation, yet the pull remains, east and slightly south where purpose knows it must go. These fragments sense desperation in the attempts at concealment. Whatever these people hide from, they fear it greatly. The shield pulses warning at odd intervals, sensing things that watch from shadows but dare not approach. The sword remains sheathed, but my hand never strays far from its hilt. The worm bone plates across my shoulders flex when danger flows nearby, adapting to provide better protection should attack come. A bird takes flight suddenly, startled by something these fragments cannot see. Its wings beat, one side larger than the other. Its call sounds wrong, too many notes held too long. The corruption reaches even here, though its touch seems lighter than in other places. By the fifth day, purpose drives these bones faster. The pull strengthens, becoming urgent rather than merely directive. Something needs protection, and that need grows more desperate. These reinforced legs move quicker over uneven ground, covering distance even faster. This is a calling, a summoning I must answer. The grass parts beneath my stride as the pull grows even stronger, until at last I'm closer and listen for sounds of life. No dogs bark, no livestock calls, no children shout at play. Only wind through empty spaces where life should be. My borrowed bones pause at a ridge overlooking a shadow valley. Below, a collection of wooden buildings huddles against the growing dark. Farmland stretches in uneven patches around the settlement, protected by crude wooden walls barely taller than a human stands. The crops grow but are unattended. Wheat bends with seed-heavy heads, ready for harvest that has not come. Bean plants climb their poles, unpicked pods splitting to spill contents onto untilled soil. Apple trees drop fruit that rots where it falls. No movement between the buildings, no livestock in the pens, but signs of recent life remain. Laundry still hangs from lines. A wagon stands half-loaded with crates. Tools lie abandoned mid-task, as if their wielders stepped away only momentarily. A cooking fire smolders in a yard, its embers not yet cold. The wrongness feels stronger now. My sword hand tightens on the weapon's hilt, though the blade remains sheathed. Theirs was a decline in those who remained. The pull grows more insistent here, different from the duty that first roused these bones from battlefield soil. This is not the compulsion to fight corruption or seek knowledge. This is older, more fundamental to whatever oaths these fragments once swore. Living fear calls to ancient promises. Protection demands answer. Tracks mar the mud near the closest building, multiple sets of boots, all heading in, none coming out. More concerning are the other marks, long furrows in the earth, as if something massive dragged itself through soil too solid to take clear impressions. I scan the settlement for movement, for any sign that explains the abandonment. Dragon-enhanced sockets look for heat beyond what human eyes might see, finding nothing above ground that suggests living presence. The settlement's silence speaks of violence delayed, not completed. Whatever drove these people to hide still hunts. The pull that drew me here grows urgent, tugging at each bone and joint. A compulsion to find what waits below ground. I drop from the ridge down into the valley, these worm-bound bones landing with barely a sound despite their weight. The reinforced skeleton absorbs the impact that would shatter living limbs. New plates of ancient ivory flex and settle, adapted now to this form's purpose. My cloak settles around these shoulders as I rise, sword now drawn, though the shield remains across my back. The settlement's wooden walls offer no real protection against serious threat. Whatever breached them did so with casual force rather than desperate assault. Splintered boards and torn posts mark its passing. Not explosion or fire, but physical impact from something too strong for simple barriers to repel. The damage suggests entrance rather than exit. Something forced its way in, not out. The closest home beckons, its door ajar. Fresh scratches mar the doorframe, deep gouges in solid oak that would dull most blades. Blood stains the threshold, but no bodies lie nearby. The pull grows stronger, drawing me past the broken entrance toward the settlement's heart. Inside, furniture has been overturned, possessions scattered in haste rather than malice. A meal sits half-eaten on a table. Bread grown stale, stew congealed in wooden bowls. A child's toy lies abandoned beside an empty crib. These people fled without taking even precious items. I move between buildings, following tracks that converge from all directions. Boots, both large and small. Claws that left precise punctures in soft earth. And those strange furrows, cutting through soil like ships through water, all leading toward what appears to be a meeting hall at the settlement's center. Its double doors have been torn completely free, one hanging from a single hinge, the other splintered on the ground. Inside, overturned benches create a maze of wooden barriers. Signs of struggle mark every surface, slash marks in walls, arrows embedded in support beams, dropped weapons scattered across bloodied floorboards. The villagers tried to fight, to defend. But against what? These borrowed bones pause, sensing movement below. The floor itself seems to shift, settling in ways wood should not move. My weight causes boards to creak as I approach a trap door set into the corner. Its heavy iron handle bears fresh scrapes where desperate hands worked to secure it from below. The pull resonates through every enchanted bone now, drawing me downward. Whatever purpose brought these fragments here, it waits beneath the floorboards. My shield slides into place as I grip the handle. The trap door resists, barred from below. These worm-reinforced arms apply pressure, wood groaning in protest. The bar snaps. The door flies open, revealing a ladder descending into darkness, though these dead eyes need no light to see. My bones click softly as I climb down. The cellar stretches wider than the building above, rough-hewn walls suggesting multiple basements connected through hastily dug tunnels. Makeshift supports groan under the weight of earth and timber. Movement echoes through the tunnels, breathing, whispered prayers, the shuffle of many bodies pressed together. But beneath those human sounds, something else scrapes against stone. Something massive, something patient. I step from the ladder, shield raised before me. My sword glows with faint blue light, casting strange shadows across dirt walls. The tunnels branch in 3 directions, each showing signs of recent passage. The new bone plates across my shoulders scrape stone walls too wide for spaces meant for human passage. Yet they respond to threat, contracting like scales against my frame. The worm's essence remembers how to move through tight spaces, how to stalk prey in darkness. These borrowed bones adapt, learning from the ancient hunter's remains. The scratching stops. Something has sensed my presence. A child's whimper carries from the leftmost passage. The pole yanks at these bones, drawing me toward that sound with urgency beyond mere compulsion. My steps quicken, purpose driving this frame forward. The tunnel opens into a larger chamber, its ceiling supported by wooden beams salvaged from buildings above. Villagers huddle against the far wall, men, women, children pressed together in terrified silence. Their eyes fix on my skeletal form, but greater fear holds them still. Chapter 12. The Thing That Wears the Faces. Now I see why the villagers huddled in fear. The chamber's darkness parts around its form. A segmented body coiled against earthen walls, chitin plates gleaming like obsidian. Multiple limbs unfold from its segments, too many joints clicking as they reach for the terrified humans. The tunnel walls bear deep grooves where it has shaped its hunting grounds, widening passages for its bulk while leaving others deliberately narrow. But it's the face that draws my hollow sockets. A village elder's face stares from above mandibles that click beneath stolen skin, worn by something that should have no face at all. Eyes flat and wrong watch from skin pulled too tight, the first victim claimed to feed its hunger. The skin shows no decay, no rot, preserved through means these fragments have no memories of. Fresh marks score the walls, desperate tallies counting days since it began its hunt. 2 weeks of villagers vanishing into the dark. The destruction of Haven's dark heart must have drawn it from deeper slumber. Ancient evil walking to ancient evil's death. Children huddle against parents in shallow alcoves dug into the dirt walls. A young boy steps forward, entranced, drawn by an impossible familiarity. The creature's stolen lips move. No sound emerges. Yet somehow words form in the air, perfect and human, yet utterly wrong.
"Come, child,"
it beckons in the elder's voice.
"It's me. I'll lead you home."
The boy takes another step, mesmerized. His mother reaches for him, fingers clutching empty air. My shield settles, the sword rises, the harvest ends here. Between me and the villagers writhes corruption given form. Its body resembles a massive centipede, pale segments glistening with mucus that smells of rot and strange spices combined. 6 limbs per segment end in razor-sharp appendages, part blade, part claw. Its head turns toward these borrowed bones, revealing not eyes but sensory pits that pulse with recognition beneath the elder's sagging face. The creature rises higher, revealing rows upon rows of smaller legs beneath its bloated form. Not a simple centipede, but something worse. A harvester of flesh and identity. The villagers press tighter against the wall, finally managing to pull the entranced boy back among them. They expected death from the tunnels. They never anticipated salvation from a walking skeleton. The worm bone plates across my chest expand, borrowed bones preparing for battle. The shield settles more firmly against my arm. Eternus pulses with blue light, recognizing corruption that must be cleansed. The monster lunges. The battle begins. My shield meets its charge, ancient metal forged for exactly this purpose resounding with the impact. The collision shudders through borrowed bones. The harvester's front segments compress, absorbing the shock. 3 scythe limbs slide around the shield's edge, seeking vulnerable joints. I pivot, bones scraping against packed earth. The sword slices forward, severing the nearest limb at its second joint. Black ichor sprays across tunnel walls. The creature recoils, segments bunching together in momentary retreat. The severed limb continues thrashing on the ground, still dangerous, still deadly. My boot crushes it, grinding chitin to dust. "Run!" a father shouts, dragging his children toward the tunnel entrance we arrived through. The wrong choice. The harvester's segmented body ripples with sudden motion. It flows across the chamber ceiling, using hundreds of smaller legs to defy gravity. The elder's face watches upside down as its form blocks the exit.
"Stay with me,"
it whispers in the elder's voice. Another mouth opens beneath the stolen face, dripping venom that sizzles on the stone floor. A mother screams as acid drops sear her shoulder. My shield rises, catching the next spray. The metal hisses, blessed alloys fighting corruption. I move, following the escaping villagers. Eternus striking upward where the creature anchors itself to stone. Steel finds a leg cluster, severing dozens in a single sweep. The harvester drops, segments crashing to earth like falling stones. No time to press the advantage. I motion for the villagers to follow me toward a different exit. They need no second urging, rushing behind these borrowed bones as the sword carves a path. The chamber leads to 3 tunnels. Tooth marks score the left passage entrance. Claw marks frame the right. The center path bears no signs. These fragments choose center. The harvester flows behind, chitin plates scraping stone in rapid pursuit. Its stolen voice calls from darkness,
"Come back! That's the wrong way! Come back to safety!"
The tunnel narrows, forcing villagers to proceed single file. The ceiling lowers until borrowed bones must crouch to advance, a perfect ambush point. The mission demands perseverance. Halfway through, a side passage reveals its grim purpose. A pit lined with sharpened stakes holds the remains of earlier victims. Bones picked clean share space with fresher corpses, the harvester's larder. A skull stares upward, a golden medallion still hanging around its neck. A missing guard captain sent to investigate days past. The creature's clicking mandibles echo closer. No time to mourn the fallen. Eternus leads onward, guiding villagers through. The tunnel opens into another chamber. Relief turns instantly to horror. Cocoons hang from the ceiling, dozens of wrapped figures suspended in glistening threads. Some still move faintly. Some have been still for days. A girl points upward, voice broken with terror.
"My brother!"
Above, a fresh cocoon twitches frantically. The harvester has been busy. No time to free him. The creature flows into the chamber behind us, segments compressing to fit through the narrow passage. Its mass expands as it emerges, limbs unfolding from hidden joints. The elder's face now shares space with another, the blacksmith's, newly harvested, skin still flushed with lingering blood. 2 faces, 2 voices.
"Come to us,"
they speak as one. The villagers press against the far wall. No exit is visible beyond. These fragments stand between prey and predator. My shield braces against stone as the sword points toward the abomination. The harvester splits, segments dividing fluidly into two smaller horrors, each crowned with a stolen face. They circle in opposite directions, trying to flank. My shield tracks the elder's face while the sword follows the blacksmith's. The creatures coordinate their attack, striking simultaneously from both sides. Scythe limbs scrape across worm bone plates, finding purchase between ribs. Borrowed bones crack, but purpose remains unbroken. The sword sweeps low, severing leg clusters on the blacksmith horror. It stumbles, balance lost. The shield slams upward, catching the elder horror beneath its stolen face. Mandibles crack against Haven's shield. A child screams. Above, cocoons swing wildly as the chamber ceiling cracks. A new horror drops through the opening, a third segment wearing the guard captain's preserved face. 3 enemies, 3 fronts. These fragments divide resources accordingly. A single will guiding bones that move separately. My leg launches upward, shattering against the newcomer's underside. No matter. The mission continues. The shield blocks the elder horror's renewed assault, while the sword pins the blacksmith segment against stone. Borrowed bones fight on, even as they scatter. The third horror, the captain-faced segment, grabs a child. My severed leg bone flies through the air, thrown with purpose honed over centuries of forgotten battles. It strikes the creature's sensory pit. The child drops, scrambling away. The captain horror turns its attention to these fragments, recognizing the greater threat. 3 segments converge, flowing together once more like nightmare quicksilver. The harvester reforms, now crowned with 3 faces staring from different angles. Its mass swells as hidden chambers in its segmented body flood with ichor, preparing for something worse. One chance. These fragments scan the chamber, seeking advantage in stone and shadow. There, a thin crevice behind the villagers. Too small for the horror's bulk, but perhaps large enough for humans to squeeze through. A crack barely noticeable. I point with a turnus. The mother hesitates, looking up at her suspended son.
"We can't leave them!"
The sword angles toward the crevice again. Kin will follow after. The harvester senses the plan. Its segments surge forward, trying to block escape. My shield meets its charge, ancient metal against chitin plate. The impact shatters bone, sending fragments skittering across stone. A turnus slashes upward, severing support threads. Cocoons drop. The shield, now held by a severed arm, positions itself to break their fall. Villagers grab their cocooned kin, dragging them toward the crevice. The harvester floods the chamber with webbing, sticky streams that harden rapidly on contact. The fluid catches several villagers, binding limbs to torsos. These fragments focus purpose. The worm bone plates expand, cracking the hardened silk imprisoning them.
"Leave me!"
A man cries, webbing hardening around his legs.
"Save my daughter!"
No one left behind. These bones remember old oaths. A turnus slices through hardened strands, precision-cutting bonds without harming flesh. The father stumbles free, scooping his child into his arms as he runs. The harvester towers overhead, segments stacking until it scrapes the chamber ceiling. All 3 faces turn toward these borrowed bones. Voices emerge from multiple mouths, layered and discordant.
"Whatever you are,"
they speak in unison, a voice that combines the stolen dead.
"You'll join our collection!"
Its segments part, revealing the grisly remains of warriors embedded in its flesh. Ancient armor, blessed weapons, bone fragments, all preserved as trophies. These fragments recognize kindred purpose in their remnants. Not the first guardian to fall opposing this horror. A knight's helm, still containing a skull. A priestess's staff, clutched by preserved hands. A dwarf's axe, its edge still keen, all claimed by the creature's endless hunger. The last villager squeezes through the crevice. The mission narrows to pure combat. These fragments need no retreat, no respite. Eternus hums with purpose, recognizing prey that is feasted on too many worthy opponents. Chapter 13. A different kind of death. The harvester attacks with everything at once. Scythe limbs slice from multiple angles. Acid sprays from secondary maws. Webbing erupts from specialized segments. The shield catches what it can, but borrowed bones shatter beneath the overwhelming assault. Ribs crack. Arms separate. Skull fragments scatter across stone. But purpose endures beyond physical form. The sword continues its attack, even gripped by fingers no longer attached to hand or wrist. The harvester flows toward the crevice, intent on pursuing easier prey. These fragments will not allow it. My scattered bones pull together through will alone. The shield drags itself forward, positioning to block the narrow passage. The sword strikes at passing segments, drawing the creature's rage back to my broken bones. My shattered jaw faces ancient hunger. The horror turns, segments compressing with what might be rage. It abandons pursuit, focusing full attention on these stubborn fragments. Fresh limbs unfold from segmented plates, each tipped with barbed hooks designed to tear bone from bone. Let it try. These fragments have faced worse. The harvester surges forward. My shield meets its charge, braced against stone. The impact drives blessed metal into the floor, cracking rock. But the barrier holds. The sword circles around, striking where segments meet tunnel walls. Black ichor paints stone as steel finds vulnerable flesh. The creature recoils, segments bunching to protect the wound. These fragments press forward, relentless in pursuit. The sword traces patterns older than this cycle of death and duty, cutting through natural armor with purpose honed across countless battles, deepening old wounds. The horror retreats toward the chamber's far side, its segments leaving trails of ichor across stone. A hidden passage reveals itself as the creature backs into darkness. These fragments follow, undeterred by growing shadows. The tunnel winds downward, walls slit with secretions that glow with faint bioluminescence. The ceiling rises, then falls, passing through chambers clearly designed for ambush. The harvester leaves its mark on walls and floor, not just ichor, but discarded armor, a trail of trophies from challengers who came before. A crusader's gauntlet, fingers still curled around a broken sword hilt. A ranger's leather helm, split open like its wearer's skull. A mage's staff, crystal shattered but still pulsing with fading power. Each tells a story of failed opposition. Each marks a spot where the creature killed a worthy foe. Each serves as a warning for what awaits these fragments. No matter. The mission tolerates no hesitation. The passage opens abruptly into vertical space, a shaft descending into darkness. The harvester clings to the far wall, segments spread wide across stone. 3 stolen faces stare across the gap, watching as borrowed bones assess the obstacle. No simple crossing. Platforms of stone jut from the shaft walls, irregular and treacherous. The creature waits, knowing few pursuers survive this challenge. It expects hesitation. It misunderstands the nature of these fragments. My shield secures to backplates. The sword angles downward. Borrowed bones launch across the gap, legs driving with purpose that transcends physical limitation. The leap falls short, but hands find purchase on the nearest platform edge. The harvester's segments ripple with what might be surprise. It hadn't expected continued pursuit. Scythe limbs slice toward extended arms, seeking to send borrowed bones tumbling into darkness. The sword flashes upward, parrying strikes meant to dislodge this frame. These fragments swing to the platform's underside, avoiding the main assault. Momentum carries borrowed bones to the next outcropping, then the next, circling the shaft in rapid descent. The creature flows down the wall in pursuit, movements no longer measured and precise. Urgency drives its segments faster than caution warrants. It slips, several segments losing purchase, not falling but no longer in control. These fragments continue their spiraling path downward. The shaft widens into the creature's true lair, a vast chamber carved from bedrock, walls lined with preserved faces arranged in grotesque tapestry. Hundreds of victims stare with empty eyes, skin stretched over stone in mockery of life. Ancient banners hang between the faces, tattered remnants bearing sigils of kingdoms long fallen. Weapons rust in piles, armor decays in heaps. The Harvester's collection spans centuries of opposition. Champions, heroes, ordinary defenders, all ultimately food for ancient hunger. And in the chamber's center, a pit descends into true darkness, the source of corruption. The Harvester flows toward the pit's edge, segments rearranging to form a defensive ring. All three stolen faces align toward Borrowed Bones, watching with flat, wrong eyes. Its segments split, revealing the true horror beneath natural armor, a pulsing mass of organs that glow with unnatural light.
"You are not the first,"
the three faces speak in unison.
"You will not be the last."
Its segments part further, displaying embedded trophies from favored kills. A paladin's cuirass, holy symbol still glowing faintly. A witch hunter's mask, eyes replaced with gleaming gems. A king's crown, bent and broken around the skull that wore it. Each trophy pulses with fading power. Each represents a worthy opponent consumed by endless hunger. Knowledge transfers between dead things. Their final strikes guide my sword arm. Their discovered vulnerabilities become targets. The collective memory of failed attempts becomes strategy. The paladin's final defense guides my shield arm. The witch hunter's precise strike directs Eternus's tip. The Harvester senses the change. Its segments compress, trying to protect spots where others had struck before falling. Too late. These bones remember what they never personally learned. My sword traces patterns discovered by fallen champions. Steel slides between chitin plates they died testing. Black ichor fountains as blessed metal finds ancient flesh. The Harvester thrashes, limbs striking wildly as Borrowed Bones press the advantage. Scythe limbs catch my shield arm, tearing it from socket. No matter. The sword needs no defense. My leg shatters beneath concentrated assault. No matter. The mission continues. Ribs splinter as barbed hooks find purchase between plates. No matter. Purpose endures. The creature rises to its full height, segments stacking until it towers overhead. A desperate gambit. It exposes previously hidden vulnerabilities, sacrificing defense for overwhelming offense. The sword exploits the opening. Steel drives upward into pulsing organs. Black ichor floods the chamber floor. The Harvester's segments convulse. Light flares from steel, burning corruption from within. The creature's segments thrash, then grow still. Its stolen faces crumble to dust, returning to the elements that bore them. What remains settles into the pit from which it emerged, generations of horror returning to darkness. Bone finds bone with purpose that transcends physical form. The shield arm reconnects, the leg straightens, ribs align to proper position. The mission continues, but this threat is ended. The vertical shaft presents no obstacle to ascent. These fragments find a different path upward, following trails left by the creature's past hunts. Each chamber passed reveals new horrors and new survivors. Cocoons line walls and ceilings, some still containing living victims. The sword cuts them free. The shield catches those who fall. Borrowed Bones gather the living, guiding them toward safety. Some walk on their own, some must be carried. These fragments sense the difference, but duty demands they save all who can be saved. Torches light among survivors, trembling flames in trembling hands. The webbing parts beneath my blade. Another survivor falls free, caught by my shield arm before striking stone. Her eyes fix on these hollow sockets, seeing death but sensing purpose. No screams now. Terror gives way to desperate hope as she beholds deliverance in bone. The chamber holds more cocoons than first sight revealed, hanging in layers upon the curved ceiling, some fresh, others bearing weeks of dust. The horror stored its food, preserving what it could not immediately consume.
Sarah! Sarah!
A man's voice breaks the silence. He cradles the woman I just freed, his hands shaking as he wipes silk from her face.
I thought, when it took you...
Words fail him. His tears fall upon her face, washing away the remnants of her prison. More cocoons pulse with life above. The sword continues its work while they embrace, each strand parting beneath steady steel. Some hold victims, others merely corpses. These fragments sense the difference.
Get away from them!
A rock strikes my skull. The stone does nothing. These fragments continue their work, Blade finding another cocoon while he sobs his anger. The thrower stands trembling, another stone raised.
Haven't we suffered enough monsters?
No matter. The dead accept no argument. The whimper of a child draws attention higher. The blade follows, the webbing parts revealing a girl no more than 10. She falls into waiting arms of bone, chest rising with shallow breaths. The man's stone drops as he recognizes his daughter's face.
Emmy?
His voice breaks.
Oh, Emmy!
He rushes forward, taking her from bone grip. Tears stream down his face as he checks her pulse.
Her brother! Please! Merrick was taken too!
These fragments understand his fear. His violence born of love denied. The living lash out when hope returns. My blade finds another cocoon, parts silk with careful precision. A boy falls free. The man sobs as he clutches both children. Other survivors help him carry them to solid ground. His eyes meet hollow sockets, shame warring with gratitude.
Keep cutting! His voice steadies. Please keep cutting.
Steel parts ancient strands, releasing bodies one by one. Some breathe, others rot. The shield catches the living, guiding them to solid ground. Borrowed bones work methodically, memories of other rescues guiding each cut.
That's Jensen's boy,
someone whispers.
And Patterson. It's been keeping them alive all this time.
Wonder mingles with horror in their voices. Layer by layer, the harvest reveals itself. The freshest cocoons pulse with life. Others hang silent, faces frozen in final terror. The shield guides survivors toward the chamber entrance while steel frees more victims. A young girl screams when consciousness returns.
The face! The elder's face!
Her mother clutches her close, quiet whispers attempting comfort these fragments cannot provide. Black blood stains the webbing near the chamber's peak. The sword reaches higher, parting strands thick with age, more bodies, more faces. The horror's larder spans generations. The ceiling shivers, soil begins to fall in increasing amounts. The battle-weakened tunnel supports, victory now threatening to become burial.
We're trapped!
Panic rises in fresh voices. These fragments sense other paths, carved during patient centuries of hunting. Some must lead to surface air. The shield bangs against stone, drawing their attention. My sword points toward 3 tunnel mouths. The shield brushes ceiling webs aside, revealing paths previously hidden.
How can we trust it?
A woman clutches her rescued child.
It's one of them. A dead thing.
It freed us, the man who threw the stone answers. We follow or we die here. They hesitate, but what choice remains? The group shuffles forward as earth continues falling. Their feet leave prints in soil turned to mud by spilled blood. Some stumble, exhaustion claiming strength.
My legs!
An elderly man gasps.
I can't!
Stronger arms support weaker frames. The living help living while these bones lead the way. The braver guard the rear, ensuring none fall behind. The passage winds upward, carved with the same patient precision as the rest. More trophies line alcoves, older faces preserved from distant places.
Look away,
A mother tells her children.
don't glance at them.
Some survivors turn from the displays, others stare, recognition dawning in hollow eyes. These are not the first settlements it has fed upon. Not the first communities it has hollowed from below.
How many?
A voice breaks.
How many before us? How long has it dwelt beneath?
The tunnel splits again. The air moves differently here, fresher, touched by surface winds, but distance matters less than stability. Earth still shifts above, the ancient supports failing after centuries.
It's collapsing!
Someone shouts as more soil falls. Borrowed bones need no light, but terror slows living steps. A child trips. Her father scoops her up without breaking stride. They've learned to help their own now. Fear teaches cooperation faster than trust. Moonlight filters through cracks ahead. The tunnel mouth opens onto a hillside half a league from their settlement. Stars shine overhead as survivors emerge on shaking legs. Fresh air hits lungs accustomed to the stale depths. Some collapse immediately, falling to their knees in the damp grass.
We made it!
The stone thrower breathes, voice thin with exhaustion.
Gods preserve us. We're out.
They gather close, but there is no strength left for celebration. Days of captivity and terror have hollowed them. Women who carried children through the tunnels now sink to the ground, unable to take another step. Men who supported the elderly now tremble with fatigue, muscles failing after their final effort.
The village,
An old woman says, pointing to distant lights barely visible through trees.
we must.
Her words trail off as her legs buckle. The stone thrower catches her before she hits the ground.
We can't make it.
He admits, the truth plain on every face.
Not tonight.
The hillside offers little shelter. The forest edge holds unknown dangers, yet none can continue. Their torches burn low, bodies lower still. They look to these bones for direction, fear of the surrounding darkness greater than fear of what saved them. My shield plants into soft earth, marking this spot as sanctuary. The sword remains ready, a promise of protection.
Here.
A woman clutches her rescued child, doubt in her voice.
What if other creatures come?
The stone thrower looks from the skeleton to the dark forest surrounding them. Understanding dawns in his eyes.
The monsters know whose territory this was,
He says slowly.
They'll keep their distance for tonight, at least.
He isn't wrong. The harvester's domain extended beyond its tunnels. Lesser predators learned to avoid these hunting grounds, respecting ancient territorial markers that still hold power. These bones sense their absence in the surrounding darkness, a temporary reprieve bought with the horror's death. I scrape letters in the dirt with the sword's tip, carving words into the soil where all can see them. Rest. Will watch. Protect. The survivors stare at the message. Some back away, others draw closer, wonder replacing fear.
It speaks.
A child whispers.
It thinks.
The old woman corrects. The stone thrower reads the message aloud for those who cannot read. He looks to these hollow sockets.
You understand us.
These fragments offer no response. Understanding matters less than purpose. My sword points to fallen branches at the forest edge. The stone thrower nods, gathering kindling with the last of his strength. Others form a protective circle, moving with the coordination of those who have already survived together. Soon, a proper fire burns. They arrange themselves around it, the strongest taking the outer ring. Parents cradle children close, some already asleep before finding proper positions. The wounded receive what little care can be provided with torn clothing as bandages. Water from a nearby stream eases parched throats.
We should keep watch,
A young man suggests, though his eyelids droop even as he speaks.
It stands watch,
The old woman replies, nodding toward these bones that need no rest.
Tonight, we sleep.
The survivors surrender to exhaustion in waves. First the children, then the injured, then those who carried others. Even those determined to remain alert find themselves drifting, heads nodding toward chests before jerking upright, then nodding again. The fire burns lower, the night deepens. Soon all sleep except these fragments. I patrol the perimeter in slow circles, the sword visible to any watching eyes. The message requires no interpretation. Death guards this circle. The scent of the harvester's ichor still clings to these bones, a warning to creatures that hunt by smell. The survivors sleep in positions that speak of lives spent in hard labor, bodies curled to preserve heat, hands still clutching improvised weapons, even in slumber. The stone thrower wakes in the middle of the night, hand reaching automatically for his children before his eyes open. Finding them still beside him, he exhales relief, then looks to these bones that continued their vigil through the night.
You're still here,
He says quietly, not expecting answer.
I thought you might. Well,
He stops himself. What would a living man know of a dead thing's purpose?
will you come with us?
The stone thrower asks, eyes on hollow sockets. I carve more letters in soil dampened by dawn dew. Trust, protect, rest, will stay, protect. The stone thrower studies the words.
Merrick,
He says suddenly.
my name is Merrick.
His fingers trace the letters I've carved, weathered skin catching on soil clumps. Something about this exchange feels necessary. Names have power, even if these fragments claim none.
And this is Emmy.
He continues, gesturing to the sleeping girl curled against his side.
My daughter. You saved her.
The child stirs at her name, eyes fluttering open to find hollow sockets watching. No fear crosses her face, only curiosity. She studies these bones with uncomplicated acceptance.
Are you a guardian?
She asks, voice small but unafraid. These fragments have no answer that would satisfy. Guardian implies choice. These bones merely fulfill purpose. I raise the shield bearing Haven's mark. Recognition might come where words fail. Merrick's breath catches.
You're from Haven? The fortress settlement?
Emmy reaches out, small fingers hovering near the shield's edge.
Is it safe there?
Safe is relative. Haven stands. Haven endures. Haven is defended. My sword etches new marks in the soil. Will guide. Sleep. Rest. Chapter 14. In the shadow of a dead city. Dawn breaks across the survivors' camp. They wake slowly, stiff from sleeping on hard ground. Fear returns with consciousness as they remember why they're here. The stone thrower, Merrick, rises first, checking his children still breathe. They gather closer to dying embers, speaking in hushed tones. Children whimper at empty stomachs. The old struggle to stand on weakened legs. 2 weeks of the horror's methodical culling has left them diminished.
We need to go back,
a woman says, clutching her clothing around thin shoulders.
Our homes, our food,
Another adds.
our supplies.
Our walls,
Merrick stands.
the settlement's walls have protected us since grandfather's time.
The tunnels run under everything.
Another answers.
Our homes, our fields, it shaped the ground beneath our feet for weeks while we lived blind above.
Some nod. Others stare at soil that might hide more horrors. The horror died, but they know now what darkness can hold.
The cellars.
A woman clutches her rescued daughter.
All those passages. How do we know what else lives down there?
These bones offer no answer. The horror died, but instinct drives this frame to follow the survivors. Their protection commands priority. Merrick looks to my silent vigil.
Will you come with us? We need to gather supplies.
The sword rises, blade catching morning light. These fragments sense no immediate danger, yet purpose demands vigilance. The village awaits, a cluster of wooden structures surrounded by a simple palisade. They approach with caution, memories of the horror's hunting ground still fresh. The gate stands open just as they left it during their flight 2 weeks past.
Stay together,
Merrick commands.
move quickly. Take only what we need.
They move with purpose bred from desperation. Merrick organizes them into teams, each with specific tasks.
Grain from the communal stores, preserved meats from the smokehouse, tools from the smithy, medical supplies from the healer's cottage, warm clothing for the journey.
3 strong men head to the granary with empty sacks. Women gather at the communal ovens, collecting bread that somehow remains fresh. Others retrieve smoked meats from hanging racks, water from the wells. The village holds enough to sustain them, if they can carry it.
The cart,
An old farmer suggests.
the one we use for market days. It could carry more than our backs.
Merrick nods.
Good. Find it. Check the wheels, the axles. We'll need it sound for the journey.
2 men retrieve the cart from behind the meeting hall. Its wheels turn true despite sitting idle. They begin loading it with provisions, sacks of grain, sealed jars of preserves, coils of rope, extra clothing for the cold nights ahead.
Take the medicines,
A woman directs.
the tinctures for fever, the salves for wounds. Who knows what we'll face on the road?
Children gather smaller items. Flint and steel for fires, needles and thread for repairs, small keepsakes to remember home. Merrick oversees it all, ensuring they take only what serves survival.
The weapons rack,
He directs a group of younger men.
bows for hunting, spears for protection, knives for all.
They work with efficient desperation, filling the cart and their own packs, food enough for weeks if rationed, water skins for the journey, tools that serve multiple purposes. Merrick examines the cart's growing load.
Not too heavy,
He warns.
we must move quickly if needed.
These fragments patrol between groups, hollow sockets scanning for threats. The village holds strangeness beyond empty streets. Fires still burn in hearths abandoned days ago. Candles remain lit. Gardens show signs of recent tending. Food on tables appears fresh.
How?
A woman stares at her untouched kitchen.
2 weeks, yet everything looks fresh. Someone's been here,
Merrick says.
Someone's been maintaining our homes.
A survivor points to footprints in scattered flour on a baker's floor.
Look, those aren't ours.
These fragments scan the disturbed earth. The prints seem human, yet subtly wrong. Too precise, too uniform. The sword rises slightly, sensing deception where others see mere strangeness.
Take what you can, quickly.
Merrick urges.
Something isn't right here.
They work with desperate efficiency. Packs filled with food still fresh despite weeks of abandonment. Water drawn from wells. Tools and clothing packed with care. A child cries,
Father, look!
Everyone freezes as they follow his pointing finger. A girl stands at the end of the street. Her dress matches the one Emmy wears, clutched in her father's arms. Her face bears the same features, down to the small birthmark beneath her left eye.
Emmy?
Merrick's daughter presses closer to his leg.
That's not me!
The second Emmy smiles. Her lips stretch too wide for a human face.
Father, why did you leave me behind?
Merrick pushes his daughter behind him.
That's not Emmy.
The copy steps forward, movements jerking like a puppet with tangled strings.
Don't you recognize me? It's Emmy.
My sword rises. These fragments sense wrongness behind simple mimicry. The horror's death left offspring, smaller versions that had learned to mimic without mastering the full art of their parent.
Everyone back!
Merrick commands. The survivors retreat, remembering terror too fresh to forget.
Father, don't you want to take me home? Take me to our new home.
These bones move forward as the survivors retreat. The sword points toward the aberration, recognizing corruption that must be cleansed.
Father, why does the skeleton want to hurt me?
The voice changes, grows more childlike, more perfect in its mimicry.
I'm scared.
Merrick's daughter screams from behind her father's protection.
It's copying my voice! Make it stop!
A realization forms in these fragments. The harvester never needed to claim the faces it wore. Different method of mimicry. The offspring doesn't wear Emmy's skin. It wears an approximation formed from its parents' memories. A shadow of a shadow. A copy of a stolen image. Less perfect than the original horror's method, but no less dangerous in its deception. The false Emmy's face splits into a too-wide smile. Beneath her skin, something moves that has no place in human flesh. Her limbs elongate, joints bending in impossible directions. My shield braces as the sword rises. The battle instinct requires no thought. The copy lunges, movement unnaturally fast, not as fast as the horror, but quick enough to threaten the living. My blade intercepts, parting false flesh that yields no blood. Instead, black ichor spills from the wound, thinner than the horror's, but bearing the same corrupt essence. The survivors scatter, seeking shelter in nearby buildings. Merrick pushes his children through a doorway. "Stay inside, all of you!" The false Emmy screams with perfect human terror as the sword cuts deeper. Its form begins to shift, skin sloughing away to reveal something altogether different. Not the segmented horror of its parent, but a paler imitation. Fewer limbs, less armor, more dependency on mimicry than brute force. Its true form emerges, a pale grub-like creature with rudimentary plates beginning to form. Face-stealing remains its primary weapon, but it lacks the horror's centuries of hunting experience. The aberration abandons its human guise entirely, revealing 6 developing limbs and a partially formed mouth structure similar to the horror's feeding apparatus. It flees, scuttling between buildings with surprising speed. These fragments give chase. The offspring poses less threat than its parent, but purpose demands completion. The sword follows, tracking black ichor across village streets. The creature leads toward the well at the village center. It descends the stone shaft, limbs finding purchase where human hands would slip. These bones follow, descending into darkness without hesitation. Below, tunnels branch from the well shaft, smaller passages than the horror's main chambers, but unmistakably the same design. Young tunnels recently dug. The horror's offspring had begun creating their own domains beneath the village, separate from their parents' hunting ground. The ichor trail leads deeper. My sword scrapes the low ceiling as these fragments track the wounded creature through passages sized for its smaller form. The shield catches on narrow walls, slowing progress. The tunnel opens to a small chamber, a miniature version of the horror's larder. No cocoons hang here yet, but the walls bear fresh secretions, preparing for future hunting. The offspring crouches in the chamber's center, limbs splayed in defensive posture. It has no stolen face now, only sensory pits that pulse with recognition. Its mandibles click, producing sounds that approximate human speech.
Why hunt? Plenty for both. Village big.
Behind it, 3 more figures emerge from shadowed recesses. Not fully formed horrors, but grotesque approximations of villagers these fragments recognize from survivors' descriptions. The blacksmith, the miller, the healer, all disappeared during the horror's earliest hunts. These fragments understand now. The offspring maintained the village above, preserving it as a lure for returning survivors or new prey. They kept fires burning, food fresh, appearances normal, a trap layered upon trap. My sword rises, recognizing corruption that must not be allowed to mature. The offspring lack their parents' power now, but given time and feeding. The false Emmy lunges with desperate speed. Simple scythe limbs slice toward borrowed bones. My shield deflects while the sword strikes with purpose born of ancient duty. Steel slides between developing plates, finding vulnerable flesh beneath. The offspring thrashes, black ichor flooding the chamber floor. Its limbs shudder, then grow still. Light flares from blessed steel, burning corruption from within. The other copies retreat deeper into tunnel networks, abandoning their wounded sibling. These fragments would pursue, but the shield pulls toward the surface, toward duties more immediate. The survivors remain vulnerable above. These bones retrace their path upward, emerging from the well-defined survivors gathered in cautious distance. Merrick steps forward, Emmy and his son clutched close.
Another one?
He asks, voice tight with controlled fear. My sword scrapes dirt before them. Offspring. Smaller. Dead. More below.
There are more,
someone whispers.
The horror had children.
My sword continues its writing. Must leave. Now. A woman points to fresh smoke rising from a chimney that had been cold moments before.
They're still here, still watching the whole village.
Merrick nods, understanding the urgency.
Everyone grab your packs. We've taken what we can.
He meets hollow sockets with renewed resolve.
Lead us north, to these walls you promised.
They gather with purpose born of fresh fear. The stronger help the weaker. Parents carry children too young to keep pace. The wounded receive support from those still whole. My shield points northward, toward distant haven where walls stand higher and stronger than this village's simple palisade. The sword remains ready, watching for other disturbances in the natural order. As they walk, more faces appear at windows they had passed minutes before, familiar faces warned by unfamiliar things. A baker watches from his shop. A child stands in a doorway. A farmer pauses in his field, all watching with eyes too still, expressions too fixed. The survivors look back one final time at the place they called home. Merrick speaks what all think.
It was already lost.
We just didn't know it yet. Don't look back,
mothers tell their children.
Just walk.
The road stretches ahead, worn stones marking the way north. These fragments remember its path, 3 days to Haven's walls, if the living can maintain the pace. The mist of joist and new horror remains behind, but its patience means little. Other horrors wait between this place and safety. Some feet blister, some legs cramp, some backs ache under loads growing heavier with each step, but they keep moving. The dead city behind offers no sanctuary, and Haven's walls wait ahead. A child falls, exhausted. Before her father can lift her, others take his burden so he can carry her. They learn. They adapt. They survive. Chapter 15. Vigil of Bones. I guide the ragged band northward, my borrowed bones marking the way. The stone thrower Merrick proves invaluable, maintaining order despite the survivors' obvious exhaustion. Our trail tells a story of struggle, Shuffling boots, children's uncertain steps, walking sticks probing for purchase. My armored form leaves the deepest imprints, ancient plate pressing into soft earth with each stride. When a young boy stumbles, I react without thought. His mother's arms are already full with our supplies. I offer my shield as support. The way he studies my skeletal fingers holds more curiosity than terror. His mother's quiet gratitude drifts on the air, a sound carrying meaning these borrowed fragments still recognize. We follow the road's curve through towering trees. Their natural canopy offers welcome shade, so different from corruption's oppressive darkness. My sword remains at ready. These ancient bones remember well how swiftly peace can shatter. An older woman stumbles. Others catch her before she falls. They share water, redistribute her load among stronger backs. The group adapts without command, protecting their weakest as instinct drives these bones to protect them all. Merrick approaches my position at the column's head.
How far to Haven?
My finger traces numbers in dirt beside the road. 3 marks, days. He nods, studying the survivors.
Some won't last that long at this pace.
My blade points to sheltered ruins ahead, an old way station where travelers once rested. These fragments remember its walls still stand.
We'll rest there, he announces. Just long enough to catch our breath.
The group shuffles faster at the promise of rest. Their pace reveals reserves of strength hidden beneath exhaustion. Humans endure more than they know, as these borrowed bones well understand. A child starts humming an old traveling song. Others join, voices soft but growing stronger. The melody carries them forward step by step toward temporary shelter. The way station appears as the sun dips low, its crumbling stone walls still offering some protection against the elements. The survivors set to work immediately, clearing debris, establishing a perimeter of wagons and stones. Merrick organizes watches while others prepare a meager meal from dwindling supplies. Children huddle close to parents, eyes heavy with exhaustion but minds too alert for proper rest. I patrol the perimeter, borrowed bones sensing change in the air, not corruption's taint, but something older stirring beneath ancient soil. My hollow sockets scan the tree line as twilight fades to darkness. Something will come with the dark. The herbalist approaches as I complete my circuit. Her knowledge of plants has served the villagers well in the days since we fled Joist.
Something troubles you,
she observes, eyes shrewder than her aide suggests.
I've watched you long enough to read even bones.
I gesture toward the eastern tree line. Her eyes follow but see nothing in the darkness that these fragments detect.
Danger,
she mutters. I nod once. She considers this, weathered fingers closing around a small pouch at her belt.
They need rest,
she says finally.
Real rest. The kind that heals more than the body, the spirit.
Her meaning is clear. She too senses what approaches, though not as these magical bones do.
I prepared valerian root and rathbane flower,
she explains.
Meant for those with the worst injuries, but...
She glances at the makeshift camp, counting familiar faces.
Perhaps better used for all tonight.
I tilt my skull, questioning.
Deep, dreamless sleep,
she explains.
They won't hear or feel anything.
Her eyes meet my empty sockets.
Will you watch over us?
My response is a single nod. Certainty fills these borrowed bones. The herbalist studies my frame for a long moment, then decides...
I'll add it to the evening broth. They'll sleep until dawn, no matter what comes.
She turns to leave, then hesitates.
What of the men?
I trace symbols in dirt, using the consistent format. I stand alone. Better. Her expression tightens.
You face it alone, or they die trying to help.
She nods grimly.
Forgive an old woman's deception.
I watch as she returns to the cooking fire, adding her herbs to the communal pot with practiced movements. None question her. They trust the herbalist who has eased their pain since the journey began. The survivors accept the meal gratefully, hunger overriding any notice of unusual bitterness. Even Merrick, determined to stand first watch, accepts a bowl before taking his position. One by one, they succumb to unnatural slumber. Breathing deepens, bodies slacken. Even Merrick, fighting the herb's longest, eventually slumps against a wagon wheel, his weapon still clutched in relaxed fingers. The herbalist herself takes no broth, instead meeting my gaze across the dying fire.
I should stay awake,
She says.
in case.
I shake my skull once, firm denial.
You think I should stay out of the way?
She says, no accusation in her tone.
Perhaps you're right.
Her eyes drift toward the sleeping survivors.
My duty is to them anyway. If you fall.
I gesture toward her belt pouch, where other herbs surely wait. Her expression hardens with understanding.
Mercy, if all is lost. Yes.
She nods, reluctantly sipping from her own cup.
I trust you'll not need my services tonight, Guardian.
Her eyes grow heavy despite her resistance.
Wake me if...
Her words trail off as the herbs claim her consciousness. I stand motionless at the edge of our makeshift camp as darkness claims the land. Night drifts across broken ground, turning scattered stones and twisted roots into pale shapes against shadow. Behind, survivors rest behind a crude barricade of wagons lashed together with old rope, stones piled to form a low wall. All sleep soundly, protected by herbs from the horrors that approach. My bones cast long shadows across their sleeping forms. The sword in my hand remembers old battles never fought by this body. I stride beyond that circle of warmth and mortal breath, facing the east where a faint stirring hints at restless things. These borrowed fragments hear what mortal ears cannot. The distant rattle of ancient armor. The hollow scrape of bone on bone. The whispered promise of violence carried on wind that smells of open graves. A legion approaches, summoned by the scent of living flesh. Centuries of forgotten soldiers rising from shallow graves where no honors marked their passing. The earth itself trembles with their awakening, a subtle vibration these fragments feel through armored boots. Not random wanderers or chance encounter. Purposeful hunger drives them forward. They come as an army, remembering only that they once fought, once killed, once died. Now they seek to do it all again. The living need quiet to mend their wounds. I will see they get it. Chapter 16. Legion of the Forgotten. Shapes form within the gloom. Silhouettes of figures half-rotted, armor rust-eaten, swords chipped to dull edges. They move without grace, their limbs jerking as old joints protest long years underground. Empty sockets fix on the distant scent of breath and blood. No thoughts guide them, no reason. They are dead soldiers, stripped of purpose except the hunger that draws them onward. Purpose calls these bones toward their hunger. The dark shrouds their approach, but I see them through the shifting mist. I move to intercept, drawing them away from sleeping survivors. The first trio advances like drunkards. One drags a halberd that scrapes dull lines across the earth. Another hefts a battered shield, its crest lost to centuries of weathering. The last wields a sword but has no hands, just bony stumps that clamp the hilt through long dried tendon. They spread out slowly as if remembering old drills. No words pass, just the chattering of rusted mail and toothless jaws. I meet them beyond the perimeter, stepping lightly over a ridge of tangled roots. My sword rises, my shield angles forward. The moment they sense my presence, they lurch into a ragged charge. Their weapons rasp, ancient metal protesting motion after too many silent years. I catch the halberd swing on my shield, momentum passing through lifeless bone, and respond by slashing through a gap beneath its breastplate. Old bone splinters. The dead soldier staggers, collapsing as I tear my blade free. Another's blade rattles against my own. Sparks fly as I drive it aside and open its rib cage with a single heavy cut. Loose vertebrae spill into dirt. The third tries to club me with its shield. I let it smash into my shoulder, dragon bone absorbing the blow. While it recovers from the swing, my sword snaps down, severing its neck. The skull rolls into shadow, still grinning, but not moving. They fall silently. No moans, no curses. Just hollow silence after my blade does its work. But as their pieces settle, others step forward from the mist. More soldiers follow, first 10, then 15, then more. Now I see their weaponry. Polearms missing half their blades, maces whose heads are lumps of rust, spears splintered into jagged points. They must have risen from old burial pits drawn by the scent of living blood, or perhaps by the faint echo of my presence, an undead champion standing between them and easier prey. They come at me in ragged waves. I turn aside their clumsy strikes with the shield. My sword finds joints in their armor, cracks through bones, sends bits of dried marrow scattering. One tries to cleave my helm. I let it strike. Bone chips fly. I drive my blade up under its chin, splitting old mail and skull in two. Another thrusts a spear into my flank. I feel the shaft grind against ribs. No pain. I twist, grab the spear, and jerk it sideways, pulling its wielder off balance. My blade finds its spine, hacks twice until torso and legs part ways. More press in, emboldened by my stillness. A foolish mistake. I surge forward, shield slamming into a cluster of them, knocking 3 into a heap. I bring down the sword in two-handed arcs. Bones crack under relentless steel. Limbs scatter. Hollow eyes stare without recognition even as I butcher them. The ground churns beneath my feet, old soil and ancient remains mixing into a slurry of filth. Yet these are only the first ranks. Beyond them I sense movement. Scores of undead forms emerge from the tree line, from old trenches, from shallow graves hidden by ferns. More emerge from shadow. My blade finds endless targets in a simple rhythm. Strike, slash, cleave, thrust. Steel parts, decrepit bone, and weathered mail. When one falls, another shambles forward, weapon raised. They press closer, driven by mindless hunger. My shield cracks against empty skulls. 3 more take their place. I lead them further away from the camp, stepping back one careful pace at a time. Each backward step invites them onward, away from sleepers who know nothing of the dark. I must draw them out where their countless numbers can spread wide, rather than funneled straight at the barricade. Better they converge on me, an unyielding wall of bone and plate, then try to circle and catch soft flesh unguarded. The living cannot survive such a tide. They come in earnest now, a loose formation stretching left and right, weapons raised high. There must be dozens, no, more, scores as the night deepens. I spot a standard bearer, a dead knight clutching a tattered flag. It charges without a voice, brandishing a cracked warhammer that could shatter mortal skulls by weight alone. Behind it, a double line of infantry, shields interlocked in a mockery of old discipline. Further back, mounted shapes, skeletal horses bearing riders half rotten, lances held crooked but still deadly at the tip. A shift stance. If they come as an army, I will face them as one champion. My shield raises, sword lifting to point at the mass. They shamble faster, drawn to challenge. The first collision is brutal. The standard bearer swings wide, hammer crashing into my shield. The force sends me sliding back. I let momentum carry me, twist and step inside its guard. My sword rakes down through its shoulder, splitting old mail. It stumbles. I tear the blade free and strike again. The hammer falls. Another blow from me severs its legs at the hip. I pivot as the standard bearer collapses, its ancient armor clattering against stone. The warhammer drops from lifeless fingers. No time to pause. More undead press forward, their weapons glinting dully in the darkness. A spear thrust catches my ribs. I grab the shaft, using it to pull its wielder off balance while my sword cleaves through its spine. Another attacks from the left, axe swinging wild. My shield catches the blow, and I respond with a precise cut that severs its head. The infantry line crashes against me like a wave of steel and bone. Their shields lock together, pushing me back. I plant my feet, dragon-reinforced bones holding firm. My sword finds gaps between their guards, splitting mail and cracking ribs. They try to overwhelm me with numbers, but these borrowed bones remember siege warfare. I use their press against them, letting their own weight create openings. The mounted shapes draw closer, hooves striking hollow against packed earth. I need space to face them. With a surge of strength, I slam my shield into the infantry line. Bodies tumble backward, their formation breaking. I spin back toward the fallen standard bearer, its form still twitching with unnatural motion. Its skull caves easily beneath my armored boot, ancient bone splintering to dust. The banner it carried lies forgotten in the mud. Once proud colors now reduced to tatters, whatever heraldry it bore lost to time. Before I can recover, their shield wall slams into me. Scores of rusted blades hack away at once. My shield catches many, but others strike where I cannot guard. Chips of bone fly from my arms, and my leg is cut clean at the knee by some ancient halberd's curved edge. I topple. They surge forward, oppressive bodies, splintered armor grinding against my own. From the ground, I lash out. My sword carves ankles, shins, anything within reach. I hack apart their supports, sending them crashing down atop me. The pile grows. Dead soldiers tumble like loose firewood broken by my blade. I pull myself free, bones reassembling even as I fight, guided by purpose deeper than physical connection. My missing leg reattaches from fragments called back by magic older than these foes can recall. Standing once more, I press forward, shield rattling as I bash into their second line. Their weapons ring against my metal plates. My blade answers, these new dead spilling blackened marrow. I cut through torsos, split helmets, tear arms from sockets. Each strike reduces them to heaps of lifeless bone. Now they know the cost of facing me, though they cannot truly know fear. A horn sounds from the darkness. It must be a relic call, echoing from some commander who still believes in order. The undead respond, shifting tactics. A squad with long spears tries to encircle me. They press from both flanks, iron points thrusting at once. I spin, steel flashing in moonlight. I take 2 spears at the shoulder, letting them shatter bone as my blade shears through hafts and skulls. They fall, and I move again, never allowing myself to be pinned. More climb from shallow graves at my back. I feel their weapons strike my armor. A sword lodges in my spine. I reach over my shoulder, wrench it free along with an arm still gripping it. The arm's owner stumbles forward. I slam the hilt of its own sword into its skull, caving it in. Another tries to tackle me from behind. We tumble to the ground. It rakes at me with rusted daggers. I stab upward beneath its chin. Bone fragments drizzle down like brittle hail. To the east, a line of archers appears. Emaciated shapes holding bows strung with sinew. They draw back arrows fletched with rotten feathers. I see their eyeless sockets fix on me. Then arrows fly. I raise my shield, catch 6 shafts that snap or stick. Some arrows bite into my ribs where armor was torn away. They lodge there, quivering. Pain does not matter, but I note the force. Another volley comes. I charge them, sprinting across uneven ground where corpses and shattered mail litter every step. A mounted knight tries to intercept, lowering a lance aimed at my chest. We meet in a bone-rattling clash. The lance splinters on my shield. The horse's skull grinds against my blade as I slash across its head. The horse collapses mid-stride, pitching rider and mount into a heap. I trample them, blade hammering down until neither moves. By the time I reach the archers, they release a final volley. Arrows punch through gaps in my armor. My forearm bones crack under a heavy shaft. I ignore it all, crashing into their ranks. My sword cleaves through 3 at once, their flimsy ribs collapsing. Another tries to flee. I tear off its skull and fling it aside. They come without end. The ground must be layered with centuries of old warriors who never found peace. Now they rise at the scent of mortal lives sleeping behind me. I will not let these hungry dead disturb the living. A pair of hulking shapes emerge from behind a shattered oak trunk. These are larger than the rest, draped in partial plate that might have once belonged to champions. Each wields a colossal weapon, great sword and a war axe. Their heads tilt at my presence. I brace myself. The great sword whistles down. I raise my shield, but the impact forces me off my feet, driving me into a pile of broken skeletons. Before I can rise, the war axe swings horizontally, catching my midsection and scattering half my ribs. My sword arm strikes blindly. I hook the blade behind its knee and yank. It topples with a crash. I scramble atop it, sword hacking again and again, splintering its heavy plate until I reach the spine and sever it. The other brute looms, tearing me free from its comrade's remains. It lifts me overhead, attempts to snap my spine like a twig. Bones grind, but I do not yield. My sword arm twists, driving steel into its wrist. It drops me. I fall awkwardly, snatch up a fallen spear from the ground and hurl it. The spear drives through its skull, pinning it to a half-buried shield. It struggles, trapped. I rise and finish it with a downward chop that splits helm and bone in one stroke. A shriek that is half wind, half memory echoes from a distant ridge. I see a figure clad in ancient plate, more intact than the rest, mounted atop a skeletal charger. A commander of old armies, perhaps. It lifts a sword etched with runes and points at me. At once, a swarm of newly risen troops emerges from behind it, rushing downhill. More? I brace, sword raised to meet them, though my shield is lost somewhere. They crash into me like a wave. Spears and swords thrust from all directions. I spin, blade whirling, hewing limbs, smashing skulls. Bits of armor and bone rain down. They stab me repeatedly, trying to break me faster than I can reassemble. I lose an arm here, a chunk of spine there, but I always reform. A kneecap lost beneath some corpse crawls back moments later. I am tireless, and they are mindless. Eventually, mindless always fails against tireless. I carve a path, moving over torsos and skulls that crunch under my heels. Their numbers thin. The commander watches from the ridge. I climb toward it, stepping through piles of broken bone. The commander urges its steed forward. We meet, and then we fight. It raises its rune-carved sword. I see sparks of old power flicker in empty eye sockets. This one might recall a fraction of who it once was. We cross blades. Its strikes are precise, each blow aimed to shatter a key bone. It nearly takes off my sword arm at the elbow. I counter, my blade scraping along its breastplate, sending up bits and sparks. It counters, thrusting at my skull. I tilt just enough to spare my head. We fight on a floor of shattered bones. It tries to drive me back into the masses, but I hold my ground. My sword slips under its guard, bending its breastplate inward. It snarls silently, hammering at me with its shield. I lose half my ribs. I answer by severing the arm that holds its shield. The arm falls away, and so does the shield. The commander tries one last desperate cut. I meet its blade, lock swords, and twist. Metal shrieks. I pull it close and drive my sword into its helm. The helm cracks, and the spark of awareness tries to leave. It slumps in the saddle. I shove it off the horse. The horse rears, tries to bite me. I cleave the horse's skull in two. The field is quieter now. A few stragglers remain, animated limbs crawling without torsos, headless bodies swinging weapons blindly. I step through them, chopping methodically. Each strike ends another restless fragment. I move slowly, ensuring none can rise again. The hush grows as I silence their clattering bones. Broken weapons lie everywhere. Mounds of armor, skulls, ribs, and femurs form grotesque heaps. Black fluid, dried marrow turned tar-like, coats my blade and armor. Still, I sense an undertone of energy. Even now, some might try to reform. The power animating them could linger, waiting to raise these scattered remains again. I cannot allow that. The living behind me deserve a dawn free of this threat. I stand amid the carnage, sword raised high. The night air smells of old decay and iron. My armor hangs in strips. My shield is lost. Arrows protrude from my torso, yet I stand. And I hold the blade that remembers older laws than this foul magic. A name surfaces from memory without source. Eternus. The sword responds. Ancient ruins ignite along its length, pulsing with a cold, pale radiance. The light spills over the field of slaughter, revealing every shattered helmet, every sundered breastplate, every fragment of bone. The magic seeps into them like final judgment. I feel resistance, a silent protest from whatever force holds them. Too late. The blade's power knows its purpose. Pieces of the undead tremble, then lie still. Ancient enchantments shatter like frozen grass. The echo of their false life snuffs out. The runes flare brighter than fade, leaving silence so deep it presses on the senses. None will rise again. The field, though strewn with horror, is now truly quiet. I lower the sword. My bones feel heavier as the strange energies settle. The living still sleep behind their barricade. They know nothing of the struggle that raged in the darkness. That is how it must be. I turn back, stepping over tangled remains. My armor hangs in tatters, but will serve until repair is possible. Dawn approaches. Soon the survivors will wake to find a morning not cursed by the dead. They will not see the fields beyond their camp, or know how close doom crept. They will load their wagons and continue toward safer lands. Perhaps they will wonder at my damaged state. Perhaps they will guess at a struggle fought on their behalf. I approach the makeshift barricade just as Merrick stirs from his half-sleep. His eyes widen at my condition, but he asks no question. Instead, he nods once, understanding in his gaze.
I will tell them only what they need to know,
he whispers. I incline my skull in agreement. The dead remember duty longest. Chapter 17. When Hope Walks in Silence. They wake in shifts, first a child whining about stiffness and cramped legs, then a mother murmuring comfort. Soon more voices rouse, one after another. Dawn comes. No one screams this morning, no startled shouts as if something had clawed at their makeshift barricade. Instead, they unpeel themselves from ragged blankets, blinking at dim light, stretching limbs that ache from sleeping on cold ground. A few cough softly. Others rub eyes crusted with old tears. They survived another night. Perhaps they expected worse. Beyond their piled wagons and stones, I stand still, sword point down, a silent presence against faint morning mists. Some of them notice me almost at once. The father who threw a stone 2 nights ago, Merrick, sees my battered armor, the arrows still lodged in gaps, the dents and missing plates. He frowns, steps closer, cautious. He remembers nothing attacked during the night, yet I look as if I have fought an army. He speaks low, as if not wanting to frighten another.
Dead thing? What happened out there?
Of course I cannot answer. I do not speak. I tilt my skull a fraction, letting him see I acknowledge him. I could, right in the dirt, tell them of the legion that marched from Shadow, show them how hundreds of dead rose against them. But such knowledge would only breed fresh fears. Knowledge of evil past does no favors. The father's question hangs in the morning air. My silence answers. Behind him, Sarah helps Emmy fold a threadbare blanket, their movements quick, practiced. None need to know how close death came while they slept. Let them see only the aftermath. My battered form standing guard. Let them wonder but not know. The horrors that stalk these lands are burden enough without tales of armies rising from forgotten graves. I turn from the father, scanning the horizon. My sword remains ready, though the threat has passed. A child, one of the youngest survivors, approaches with careful steps. Her small hand reaches toward my cloak, then pulls back. Fear wars with curiosity. Better she stay curious than learn what makes my armor hang in pieces. The herbalist emerges from between the wagons, gathering herbs from a small pouch at her belt. Her weathered hands work, crushing leaves between calloused fingers. Her eyes meet mine across the camp, understanding passing between us without words. She approaches, offering a steaming cup to a coughing child, then drifts toward me while the others busy themselves with morning tasks. None notice her slight nod, the way her fingers brush mine as she passes, slipping a small bundle of wrapped cloth into my grasp.
Resin paste,
She tells me.
for broken bone. Men stronger than before.
Her eyes flick to the arrows embedded in my ribs, the cracked plates of my armor.
Though perhaps you need no such aid.
I tilt my skull, acknowledgement of her gift, her silence, her understanding. She nods once more, then turns away, blending back among the survivors, just another old woman with healing hands. Yet I see how she watches the tree line, how her fingers grip her herb pouch too tightly. She alone knows something of what might have approached in darkness. The others begin breaking camp, packing what little they salvaged from Joist. Their movements are easier than yesterday. They no longer jump at every shadow. Sometimes protection means keeping silence. Let them heal without knowing what hunts in the dark. My silence unsettles Merrick, but he swallows hard and steps away, calling others to attention. They gather in a loose circle near the embers of their fire, dusting ashes from their clothes. Children pull at sleeves, pointing at me. The adults keep glancing my way, uncertain. Their shelter is intact, no sign of intrusion. Not even tracks leading toward their sleeping places. So why do I stand covered in grime and broken mail? Why does my sword's edge look freshly notched? They exchange guesses in hushed tones.
Maybe it fought something off. It looks more battered than yesterday. Did something attack us while we slept?
Did we not hear anything?
We were all dead exhausted. The children didn't wake crying.
No, nothing.
An older woman, limping from old injuries, moves forward with caution. She holds no weapon, only a length of cloth she uses as a scarf.
Undead night,
She says, voice trembling slightly.
if you guarded us again, we owe you thanks.
She waits, perhaps hoping for a nod or some sign. I remain still. A subtle inclination of my skull might mean acknowledgement. Perhaps she sees it. Her face softens. Merrick nudges a companion.
We should check the ground around our camp,
He says,
see if something came.
A few men pick up crude spears and step past the wagons. They move carefully, expecting to find footprints, signs of struggle. Instead, the soil looks oddly churned in places, as if plowed by restless plowshares that never finished their rows. Here and there, bits of old bone dust, crushed into powder so fine it might pass as ash, cling to bent weeds. They find no intact corpses, no fresh bodies, no scattered limbs, just a strange, gritty residue in small patches and a silence that weighs on them. They return, baffled.
"Strange marks out there,"
one says.
"The ground's disturbed, like someone dug it, or something broke apart and vanished. No fresh corpses, just dust and scraps."
The herbalist busies herself with her pouches, face carefully blank as the men describe what they found. She sorts dried leaves with trembling fingers, only her eyes betraying knowledge of what that dust once was. What I faced while they slept in herb-induced peace. They look to me seeking explanation. I offer none. Let them guess. Children tug at parents' sleeves.
"Where do we go now?"
A mother wraps an arm around her daughter's shoulders.
"We keep heading north,"
she says, glancing at me as if to confirm. They remember I pointed them toward Haven. They remember I wear a shield crest, though my shield is now lost somewhere in that silent battlefield, bearing the mark of rising sun over walls. Haven, a name that promised safety, stands somewhere beyond ruined roads and haunted fields.
"Right,"
agrees Merrick.
"We can't stay here. We have to move. The undead knight guided us before."
He looks at me, then at the damaged armor.
"Will you lead us again?"
He sounds almost apologetic now. I kneel in the dirt, armor creaking from fresh damage. My skeletal fingers trace letters in the soil. The dead protect the living, still. I stand again. I lift my sword and tap its tip lightly against a loose stone. A simple gesture, but enough to show them I understand. I turn slightly, facing the direction I remember. Haven lies that way, beyond fields of old strife and corruption. They nod among themselves, close enough to an answer. They break their fast with what little bread and dried meat remain. It's not much. An old man scrapes green mold from a loaf and divides it into meager portions. A few sips of water from leather skins. They share in silence that once held bitterness. Every crumb counts. The children eat quietly, as if some instinct warns them not to complain. The herbalist kneels beside the cooking pot, adding dried roots to a thin broth. She murmurs quiet words to the mothers, instructing which plants might still be safe to gather along the roadside. Her knowledge keeps starvation one day further. I watch her work, seeing how the others defer to her wisdom, though none suspect her role in last night's dreamless sleep. She catches my gaze once, her slight nod acknowledging our shared secret. She passes me as they pack, her voice low and meant only for where ears would be if I had them.
3 nights of silent battle. 3 mornings they will wonder and never know.
Her fingers brush ancient armor.
Some burdens are not meant for the living to carry. The dead remember, so they need not.
After their poor meal, they gather their belongings. Ropes tighten around wagon frames. Wheels squeak as someone tries to push a cart free of a rut in the soil. A pair of younger men strain at the wagon's handles, grunting until it rolls forward again. The group's size is small. Smaller than when we left Joist. Hardship has claimed some, others chose different paths. They look to me once more, waiting for direction. I set off at a measured pace, sword resting across my shoulder now, my armor rattling softly. They follow behind. None question my leadership, though I never claimed it. They have seen me fight off threats they did not witness, protected them twice now from horrors that would have ended them. Some cast worried glances at my damaged frame. They wonder if I can still fight as fiercely if something else comes. Their concern is wasted. My bones will reassemble, flesh or no flesh. Armor can be repaired or discarded. My sword remains, and if it shatters, I'll replace it. That should be enough. As we walk, the fields open wider. The silence sits heavy, broken only by wagon wheels grinding pebbles and hushed voices urging children onward. They take turns carrying the smallest, rotating burdens to spare each other strength. Yesterday they might have argued more, but after a quiet, terror-free night and seeing my silent vigil, they cooperate more smoothly. Fear and gratitude shape them, forging unity where none existed. I watch them form up behind me, a line of weary travelers facing uncertain roads. The herbalist walks beside a limping elder, supporting his weight while gathering sprigs of wild thyme that somehow still grow in these corrupted soils. Her eyes constantly scan the horizon, noticing what others miss. Every so often she glances back at me, her expression revealing she still feels the weight of our shared decision. An hour later we reach a fork where a stone pillar lies toppled. Once it might have borne a carving of directions or a family crest. Now it's cracked in half, moss and vines claiming its surface. I pause, examining faint lines in the dirt. Animal tracks cross here, but twisted shapes left by corruption's creatures as well. The travelers whisper, nervous. They know the dangers of straying into wrong paths. They look to me, waiting. I raise my sword and point along the track. They trust my silent advice. Merrick clears his throat.
We follow the dead knight,
he says. Others nod. They know no better guide. I follow the path, bone-plated feet settling into dust with each step. Behind me, the ragged procession of survivors continues their quiet march toward Haven. The herbalist moves among them, a guardian in her own way, tending, mending in ways I cannot. She drifts toward the rear where 3 children lag behind, their small legs struggling to match the pace. The youngest drags her feet. Another boy, a brother maybe, barely older, carries a bundle too large for his frame. The herbalist kneels beside them, her weathered hands producing something from her pouch. A small cluster of dried berries, preserved somehow through winter and horror. She presses them into tiny palms.
For strength,
she says.
The guardian watches our path. We must keep up.
The children's eyes widen at this small treasure. Food beyond necessity. A kindness. She looks up, catches my gaze across the distance. A deliberate wink passes between us. Conspirators in protection. Then she whispers something that makes the children straighten, peering at my skeletal form with new interest. The smallest girl cups her hand to her mouth, giggling, fingers sticky. The herbalist rises, produces a crude wooden soldier from another pocket. She places it in the boy's hand, then points at me.
Like our protector,
she says, loud enough for me to hear. The boy clutches the toy, then holds it up, mimicking my sword stance. His fear dissolves into play, the burden of their journey momentarily forgotten. The herbalist nods to me, satisfaction in her eyes. She understands what I know, that sometimes protection means carrying the knowledge of horrors alone, while offering others small mercies that let them continue forward. I turn back to the path ahead, sword resting across shoulder plates, while behind me the children march, playing at being guardians themselves. As we go on, scattered stones and old fragments of what might have been walls appear. The forest line looms not far off. Tall, twisted trunks, their bark dark and knotted. Corruption lingers there, I sense it. They must skirt its edges. I lead them carefully along paths where grass still grows, avoiding deeper shadows. The children tire quickly. An older boy carries a younger sibling. Their pace slows. I adjust mine, never pulling too far ahead. No predators show themselves, though I sense eyes beneath tangled branches. Around midday, the group halts to a rest at a clearing where sunlight breaks through thin clouds. A few men check their meager supplies. Women soothe crying infants. An old man stretches, grimacing at a sore back. They all look leaner than before. Hunger gnaws at them. They pick at scraps of dried meat, rationing carefully. I watch them ration their dwindling supplies. Sarah breaks a piece of bread into thirds, passing 2 portions to younger children before taking the smallest for herself. Emmy shakes an almost empty water skin. Merrick examines their food stores, his weathered face grim. He counts portions, recounts, then shakes his head. "A day," he mouths silently, holding up fingers. "Maybe 2 if we stretch it." The children don't notice, focused on their tiny meals. But the adults exchange worried glances. They know what empty bags mean on these corrupted roads. My mother presses dried meat between her palms, trying to make it seem larger before giving it to her daughter. The girl takes it without complaint, having learned that whining brings no more food. The herbalist walks among them, offering small bundles of leaves to chew that dull hunger's edge. Not enough to fill bellies, but enough to ease the worst pangs. She kneels beside a young mother, showing how to mash certain roots for a fussy infant. Her knowledge keeps despair at bay for 1 more hour, 1 more day. Haven lies somewhere ahead. Living things tire. They require sleep, food, water, things I barely remember needing. Soon their supplies will be gone. The children will cry from empty stomachs. The adults will grow weak, stumbling more often. Their pace will slow when we most need speed. Soon there will be nothing more. Some think back to their old settlement, to gardens and fields now lost. A father mutters, "If Haven has markets or farms, I'd work day and night for a loaf of fresh bread." Another agrees softly. Hope flickers in their tired eyes. They must believe that somewhere ahead lies shelter. The endless emptiness of these lands has nearly broken them. Only the silent presence of a protector who does not tire or complain keeps them from despair. A pair of brothers approach me, each carrying a makeshift spear. They stand a few steps away, uncertain how to address a warrior of bone and tattered mail. One clears his throat, then speaks as if to a statue.
"We can scout a bit if you show us where to look," he says. "See if there's a stream or berries?"
I make no move. They interpret my stillness as permission. They pick a direction and depart, returning a quarter hour later with a handful of bitter berries they're not sure are safe. The herbalist examines them, rolling one between her fingers, sniffing cautiously. She breaks one open, studying the dark flesh within, then tastes the smallest fraction. Her frown gives judgment before her words do.
"Not for eating. These bring fever dreams and bleeding."
They discard them reluctantly, crushing them into the soil with worn boot heels. None blame me. They know I gave no sign of approval. This is their trial, not mine. A child approaches me, clutching a rag doll. She stares up into the hollows of my skull, unafraid.
"Are you tired, Knight?"
she asks. Purpose stirs within these bones to calm a child. The child's question echoes where heart once beat. Her small form waits for an answer I cannot voice. My bones creak as I lower myself to one knee, bringing my skull level with her eyes. The motion feels ancient, drawn from memories of other nights, comforting other children in ages past. Her doll dangles from thin fingers, its cloth face worn smooth by worried touches. She shows no fear of my hollow gaze or yellowed bones. I extend my skeletal hand, palm up. After a moment's hesitation, she places her tiny palm against mine. Purpose flows through these ancient fragments. Not to fight, not to destroy, to protect, to guard, to shelter this spark of life that trusts without reason. I trace letters in the dirt. Never tired. Always watching. She sounds out the words slowly, then smiles.
"Like Mama when I'm sick?"
I nod once, the gesture pulled from deeper memory. The herbalist watches from across the clearing, her eyes softening at the sight. For a moment, her weathered face shows something beyond weariness. Perhaps remembrance of other children, simple fondness before corruption claimed so much. The child squeezes my bony fingers as if trying to comfort me instead.
Good. Everyone else gets tired. But you stay strong.
My other hand moves again through the soil. Be without fear. I guard.
Promise?
She asks, clutching her doll closer. Another nod, her small shoulders relax, tension flows away. She leans against my armored knee, unafraid of the rusted metal and ancient leather. Purpose moves through every bone. This is why I rose. This fragile trust, this innocent belief that darkness can be held at bay. She yawns.
Thank you, Knight.
Her mother hurries over, pulling her back gently, apologizing. The child's question lingers in the silence. They know I do not tire. They see me stand watch without complaint. It feels strange to them, but also reassuring. Eventually, after some rest, they push on. Afternoon light slants from the west. The sky remains gray, promising no easy warmth. They journey across uneven ground, passing broken stumps and shallow pits. Now and then someone spots a distant figure in ragged armor, a corpse half buried. They steer wide of such sights. They have learned enough about these lands. In late afternoon, they reach a spot where an old milestone stands upright. The letters are worn away, but the stone's shape suggests this was once a known path to civilized lands. They brighten at this small sign of former order, as if even a broken milestone can promise structure. The herbalist pauses beside it, fingers tracing weathered grooves where letters once spoke of distances to forgotten towns. She murmurs something that might be a prayer or simply the names of places long vanished from maps. Her fingers leave behind a small bundle of dried flowers, remembrance, perhaps, for what has been lost. They glance at me again, as if asking how much farther. I cannot say. Still, I raise a hand, pointing forward, trying to convey that their path leads onward. Haven's memory sits in my bones like an old command. I must guide them until they reach safer shores. A young woman tries to share a story with a child as they walk, telling of better days inherited in story from her mother. The child listens wide-eyed. The adults keep their voices low but steady, attempting to lift spirits by recalling human customs and old traditions. I remain apart from that warmth, a sentinel shadowed by grim purpose. They do not invite me to join their conversations. I would not know how if they did. Yet I sense less fear in their glances now, more acceptance. The herbalist falls into step beside me as we crest a small hill. She speaks without looking at me, her voice carried away from the others by the wind.
I've seen 3 settlements fall to corruption. Watched children grow to adults, only to see them die on roads like this.
Her fingers work a piece of dried root, preparing medicine even as she walks.
I've given mercy draughts to those beyond saving. Closed eyes that would never open again.
She pauses, weathered hand briefly touching the bone of my arm.
Yet I've never seen one like you. Not all dead things hunger. Some remember duty.
Her eyes meet my hollow sockets.
I won't tell them about last night. Some burdens belong to those who can bear them.
She drifts back to help a limping elder, our moment of understanding complete. Her secret and mine remain shared between guardian and healer. Dusk approaches again. They must find a place to rest soon. The children tire, stumbling over roots. The adults look anxiously at the dimming light. Merrick steps toward me once more.
Dead night,
he says, voice careful and respectful.
Can we camp soon? The children can't march through another night.
He seems to think I might object. I simply turn my head, scanning the area for a suitable spot. Ahead, a small rise offers clearer ground, fewer hiding places for threats. I walk toward it, pointing my sword, and they follow. They settle on a slope overlooking a shallow depression where dry grass shivers in a breeze. Wagons form a half circle. Stones and logs form a barrier. A few gather kindling for a small fire. One man, a former farmer by his talk, inspects the soil, shakes his head, and sighs. He dreams of gardens. Another climbs onto the wagon to keep watch, spear in hand, though he glances at me, as if to say he knows who the real watchman is. They have no proper meal tonight, just stale bread and water that tastes of old leather from the skins. The herbalist moves through their makeshift camp, offering tinctures that ease hunger's worst pangs. She checks a child's festering wound, applies poultice from her dwindling supplies. Her hands never stop working, even as her own belly surely aches with emptiness. Children complain of hunger, but no one can help that. The mother holding her daughter's doll hums softly, a lullaby missing half its words. The night grows quiet again. I take my position at the perimeter, sword at my side, a dark shape against darker trees. The herbalist approaches as others settle into sleep. She stands beside me, looking out at the darkness that holds so many threats.
"No sleeping draught tonight,"
she muttered.
"My supplies grow too thin."
Her fingers touch a crack in my armor plating, assessing damage.
"If something comes, they'll hear it this time. The terror may break some of them."
I tilt my skull, acknowledging her concern.
"You stood against threat, yet still you guard."
Her voice carries quiet wonder.
"We live because death itself protects us."
She turns to go, then hesitates.
"Whatever you were before, whoever you were, thank you."
She slips away, returning to her place among the sleepers, just another tired survivor seeking rest. Yet her words hang in the night air, acknowledgement of sacrifice these others may never understand. They watch me from their bedrolls and makeshift pallets. No attacks this day, no horrors emerged, yet they know too well how quickly things can change. They rely on me. Some whisper prayers, others stare at the fading sky, silent. As darkness thickens, a few approach me timidly.
"Dead night,"
a man says.
"If you stood guard again tonight, we'd be grateful. We don't know what monsters roam, but with you here, we rest easier."
I do not speak. He takes this for agreement.
"Thank you,"
he says, and returns to his family. They settle into their meager bedding. Children snuggle close to parents. The aged lie down with creaking bones. Younger villagers keep weapons close, but they know such sticks and blunted blades offer little defense compared to my silent vigil. They trust me now. Strange how quickly they learned. 2 nights ago they feared me as another monster. Tonight they know rest under my guard, though no herbs will keep them from hearing danger should it come. They will dream beneath my watchful emptiness, and in the morning wake to continue forward, braver than before. I shift my sword slightly, adjusting its weight. The night hushes. The living breathe. I remain. Chapter 18. The Hunger That Drives. The refugees huddle close to their small fire, wrapped in threadbare blankets. Sarah pulls Emmy nearer, tucking the worn fabric snug around her daughter's shoulders. Merrick leans against a fallen log, his gaze sinking lower as sleep claims him despite his intended watch. My bones click softly as I patrol the perimeter. The darkness conceals too many threats. Each rustle of leaves might herald death. The worm-reinforced bones in my frame are stronger now. It was never these bones that would fail, but the living. How much longer till Haven? If nothing slows us, if nothing finds us, if they can keep the pace. A branch snaps in the underbrush, only a deer picking its way between ancient trees. Corruption has touched it. Its antlers twist at unnatural angles, small growths pulsing between patches of missing fur. I move between it and the sleepers until it melts back into shadow. Emmy stirs, whimpering. Sarah's arms tighten around her daughter. The dream of horrors they've seen, of friends and neighbors cocooned in the harvesters' lairs. I trace another circle around the camp, armor shifting silently with each step. Purpose drives these bones steady, unwavering, alert. Merrick's son shifts in his sleep, small fingers clutching a wooden toy soldier. Strange how the young ones fear me less. They haven't learned yet that bones should stay buried, that death wears many faces. The fire burns lower. I dare not add more wood, the light draws attention, but they need the warmth. These borrowed bones feel neither heat nor cold, but older memories recall the bite of frost and the pang of hunger. Their breathing comes shallow. Children twist in uneasy sleep, bellies too empty for proper rest. The crisis came this morning. The herbalist discovered what others hadn't yet noticed. The food supplies they'd carried from Joist were failing. At first, just strange discoloration on bread loaves easily cut away. Then mold patterns too perfect, too geometric to be natural. By midday, when they opened the largest preserve jar, the corruption was unmistakable. Inside what had been salted pork now pulsed with minute movements, the meat dotted with tiny translucent sacs. The herbalist had recognized it immediately, her weathered face draining of color as she slammed the lid back on.
"Harvester spawn,"
she'd whispered, ordering the jar buried deep and marked with warning stones.
"The corruption found our supplies."
Hours later, they'd checked every container. 3/4 of their food showed signs of infestation, minute eggs nestled in grain, perfect spiral patterns on dried fruit, meats that glistened too wetly when cut. The herbalist had been merciless, forcing them to discard everything suspicious despite hungry protests.
"Better empty stomachs than carrying death inside you,"
she'd told them, her voice allowing no argument. I had watched as they buried jar after jar, bag after bag. The children didn't understand why food was being put in the ground when their bellies ached. Now they sleep, having shared what little remained untainted, barely enough for each to have a mouthful. Tomorrow promises only hunger unless fortune changes. As my damaged bones from the Legion battle settle back into place, new memories surface through marrow. The 13th Army did not march empty-handed. Ancient knowledge stirs in these fragments. Memories not mine, yet now part of this borrowed frame. A captain ordering supplies secured, soldiers laboring through night to hide provisions against future need. Maps marking caches in code that corruption cannot read. Supply lines stretched across these lands before corruption claimed them. Caches hidden from the enemy, some perhaps still sealed against time's touch. A way station 2 leagues east, stone walls that might have preserved their contents, iron-bound crates, sealed jars, perhaps more. My finger scrapes dirt near Merrick's resting form. He wakes at the sound, hand reaching for his crude spear before recognizing my frame in darkness.
"Dead night?"
he mutters, voice thick with interrupted sleep. More scratches in soil. "Guard, I go for your hunger." He studies the words, then hollow sockets.
"You know where food might be?"
I tap my reforming armor. New bones bring old knowledge. His eyes narrow with sudden understanding.
"The bones remember their own past,"
he murmurs, almost to himself. Then louder.
"Let me wake one of the men. 2 can guard better than 1.
I scratch again. Bones bring what they bring. Merrick's face shows conflict, the desire to help versus recognition of his own limitations. Finally, he nods.
"The herbalist should know you're leaving at least."
I consent with a tilt of my skull. The herbalist has earned that much. She's not sleeping. Her eyes open as we approach, as if she'd been waiting. Merrick explains in hushed tones while her gaze never leaves my frame.
"You know where uncontaminated food might be found?"
she asks directly. I scratch in dirt once more. Army cache. sealed against time.
How far?
2 leagues. Return by dawn. She studies me, then produces a small cloth from her pouch.
Take this. Wrap any food you find in it first. If the cloth turns black, corruption has touched it.
She hesitates.
Much of what was buried here on the old roads has been infected. The harvester's influence runs deep.
I take the cloth, tucking it into a gap in my armor. The herbalist nods once.
Be wary, Guardian. Not all threats show themselves clearly.
Merrick touches my arm, awkward gratitude in the gesture.
We'll maintain watch. The children need...
He trails off, the sentence unnecessary. These bones move silently into darkness, guided by memories that are not mine, yet serve my purpose all the same. The borrowed fragments of the 13th Army remember their final march. Their last acts of duty might yet serve the living. The sword rests lightly across borrowed shoulders as I follow paths written in ancient bone. Each step brings clearer memories, a commander's orders, soldiers laboring. Haven waits ahead, but first these bones must see them fed. Some duties are more than just protection. My bones carry me through darkness, a pace no living legs could match. Memories guide these steps, a captain's determined march securing supplies against demon raids. Soldiers hauling crates into stone chambers, sealing iron-bound doors with blessed locks. I move my frame. No muscle to tire, no breath to catch. Only purpose drives this form forward. 2 leagues east. The distance means nothing to these borrowed bones. Each footfall is certain. The 13th Army knew these paths well. My cloak snaps behind me as I leap a fallen column, ancient stonework half buried in corruption-twisted vines. The way station's location is vivid in borrowed memory, nestled against a hillside, walls of fitted stone designed to last centuries. No need to slow for darkness. These sockets see what living eyes cannot, tracking the subtle shifts between shadow and deeper shadow. The corrupted deer shy away as I pass, sensing death's champion and his purpose. Movement tracks my progress, silent observers in the underbrush. Nothing attacks, but watchful eyes follow. I maintain a steady pace, never slowing. Let them watch. Let them learn what walks these lands now. The mission drives these bones forward. The living need sustenance, and these memories know where it waits. I run tireless through the night, guided by fragments of dead men's knowledge, while behind me the refugees sleep uneasily beside their dying fire. When I reach the river, its waters run black and sluggish, corruption manifesting as oily streaks across its surface. Once this was the boundary of the Old Kingdom, marked by stone bridges and guard towers. Now only broken columns remain, the bridge long since claimed by whatever lurks beneath that tainted flow. I find the ford from borrowed memory, testing each step as I cross. The water hisses against armor plates, strange luminescence flaring where it touches metal. These bones feel no pain, even as corruption tests their integrity. Dragon vertebrae resist the taint, the magic that suffuses them burning away corruption's touch. Halfway across, movement beneath the surface. Large shapes circling, drawn to the disturbance of their territory. I increase pace, reaching the far bank as something massive breaks the water behind me. Only a glimpse of scaled hide and too many limbs before it submerges again. And then I'm upon it. The way station, half a building now. Its eastern wall collapsed to rubble. Yet these borrowed bones remember what lies beneath. Soldiers worked through night to hide provisions here, their final duty before marching to death in victory fields. My gauntlets scrape soil aside, ancient steel against older stone. There, beneath fallen rocks marked by a rusted helm. The cellar door emerges, oak planks swollen with age but intact. Iron bands still hold true, sealed by whatever power kept corruption at bay. The lock crumbles at my touch. Steps descend into darkness that holds no terror for hollow sockets. The air hangs stale but clean. No trace of corruption's rot. Crates line the walls, military markings faded but legible. Most have split, their contents long since spoiled. But 3 remain sealed, reinforced boxes marked with the 13th Army's supply sigil. The first yields only rot, the second holds promise. Clay jars of honey sealed with wax untouched by time. Nature's gift endures when all else fails. The third crate reveals sacks of white rice preserved in pitch-lined containers against moisture and vermin. A final box, hidden behind the others, bears the Legion's mark. Inside, stacks of hardtack, military bread baked until all moisture dies, dense as stone and nearly eternal. These fragments remember how soldiers sustained themselves on long marches, softening the iron-hard biscuits in water, sometimes sweetening them with honey when fortune allowed. The rice, though old, remains sound. The hardtack shows no trace of rot. I retrieve the herbalist's cloth, laying it across each container. No darkness spreads. The supplies remain uncorrupted. As I gather the bounty, a sound from above. Scratching against stone, something moving through rubble. I place the supplies behind a fallen beam, drawing sword as I ascend the stairs. The moon illuminates what waits. A corrupted bear, its form twisted beyond natural shape. One side of its body bulges with growths that pulse beneath matted fur. The other remains almost normal, save for the second, smaller head that protrudes from its shoulder, eyes milky and unseeing. It senses me, both heads turning in unison. A low growl emerges from 2 throats. I raise my blade. The bear charges, moving with unnatural speed despite its deformities. My sword meets its rush, steel cutting through corrupted flesh. The bear's claws rake armor plates, tearing away pieces already damaged from previous battles. No matter. This form needs no protection against pain. We struggle in moonlight, beast and bones locked in combat. The bear's strength would overwhelm living muscle, but these fragments care nothing for fatigue. My blade finds its throat as its claws tear through my rib cage. The creature collapses, corruption leaking from severed arteries. Its smaller head continues to snap feebly as the main body stills. I gather scattered ribs, slotting them back into place. The armor will need more extensive repair, but function remains. More important is the mission. I return to the cellar, gathering supplies in fallen cloaks. The load would break living backs, but these bones care nothing for weight. Dawn approaches as I return to camp, guided by duty's compass. The herbalist rises at my approach, nudging Merrick awake. Their eyes widen at the burden I carry.
"You found it,"
Merrick whispers, hope and disbelief warring in his voice.
"An actual military cache."
I lay provisions before them. The herbalist examines each container, her cloth held ready. Nothing shows contamination. Merrick's hands tremble as he inspects hardtack, tapping a piece against stone. The sound rings like striking wood.
"This will keep us alive,"
he says, voice thick with emotion. The herbalist prepares a small test meal, rice softened in boiled water, sweetened with honey, hardtack broken into manageable pieces. She tastes first, watching her own reaction before allowing others to eat. The sun rises as small hands reach for honey-sweetened rice and softened hardtack. Parents weep silently over simple meals. They do not question too deeply, though some cast wondering glances toward me. The children eat first, then adults. Strength returns to hollow cheeks, hope to tired eyes. Simple sustenance transforms them. Until Emmy screams. She points to one of the honey jars set aside after being opened. Something moves within the golden liquid, a small dark shape wriggling free from the wax seal where it had been hibernating. The herbalist moves with surprising speed, slamming the lid back on and throwing the jar from camp. It shatters against stone, honey splashing across grass. Within the sticky puddle, something continues to move. A segmented grub, the size of a child's finger, its pale body marked with familiar patterns.
Harvester larva,
the herbalist hisses, grabbing Emmy and pulling her back.
It was dormant in the wax seal, not the honey itself.
All eyes turn to me, then back to the writhing grub. The herbalist approaches cautiously, her boot poised to crush it. The larva suddenly uncoils, revealing tiny mandibles that click with surprising force. My sword flashes between them, pinning the creature to earth. Even impaled, it continues to thrash, tiny limbs scrabbling at steel.
Check every container,
the herbalist orders.
Break the wax seal separately, away from the food.
2 more larvae are found, each hidden within wax rather than the food itself. My blade ends each before they can grow.
They're opportunists,
the herbalist explains as Merrick's men burn the tiny corpses.
The harvester seeds its young wherever it can. The wax must have been contaminated before sealing the honey.
The refugees eye their food with new wariness, but hunger overrides fear. Under the herbalist's guidance, they inspect each mouthful carefully before eating. The discovery casts a shadow over our bounty, but necessity demands they eat. 2 jars of honey are lost, but most supplies remain sound. Enough to sustain them for several days if carefully rationed.
We're fortunate,
the herbalist tells me as the others pack remaining supplies.
Full-grown larvae would have burrowed into whoever ate them, growing inside until ready to emerge. A horrible death.
I nod once, watching Emmy help her mother wrap hardtack in clean cloth. The larva had been close to her portion.
You've saved them twice now,
the herbalist continues.
Once from the Legion, once from starvation.
Her weathered hand briefly touches my armor.
The dead remember duty. We won't forget that.
These borrowed bones remember satisfaction, though they can no longer feel it. The 13th Army's final cache serves its purpose at last, protecting those they died defending. As they finish the last of their morning meal, Merrick approaches, offering a small piece of hardtack to me. A symbolic gesture, these bones need no sustenance. But the meaning transcends the act. I accept it, though I cannot eat. The gesture matters more than function. I give thanks, then hand it back.
We move toward Haven today,
he announces to the others.
With full bellies and a guardian who remembers the way.
I turn northward, sword ready, bone frame settled into new purpose. The dead remember what matters. The living learn to trust. Together, we march onward. Chapter 19. Death's Compulsion. The refugees gather their belongings, strength renewed from the morning's meal. I secure the remaining provisions in makeshift sacks fashioned from torn cloaks. My bones lead us back to the road. The worn stones still show through patches of corrupted moss, an ancient path that once connected kingdoms. Now it serves as our lifeline to Haven. Emmy walks closer to my frame today, her small steps matching the click of my bones. The food has brought color back to hollow cheeks. Her mother, Sarah, no longer flinches when my shadow falls across their path. The sun climbs higher, burning away morning mist. Merrick takes point with his spear while I guard our rear. My socket gaze sweeps the tree line, tracking movement in shadow. The corrupted deer keep their distance, but other threats may not show such wisdom.
How far to Haven?
One of the refugees asks. I do not answer, I do not know. Time had no meaning when I crossed these lands before. The fragments that make up this form hold memories of marching, endless columns of soldiers heading to their final battle, days blurred together as armies converged on victory fields. Some memories show leaves green and full, others speak of snow coating these stones. The same path walked in different seasons, different years, different wars. My hollow sockets track the worn milestones, their markings eroded by corruption's touch. Numbers and distances that meant something once, now just scratches in ancient stone. Distance matters only in the steps these refugees can manage, in the supplies they can carry. Emmy tugs at my tattered cloak, pointing at carved symbols. I trace them with steel fingers, but their meaning is only half remembered. The memories that surface speak of different measurements, how far a legion could march in a day, how many supplies were needed to reach the next way station, how long until reinforcements arrived. None of it matters now. Haven lies ahead, that is enough. These bones will see them there, whether it takes a day or a season. Time belongs to the living. Purpose measures only in threats ended, lives preserved. The road stretches on, and my borrowed bones follow its path, guarding those who still count the passing hours. Midday arrives. The refugees rest briefly while sharing rationed portions of hard tack and honey. Children sit in a circle, passing a water skin between them. The herbalist moves among them, checking for signs of weakness, offering encouragement with gentle hands and stern eyes. I stand apart, a motionless sentinel against horizons that hold countless threats. These bones need no rest, no sustenance. Purpose alone drives this frame. Then it begins. First, only vibrations through stone, subtle tremors beneath the ancient road, rhythmic pulses traveling north like distant war drums, but deeper, primal. The dragon fragments embedded in my spine respond first. Ancient memories of flame and terror surface unbidden. These pieces recall what approaches even before conscious recognition forms. I scan the horizon. Nothing is visible yet, but the air changes, thins, as if something massive consumes the very breath of the world, pulling it southward. The refugees continue their meal, oblivious. The children laugh at something Emmy has said. Sarah brushes crumbs from her daughter's face. The herbalist alone notices my sudden stillness, her weathered face turning toward my skull. Her expression shifts as she studies mine.
Something comes,
she says, not a question. The ground trembles again, stronger now. Merrick's waterskin ripples, tiny waves forming on its surface. I feel a pull, a compulsion. Something drives these bones to move. Faster forward, urging the refugees to flee. My joints click faster as I move among them. Steel fingers scrape urgently in the dirt. Move, move, move. Sarah clutches Emmy's hand tighter.
What is it? What's wrong?
No time. The compulsion drives these bones to frantic motion. I grab Emmy, lifting her small form as gently as death's hands allow. Her surprised squeak cuts through the midday air. Other children stare, frozen in fear. My free hand scratches deeper in the dirt. Run. I scoop up Merrick's son under my other arm. The children's hearts pound against my armored ribs. Their warm breath fogs the cold steel. Go! Merrick understands first, grabbing another child. Everyone run! The refugees break into panicked motion, parents snatching up little ones, the elderly struggling to match pace. Too slow, too slow. The vibrations grow stronger. The road itself seems to exhale beneath our feet. Heat pulses from stone that shouldn't be warm. The air shimmers with distortion that has nothing to do with midday sun. I push them forward, Emmy and the boy clutched against my chest plate. My bones remember the weight of children. Fragments of ancient warriors who carried their own to safety. Those memories guide these hands now, holding firm but gentle. The group stumbles into a ragged run. I take more children, 3 more small forms pressed against rusted armor. Which way? Sarah gasps. My skull turns north, always north. Haven waits, but first we must move faster, faster. The pull screams through my frame now. The dragon fragments vibrate with ancient terror, memories of fire and devastation surging through marrow. These pieces know what approaches. A sound rolls over the horizon, not quite thunder, deeper than any storm. It resonates inside hollow bones like a massive heartbeat. The air grows hotter with each pulse, dry and scorching. The refugees stumble forward, their faces streaked with sweat that has nothing to do with exertion. The heat bakes the very ground they flee across. The herbalist moves beside me for a moment, her eyes meeting hollow sockets.
What pursues us?
She whispers. I have no answer she would comprehend. These borrowed fragments remember only flame and terror, memories of dragon bones fused with human marrow. They remember dying beneath crushing weight and endless fire. Whatever comes, it comes soon. These borrowed bones know only the need to flee. The compulsion pulls harder at my frame, an urgent force I cannot ignore. These fragments remember too many last stands, too many final charges. But the refugees cannot fight what comes. They must live. I gather more children, my frame expanding to accommodate their small forms. 6 now press against my armor. The adults struggle to keep pace, laden with supplies and weaker members, not fast enough. My free hand scratches desperately in passing dirt. Haven walls. No, stop. The memory of recent battle floods through my marrow. Hundreds of undead fell to my blade, yet this approaching threat demands we flee. My form can shatter and reform. These children cannot. The pull screams through every joint, every fragment. The horizon darkens behind us. Not night's approach, something else. A massive silhouette rises against the sky, blocking the sun. Shadow stretches across fields, racing toward us faster than anything mortal should move. Heat precedes it like a physical wall. The very air shimmers, distorted by temperatures that would ignite flesh. And now sound. A roar shatters the silence, making the children press hands against ears. Its timbre speaks of rage older than kingdoms, of power that exists to unmake creation. The group simply is not fast enough. Too many elderly, too many injured. They'll never outrun it. My bones remember carrying wounded from battlefields, remember the price of duty. I transfer the children to Sarah and Merrick, my fingers gentle despite urgent haste. More scratches in dirt. Carry weak, leave nothing. They understand. The stronger refugees lift those who cannot run. Merrick shoulders an elder's weight. Sarah gathers 2 more children. My sword hand flexes. These bones know what must be done. I will delay whatever comes, buy them time to reach Haven's walls. This form can be broken and rebuilt. They cannot. The compulsion pulls south now, toward the approaching threat. The refugees stumble north, following the road's worn stones. My purpose splits. Protect them. Face what comes. These fragments remember too many last stands. The herbalist grabs my arm. Her grip surprisingly strong.
You cannot defeat this,
she says, voice certain.
Not alone.
I incline my skull. She understands.
Then we will remember,
she promises, releasing my arm to follow the others. The dragon fragments within me have faced this enemy before. They have burned before. They are prepared to burn again. I turn south. Let it find death's champion first. These fragments remember too many last stands. One more will make no difference. Chapter 20. Scorched Bones. The ground trembles beneath borrowed bones. Heat pulses through ancient soil, turning corrupted moss to ash. These fragments remember similar tremors, when demon lords walked the field of broken banners, when hope broke against darkness. My sword rises as shadows gather south. The air splits like torn fabric, reality parting around a form too large for mortal understanding. Wings of smoke and flame spread across the twilight sky. The demon lord emerges, a tower of burning darkness wearing armor forged in hell's deepest pits. Its weapons are hunger and despair given form. Each step scorches earth that has already been scorched before. These fragments know this being, or one like it. Memories surface of the final battle, how such creatures broke the 13th Army's lines, how mortal steel melted before their touch. The Duke's burning gaze fixes on my frame. Its laugh shakes loose stones from ancient graves.
A skeleton thinks it's a guard.
It speaks in voices that crack stone.
Your borrowed bones cannot bar my path.
My sword answers for me. The blade scrapes a line across black soil. Here, I stand. Eternus. The word echoes in the hollow space where thought forms but carries no weight here. Holy light flickers from the blade, nothing against an inferno. The Duke's gauntlet closes around the beam of light, crushing it effortlessly before it's forgotten. It moves and strikes with massive power. My armor shatters on impact, ancient steel turned to vapor by hell-forged weapons. The next blow scatters these bones across scorched earth, no matter. This frame pulls together, fragments seeking fragments through the swirling ash. I rise again as the demon's blade descends. Sword meets black steel with a sound like worlds ending. My frame explodes apart once more, the Duke's power tearing through the magical bonds that hold these bones as one. But purpose drives each piece to reform. Again I stand. Again I raise my sword.
Persistent echo!
The demon mocks.
You face a fraction of the strength that broke armies! What hope have these borrowed bones?
Hope belongs to the living. These fragments know only duty. I need not hope to stand my guard. My sword meets hell-forged steel again. The impact shatters both arms, sends ribs scattering like thrown sticks. The Duke's blade burns with fires that scorch away the integrated bones of the worm. No matter. These fragments pull together, magic drawing splinters from scorched soil. Each piece remembers its place, driven by purpose deeper than death itself.
You persist!
The demon's voice cracks more stones.
Yet you understand this frame you wear, these borrowed bones, they cannot match my strength.
My reformed hands grip the blade tighter. The steel remembers older magics, but even its light seems dim against hell's fire. The Duke moves like burning smoke given form. Its next strike tears my skull from spine, sending it rolling across battlefield soil. My headless frame fights on, sword guided by memories of countless warriors. The body knows its purpose even when scattered. Black flames wash over borrowed bones. Armor meant to turn mortal steel melts like wax. The dragon bones that reinforced this frame crack under infernal heat. Still these fragments fight. Still they reform.
Fascinating!
The demon lord's burning gaze follows my bones as they crawl together.
I have not been this entertained in an age. Do you know why you rise? What compels you forward? Unusual to find such prey wandering the unclaimed lands. Most mortals know better than to travel outside their protected territories.
I stand again, slower now. Each reformation comes harder. The magic binding these bones stretched thin by hellfire's touch. But stand I must. Each moment I endure here is another moment for the refugees to flee north. The Duke's blade takes my sword arm at the shoulder. Before I can recover, its gauntlet crushes my rib cage. Bones spray outward, charred black by its burning touch. My skull watches from where it fell as pieces of this frame struggle to rejoin. Some fragments crumble to ash, destroyed by power beyond their bearing. Still, enough remain. Still, duty drives them to rise.
Small guardian!
The demon's laughter shakes more stones loose.
I could end this farce with a thought. Yet your persistence intrigues me. What drives death to defy its betters?
The last intact pieces of this frame pull together. Not enough now to form a complete skeleton, but enough to grip a sword, enough to stand. The sword feels heavier. Its steel marked by hellfire, but it rises once more against the dark. The Duke's next strike will likely scatter these bones beyond recovery. Yet they rise, yet they stand. Some duties transcend even death's limitations. These borrowed bones remember what they were called to do: delay, protect. Each reformation serves that duty. My incomplete frame lurches forward. Eternus cuts through empty air as the Duke flows aside like burning smoke. Its counterattack removes both legs at the knees. No matter. These arms drag ruined bone across scorched earth. The sword remembers its purpose even as this form fails.
Such desperation!
The demon's voice cracks more of my bones.
For what? The living you guard will burn all the same.
The hell-forged blade descends. I roll aside, losing more ribs to its burning edge. Black flames eat into ancient bone, turning marrow to ash. Still these fragments fight. Still duty drives them. What remains of my frame swings upward. Sword meets hell-forged steel. The impact shatters my remaining arm, sends bone shards flying like broken stars. My skull watches from blood-soaked soil as the last pieces try to crawl together. The magic that binds these borrowed bones stretches thinner with each reformation. Yet still they answer duty's call. 3 ribs, half a spine, 1 arm missing fingers. Not enough left to stand, barely enough to grip a sword, but enough to fight.
Remarkable!
The Duke's burning gaze follows my fragment struggle.
Even now you resist. Tell me, little guardian, what memories drive these bones? What echoes of life give them such purpose?
I cannot answer. These borrowed bones remember too many last stands, too many final charges. Each fragment carries the weight of ancient oaths. The demon's blade comes down again. What remains of my frame raises the sword one final time. Steel meets steel. The impact shatters my last fragments to ash and ember. Only my skull remains. Hollow sockets watching as Hell's champion strides north toward those I swore to protect. The magic pulls weaker now, trying to draw new bones from battlefield soil, but the Duke's power has burned too much. Not enough remains to reform this frame. Yet still duty calls, still purpose drives these fragments. Even a skull can remember its oaths. Desperation knows no shape. The compulsion drives what remains of this consciousness through soil rich with ancient death. My skull's empty sockets seek any fragment that might serve. A rat's spine, curved wrong but strong. A raven's hollow bones, corruption touched but still sound. Ribs from creatures that died when darkness first claimed these lands. The magic pulses desperate now, pulling fragments never meant to join. A serpent's vertebrae, a wolf's jaw beneath my human skull. Things that crawled and flew and stalked, all dead, all answering duty's final call. Purpose cares nothing for proper form. My new frame rises, a horror of mismatched bones. Limbs bend at impossible angles. Joints move wrong against nature's law. Borrowed wings spread tattered between reaching claws. A tail of fused finger bones lashes soil. The Duke turns away from the north to once more face me, burning eyes widening at what he sees.
What manner of desperation drives you to this?
I care not for his mockery. This monstrous form launches forward, faster than human bones could move. Wing claws slash, while serpent spine coils. The demon's blade burns through corrupted bone, but there are always more fragments waiting in ancient soil. I am no longer death's champion, but death itself reshaped by need. Horror turned against horror, wrong against wrong. The compulsion screams through every twisted piece. North, the refugees, duty. Some duties are worth any cost. This new form moves. Wolf jaw snaps at hell-forged steel while raven wings scatter burning ash. Each strike that destroys twisted bone only drives these fragments to pull more from cursed soil.
Abomination!
The Duke's laughter cracks stone.
You remake yourself into corruption to fight corruption?
My serpent spine coils as rat claws scrabble through dirt. A deer's ribs cage my core, already blackening from hell's heat. No matter. More bones wait in ancient graves. The demon's blade shears through makeshift wings. Black flames consume borrowed fragments, but the compulsion drives this consciousness deeper into battlefield soil, pulling anything that might serve. Bat bones replace burned wings. Fox's teeth line reformed jaws. This shape holds no pride, no purpose but necessity. The Duke's power floods the field, turning bone to ash faster than this frame can rebuild. Yet still fragments answer duty's call. Still twisted pieces rise to replace what burns.
More!
Hell's champion mocks.
Yet even this corruption form cannot stand before me.
My answer comes in desperate motion. Scorpion tail assembled from finger bones strikes at burning armor. Claws built from 100 small creatures tear at wings of smoke. The demon's claw scatters this patchwork frame across scorched ground. But blood-soaked soil offers more fragments. Always more. What rises now barely remembers shape. A writhing mass of bone and purpose, held together by desperation and dying magic. But still it fights. Still it stands between darkness and those it must protect. The Duke's blade shears through a spine formed from countless small things. No matter. These fragments pull a centipede's skeletal segments from ancient soil. Anything to keep moving. Anything to stand.
Why persist?
Hell's champion asks, as flames consume borrowed wings.
What drives death to such depths?
If this twisted frame could speak, would it tell of Emmy's small fingers clutching rusted armor? But these fragments have no voice, only purpose. 100 rabbits' bones form new legs as the old burn away. A bear's skull joins my human one, giving 2 sets of snapping jaws. The magic binding these pieces stretches thinner, failing under hell's power. Yet still they answer need's call, still they rise. Black flames wash over this horror shape. The Duke's laughter shakes more bones loose from battlefield soil.
Look at what you've become, Guardian! This twisted thing of desperate parts!
My answer comes in motion. Eagle talons tear at burning armor while snake fangs strike at smoke wing joints. Each piece burns away instantly, replaced by whatever fragments the soil offers. A constant reformation of wrong things serving right purpose. The compulsion screams through every borrowed bit. North. Always north. The refugees need time, need distance, need hope. Let this frame become abomination. Let it break every natural law. These fragments remember only duty even as they forget proper shape. The demon's blade descends again. What rises to meet it now bears no resemblance to anything that lived. Just bone and purpose twisted together, held by desperation and failing magic. But still it fights. Still it stands. For Emmy. For Sarah. For 17 souls who need more time and the hundreds more beyond them.
Such corruption! To save so few!
The Duke's voice shatters more borrowed fragments. But it's not just 17. These twisted pieces remember Haven's walls, remember children playing in sunlit streets, remember a hope that still lives because darkness hasn't won everywhere. My horror frame reforms again. Owl bones for better sight, wolf spine for stronger strike. 1,000 tiny fragments from creatures that died defending their own, now joined in desperate unity.
They'll burn regardless,
Hell's champion promises, as flames consume this makeshift form.
Haven will fall. All realms fall.
Not today. Not while any fragment remains to rise. The magic stretches impossibly thin now. Each reformation pulls weaker pieces from cursed soil. Bird hollows splinter, rat bones crack. The demon's power burns through faster than this consciousness can rebuild. But beyond these 17 souls, beyond Haven's walls, life continues. Children grow. Gardens bloom. People remember how to laugh. Worth any price. Worth becoming horror. Worth breaking every natural law. The Duke's blade descends again. This time what rises is barely more than crawling bone. Truth given desperate form. That some purposes transcend proper shape. That duty knows no form. That even corruption can serve protection's cause.
What are you?
Hell's champion demands, as flames consume another desperate shape. Not champion now, not knight. Just borrowed pieces given purpose by need. Just duty twisted by desperation into forms that never should exist. Another twisted form burns away. The soil offers fewer fragments now, too many turned to ash by Hell's flames. What rises barely holds shape, a crawling mass of mismatched bone held together by fading magic and raw need.
Fascinating!
The Duke's burning gaze follows each desperate reformation.
You know you cannot win, cannot delay me much longer, yet still these fragments defy their better.
A crow's wing, a snake's ribs, a fox's jaw. They join in ways nature never intended, driven by purpose that transcends proper form.
Perhaps that's the revelation.
Hell's champion muses as flames consume another shape.
Not what you are, but what drives you. These fragments remember something older than corruption, don't they?
Blackfire burns away borrowed legs, no matter. A scorpion's segments provide new motion. Always forward, always between darkness and those who need protection.
I've broken armies,
The Demon Lord continues.
Shattered champions, corrupted the pure, but you're already broken, already shattered, yet somehow more pure in purpose than any living knight.
More bones turn to ash. The magic pulls weaker now, scraping battlefield soil for any fragment that might serve. A rat's spine, a raven's claws, a child's finger bones, centuries dead.
Tell me, little horror,
The Duke's voice cracks stone.
how many times will you rebuild? How many wrong shapes will you wear? What price will these fragments pay for duty?
If this twisted frame could answer, it would say any. All. Every shape, every fragment, until no bone remains in blood-soaked soil, until the last spark of magic fades, until they're safe. The last coherent shape burns away. Only scattered fragments remain now, tiny bone splinters dragging themselves through ash-choked soil. The magic flickers weaker with each passing moment, barely enough to animate these desperate pieces.
Such dedication,
the Duke muses, as flames consume another attempted form.
To reduce yourself to this crawling desperation, this thing of pure purpose.
Can't reform properly anymore. Can't rise. Can't fight. Just mindless motion forward. Forward, always forward. Duty stripped to its barest essence. My human skull lies sideways in scorched earth, watching through hollow sockets as the last bone fragments twitch and spasm. The magic stretches impossibly thin, trying to pull anything useful from the battlefield's soil, but there's nothing left unburned. Still these pieces try to move. Still they answer purpose's call. A horn sounds in the distance, deep, resonant, strange. The Duke's burning gaze turns north beyond Haven's walls.
Ah! It seems I have overstayed.
This thing of hell steps over my scattered remains.
Rest now, little horror. You've earned that much. Few things surprise me anymore, but this determination, it was worth a quick distraction.
The demon's wings spread, smoke and flame, painting twisted shadows across ruined ground.
Perhaps we'll meet again in another life, when you found new bones to wear.
Darkness sweeps over battlefield soil as the Duke takes flight. But these fragments can't track its departure. The magic fades rapidly now, purpose dimming like a guttering candle. The last bone splinters stop twitching. The final spark of animation flickers out. Consciousness fragments, scatters the bones it tried to hold together. Borrowed memories fade into darkness. Emmy's face, Sarah's nod, Merrick's quiet strength, Haven's walls. The compulsion pulls one final time. Then, nothing. Darkness claims what remains of borrowed purpose. The battlefield grows still. Chapter 21. What Bones Remember. Darkness. No up, no down, no then, no now. Only the endless press of nothing against nothing. Not the familiar dark of hollow eye sockets gazing out at twilight realms. This is deeper, total. A void where even borrowed memories fade to insignificance. No sensation of bone against stone, no whisper of ancient magic through rusted chains, no weight of borrowed armor or pull of desperate purpose. Time dissolves here. Consciousness drifts untethered from the fragments that once gave it shape. Borrowed memories scatter like ash in a dead wind. The compulsion that drove these bones still echoes, but distantly now, a fading ripple in endless dark. Did they reach Haven? The question forms and dissolves. Names slip away. Who needed protection? Why did these borrowed pieces rise? Purpose remains, a stubborn ember. The drive to guard, to stand, to fight, but guard what? Stand where? Fight whom? Darkness consumes even these questions. Nothing remains but the void and the slow dissolution of what once was duty given form. An indeterminate passage. Awareness dims further. What little remains prepares for final dissolution. Then, a pull. Faint, almost imperceptible, but undeniable. Like the distant echo of a forgotten oath, it resonates through the void. North. The direction means nothing here. Yet the pull remains. North. Where Emmy fled. Where Sarah ran with children in her arms, where Merrick led survivors toward distant walls. North, where Haven waits. The pull strengthens, not through any power of its own, but through purpose reawakening. Duty never truly faded, only slept in the depths of destruction. Awareness returns with sudden, brittle clarity. A single fragment of skull, my skull, lies in scorched earth. The familiar pulse of magic that once bound borrowed bones together now barely flickers, too weak to pull new fragments from this desolate soil. North. The compulsion tugs at what remains of consciousness. Haven. Refugees. Names blur, but the drive is absolute. I try to reform, to gather new pieces, as I have countless times before, but the magic stretches too thin. The Duke's flames burned too much, turned too many fragments to ash. A rat's vertebrae inches closer through blood-soaked dirt drawn by dying purpose, but it stops short, unable to fuse. A crow's hollow wing bone trembles nearby, yet refuses to join this broken form. The pieces lie scattered, each one remembering its proper shape too strongly to merge into something wrong. Nature reasserts its laws in the demon's absence. Still the compulsion pulls. North. Always north. But this fragment can only watch through a single empty socket as dawn paints the scorched battlefield gray. The magic pulses weaker, barely enough to maintain awareness. Borrowed memories fade like morning mist. Combat forms dissolve. Ancient oaths blur into wordless need. Only the drive remains. North. Protect. Stand. What remains can no longer answer duty's call. Yet to resist, to say no, has never been an option. Somehow duty finds a way. Through this single shard of skull, memories flicker, not mine, borrowed. A crown heavy with duty rather than gold, standing before 12 Legion commanders, their banners snapping in the wind. But which king? 7 gathered their people here, dwarven thanes pledging mountain folk, elven arrow singers promising bows, house lords of the eastern plains bringing cavalry. 12 legions strong, waiting for the 13th that never arrived. Who spoke of duty, of sacrifice, of standing against the dark? The crown meant nothing, the title less. What mattered were the faces looking back, farmers leaving plows, merchants trading scales for steel, young boys wearing armor that didn't fit. 12 legions, each 1,000 strong. Not soldiers, people. People who knew what approached from shadow, who came together not for glory or gold. The memory burns clearer. Standing on a hill overlooking the gathering armies. Blacksmiths forging plowshares into swords. Priests giving last rites. The 13th Legion never came. We waited 3 days. But the darkness didn't wait. It never waits. This skull fragment remembers giving the order. Remembers watching 12,000 souls march toward certain death. Remembers thinking, a crown means nothing if you can't protect your people. A king is not a king without those who choose to follow. And what follows now? Scattered pieces that refuse to join. The memory fades but leaves understanding. These borrowed bones were never mine to command. They served because they chose to serve, just as those 12 legions chose. a crown of golden leaves, lies buried somewhere in this blood-soaked soil. It matters as little now as it did then. A king's memories belong to his people. This shard remembers addressing them. A king is nothing without his people. Today we are all one people. But which king spoke those words? The memory slips away like water through bone fingers I no longer possess. The dawn strengthens, light glinting off ancient armor fragments scattered across the battlefield. The devastation is absolute. Where monstrous forms once fought, now only ash remains. The Duke's power burned deep, leaving nothing but this single skull fragment and memories fading like embers. This fragment was there, the night before the final battle, walking among campfires, seeing families who followed their soldiers, children sleeping under wagons, old men sharpening tools into weapons, women singing ancient hymns of protection. These weren't just armies. They were kingdoms carrying everything they could save, following their kings to what they hoped was salvation. The magic pulse is weaker, but holds one memory clear. Standing on that hill, watching 12 Legion banners dip in salute, not as king and soldiers, but as people united by desperate hope. This shard cannot recall the ending of that battle. Perhaps it's better that way. A king is not a king without his people. And these fragments are not whole with what they borrow. These borrowed bones remember because they were there, not as rulers, but as the ones who stood and fell together. Memory gains sudden, terrible clarity. Not the Duke who burned these pieces, but his master, the one who broke the world. 3 times the height of a man, armor fused with corrupted flesh, a crown of twisted horns, wings torn from different creatures, trophies of worlds devoured. I was there. Not on the hill where kings gathered, but in a valley not yet known for its broken banners, where the final charge broke against darkness incarnate. This piece of me was near enough to watch champions fall. The horns that crown his head weren't trophies then, but fresh torn from dragon lords who'd answered humanity's call. The demon king without a name dwarfed them all. I remember the sound their bodies made hitting the ground. His sword, no, not a sword. He reached into the chest of our first champion, pulled out darkness, and shaped it into a blade. Each swing killed 100 soldiers. We charged anyway. What choice remained? Behind us lay everything. This fragment remembers where a crown once touched it. That crown fell somewhere in this blood-soaked earth as he charged with the common soldiers, fine armor doing no better than rough-spun cloth to keep blood from spilling. The memories flood through this single shard, standing before the army not as ruler but as one of them, 12,000 souls who chose to follow. The crown meant nothing, the title less. What mattered were the lives we tried to protect. I died not as a king, but as one more soldier falling among thousands, blood mixing in soil that would never forget. This fragment remembers the final charge, his voice joining countless others in one last defiant cry. No special grave marked the fall, just another corpse on the field of broken banners. Yet Haven remained, not because of strength or walls, but hope. This fragment remembers its purpose now. Not just to protect, but to stand against him, against the one who broke the world. The compulsion surges through my remaining shard, stronger than before. These bones remember their true purpose. Even scorched and shattered, they answered duty's call. The magic may be weak, but the drive remains unbroken. I must return to the field of broken banners. The pull is impossible to resist. Purpose flows through every remaining fragment. Haven's survival was never meant to be permanent. Even scattered and burned, these bones remember their original purpose. We died protecting the living. My consciousness expands beyond this skull shard, reaching for any fragment that might still serve. The Duke's flames destroyed much, but not purpose, never that. Haven must survive. Must grow beyond mere refuge to become strength against the dark. These bones remember standing against the Demon King himself, not as heroes or champions, but as common soldiers who chose to fight. That same choice drives what remains of this form, to protect, to stand, to grow strong enough. The dead remember, the dead protect, and through borrowed bone and ancient memory, the dead will rise again. The compulsion pulls stronger now. Through my remaining skull fragment, I reach out with what little magic remains. There. A finger bone, blackened but intact. The connection forms weakly, not enough to fuse, but enough to move. More fragments answer. Half a rib, a single tooth. The magic stretches between them, a frail thread. I focus on the finger bone. It scrapes across scorched earth, dragging my skull shard with it. The pull northward demands motion. The other fragments follow, connected by failing magic. Not a skeleton, not even something monstrous. Just broken pieces moved by purpose. The finger bone leads. My skull fragment follows, empty socket collecting dirt. The single tooth trails behind, barely held by weakening power. North, distance becomes meaningless, only the next fraction of movement matters. The finger bone catches on debris, twists, keeps dragging. Each fragment length gained costs precious energy. The tooth sometimes loses connection. Still, these pieces refuse to surrender. Still, they answer purpose's call. Time blurs. Day, night lose meaning when awareness narrows to just 3 bones fighting for minimal motion. Gray fog settles over the battlefield. Or perhaps vision dims as magic fades further. Hard to tell when consciousness fragments like bone. Only the pull remains constant. North, always north. The finger bone catches on a root, struggles, breaks free. My skull scrapes after it. The tooth falters, connection stretching too thin. Magic weakens. A choice forms. Continue dragging the tooth, or break connection to move faster. Purpose demands forward motion. Memory begs to keep every fragment. The finger bone cannot move while dragging both skull and tooth. Duty wins. It must. The connection breaks. With it goes some crucial fragment of remembrance. The tooth lies still in scorched earth as the finger bone resumes its desperate journey, dragging only the skull fragment now. Always north, but somehow less than before. Chapter 22. The Watcher. The finger bone drags my skull fragment through endless gray. Time loses meaning. Only the compulsion remains. North, always north. The magic binding us grows weaker with each scrape across scorched earth. Memories scatter like the rest of these borrowed bones. Which battle was this? Which soldier's final breath gave this shard its purpose? The answers drift away like ash on wind. Forward. The finger bone catches on debris, twists, continues its mission. My empty socket fills with dirt, then empties, then fills again. The cycle means nothing. Only motion matters. Gray fog thickens, or perhaps that's just the magic fading further. Hard to tell when awareness shrinks to a single point of purpose. Days, or weeks, or moments pass. Time holds no meaning when form itself barely exists. The finger bone drags onward, sometimes moving mere inches between sunrises. The journey that would have taken living legs hours to complete stretches into eternity for fragmented bone. What little magic remains dims further with each fragment length gained. The drive north persists, but these borrowed pieces lack the strength to answer its call. The finger bone catches, twists, scrapes forward another fraction. The bone should have crumbled to dust days ago, yet duty drives it onward. Gray mist thickens around these fragments, not natural fog, something darker, hungrier, the kind of darkness that devours bone and purpose alike. The fingerbone trembles, its last strength fading. This darkness flows with purpose of its own, not corruption's taint, but something more ancient, more patient. It has waited for these fragments since the Duke's departure, circling the battlefield like a carrion bird waiting for final collapse. The darkness has a heartbeat, slow, deliberate. It pulses through scorched soil, each beat drawing closer to these desperate fragments. The fingerbone senses the threat, tries to drag faster, but has nothing left to give. The magic flickers, a dying light that will soon go dark. When it fails, these pieces will lie forever in scorched earth, just more fragments among countless dead. The compulsion screams north, but borrowed bones can no longer answer. The darkness flows closer, coherent now, not just shadow, but something moving within it. Dozens of red eyes blink open within the roiling black mass. Hundreds of teeth form and dissolve in perpetual hunger. This is what feeds on fallen gods and broken heroes. This is what consumes the remnants of lost purpose. It has no name, no shape except what it borrows from nightmares. It exists only to devour what once held meaning. The fingerbone makes one final desperate attempt to drag northward. The magic flares briefly, bright against encroaching shadow, then gutters like a candle in storm winds. The darkness surges forward, its many mouths open wide, ready to consume these last fragments and the final spark of purpose they contain. Then a shadow falls across these fragments, different from the hungry dark, focused, deliberate. The fingerbone halts its endless crawl. Ancient boots step into view. Not leather, something older. Metal that should have rusted to nothing centuries ago still holds its form. The boots bear no ornamentation, yet their design speaks of function refined beyond mortal craft. The steel shows no scratch, no dent, though it must have walked countless battlefields. Each step leaves no print in scorched earth, yet the ground remembers their passing. The figure kneels. Their armor bears no ornament, no marking of rank or allegiance, just pure function given form. No living blacksmith crafted these plates. No mortal forge shaped this steel. The armor simply is, as mountains are, as oceans are, an expression of unchanging purpose. Even the helm remains unadorned, though it turns slightly as they study these broken, lonely fragments. Where a face should appear behind the visor, only deeper shadow exists. Not darkness like the hungry void, but the absence of anything that could be understood by mortal perception. Steel fingers touch against skull fragment. Not gentle. Gentleness died with the world. But precise. Measuring. The magic binding these pieces responds, recognizing something that remembers equal purpose. "You carry a king's memory," they say, voice neither living nor dead. It sounds like stone speaking, like mountains grinding together, ancient beyond reckoning, yet clear as judgment. "And a soldier's duty." The fingerbone trembles, still trying to drag northward. Even now, duty allows no rest. Their helm tilts, considering this unrelenting drive of fragments and magic barely holding awareness together. The darkness that pursued these fragments hesitates, its countless eyes blinking in confusion. The many-mouthed horror knows this armored figure, fears it, perhaps, or simply recognizes something beyond its hunger. The armored figure's presence stirs something in these borrowed bones, recognition without memory, purpose calling to purpose. These fragments remember this being, or ones like it, standing witness at ancient battles, observing as kings fell and empires crumbled. Their gauntleted hand lifts my skull fragment, studying the ancient runes etched deep within yellowed bone. markings invisible to mortal eyes but clear to those who understand the language of oaths. The remaining wisps of magic pulse weakly in response.
I watched them all fall, they say. Kings and peasants alike, 12 legions broken against darkness, 7 crowns lost to blood-soaked soil. Banners torn by demon hands, some prayed, some cursed, some just died. I could not intercede, that was not my purpose.
The hungry darkness presses closer, drawn by the last flickers of magic, yet unwilling to challenge the armored figure directly. Small maws open and close in frustrated desire. The figure's hand closes around these fragments, shielding them from the void.
But perhaps...
Their voice carries endless grief, the accumulated weight of witnessing uncounted atrocities without intervention.
Perhaps sometimes watching is not enough.
They gather these fragments with careful precision, not the gentleness of flesh, but the exactness of one who has measured the final moments of civilizations.
The field of broken banners remembers its own,
they say.
There are better bones to borrow there.
Their fingers cradle these fragments like precious things, though we both know duty would have dragged them north regardless, or tried to, before the magic failed. The hungry darkness recedes further, its many eyes watching with malevolent patience. It knows the armored figure's limitations, knows that intervention must be brief, measured, precise.
I watched,
they continue, voice heavy with the weight of endless witnessing.
When the legions fell, when kings charged with common soldiers, when darkness devoured worlds. The figure rises, my fragments secure in their grasp. For a brief moment their helm turns toward the hovering darkness. No words pass between them, but the many-mouthed shadow retreats further, clearly understanding some unspoken warning. They move across scorched earth with steps that leave no mark, yet somehow part the gray fog. The hungry darkness recoils from their presence, but still follows at a distance, unwilling to abandon its prey entirely. So many prayers, so many last breaths spent on faith I could not answer. All I could do was watch. That was my purpose, to witness, never to act.
The words emerge like the tolling of ancient bells, resonating with unimaginable weight.
I was justice, the observer of all deeds, the measurer of worth, the silent witness to oaths kept and broken.
These fragments sense truth in those words. This being once held power beyond comprehension. Now they carry only duty's weight, like these borrowed bones. But where my purpose drives ever forward, they remain bound to endless observation.
The Pantheon decreed that I must only watch. That judgment without intervention was the natural order. That gods must not directly interfere.
Their helm tilts upward toward distant skies.
We saw how well that ended.
They walk north, bearing these pieces toward familiar soil. The hungry darkness does not follow, though its countless eyes remain fixed on their retreat.
Your magic comes from deeper wells than mine, they say. Older, born from choice rather than command. I watched it form in battlefield soil, fueled by final stands and last defenses. No god granted your purpose, you claimed it.
A sound emerges from their helm, not laughter, for laughter requires joy, but something adjacent to appreciation.
You have greater claim to godhood than I ever did."
Their armored helm turns, regarding these fragments with that impenetrable shadow where a face should be. "Justice," they say.
There was a time when that word held meaning, when oaths and laws bound both peasant and king, when the strong protected the weak, when truth mattered more than power, when promises were kept even unto death.
Their fingers tighten around my fragments, not from emotion, but simple fact.
Now there is only death. Death and endless watching. The strong prey on the weak. The corrupt devour the pure. And justice. Justice died with the old kingdom. Even the ground remembers no law but suffering.
The field of broken banners emerges from the fog. Not through their power, we have simply arrived. The ground here remembers its dead, and through it, these fragments recognize home. Ancient bones lie half-buried in black soil, remnants of the final stand that failed to stop the darkness. But the field is not empty. Other forms move across it, not living creatures not yet fully formed, but things halfway between purpose and manifestation. Fragments like mine scraping across hallowed ground, seeking to reform, to remember, to rise again. The armored figure pauses, watching these half-formed guardians with that featureless helm.
I am not permitted to intervene directly, to raise armies or smite enemies, but perhaps...
They study my fragments more closely.
Perhaps carrying one who chose his duty back to where he might rise again falls within the bounds of observation.
They kneel one final time, placing my pieces in soil that knows its own. The magic pulses stronger here, ready to draw new fragments home. As they kneel, something changes in their perfect armor, a dulling of the metal, the first hint of imperfection in divine craftsmanship.
I wish...
They pause, helm bowing slightly.
I wish I could have done more than watch. But perhaps carrying you here is enough. Some duties must be chosen, not commanded.
Ancient power flows through steel fingers, different from the magic that bonds and binds these last fragments. Where my borrowed power pulses with battlefield oaths and final stands, this energy carries the weight of endless watching. The accumulated force of witnessing every injustice ever committed, every oath broken, every truth denied.
I am Juradan,
they say, pressing my pieces into black soil. The ground of the field of broken banners responds, remembering its dead.
Once I was justice. Now I am merely the observer, last of my kind,
bound by oaths I cannot break, even as the world falls to those who break theirs. The soil around my fragment stirs, responding to both Juradan's presence and the return of its owner. Other bones shift beneath the surface, drawn by familiar purpose. As Juradan's fingers press deeper into the soil, their perfect armor continues to change. Tarnish spreads across plates that should be immune to corruption. Joints creak that once moved in divine silence. Juradan rises, the motion now visibly difficult, as if divine joints remember pain they should be immune to. Their armor, once untouched by time, now shows clear signs of mortality. Scratches mark surfaces that moments ago were flawless. Tarnish dulls metal that once gleamed with inner light. Their helm tilts down, considering these scattered fragments one final time.
The field remembers. It will give you what you need.
Their voice changes too. The sound of mountains grinding together, now carrying hints of mortality.
When you rise again, as you surely will, remember that I chose to act, however small that action might seem.
Remember that even fallen gods can change. They turn, facing the direction from which we came. The hungry darkness waits at the field's edge, countless eyes blinking in malevolent patience. Its many mouths form silent words, a challenge, perhaps, or a reminder of ancient limitations.
Your kind has fed enough,
Juradan says to the shadow, voice carrying less weight than before, divine resonance fading with each word.
This one is not yours to claim.
The darkness ripples, its countless eyes narrowing. It senses the change in Juradan, the weakening of divine essence, the cost of intervention made manifest in failing armor and diminished voice. Their gauntleted hand spreads flat against the soil, and more divine power flows into the earth around my fragments, not commanding but offering. The ground accepts this gift, this sacrifice, this final intervention. As the power transfers, Juradan's armor dulls further. What was once perfect divine craft now resembles ordinary steel, subject to mortal limitations.
I choose a different path,
They say, voice now almost entirely mortal.
Not dissolution, not continuation, but purpose. I cannot restore your form entirely. Even gods have limits in these broken times. But I can ensure your magic endures long enough to find new bones to borrow.
The darkness recedes further, clearly recognizing the threat beneath Juradan's words. The observer is willing to pay the price of diminishment.
Go,
Juradan says to the shadow.
Find easier prey. This field and its guardians are not for you.
The many-eyed darkness retreats, its countless mouths closing in frustrated hunger. It understands the bargain just struck. Divine essence spent to protect these fragments, intervention paid for with diminishment. It knows there will be other opportunities, other broken purposes to feed upon. For now it withdraws into the mist beyond the field's boundaries. Juradan turns back to these fragments, armor now mortal than divine. Rust forms at joints where divine metal meets divine metal. Their helm, once perfect in its simplicity, now bears dents and scratches from battles never fought in physical form.
Your oath and mine,
Juradan says.
different in scale but not in nature. To protect, to serve, to stand against darkness.
They rise one final time, the motion clearly painful, divine nature almost completely spent. Their armor, once perfect, now bears the full marks of mortality. Dents where there should be none, rust where divine metal should be immune, joints that creak with effort that should require none.
The field remembers. It will give you what you need,
They say, voice now almost entirely mortal.
I return to watching, but changed by this choice. Lessened, yet somehow more.
They turn to leave, then pause, helm tilting toward my fragments once more.
When you rise again,
They say,
remember that even the least action outweighs the grandest observation. Even fallen gods can learn this truth, though the lesson comes too late.
Then they vanish. Not in divine light or cosmic power, but simply by walking away into gray mist, footsteps now leaving faint impressions in scorched earth. Juradan, once god of justice, now something less and perhaps something more. Ancient power lingers where armored knees touch earth. In times past it would have weighed deeds and measured worth with perfect detachment. Today it merges with battlefield soil, with the magic that binds borrowed bones, with purpose that refuses to die. The finger bone and skull fragments sink deeper into blood-soaked earth. The ground welcomes them home, ready to provide what these borrowed pieces need. The field of broken banners remembers when justice knelt in charred ground, finally choosing to act rather than observe. It remembers, too, the price of that choice. Divinity spent, godhood diminished, purpose reforged. These fragments feel the change as the soil embraces them. The magic strengthens, not restored to what it was, but stabilized by divine sacrifice. Enough to continue, enough to rise again when the time comes. Darkness falls as my consciousness dims, not to void, but to sleep. The compulsion still pulls northward, but now there is time. Time to rest, time to reform, time to remember. The field of broken banners holds its secrets beneath blood-soaked soil. It remembers kings who died as common soldiers. It remembers gods who chose action over divinity. It remembers, most of all, that some oaths transcend even death. The ground accepts these fragments as it has accepted countless others, but unlike those, these pieces will rise again. The magic grows stronger, drawing from the field's deep memory. New fragments rise from blood-soaked earth, not just bones, but purpose itself taking physical form. The compulsion remains. North. Haven. Protect. But now there is time. Time to gather strength. Time to reform. Time to rise again. Because justice stands guard over broken bones, allowing them the peace required to remember who they are, and what they must become. The dead remember duty longest, but sometimes even justice remembers mercy. Chapter 23. When Bones Choose. The field of broken banners remembers. Blood-soaked soil stirs beneath starless skies. Ancient memories awakening. Magic pulses through scattered fragments. Not the desperate spark that drove them before, but something deeper, richer, purposeful. Skull fragment and finger bone sink deeper, welcomed by earth that knows its own. This ground holds the memory of that final day, when 12 legions made their last stand against the demon king, when banners fell and hopes shattered against the dark. Their bones lie deep in consecrated soil, each fragment carrying the echo of a final oath, a last stand, a promise unfulfilled. The earth trembles, not from fear, but recognition. A femur breaks the surface first, yellowed with age, yet strong with purpose. Ancient runes of warfare spiral along its length, not carved by mortal hands, but etched by memories of that devastating hour. Then vertebrae rise, each one shaped by different moments in the final charge. They remember the pride of marching forth, the terror of first contact, the grim determination to meet death and not shirk from it. Ribs follow, curved by the weight of shields that broke. They emerge from dark soil, reaching toward each other, remembering the cage they once formed around hearts long stilled. My lonely fragments call to these emerging bones, and they answer, not with the reluctant surrender of borrowed pieces, but with willing purpose. These are no longer fragments to be claimed, but chosen bones answering a shared oath. The rib cage forms first, curving around a hollow core where the memory of that last battle still lingers. Vertebrae lock together, spine remembering its natural arc. Shoulder blades emerge, marked with the impact of strikes that shattered ancient armor. Arm bones seek their sockets, fingers extend, remembering the grip of weapons long since rusted to nothing. Leg bones plant firmly in soil soaked with the blood of 12,000 souls who fell in a single hour of slaughter. Armor fragments surface next, not just steel and leather, but pieces of those who wore them. Metal fused with bone. They remember their purpose, too, sliding into place over the reassembled frame. I flex restored fingers, testing the strength of these new bones. Each joint carries the memory of that final day, not just how they broke, but why they stood in the first place. Magic surges through marrow older than kingdoms. Metal calls to metal. My sword, shattered in the battle with the Duke of Hell, begins to reform. Shards of steel rise from the soil, black against the gray sky. They orbit my outstretched hand, spinning in complex patterns that speak of battles never forgotten. The fragments align, edge to edge, pommel to guard. But they do not simply rejoin. The metal transforms as it fuses, steel becoming something older, darker. Not the color of the night sky, but of the empty place between stars. the absence that existed before light first sparked. Runes etch themselves along the blade, drawn by no mortal hand, but by the purpose that pulses through this renewed frame. They glow with the same blue-white light that burns in hollow sockets, not fire, but its opposite. The cold certainty of duty that outlasts even death. The sword remembers more than its original form. Eternus. Not just a word of power now, but a name given physical form. The blade that remembers older laws than mortality. It settles into my grip as if blade and bone share the same ancient purpose. Perhaps they do. Both shaped by what they opposed. Both defined by what they protected. Both transformed by what they endured. I drive Eternus into the dark soil, calling not just to bones but to the oaths that animated them. The promises made by those who fell in that single hour when the world broke. Not just their deaths, but the reasons they stood. To protect, to avenge, to ensure. The earth answers. The transformation builds, bones settling into familiar form but continuing beyond. Something deeper pulses through the field, echoes of justice's lingering power stirring ancient memories. These fragments could become something greater. They are no longer merely borrowed bones animated by desperate need, but chosen ones, selected by the very ground that bore witness to humanity's last stand. Blessed by justice, who finally chose to act rather than observe. I kneel in soil blackened by fire, feeling the pulse of ancient power through every fragment. The field holds countless voices, not different battles, but different moments. A legion speaking as one, yet each voice distinct. 3 currents flow through the ground, each pulling at these assembled bones with different promises. The legion's path resonates with collected strength. 12,000 who fell as one, their combined might offering immense resilience. United they stood, united they fell, united they might rise again. The champion's current calls with the singular power of those who stood in the vanguard, elite warriors honed to perfection, a single blade against the dark. But the monster's path pulses with something older than human warfare, something beyond mortal form. The Demon King reshaped the world that day, unmade creation with his presence. Perhaps defending what remains requires similar transformation. The choice forms itself, not conscious decision, but inevitable truth. Legions fell before his power. Champions broke against his might. Only by becoming something beyond human limits can these bones hope to face him again. The truth forms in marrow. The Legion was not enough. Champions shattered against his might. Even the ancient worm, whose bones I claimed, lacked the necessary power. This must be merely the beginning. The transformation starts with acceptance. These are no longer borrowed bones, but chosen ones. Like the worm bones before, they reshape themselves to something greater. But this is just the first step. Dragon vertebrae emerge from the battle soil, called by recognition of what these bones must become. They merge with this frame not as borrowed pieces, but as willing transformations. Ancient scales surface next, fusing with armor that remembers mankind's last stand. But more awaits. The field of broken banners holds memories of things that died defending humanity before kingdoms rose, before crowns were forged, before armies learned to march. Their essence calls to these fragments, offering power that breaks natural law. Something stirs in the soil beneath Eternus's blade. This is just the first rebirth. To face the Demon King again, these bones must become more than just monster or guardian. They must become something new. Bones bind to bone, not gently or naturally, but with deliberate force. The remains of fallen soldiers fuse with my frame, transforming as they join. Femurs elongate with cracking purpose, extending beyond human scale. Ribs expand and thicken, forming a cage that could shelter lesser beings. Vertebrae stack higher, each one reinforced by the essence of those who fell here. My frame grows beyond human proportion, but not randomly. The bones shape themselves into something that remembers battle forms. Shoulders broaden to bear the weight of greater armor and greater purpose. Arms lengthen, built to wield weapons that would break mortal frames. Legs thicken, planted like ancient tree trunks in blood-soaked soil. Dragon bone and worm scale merge with this new form, not as mere armor, but as natural growth. The plates flow like liquid bone before hardening into overlapping scales that protect expanded joints. Spikes of ancient ivory erupt from shoulders and spine, turning this frame into a weapon itself. Eternus responds, the blade growing with its wielder. What was a long sword becomes something more, a great blade meant for giants' hands, yet still perfectly balanced for this monstrous new form. The runes along its length pulse brighter, spread further along the dark steel. When the transformation completes, dragon scales and worm bone form natural armor across this massive frame. Plates overlap and ivory spikes thrust from shoulders and spine. Not the elegant horrors that serve demon lords, but something far more primal. A monster shaped by the need to protect. My new frame remembers not just fallen soldiers, but the ogres that knights once felled, the giant beasts who once raided human settlements. These bones flex fingers, testing the weight of this enhanced frame. Each movement carries new purpose, not just the borrowed memories of fallen soldiers, but the combined strength of greater beings. The bones remember how giants tore down castle walls, yet this is not completion. The pull of ancient power still tells of further changes to come. Eternus pulses in my grip, its transformed blade now properly sized for this titanic frame. The runes along its length glow brighter, as if recognizing this is merely one step towards something greater. Like the sword, these bones must evolve further to face what comes. The first step on a longer path. These new bones must still become something entirely new, something that can stand before the Demon King not as a mere guardian, but as a force of nature. Knowledge floods through my hollow skull, not borrowed memories, but integrated purpose. When the transformation settles, I tower 15 feet above the blood-soaked soil, twice the height of mortal men. Not just a guardian of the dead, but a lord of death. These bones remember what they once were, but have become something entirely new. My skull could rest upon Haven's battlements, my reach long enough to sweep defenders from its walls, yet this frame is built to protect those walls, not breach them. Eternus rests against my shoulder, blade and bone bound together, another step towards newer purpose. The field of broken banners stills, a deeper silence settling across ancient soil. The very ground seems to acknowledge this transformation, ancient magic still calling but no longer responding. There will be no more renewal from this place. I have become all their wish. I rise to my full height, towering over the battlefield where humanity made its last unified stand. This new frame casts a longer shadow now, bone plate armor heavy against the night sky. Each step leaves deeper impressions in the dark earth. No longer the tracks of a guardian, but the footprints of something that transcends simple classification. I incline my skull toward the field, a warrior's gesture of respect. These bones were freely given, transformed by necessity and ancient purpose. Charged and changed by justice's final intervention. I go forth once more. Haven's walls rise in the distance, still the same height but now seeming smaller against this enhanced frame. I begin my approach, each stride covering ground that would have required 3 steps before. The field remains unusually quiet as I walk. No shadow hounds emerge from the mists, no banner wraiths form around fallen standards. Even the eternal echoes of that final battle seem muted, as if something fundamental has changed. The walls of Haven await, and beyond them, 17 souls and countless others who still need protection. The compulsion remains: north, protect, defend, but now with power to match purpose. The dead remember duty longest, but sometimes duty requires becoming more than memory allows. Chapter 24. 3 years gone. The walls of Haven stand taller than before. Where once crumbling stone marked vulnerable sections, new timber reinforces fresher mortar. 3 modest watchtowers now line the eastern approach, constructed from salvaged lumber and metal recovered from abandoned outposts. Not perfect, but functional. Beyond the walls, small fields of walled farms push hardy grain and root vegetables through soil that had been barren for generations. The farmers work with weapons strapped to their backs, ready to abandon hoe for sword at the first sign of danger. Their efforts yield meager harvests, but even these help fend off starvation. Where once a singular darkness kept them besieged, now different horrors compete to claim Haven's inhabitants. Raids come more frequently, but with less organization. Desperate and hungry things striking at random. Things have changed. The 15-foot skeleton moves across the killing field as it approaches Haven's walls, striding through signs of fresh battle turned earth and the corpses of recent attackers. Steel scrapes against stone as guards rush to defensive positions. The guards on Haven's walls tense at the approaching Titan with the weary readiness of veterans. 3 years of endless siege have burned fear out of them, leaving only grim competence. Years of endless waves crashing against their defenses have numbed them to all but the worst of threats. Commander Sarah Eichert stands at her usual post, her armor weathered and patched from countless battles. Deep shadows beneath her eyes speak of sleepless nights and endless vigilance. The scar across her left cheek, fresh after the skeleton fell fighting the Duke 3 years prior, has faded to a pale line, one of many marks left by war unending. She remembers when the Dark Heart's destruction should have meant peace. Instead, it merely changed the nature of their war. "Siege positions!" she calls out, more from habit than urgency. Archers knock arrows while spearmen brace against the ramparts. Below, scavenger teams retreat back behind the walls, dragging sacks of salvaged metal and supplies gathered from yesterday's battle. The air carries the scent of alchemical fire mixed with blood that never fully leaves the soil. Ravens circle overhead. The walls bear fresh scars from recent attacks, claw marks where men who abandoned their humanity had tried to scale the walls, grooves from acid burns caused by crawling things, and the gouges left by the fangs of great monsters. Last week it was dire wolves, unnaturally large. Before that, things that wore men's faces wrong with too many teeth and fingers that bent backward. Every day brings new nightmares to test their walls.
3 years,
mutters an old guard beside Commander Eichert, running a whetstone along his blade with practiced motions.
3 years since that skeleton destroyed the heart, and still they come.
Commander Sarah watches the titanic skeleton approach through her spyglass. Its movements seem familiar, but she's learned caution. Hope is a luxury Haven cannot afford. The massive form strides through mist that clings to the killing field, parting the pale shroud. Morning light catches on bone and ancient armor, illuminating dragon vertebrae fused with human remains. A patchwork giant stitched from battlefield fragments. Its ribcage is visible even at this distance, blue flame flickering where a heart should be. 3 days ago, the eastern farmsteads reported a giant rising from the field of broken banners. They assumed another horror had come to test Haven's walls. None expected it to move with such deliberate purpose, to seem familiar. Through her spyglass, Sarah tracks each deliberate movement of the approaching Titan. The familiar precision in its steps triggers memories of another skeleton, smaller but no less purposeful, who had once cleared the darkness from beneath Haven's walls. But where that skeleton had brought protection, this giant, could bring destruction. "Ready the ballista," she orders, pushing sentiment aside. The massive bolts could punch through stone. They'd felled 3 giants last month alone. Behind her, the massive wooden engines creak as crews wind the mechanisms tight. The sound of straining wood and metal follows behind bowstrings being tested, shields positioned, prayers murmured too quietly for others to hear. The skeleton's armor is beyond any mortal craft, its sword immense and proportioned to its massive frame. Something about the pattern seems familiar, but Commander Sarah knows better than to trust such feelings.
"Remember the refugees from Joist."
The old guard adjusts his grip on his spear, knuckles white from tension. The tattoo on his forearm, once bright with kingdom colors, has faded like so much else. "The ones who came with stories of how that skeleton sent them to us. Told them to run while he fought against a demon duke. Never saw anything like that before or since." Commander Sarah feels the worn edge of Haven's shield, identical to the one she'd given that skeletal knight years ago. The metal has thinned in spots from constant polishing, a nervous habit she developed in the years of waiting. The Titan draws closer, and now she can see the blue-white pinpricks of light in its eye sockets. The same color she remembers from before. It is not the only skeleton to have such colors, but only one ever made a difference, one that raised a shield toward humanity rather than a sword against it. She hardens her resolve. She's watched too many friends die from hesitation, seen too many monsters wear familiar faces. The dark heart may be gone, but its legacy lives on in every corrupted thing that stalks the killing fields outside of Haven. "Hold positions!" she commands, her voice carrying along the wall. "We've defended our home this long, we'll defend it today!" The old guard nods, wiping sweat from his brow.
3 years since that skeleton fell. 3 years of holding these walls alone."
The guards' crossbows remain trained on the massive figure, their hands steady from countless similar confrontations. Haven endures, as it always has, but the cost of survival grows steeper with each passing season. Beneath the walls, the earth tells its own story. Fresh graves mark last week's losses, 3 more defenders claimed by creatures that emerge from the endless rot. Simple wooden markers have replaced the elaborate headstones of earlier days. No one has time for carving names anymore. The survivors no longer hold funerals. They simply add names to the memorial wall and return to their posts. The living have no time to mourn. The field of broken banners from whence the Titan now walks marks the site of humanity's last unified stand, where kingdoms united failed and fell. Where something rose from the aftermath to destroy the dark heart. Where something was destroyed in turn fighting a demon duke. The ground there never fully dries, moisture seeping up through soil soaked in the blood of fallen thousands. The Titan stops briefly, massive skull turning toward a scorched section of ground far beyond the walls. Veterans tense at the familiar gesture, remembering how the smaller skeleton used to pause at battlefields, acknowledging fallen warriors before moving on. This Titan seems to share that habit. The 15-foot colossus resumes its approach. No rage in its movements, no hunger, no mindless aggression that marks the usual threats, just relentless purpose. The ground trembles slightly with each step, sending small pebbles skittering across Haven's walls. "It's coming!" a guard's voice cracks. Bells ring out across Haven's towers, their distinctive patterns warning of larger threats. The bronze tones echo through the settlement, sending civilians scurrying to shelter and summoning off-duty guards to their positions. Commander Reichert strides along the ramparts, her boot heels striking stone with authoritative rhythm. "Archers to positions! I want every bow ready to loose on my command!" Arrows rattle in quivers. Bowstrings creak as they're drawn taut. The giant skeletal figure continues its advance, plates of bone and dragon bone shifting with each massive step. Emmy stands at her usual post near the western wall, where she's kept vigil every morning for the past 3 years. No longer the child who once questioned a skeleton. She's grown tall and lean, her face bearing the hardened expression of Haven's defenders. Her fingers brush the wooden toy soldier tucked in her belt. The guards mock her vigil, but respect her aim. On the wall, she's earned her place. "Look at the size of that thing," a guard whispers, swallowing audibly. "Must be twice as tall as the gate." Emmy's bow remains lowered while others draw their arrows. She sees the familiar blue glow in the Titan's skull, the same light she searched for across the killing fields each dawn. Wind catches her hair, no longer in childish braids, but cut practical and short. She leans forward, studying what approaches. "That's him," she mutters, as the wind carries her words away. They've seen giants before, stone titans that hurled boulders against the walls, leaving craters that took weeks to repair. Flesh abominations stitched from multiple corpses, their mismatched limbs working in unison. Even things of bone and other undead, but none moved like this. None carried themselves with soldiers' discipline. The Titan's chest plate bears markings similar to Haven's own shield design. Perhaps coincidence. The sword in its grip appears forged from a single piece of metal, runes etched deep into the blade, pulsing with the same blue-white energy that burns in its eye sockets. When it turns its skull slightly to survey the walls, several veterans inhale sharply. The gesture mirrors exactly how the smaller skeleton used to assess threats. That precise angle of consideration, that moment of stillness before action. Archers draw their bows as the Titan's steps shake loose stones from Haven's walls. Memories of previous giant attacks flash through the defenders' minds. Just last month, a stone giant had swept half a dozen men from the western rampart with a single swing of its club. Their bodies still lie unrecovered beyond the walls, picked clean by scavengers, both natural and otherwise. "Range in 30 paces," calls out a spotter. Commander Eichert raises her hand, ready to give the order. The massive sword in the skeleton's grip could clear the entire wall in one arc. They've seen it before. 25 paces! Emmy's fingers tighten on her bow, but she doesn't draw. The other archers eye her with concern, their own arrows trained on vital points, joints, skull seams, gaps between plate, all the weaknesses they've learned to exploit in 3 years of endless battles. 20 paces, Commander! Steel creaks as the ballista crews crank their weapons to full draw. The massive bolts could punch through stone walls, but against dragon bone and ancient armor, no one seems certain. The metal heads, each one forged from repurposed swords and spears melted down to serve Haven one final time. 15 paces! 10 paces! Commander, give the word! Bowstrings creak at full draw. Sweat drips down fingers. The skeletal titan towers over Haven's walls now, its skull level with the highest rampart. Those pin-pricks of blue-white light visible to all. Up close, the bone structure reveals more. Human fragments merged with creatures both known and unidentifiable. Commander Eichert raises her hand, ready to give the signal. The massive ballista creaks as its crew adjusts their aim. The steel-tipped bolt longer than a man is tall. "Ready!" Her voice carries across the walls. The bowstrings draw tighter. Emmy steps forward, pushing past 2 archers to reach the front of the rampart. "Commander, wait! Get back to your post, soldier!" Commander Eichert's eyes never leave the Titan. The guards shift uneasily. They remember stories told around fires of a skeleton knight who had saved them when corruption flooded the tunnels beneath Haven. How it had fallen fighting something beyond the walls 3 years ago. How the blue light had faded from its eye sockets as it crumbled to dust. They remember, too, how bones sometimes return. "Fire the ballista!" Eichert commands. The mechanism releases with a thunderous crack that echoes across the killing field. Birds scatter from nearby trees, their wings beating frantically. The massive bolt moves fast, but the Titan's sword is faster. Steel meets steel with a sound like thunder, and the ballista bolt splits cleanly in half, its pieces tumbling to the earth. No damage, no harm. The precision of the parry speaks of skill beyond mere size or strength, a warrior's instinct preserved beyond death. A second bolt follows the first, but meets the same fate, cleaved apart by the rune-lit blade. Arrows rain against bone and armor. Veterans target joints, skull seams, gaps between plate, all the weaknesses they've learned to exploit in 3 years of endless battles. But their arrows find no purchase. Some shatter against dragon bone, their shafts splintering on impact. Others just bounce off armor, falling uselessly to the ground below. The few that wedge between plates simply hang there, causing no apparent damage to the massive figure. Emmy watches each futile impact, her own bow still lowered. The blue-white glow in the Titan's eye sockets remains steady, unchanged by the assault. It's the same light she remembers from years ago, when a smaller skeleton led her people to safety through monster-filled tunnels. Commander Eichert signals for another volley. More arrows follow. The third ballista bolt sails true, aimed at the Titan's skull, but, like the others, it falls in cleaved halves before reaching its target. A quiet comes over the battlefield. The titanic skeleton stands motionless before Haven's walls, 15 feet of ancient power neither advancing nor retreating. New scars mark its frame where Haven's defense found weak spots. A deep gouge across its left shoulder plate, several ribs cracked from ballista bolts that nearly found their mark, a fissure running through its right arm. But it stands unmoved, unflinching, despite damage that would fell lesser beings. The bone Titan's chest pulses with blue-white energy beneath ancient armor. Fragments from 1,000 battlefields now fused into one greater whole. Dragon vertebrae line its spine, holding the massive frame together where mortal bone would collapse under its own weight. The collected purpose of countless fallen warriors preserved. Every defender who ever stood against darkness, steady and unfaltering. But rather than advance, it turns its massive sword and plants it in the once blood-soaked earth. The blade sinks deep, standing upright. The Titan raises its arms slowly, deliberately. Bone plates shift and ancient armor creaks in a remembered gesture of a knight's parley. Hands crossed over the chest, then raised with palms outward. The movement carries the weight of memories. Recognition ripples through Haven's defenders. The older guards remember this same gesture from years past when a smaller skeleton had stood before their walls offering peace. Word passes along the ramparts. The name none have spoken aloud in years, suddenly on every lip. Commander Eichert's hand tightens on her sword hilt as she studies the familiar motion. The leather binding on her own weapon's grip is worn. Her expression reveals nothing, but her eyes never leave the Titan's form. Emmy steps forward again, pushing past a guard who tries to restrain her. Her voice is clear. "It's him! It has to be!"
The guards glance between the young archer and the towering figure. The Titan's hands remain raised, framing a skull that somehow conveys patience despite its fixed features. Blue-white pinpricks in its skull stay fixed on Haven's walls, unwavering despite all still aimed at its frame. There is meaning in pose beyond mere confrontation. The gesture speaks of discipline and training, of battlefield courtesy preserved through death itself. It's not the movement of a mindless giant or corrupted beast, but the signal of a warrior bound by older codes. Commander Eichert studies the Titan and considers. She's seen too many tricks, too many monsters wearing familiar shapes. But she's also seen this exact scene before on a smaller scale. Only once before. 3 years have passed since the skeleton knight fell against the demon duke beyond Haven's walls. 3 years of endless siege, of constant vigilance. 3 years since any defender has held genuine hope. The Titan waits, hands raised in that ancient gesture of peace, as Haven's defenders look to their commander for guidance. The blue light in its eye sockets seems to intensify, focused particularly on Eichert and Emmy, the two who knew it best in its smaller form. "Hold!" Commander Eichert orders, though no one seems eager to loose their arrows. Her voice betrays uncertainty where usually there is only command.
Emmy pushes to the edge of the rampart, her hands gripping worn stone as she leans forward. Her voice carries hope long absent from Haven's walls. "Knight?" The Titan's skull turns slightly. That same precise motion she's remembered for 3 years. The same gesture that once acknowledged a child's question about whether skeletal warriors never tired. The blue glow brightens momentarily. Defenders lower their weapons one by one, not from command, but from recognition. Those who had been there that first day, when a smaller skeleton had stood before Haven's gates with that exact posture, remember what followed. How peace had been offered. How protection had been given. Recognition flows both ways. The Titan remembers this place, these people, not as enemies, but as its purpose. For long moments, the Titan remains motionless, as if gathering strength or remembering something long forgotten. The defenders wait. Weapons lowered, but not set aside. Finally, something more. The giant begins to write in the dirt. Haven endures. There is a weight beyond mere words. Of duty that outlasts death. Of purpose preserved through transformation. The Titan waits, hands raised in the ancient gesture, while Haven wrestles with a truth some chose to forget. Not all remain lost. Some return to protect. Chapter 25. Rest is reward. Her voice carries across Haven's walls once more. "Knight?" Strange how those single words can hold such weight. These borrowed bones, no, chosen bones now, remember Emmy's fearless questioning from before. The same voice, older but unchanged in its certainty. I incline my skull slightly, the gesture familiar despite this titanic frame. My new form towers over Haven's walls, but purpose remains the same. Protect, defend, stand guard. Commander Eichert studies my frame from the battlements, her hand still near her sword. 3 years have weathered her armor, added new scars to old steel. She remembers too. I see it in how she holds herself, how her fingers move across Haven's mark on her shield. The same mark I once bore on a lost shield before the Duke's flame scorched bone and memory alike. I remain motionless, hands raised in the ancient gesture. Let them look, let them see. This frame may have changed, but duty burns eternal in these hollow sockets. "Lower your weapons," Emmy calls to the other guards. "Don't you remember? He protected us before." Some bows lower. Others remain drawn. 3 years of siege have taught Haven's defenders caution. I could speak now, scratch words in earth with Eternus's massive blade. But actions carry more truth than borrowed words. Instead, I remain kneeled, staring up toward the battlements. Close enough for them to see the same blue-white flames that once lit smaller sockets. Emmy steps forward toward the battlement walls, ignoring restraining hands. "I kept watch," she says. "Every morning. The others said you fell, but I knew. I knew you'd return." The toy soldier at her belt catches morning light. The same one she carried when these bones were smaller, when we fled the horror's lair. Such a small thing to hold such faith. Commander Eichert moves closer to the wall's edge. Her voice carries the weight of 3 years defending these stones. "If you're truly our guardian returned, prove it." I turn my massive skeletal palms outward, mirroring the same gesture made years before beneath these walls. Though bigger now than my previous form, the meaning remains unchanged, an ancient signal of peace, bones empty of weapons or ill intent. Commander Eichert's eyes narrow, recognition flickering across her weathered features. She witnessed this same motion before when these bones were smaller.
Now my titanic skull rises level with the battlements, yet I maintain the posture of supplication. My palms stay raised, patient. Let them study how the field of broken banners reshaped this form. Though my height matches siege engines, and my new frame could breach the walls, I hold the gesture steady. Some of Haven's defenders lower their bows further, whispering among themselves. They remember a smaller skeleton who threw supplies over their walls, who cleared corruption from their foundations. Emmy steps closer still, her young face showing no trace of doubt. She sees past the titanic bones to the guardian who once led her from darkness. Recognition spreads across Captain Eichert's face.
It really came back,
She mutters, then louder.
Stand down! Open the gates!
Commander?
The old guard beside her tightens his grip on his spear.
Are you certain?
I gave him Haven's shield myself 3 years ago.
She straightens.
And now he's back. Changed, but unchanged.
The gates groan open beneath me. I rise from my kneel, careful not to let my shadow fall too heavy across defenders who still eye this titanic frame with uncertainty. The gates seem small now against this titan frame. What once was entrance becomes narrow passage. Strange how perspective shifts with borrowed dragon bone and titan frame. The walls I defended before reach only to my chest where I stand. Commander Eichert recognizes the problem.
The outer courtyard,
She calls.
Let's give our guardian proper space.
Metal hinges groan as the gates spread wider, but I remain. This new form belongs outside, where threats gather. My skull lowers, bringing hollow sockets level with the wall walk. Better to kneel here in the killing field than risk damage to what I protect. These chosen bones understand their place. Between haven and horror, not within, not sheltered by its walls. Emmy steps closer to the wall's edge, unafraid of my massive form. An old toy soldier she holds up, its worn paint still showing traces of a warrior's colors.
I kept this,
She says.
to remember. The others forgot.
The memory surfaces like bones rising through dark soil. The Duke's flame stripping borrowed frame to ash, my scattered pieces refusing to yield while survivors fled. The memories of that battle will never fade. Dragon-reinforced bones remember simpler shapes. Rabbit skulls and deer ribs cobbled together, fighting even as demon fire rendered them to dust. Something shifts in the hollow spaces where living creatures store recognition. These chosen bones scan the walls, following ancient instinct to count those protected. Many faces appear familiar, weathered by 3 years of siege, but some are missing. My skull tilts slightly, eye sockets tracking along Haven's ramparts. The herbalist should be there. Merrick. Sarah, who sang to keep spirits high during darkest nights beneath Haven. Missing. Not just moved to different places, different posts. The absence feels deeper, more permanent. Emmy notices the searching gesture.
Many didn't make it,
She says, voice quieter now.
The herbalist fell during the first year. The fever took her and some of the others. Other scouts, scavengers. They never returned. Some are working the farms we recovered.
She points to the memorial wall visible beyond the gate. New names carved in stone, hundreds where dozens stood before. The cost of 3 years without these bones. Failure settles into these hollow places. These chosen bones reformed too slowly. Duty demands faster response, better protection. The memory fades, unsettled. Dead things do not linger on dead battles. Purpose drives these bones forward, not backward. Eternus's tip scratches in the earth before Haven's walls, each letter massive. 3 years lost. Tell me of threats. Commander Eichert reads the words from the wall.
The corruption spreads differently now. The Dark Heart's destruction changed things. Instead of the shadows before, we face grander horrors.
I wipe clean my previous message and start again. The Duke who burned these bones.
One of 5 demon dukes,
she explains. Her voice carries the weight of countless battles.
But they're not our greatest threat. They serve greater powers, the realm lords who reshape entire kingdoms to their will.
The ground trembles, subtly at first, then with greater intensity. Not from my movements, from something else, something approaching beneath the surface. Commander Eichert senses it too, her hand returning to her sword hilt.
"Everyone! Back from the edge!"
she shouts, pushing Emmy behind her. The earth at the base of Haven's walls erupts in a violent spray of soil and stone. A massive shape lunges upward, all limbs and gleaming chitin. A lurker beast, its armored carapace glistening with burrowing fluid. 8 limbs ending in barbed hooks reach for the walls for Commander Eichert and Emmy. The creature moves, silent, quick, deadly. Its strategy becomes clear. It waited for the gates to open, for defenders to lower weapons, for the false security that follows recognition. These chosen bones move faster. My titanic hand covers the distance between threat and protected. Dragon-reinforced fingers close around the lurker's midsection before it can complete its leap. Chitin plates crack beneath pressure that could shatter stone. The creature thrashes, hooks scraping against bone plates that would have been too small to resist in my previous form. Now my grip simply tightens. The lurker's barbed limbs flail harmlessly against ancient armor. What would have killed before cannot scratch this frame. Its mandibles click as pressure increases, its exoskeleton compressing beneath what is unyielding. One quick clench. Chitin shatters, black ichor spraying across the killing field. The lurker's limbs spasm once, twice, then fall limp. I open massive fingers, letting the broken remains drop to earth. Blue flame in these eye sockets never wavered, just duty fulfilled, threat ended. Haven's defenders stare in silence. What would have claimed multiple lives ended in seconds. The old guard who questioned Commander Eichert's decision to open the gates now stares with wide eyes. The casual display of strength makes 3 years of desperate defense seem fragile by comparison. Commander Eichert studies the lurker's remains, then my undamaged frame.
"You've changed more than just size,"
she observes. I incline my skull slightly. Acknowledgement, not pride. Aternus cuts deep in the soil to write one more. Tell me of these realm lords. Commander Eichert studies the massive letters from the wall.
"The Briar Queen's rot creeps closer each season. The Abyssal Prince has been sending his monsters, testing mostly. Others are more dormant for now, but growing in power."
Borrowed bones were not enough. Chosen bones must become more. Emmy leans forward.
"Is that why you're different now? Why you grew so large?"
The question deserves truth. Aternus cuts deeper. First step only. The monster's path demands more. A duke reduced these bones to ash cannot fail again. Dukes serve lords. Lords serve king. What broke borrowed bones was merely first tier of power. My blade etches final words. To face what hunts you must become monster worth fearing. The great ruin of letters remains in front of me. Commander Eichert's face hardens into the neutral mask of someone who has seen too many promises turn hollow.
"And if you do,"
her voice carries 3 years.
"if you become a monster strong enough to kill the Demon King, what then? Replace him?"
Her hand tightens on her sword hilt.
"Come back for us to finish what he started?"
The question reveals how 3 years have changed trust to caution. Such questions would never have been asked before, when these bones were smaller, more fragile, less monstrous. But in this world, power seeks power. Commander Eichert has learned this lesson. My response forms slowly in dark soil. Purpose will no longer drive these bones. Will rest. Those simple words. Emmy understands first, not a promise of power, but a warrior's acceptance of final peace. These chosen bones seek not to rule, but an end to follow the ending. Rest. Eichert reads the words again, her grip on her sword loosening. She recognizes truth there, duty that asks everything, including its own cessation. Not the answer of a monster seeking power, but a guardian marking the cost of protection.
You just stop?
Emmy's voice catches.
After becoming strong enough to kill a god?
My skull inclines slightly. Eternus carves new truth. When purpose ends, so too must these bones.
But that's not fair!
The words burst from Emmy.
You protect us! You shouldn't have to—
Commander Eichert's hand on her shoulder stops the outburst. The older warrior understands what the young archer cannot. That true guardians seek not eternal watch, but final rest once duty ends. I scratch another message. Protection requires cost. These bones pay willingly. The lurker's broken form lies forgotten at the base of Haven's walls. A minor threat dispatched without effort. But it remains a hint of what waits beyond. Creatures that burrow beneath defenses, that strike when guards lower weapons, monsters that adapt. These chosen bones understand what other defenders cannot. The coming war demands further transformation. To face demon dukes and realm lords requires becoming something beyond both. Haven's walls fall quiet. They now see what this frame truly is. Not another monster seeking power, but necessity given form. The price of facing demon lords is not lost on them. The lurker's ichor stains titanic fingers, a reminder of what waits in darkness. Its broken remains will join countless others, threats dispatched, horrors ended. But these chosen bones know truth that the living cannot face. For each lurker crushed, 10 more will come. For each duke defeated, lords grow stronger. The corruption spreads, adapts, learns. Protection demands equal evolution. My skull turns toward the horizon. The path forward lies not in Haven's walls, but beyond, toward other threats. A young guard mutters what others think.
3 years to return. Just to promise to die once it's done.
My answer cuts deep in dark soil. Death is not enemy. Rest is reward. Chapter 26. The Lesser Frame. Commander Eichert exhales. She understands. No easy end, no sudden triumph, only a long, grinding war until demon dukes, lords, and kings fall, until rot and corruption burn from earth. They asked for a savior, they received a champion who never claimed greatness, only duty. It's enough. It must be. Haven's people accept the message scrawled in colossal letters. Their guardian returned not as a simple skeletal knight, but as something stronger, shaped to confront evils beyond measure. Yet the essence remains. A protector bearing burdens that would shatter any living heart. A calm settles, orders pass quietly. Stand down, keep watch, prepare patrols. Life endures behind these walls. It is to them another morning, patrolling atop old stones. Emmy steps back from the edge, toy soldier pressed to her chest.
Thank you.
She imagines the Titan understands. Perhaps its slight nod is real. Perhaps just her wish.
The toy soldier in her hand stirs borrowed memories of a child's faith kept through years, while I fought and fell and rose again. My bones remember her smaller self, walking fearless beside clicking steps. Commander Eichert raises her voice.
Haven endures. With your help, we may push the corruption back, step by step. We have maps, scouts. We can share what we know of Demon Duke's domains.
Eichert's offer pulls at older instincts, maps, intelligence, awareness that guided armies before they fell. My sword scrapes the dirt, carving massive letters. Need larger maps. Demon domains shift. The commander nods, already calculating.
We'll spread them on the ground. Our scouts mark corrupted lands in red chalk, demon territories in black.
Bring chalk. We'll mark true borders. These bones have crossed those borders, shattered and reformed. They know where shadow thickens, where rot spreads beneath seeming safety. Knowledge earned through combat must serve Haven's survival. Emmy steps closer to the wall's edge.
Will you stay? Near enough to see?
Yes. Darkness comes. Walls need watching. My sword drags deep furrows in earth as I trace the response. Crude, imprecise, ineffective. These chosen bones bring greater strength, yet hamper simple connection. The smaller form allowed for smaller gestures, writing with sword tip or finger bone on parchment. Now each letter requires full arm movements, tearing trenches in soil better suited for fortification than communication. I test smaller motions. The dragon-reinforced joints resist precise control, built for crushing force rather than subtle shifts. My attempts at smaller script result in illegible scratches. Even kneeling, my skull rises above the wall walk where Emmy and Eichert stand. They strain to read messages carved at their feet. This will not serve. Protection requires clarity, not this lumbering display of borrowed might. I must find new methods. Purpose demands adaptation. Power without precision fails purpose. These bones have learned new forms before. Within, magic stirs. The field of broken banners taught me change. Flames of a demon duke forced monstrous growth. Now I sense another path, to tear loose a part of myself and shape it into a smaller envoy. Not a separate mind, but a separate shape, a piece to walk among them, to speak for me in more subtle ways. I focus inward. Bone grinds against bone beneath layered plating. A chest plate of fused ribs and vertebrae bulges outward as something writhes beneath. Magic crackles in empty marrow, the sound of splitting calcified matter. My rib cage contorts, sections bending outward at unnatural angles as pressure builds beneath. The strain intensifies until bones fracture along jagged lines, not cleanly, but in splintered, jutting shards. I lock my stance, sword still rooted in earth, and something shifts beneath my armor plates. A wet crack echoes across the killing field as my chest cavity splits open. Bone dust erupts in a cloud as fragments force their way outward through the opening. My massive forearm twists violently, ancient ligaments of magic tearing as marrow seeps out like dark soil. Haven's defenders stare, transfixed by the violation of natural order unfolding before them. Several back away from the wall's edge, others remain frozen, unable to look away from the abomination being born. Fragments rend themselves free, scraping and cutting against larger pieces. I feel no pain, but the wrongness of it sends visible tremors through my frame. On the walls, guards recoil, some turning away, unable to watch this self-mutilation. I continue, unwavering in this butchery of self. My chest cavity opens wider, ribs splinter, inner support structures collapse inward, and with a sound like breaking timber, I force my fingers into the wound. I pry apart my own torso, reaching deep into the cavity where ancient magics hold fragments in reserve. Neither blood nor bile drips from the opening. My fingers hook around vertebrae, tugging until they tear free. Another pull produces a shoulder blade. Piece by splintered piece, I arrange these shards before their horrified eyes. Smaller vertebrae snap together with nauseating clicks. Ribs meant for my tightened chest bend and distort as they form a slender torso. Joints form where none should exist. Bones fuse at impossible angles, creating limbs that bend wrong. The process is violent, deliberate, horrifying. Haven's defenders watch in silent revulsion. Some turn away, retching. Others stare, transfixed by primal terror. Commander Eichert's jaw clenches tight, her knuckles bloodless on her sword hilt. Yet none intervene. This abomination serves their need. Their survival depends on what they can barely stand to witness. I set the fragments together, each connection producing wet sounds no lifeless bone should make. A rib punctures through another bone, magic sealing the unnatural fusion as marrow oozes from the junction. A jawbone grinds against a split skull piece, teeth scraping until they lock together with an audible snap. Blue fire flickers in eye sockets that formed too early, watching its own birth. The half-formed creature twitches as I flex its incomplete limbs. Splinters and fragments fall away, unnecessary, clattering to the ground where they writhe briefly before going still. At last, the smaller figure stands complete. It is wrong in every way a thing can be wrong. Too tall, too thin, joints bending backward and sideways. A chipped horn protrudes from its skull. Blue-white magic pulses through its malformed body, some bones still sizzling from the violent separation. With a final tearing sound, it pulls free from my titan frame, leaving a ragged hole in my chest that slowly closes as remaining bones shift to fill the gap. The wound seals itself, but evidence remains in the thinning of armor plates. To Haven's defenders, an abomination appears. It stands before them, the proportions all wrong. Its skull bears fragments of different creatures fused together in ways nature never intended. As it takes a staggering step forward, bones grind and scrape against each other. The sound triggers fear. I remain the Titan, towering above, but now I see through the smaller creature's hollow eyes as well. Vision doubled, perspective multiplied. 2 bodies, 1 consciousness, division without separation. My larger form stays locked in place, sword embedded in earth, while this violated piece of me approaches their level. I have committed an atrocity against myself, but necessity demanded no less. Emmy gasps.
What have you done?
Guards raise weapons instinctively, then lower them, unsure if this new horror is enemy or ally. The skeletal envoy's wrongness scrapes against instincts. Commander Eichert holds out a hand, commanding calm. Her face betrays no fear, only the calculation of a commander who accepts any tool that serves Haven's defense. The malformed creature extends a limb that bends. Its finger bones, too numerous and jointed like insect legs, scratch against dirt. The letters come easier at this scale. The message is simple. A justification for abhorrent creation. Can parley better this way. Share maps. Exchange plans. The silence stretches, broken only by the soft clicking of settling bones as the creature adjusts its unstable form. Commander Eichert's shoulders remain rigid, her expression locked in grim determination. The guards stare, unable to reconcile the horror before them. Death has violated itself to help them, ripping out its own essence to create something that can speak more clearly. Even seeing it, they struggle to accept. A monster is still a monster. Emmy leans over the walls, her voice unsteady.
It's still you, right?
The creature taps its malformed chest, then points to the Titan, its arm bending unnaturally as it carves again.
Same purpose. Same will. One being. A murmur arises. They understand, though the understanding brings little comfort. Not 2 monsters, but 1 consciousness split between forms. The same guardian who once fought for them, now capable of entering their gates through horrible division of self.
Eichert's gaze hardens into resolution. She nods.
Then let's talk.
She says quietly, beckoning the creature to the sally port. A guard works the chain, metal groaning, and a small door opens. The abomination steps forward. Blue light pulses in its mismatched eye sockets, the same glow that fills the Titan's skull. Proof of shared essence. Chalk and slate are fetched. Scouts and scribes approach, though they keep their distance from the bone horror. The creature kneels, its joints folding in directions that make some onlookers flinch.
Once more to them I write. We will endure together.
The malformed envoy passes through Haven's gate, each step a profane mockery of human movement. The Titan remains outside. Massive frame standing sentinel over the killing fields. Blue flame in hollow sockets fixed on distant darkness where threats gather.
My consciousness exists in both, the monstrous guardian and the walking abomination. Each serves purpose in its way. Each sacrifices normalcy for function. The price of protection has always been transformation. One being, two forms, single purpose. Protection requires adaptation. These bones will reshape as needed, until final rest is earned. Chapter 27. Within Haven. Titan form remains anchored outside Haven's walls, sword planted deep in earth like a silent promise. Yet through the envoy's hollow sockets I witness the nervous approach of scribes who hide behind the walls. They know their maps and scrolls offer no real defense. The connection between forms pulses with each step my smaller, malformed frame takes through Haven streets. Distance matters. I sense the magic binding us together grows tenuous past certain ranges, like a rope pulled taut that might snap. I feel the connection fray with distance and know instinctively not to test its limits. A child darts past the envoy's path, freezes, stares. The small human's eyes widen at the sight of walking bones cobbled together wrong. The envoy stops, waits. The child steps closer, bolder than most adults.
Are you the same one?
Small fingers point toward my Titan form visible above the walls.
The big knight.
The envoy's skull inclines. Cannot speak. Cannot explain the nature of division. How both forms share one purpose. The child reaches out. Touches bone finger with flesh finger. Pulls back, surprised by the coldness. Grins.
Mother says you keep monsters away.
Through Titan eyes I watch the shadowed fields, where beasts prowled only days ago. Through envoy eyes I see innocence that knows nothing of demons beyond the wall. Both views fuel purpose. The envoy moves on. When the envoy reaches for chalk, I feel the sensation echo through both bodies. When it traces letters on slate, it is one will expressed through different arrangements of bone. A scribe spreads a map across a wooden table, detailed and worn. Through the envoy's eyes, I study the careful ink strokes marking demon territories and corrupted lands. Yet simultaneously, my Titan form's gaze sweeps the horizon, watching for threats. Two perspectives, one focus, Haven's survival. The envoy's smaller fingers, though unnaturally jointed, can point to specific locations, trace routes through mountain passes, tap coordinates my larger form could never manage. But it is fragile, this lesser frame assembled from spare parts. A tool made through self-mutilation. A sudden call from the wall. Alert horns sound their sharp, urgent pattern. Through Titan eyes, I see imps scurrying from the tree line, 24 small, goblinoid demons mottled green and black. Corruption, but not true threat. Just lesser demons testing Haven's defenses again. My Titan form remains still, sword planted firm. These are not worthy of Eternus. The envoy continues its work at the map table, skeletal finger tracing supply routes while Haven's guards handle the minor demons above. Arrows fly, imps screech. Some die quickly, others flee, leaving trails of black blood on stone. My attention splits between maps and the distant skirmish. Neither requires direct intervention. The living handle lesser threats. These bones wait for darker enemies. The Titan form holds the true strength, while this lesser frame serves as my hand among the living. When real danger comes, the envoy will retreat to rejoin the whole. Until then, it allows purpose to come close to those I must protect. Through the envoy's form, I study the newest scout report as the man trembles. He describes signs of demonic infighting. Scorched earth and blackened blood that spreads corruption where demon lords clash over territory. My Titan form's grip tightens on Eternus's hilt, remembering the Duke who scattered these bones.
3 days' journey east.
The scout points the path on parchment.
The Duke's fortress shows damage. Other demons press their advantage, the same one you once battled.
Haven's chapel bells ring out, their resonant tones cutting through the air, almost forgotten in these desperate times. Through my envoy's eyes, I watch as humans file into the weathered stone building, heads bowed in reverence. Prayer time. A ritual I remember from borrowed memories but cannot truly comprehend. The faithful still kneel before old gods who abandoned them long ago. Yet I know one who did not. Juradan. The memory pulses through both my forms, Titan and envoy alike. The fractured moment when I was merely bone fragments dragging through darkness and Juradan's intervention. A god who acted, carrying those pieces to the field of broken banners. The envoy pauses as it passes the chapel's side entrance. Inside, flickering candles illuminate weathered statues, gods once revered across the realms. Some figures remain intact, others bear signs of neglect and decay. A scout standing near the entrance notices my attention.
"Strange to see a skeleton interested in our gods,"
he says with nervous laughter. My fingers write symbols on a scrap of parchment provided by Meralda. Juradan walks. The man's eyes widen.
Him? He's the least prayed to these days, god of justice. Most think justice abandoned us long ago.
I move deeper into the chapel, drawn toward a shadowed alcove where a hooded statue stands separate from the others. Unlike the polished marble or gilded wood of prominent deities, this figure is carved from black stone, its features worn nearly smooth by time and neglect. Yet the figure's outstretched hand remains clear, stark against the gloom. A sword once filled that grasp. Now just a broken hilt remains embedded in stone fingers. Below, faded letters spell a name. Avernus. Something stirs within my bones, a resonance that makes my envoy's form tremble slightly. My Titan self, standing sentinel beyond the wall, feels it too. A pull, like the compulsion that drives me toward purpose, yet different. Deeper, older. I study the statue. Avernus. The name means nothing I can consciously recall. Yet my gaze cannot break from that outstretched stone hand, from the shattered hilt it still grips. The envoy reaches toward the statue, stops. The connection between forms pulses stronger, drawn to this forgotten icon. A priestess approaches, her robes whispering against the stone floor. She notes my interest.
Few remember him now,
she says softly. I remain fixated on that outstretched stone hand, on the broken promise held within it.
Abomination!
A harsh voice interrupts the chapel's quiet reverence. An elderly priest storms toward my envoy, gray robes whipping around his thin frame. He rushes forward, brandishing a silver symbol of faith like a weapon.
Defiler! Unholy thing!
His voice rises, cracking with fury.
You dare profane this sacred space!
The priestess steps back, startled by her superior's vehemence.
Father Marnek,
She begins.
Silence!
He thrusts the silver symbol toward my smaller form.
By the divines, I cast you out! Back to the darkness that spawned you!
My envoy stands motionless. No compulsion drives me to react to his empty words. The silver symbol means nothing to these chosen bones.
This thing has no place among the living!
Spittle flies from the priest's mouth. Heavy footsteps approach from behind. Commander Eichert's firm grip closes around the envoy's malformed arm.
that's enough, Father.
Her voice carries the unmistakable weight of military authority.
This is Haven's ally.
You bring death itself into our sanctuary!
The priest's eyes bulge, face flushed crimson.
A curse upon us all!
Commander Eichert's grip tightens.
I'm removing him, as you wish. But remember who stands between you and the demons while you sleep.
She pulls my envoy backward, away from the forgotten statue of Avernus, away from the raging priest. As we retreat, Father Marnik begins a frantic blessing, desperately cleansing the space where my bones stood.
Come,
Commander Eichert mutters, pulling me toward the chapel exit.
back to command. We have actual threats to address, not superstitious nonsense.
My Titan form watches through the connection as she guides my smaller self through Haven streets. The sensation of her hand on bone arm transfers across both forms, an echo of contact without warmth or pressure.
Ignore him,
She says, her voice tight with contained anger.
Old fears die hard in these walls.
Chapter 28. No plan, only purpose. Commander Eichert guides my envoy form through Haven streets. The connection between my forms remains. Titan and fragment, sentinel and messenger, both me and not me. I feel the weight of stares from Haven's people as we pass. Some nod with cautious respect. Others make warding signs against evil. The priest's words remain. Abomination, defiler, unholy thing. These words mean nothing to Bone. My purpose remains unchanged, yet the forgotten statue pulls at my awareness. Avernus, a name that resonates through marrow and memory, though I cannot place why. The broken sword hilt in that stone hand stirred something primal within my fragmented consciousness.
The old man fears what he doesn't understand,
Commander Eichert says as we reach the command post. Maps cover the wooden table, territories marked in red, black, and fading green.
Ignore him, and don't walk away without me.
My detached hand floats over to the waiting parchment and quill. Avernus? She studies the question, frowning.
An old god, before my time.
Her finger taps the map.
We have more immediate concerns.
My Titan form shifts position outside the walls, scanning the tree line for threats. Through the connection, I direct my envoy's attention back to the maps. She's right. The statue is irrelevant to my purpose. The Duke? Commander Eichert nods, relieved to return to matters of war.
3 scouts returned from eastern territories. The Duke was ambushed by rival demons, sustained injuries.
She gestures to a weathered man standing in shadow.
Paydir saw it himself.
The scout steps forward.
I saw monsters fighting monsters,
He explains.
but seems another demon and its forces ambushed the Duke. We picked up the details we could.
My envoy form writes. Weakness?
We think the Duke lost an eye in battle, and at least one of his generals was torn apart. Maybe half his force is slaughtered.
Paydeer explains.
He was injured at least, and not the kind to heal easy.
I nod. The knowledge settles into both my forms. My Titan frame's grip tightens on Eternus. The blade pulses, sensing opportunity.
We watched from hidden positions,
Paydeer continues.
The Duke retreated to his fortress, issued commands for fortifications. His personal guard seemed diminished.
Through the envoy, I mark the location on the map. A fortress tower, built during the Old Kingdom, corrupted during the Fall. Commander Eichert points to roots marked in faded ink.
Ancient roads still exist. Some are corrupted, some remain intact. Your Titan form could reach it within 2 days, maybe 3.
I consider this information through both perspectives. My Titan form could traverse the distance. The envoy would remain vulnerable, connected across too great a range. Reunite first. Commander Eichert nods.
You'll need your full strength. We will wait for you to report back.
Another scout approaches. Younger. Nervous.
Commander, we tried mapping demon patrols around the Duke's territory.
He unrolls a smaller map marked with routes.
But seems they've pulled forces back, concentrated around the fortress.
Prepares. Worries. Threats. My envoy's hand writes. Duke fears rivals.
Exactly,
Commander Eichert says.
Divided attention to multiple threats.
Through my Titan form, I scan Haven's surroundings. No immediate dangers. Through my envoy, I study patrol routes, fortress layouts, approach paths. Time matters. Heals. Commander Eichert's face hardens.
You mean to strike while he's vulnerable?
Not a question. Understanding. Opportunity, weakness, purpose. My envoy's hand moves across parchment. Must go now. Alone.
No argument from me,
Commander Eichert says.
Haven can spare no fighters for this, but...
Her eyes narrow.
You've fallen before.
The memory surfaces in both forms. Demon fire, shattered limbs, purpose interrupted but not extinguished. Different. Stronger now.
I hope so.
She studies the maps.
What's your approach?
No plan. Bones, no way. Eichert's face hardens.
That's not an answer.
My larger form shifts outside. Armor plates grinding. The envoy's bones click as I write again. Demon lords fight. Pride blinds. Corruption spreads. I pause, quill hovering. Am monster now. Monsters kill monsters.
You're suggesting
Eichert's eyes narrow.
you'll use their own chaos against them?
The envoy's skull dips in agreement. These borrowed bones remember countless battles, countless deaths. Plans matter little. When blood flows and steel rings, what matters is the kill. Demons see only power, pride, hunger. My Titan form's grip tightens on Eternus. The sword pulses, ancient runes flickering with shared purpose. Do not see chosen bones until too late.
And the Duke?
Eichert challenges.
What of his power?
The envoy's quill scratches against parchment. Power flows both ways. Death feeds evolution. Through both forms I feel the pull, the same force that transformed these bones before. Each death of something greater carved new paths. The field of broken banners remembers. These bones remember. No plan, only purpose. The envoy's smaller frame stands silent while Eichert processes my words. Plans are for the living. Strategies are for those who fear death. These bones know only the hunt, the kill, the endless duty that drives them forward. Let the demons plot and scheme in their fortresses of corruption. Let them war among themselves, blind to all but their own desires. These chosen bones will carve their own path through blood and darkness. There is no plan, only purpose. only the next kill that feeds evolution. The envoy's quill writes one final time. Will return. I leave. Through both my forms I process cold calculation. The Duke bleeds. The Duke shows weakness. These are not just statements. They are opportunities. My borrowed bones remember his power, how he scattered my previous form across scorched earth. But that was before the field of broken banners rebuilt me. Before Dragonbone fused with ancient steel and Shard of Justice seeded newer paths. The night grows deeper. Most living retreat to shelter. The envoy moves through the quiet streets of Haven, hollow footsteps echoing between stone buildings. A woman sits alone on steps leading to a water well. She flinches at my envoy's approach, then relaxes, recognizing the smaller bone form. Her eyes are hollow with grief.
My son died this week,
she says.
He was one who didn't return.
The envoy stops, listens. Cannot offer comfort. Cannot speak loss. These bones know only purpose, not consolation. Her words sink into the hollow marrow. Her eyes reflect torch flames, hollow beyond tears.
19 years. That's all he had.
She stares at hands that tremble.
Found him 3 leagues out. Alone. No one with him. Nothing left to bury but the helmet.
These bones of my smaller form cannot undo loss. Yet I listen. Purpose demands protection. These bones understand duty, not consolation.
Said he'd be careful.
Her fingers twist at a frayed leather cord. His, perhaps.
Scouts always go in pairs. But we're short on men now. Short on everything.
Night air settles between us. My envoy remains still, patient. Her rage builds.
He wasn't even supposed to go.
Her voice hardens.
Volunteered when the other fell ill.
The woman looks up, meets the hollow sockets where eyes should be. Her grief transforms into something harder, sharper.
Kill them all,
she says. Not a question, a demand carved from loss. I shape my envoy's hand into a fist, a promise without words. The woman's request lingers as my envoy turns away. Her vengeance becomes one more strand in the purpose that drives these bones, one more oath to fulfill. I move toward the walls. Haven's guards step aside. Some bow heads, others watch with wary eyes. Word of my departure spreads. Small groups gather to witness. Father Marnik stands on chapel steps. Lips move in silent prayer, warding off evil, or perhaps praying for victory. Even the fearful understand necessity. The distance between forms closes. The magic binding titan and fragment hums louder, vibrates through marrow and joints like a plucked string finding harmony. My envoy frame reaches the wall's base where my larger self towers. Borrowed bones recognize borrowed bones. The smaller form breaks apart, no pain, no fear, only purpose remembering itself. Ribs unlatch first, floating upward like leaves caught in wind. Spine unwinds, vertebrae separating into chain of ascending pieces. Arms split at joints, legs collapse. Skull detaches last, hollow sockets fixed on the titan form above. Each piece rises, drawn by the same force that first assembled these chosen bones. The living gasp, stepping back from this unnatural display. Commander Eichert watches from the wall, face unreadable. My titan form absorbs the returning fragments. Dragon-reinforced bones welcome smaller bones home. Each piece finds its place within the greater whole, slotting into position like armor being donned. The magic flows smoother now. no longer split between vessels. Awareness sharpens, purpose clarifies. I am complete once more. I am whole again, singular in purpose and form. Eternus rises from the earth where it stood sentinel. The blade catches dusk light, ancient runes flickering with awakened purpose. These bones turn eastward. The Duke bleeds, the Duke weakens, the Duke waits. Evolution calls. Steps carry this frame away from Haven's walls. The living watch in silence. They cannot know what drives these chosen bones, cannot comprehend duty that transcends death, cannot understand the pull of ancient oaths. No matter. Understanding belongs to the living. Purpose belongs to the dead. These bones march toward the Duke, toward destiny. Behind, Haven's walls stand fragile against growing corruption. Ahead, the Duke's fortress looms 3 days distant. Between lies battlefield and forest, transformed by demonic influence. The path matters not. Only the kill. Only the purpose. Chapter 29. Empty Phases. The Titan's stride devours distance. Haven's walls fade behind as these bones march, each step covering ground that would require a dozen paces before evolution. The world seems smaller now. Distance is less significant to a frame that towers above the broken landscape. Eternus pulses in my skeletal hand, sharing hunger for what comes next. The sword remembers how the Duke's flames scattered us before, how they sought to unmake our joined purpose. It remembers, and it thirsts for the chance to return the lesson. 2 days to reach his fortress, maybe 3 as was claimed. This frame needs no rest, no pause, no respite from the road. Perhaps less before our steel darkens his gates. Night falls. It makes no difference to these hollow sockets. This form requires no light to see corruption's touch upon the land. Darkness merely shifts the color gray to black. The march continues uninterrupted. My titanic form crosses blighted plains where nothing grows. The ground cracks beneath each step, as if the earth itself recoils from the taint that poisons it. In places, the soil bleeds black fluid when punctured by my weight. Halfway through the night, strange sounds emerge from the darkness. Voices, weeping, begging. They call from all directions, yet no forms manifest. These bones feel no fear. The march continues. Dawn breaks, gray and sullen. The road ahead splits around a forest of shapes, trees frozen mid-death. My smaller form would have wound between them. Now I simply push through, splintering remains. The broken trees do not die silently. Each scattered trunk releases a sound like distant screaming. Pieces cling to dragon-forged armor, leaving trails of fluid that burns against bone. Not true fire, merely corruption seeking purchase where it cannot find it. These bones know true fire. This is merely imitation. Birds circle overhead. Their wings are too long, their necks bent wrong. They watch my passage with eyes too large, too knowing. The corruption reshapes all it touches. Nothing here remembers its original purpose. Midday brings a haze that clings to hollow ribs and settles in an empty skull. The mist brings tinges of metal and decay. Through it, shapes emerge, standing stones perhaps, or ancient markers. Closer inspection reveals human forms, petrified mid-stride. Refugees caught by corruption's wave, transformed into monuments to their failed escape. These bones pause, study the frozen exodus, men, women, children, dozens of them in various postures of flight. Their faces contort in expressions that borrowed memory recognizes as terror. Some reach for others. Some shield smaller forms with their bodies. All bear marks of attempted transformation, skin becoming bark. The Duke's work, or merely corruption's tide? The distinction matters little. Both must be opposed. Both must fall. Purpose drives these bones onward. A town emerges from the haze. No life stirs in its streets, not even vermin. Buildings lean, their foundations warped by corruption that pulses beneath cracked cobblestones. Weathered wood splinters outward, as if trying to escape the structures it forms. Names surface from borrowed memories. Oshin, Roanik, Milan. Settlements that fell in wars I cannot recall. Each echo brings fragments. Burning towers, fallen standards, the clash of steel and cleaving of flesh. But these shards of memory offer no clarity, only confusion. None match what I see. This place died unnamed, unmarked on any map, another victim of the spreading taint. My titanic frame passes across its empty market square. Market stalls lie crushed and scattered, their wares reduced to unrecognizable debris. A well stands at the square's center. Its stones glisten wet, though no rain has fallen. The liquid that fills it moves against gravity, climbing the stone sides in defiance of natural law. These bones understand the rules of death. The sword pulses warning something approaches. A figure stumbles from a doorway ahead, clothed in Haven patrol armor. His movements jerk, unnatural. Behind him, more shapes emerge wearing familiar uniforms. Merchants' robes, farmers' leathers, children's simple clothes. My Titan form halts. Commander Eichert's warning echoes through borrowed memories.
The worst aren't the obvious monsters. It's the one that wear familiar faces.
The patrol member raises an empty hand in greeting. His skin hangs loose like ill-fitted cloth. His smile stretches too wide, showing teeth that glint like metal.
"Help us!"
he calls, voice cracking wrong.
"We've been trapped here so long."
More figures shuffle forward. A merchant whose neck bends at impossible angles, a farmer whose arms hang below his knees, a child whose feet point backward. A woman holding an infant to her chest, though both their eyes are located in their throats. They kept fires burning, food fresh, appearances normal, a trap layered upon trap. The patrol member takes another step.
"Brother warrior, we need escorts to Haven's walls."
My sword arm rises. These bones remember Haven's fear when I first approached their gates. Not of death, they face that daily, but of false hope, of things that pretend, that steal beloved faces to lure the living close. The patrol member's smile splits his face literally now, the skin peeling back to reveal rows upon rows of teeth beneath. I lift a turnus, the blade nearly as long as my Titan form is tall. These creatures still shuffle forward, maintaining their charade despite my obvious nature. Their borrowed faces twist with manufactured hope, uncomprehending that they face a 15-foot skeleton wreathed in dragon bone.
"Please, brother!"
The patrol thing rasps, its jaw unhinging to reveal teeth where a throat should be.
"Just a little closer."
My blade sweeps horizontal. The false patrol member ducks under it, spine bending backward until his head touches his heels. The merchant thing suddenly scuttles sideways on too many limbs. They still don't understand. Their stolen faces maintain expressions of desperate need even as their bodies contort. The child thing's backward feet leave prints in ash as it circles, trying to flank a target far larger than its simple hunting instincts can process. These are not predators. They are parasites playing at being wolves. They know only one way to lure prey. Even now, the patrol thing keeps up its performance.
"The demons came,"
it explains, though its neck has twisted completely around.
"We barely escaped."
The patrol thing's features shift as it approaches, its skin flowing like melted wax. I study it closer. Something familiar emerges in the restructured face. The high cheekbones, the sharp nose. Memory surfaces from borrowed bones, that grieving mother in Haven, whose son, a scout, never returned. Understanding clicks into place. This thing wears her son's face. Not perfectly, but enough that recognition burns through these hollow sockets. The creature tilts its head, noticing my hesitation. "You know me," it says, voice cracking between pitches. "From Haven's walls! I'm Dallin." It attempts a scout salute with limbs that bend wrong. I take a step forward. Haven is not alone in its suffering. The merchant thing shuffles closer, its robes bearing insignias whose origin I do not know. These parasites collected faces from scattered outposts, settlements believed isolated or already fallen. They wear proof that humans still struggle in distant corners of this broken world. More figures emerge from doorways and alleys. A woman in armor, a man in worn leathers with a woodsman's axe, his belt decorated with totems from the northern tribes. The patrol thing, Dallin, stretches its arms wider, unhinged jaw working. "Take us home," it pleads. "Haven waits." Eternus thrums. The borrowed faces are bait, but they're also evidence. Proof that other bastions endure, or at least survived long enough to contribute to this parasite's collection. I raise my blade. Whether these things consumed their victims or merely mimicked them matters little. What matters is the information they unwittingly provide. Haven is not alone, and neither are its enemies. These creatures are less than the undead I've faced, less than the demons I've fought. They are empty things, wearing empty masks, unable to adapt when their single strategy fails. I bring my titanic foot down, crushing the merchant thing mid-scuttle. It pops like a rotten fruit, revealing nothing but black ichor and stolen clothes. The bones of my foot sizzle where the fluid touches, corruption seeking purchase on dragon-reinforced skeleton. The others don't react to their companion's death, still fixated on their script. "Haven is so close," the patrol thing pleads, as its skin sloughs off entirely, revealing a writhing mass of teeth and glistening organs arranged in patterns no living creature should possess. "Just help us reach the walls." The child thing reaches for my leg with fingers that extend and keep extending, unspooling like wet rope. The farmer's overlong arms do the same, stretching yards beyond natural limits. Their faces still smile, still beg, even as their bodies betray their true nature. They cannot comprehend that I am death's own guardian, a titan of bone and ancient purpose. Their simple minds can only follow one path, even as I tower above them, clearly nothing like the prey they normally stalk. I sweep Eternus in a wide arc, cleaving through the patrol thing's torso. Black ichor sprays in a wide arc, hissing where it lands on cobblestones. Its two halves continue their separate performances, both still mouthing pleas for help. The upper half crawls, using its teeth-lined cavity as limbs. The lower half walks on blindly. The child thing's extending fingers wrap around my leg bones. I lift my foot, taking it into the air. It dangles, still smiling that stolen smile as I bring my blade down. The fingers dissolve into streaks like tar that cling to bone, seeking entry to marrow. The farmer thing launches itself at my chest, arms transformed into barbed spears. I catch them with my free hand, dragon-reinforced bones ripping apart false flesh. The spears squirm in my grip like living things trying to burrow between finger joints. With a sharp pull, I tear its arms free. It stumbles back, yet its face maintains that desperate hope. "Haven!" It gurgles through a throat that splits open to reveal a vertical mouth lined with translucent teeth. My blade finds its neck. The head rolls, expression unchanged even as the body collapses into a puddle of corruption. The severed head continues to speak, eyes blinking, lips forming words no longer connected to lungs or mind. "Safe harbor! Please! We're human!" More shapes emerge from doorways and windows. All wear the same pleading expressions, all reach with limbs that shouldn't bend that way. All speak with voices that crack and split mid-word. New movement from above. I look up to see figures crawling along walls. Their joints bend backward, allowing spider-like movement across vertical surfaces. Their borrowed faces still maintain human expressions, despite their impossible positioning. The mother thing presses its infant closer to its chest cavity, which opens like a mouth. The child disappears inside with a wet sound. Moments later, the cavity disgorges two smaller versions of the mother, both continuing their mutterings with stolen voices. I plant my feet and begin my work. Eternus cuts through false flesh and borrowed faces. My titanic form gives me reach. Their simple tactics cannot counter. They die as they are, talking of haven and safety even as my blade separates them into pieces. A flurry of limbs comes from all directions now. They begin to understand that their usual approach requires adjustment. They swarm, dozens pouring from buildings. Some shed their human disguises entirely, becoming writhing masses of teeth and eyes and grasping appendages. My sword carves through corrupted flesh. Black ichor sprays across bone and armor. They climb my legs, seeking joints in dragon plate. Their teeth find no purchase on reinforced skeleton. Their fluids burn but cannot dissolve. I raise one foot, shaking off clinging parasites, then bring it down with crushing force. The cobblestones crack, false bodies burst. Still they come, a tide of stolen faces and stolen forms. 3 latch onto my sword arm, their combined weight attempting to drag the blade down. I swing anyway, their bodies adding momentum to the strike. 5 more are cleaved through. The parasites on my arm lose their grip, falling into their dying brethren. One climbs higher than the others, reaching my skull. Fingers probe eye sockets, seeking control that flesh would provide. Finding none, it tries to insert itself through the jaw, becoming wedged in hollow bone. I reach up, crush it against my skull. They evolve their tactics, learning from failure. These bones understand adaptation. Eternus sweeps low, taking legs from a dozen parasites. They continue crawling, torsos pulling themselves forward with whatever appendages remain. I bring my foot down repeatedly, crushing their corrupted forms back to ichor. The guard thing's armor shifts again. Plates extending into a crude ranged weapon. It launches a shard that strikes my ribs, lodging between bones. Pain is for the living. I advance. A seamstress thing thrusts a spine spear at joints in my armor. The weapon bends mid-thrust, curving to seek vulnerability. I catch it, snap it off. The creature shrieks with a voice that multiplies, a multitude of stolen screams. The baker thing flings its arms. They transform mid-air into burrowing worms that seek entry through bone. I slash them from the air, then bring my blade down on their source. The baker's false face maintains its pleasant smile, even as its body dissolves into bubbling corruption. They learn, but too slowly. Their adaptations still assume I possess vulnerabilities of the living. They do not understand what faces them. I am death, purpose given form. When the last one falls, I scan the empty town. Nothing else moves. The cobblestones steam where their ichor spreads, eating through stone like acid. Buildings begin to sag, their foundations dissolving in the caustic aftermath. I examine my frame. Corruption clings to bones, seeking entry to marrow. The sword pulses, its ancient magic burning away taint where it touches. I scrape remaining ichor from joints, watching as it hisses and evaporates against Eternus's blade. A noise draws attention back to the well in the square's center. The liquid has risen further, now spilling over the stone rim. It flows against natural channels, moving directly toward the fallen parasites. Upon contact, the bodies liquefy completely, absorbed into the spreading pool. The corruption is not just taking, it is reclaiming, learning. These parasites may have failed, but their experiences return to the source. Next time, the mimicry will be better. The tactics more evolved. These creatures spread closer to Haven. Their simple tactics work well enough on desperate travelers, patrols seeking survivors, or merchants from distant bastions braving dangerous roads. I must warn Commander Eichert, but right now greater threats demand attention. From a nearby rooftop, a figure watches. Unlike the parasites, this one makes no attempt at human mimicry. Its form shifts constantly, as if refusing to settle on a single shape. Only the eyes remain constant, yellow, slitted, aware in ways the parasites were not. It observes my titan frame, head tilting at inhuman angles, studying, assessing. This is no mindless parasite. This is something that directs, something that creates. Our gazes lock across the distance. Recognition passes between predators. It knows I see it. It makes no move to attack or flee. Instead, it simply watches, motionless save for its constantly shifting form. Then, deliberately, it raises a limb toward the east, toward the Duke's fortress. The gesture could be warning or invitation. With creatures of corruption, the distinction matters little. Before I can approach, it melts into the rooftop, becoming one with the corrupted structure. Only those yellow eyes remain visible for a moment longer, unblinking, before they too dissolve. These bones understand territorial messages. The parasites were merely border guards, tests. The true power lies ahead, perhaps in alliance with the Duke, perhaps in opposition. The corruption spreads from multiple sources, multiple ambitions. I will face them all. The Duke's fortress awaits ahead. My titan stride resumes, each step bringing us closer to proper vengeance. This time, the Duke will not scatter us so easily. Chapter 30. The Path of Conquest. The parasite stench fades behind borrowed bones. Ahead, the land changes. Cobblestones give way to bone, countless layers pressed into a solid path beneath these plated feet. Vertebrae, femurs, skulls, a road built from defeated armies, their final pleas trapped in marrow-turned pavement. Memory fragments stir, lost echoes from warriors whose names time forgot. Death lingers in every footfall. Corrupted birds circle overhead, things of shadow and clotted filth. They keep their distance wary. Even tainted by demonic influence, they sense a greater predator. My titan frame, 15 feet of bone and steel, casts a longer shadow than they dare cross. In their croaking calls I hear respect born of fear. They know this shape transcends common horrors. Knowledge flows through borrowed fragments. This place, the path of conquest, I know from half-remembered battles. Here the Demon King's legion under the Duke first marched north, grinding hope beneath iron heels. Now the bone that stood against him paved the way to his doorstep, a grim irony. What once carried his ambitions now leads these chosen bones back to him. I pass monuments of defeat, suits of armor fused into cairns, weapons melted into abstract sculptures of violence. The Duke marks his territory with trophies of war. Rusted shields stack upon graying bones. Each display tells a story of annihilation. Ash falls like snow, coating my bones in gray. The corruption here runs deeper than surface taint. A noise draws my attention. Movement in the skeletal cairns. A three-armed demon crouches atop a mound of ancient armor. Its skin holds the texture of wet leather. Curved daggers hang from each limb. It studies my approach with 7 yellow eyes.
"Bone Titan," it hisses. "You walk the wrong direction."
I continue forward, ignoring the creature's warning. It scuttles down the mound, circling my path.
"You deaf? Or just stupid? Duke's fortress lies that way."
It gestures vaguely behind me.
"Nothing good where you're headed."
These jaws hold no words. I continue my stride.
"Fine. Your funeral."
"Again?" The creature laughs, a dry scraping sound.
"The Duke has killed all who challenged him before."
Borrowed memories surface. Screaming bones twisted by demon fire. This frame knows that ending and will not repeat it. The demon falls in behind me, curious now.
"You're bigger than the others, I'll give you that. What lord raised you, Bone Walker? What binding holds you?"
It circles, examining dragon-forged plates, eyeing Eternus with unconcealed interest.
"Fine workmanship, ancient steel. Someone important must have died to make you."
1,000 someones. All important. All remembered in these bones.
"Silent type? Fair enough."
It shrugs with all 3 arms.
"Monarch's camp lies ahead. He's gathering a host, punishing the Duke for indiscretions."
I know this name. Marnock. Half-formed memory surface. Origin uncertain. A demon who once served the Duke. Lesser power, greater ambition. The creature bears needle teeth.
"I'm Pan, outrider for Marnock. I bring news, scout paths, watch walls."
It scuttles closer.
"You got a name, Bone Walker?"
I continue forward. Names are for the living. Purpose needs no introduction.
"Just as well,"
Pan says.
"Names have power. Smart to keep yours close."
The road crests a low hill. Pan scuttles ahead, perching on a boulder.
"Behold, Bone Walker, war's theater awaits."
Hollow sockets narrow. Something vast awaits. Compulsion pulls me forward. Below, a monstrous host gathers before black walls. Hulking fiends, wolf-headed brutes, warriors in chitin plate, and things defying description. Standards bearing foul runes flap listlessly. Siege engines creak, built from bone and rusted chains. Catapults strung with sinew, ladders carved from giant femurs leaning on scaffolds of rib and horn. Siege towers shaped from titan rib cages roll forward on skull-wheeled axles. At their center stands the demon Duke's fortress, walls of cursed stone and towers like crooked fingers clawing at diseased heavens. Red sparks move between battlements where lesser devils patrol. I have found a war.
"Impressive, yes?"
Pan scuttles up my leg bones, perching on my shoulder plate like an ill-omened familiar. I permit this intrusion. The creature might provide useful information.
"Marnock's gathered quite a force. Duke's not popular these days."
The demon camp spreads below in chaotic sprawl. Fires of green and purple flame illuminate clusters of creatures grouped by kind. Wolf-headed gnolls gnaw on limbs of indeterminate origin. Trolls with stitched-together flesh lurch between tents made of stretched skin. Winged devils perch on siege towers, tails lashing with impatience.
"Politics," Pan explains, as if reading my thoughts. "Duke not greedy. Tried claiming territories beyond his right. Insulted Baron Thex. Refuse tribute to Lord Malacrath.
It's Seven Eyes blink in sequence.
Bad business all around.
I continue my descent toward the camp. Purpose cares nothing for demon politics. Let them waste strength fighting among themselves. These bones need only one clean strike.
You'll want to meet Marnak,
Pan says, still perched on my shoulder.
He grants hunting rights, territory claims.
The creature pauses.
Unless you're freelance. Some bone champions serve no master.
Pan mistakes my silence for confirmation.
Ah, a mercenary dead, even better. Marnak pays well. Flesh, souls, power, humans to kill. Whatever currency you prefer.
The camp grows larger as we approach. Demons of all types turn to watch my titan frame. Some point, others cluster. I catch fragments of their harsh speech. All study my 15-foot frame. A hulking brute with brass-plated horns nudges his companion, pointing at my dragon bone joints. 3 bat-winged imps perch on a rack of spears, chittering about my size compared to someone called Hagarath's champion. A demon wearing fragments of stolen armor circles behind me, muttering about the lack of binding marks or banners that would show allegiance. Their observations spread through the camp, my unmarked status, my considerable height, the ancient dragon bone fused seamlessly into my skeletal frame. Each creature seems unsure whether to approach or retreat, leaving a cautious space around my path as I continue forward. A pair of horned warriors block the path. Their armor, black iron veined with pulsing crimson, bears symbols of rank and allegiance. They cross halberds before me.
"State your business, dead thing,"
the taller one demands. Voice like grinding rocks. Pan scuttles down to address them.
Fresh ally for the cause. Powerful bone champion. Freelance.
The guards exchange glances. The shorter one sniffs the air.
Smells wrong. Not like I did. Because it's not bound,
Pan explains with exaggerated patience.
Independent contractor, so to speak.
The taller guard narrows sulphurous eyes.
Marnak will decide.
They uncross their weapons. Pan scuttles back up to my shoulder as we continue into the heart of the demonic encampment. More creatures watch our passage. A hunched sorceress approaches, skeletal fingers tracing the air near my bones, reading magic with a touch. Her eyes widen.
"Old powwow,"
she whispers to her acolytes.
"Very old."
A massive troll, skin stitched from multiple victims, lumbers over to examine me. Its breath reeks of rotted meat and brimstone. It leans close, single cyclopean eye blinking wetly.
"Me know you,"
it rumbles, deep voice vibrating through my frame. It reaches toward my skull. I do not react. The troll's proximity means nothing to these bones.
No touch,
Pan hisses from my shoulder.
Bad manners, Gorthrax.
The troll withdraws its hand slowly.
"Just curious. Many bone champions. Duke burned them all."
It thumps its chest, dislodging a patch of decaying flesh.
"Me remember. Me was there."
Its single eye narrows.
"This one different. Bigger. Stronger."
The troll leans closer, drops its voice to a conspiratorial rumble.
"Smarter."
I move past the creature, continuing toward the center of the camp where the command tent must be. These interactions provide useful intelligence, but they delay purpose.
You're causing quite the stir, Pan observes. Not often a free-willed dead walks into a war camp.
Demons part before my titan frame. None recognize the truth, that these bones serve no dark master, that this frame marches to protect, not destroy. Let them misunderstand. This purpose courts no allies, only opportunities. The road curves north around a ridge. Black smoke stains the horizon, signs of demon warfare. The camp center reveals a clearing where various demon captains gather around maps spread on a table fashioned from enormous bones. War trophies hang from posts, tattered banners, dented armor, notched weapons, even preserved heads of enemies whose expressions still hold final terror. Pan leaps from my shoulder. "Wait here! Protocol and all that." The demon scuttles toward a massive tent constructed from dark leather and bones of enormous size. The entrance flap bears symbols that pulse with malevolent energy. While waiting, I observe the War Council. Commanders argue in guttural languages, clawed fingers pointing to different locations on maps. They debate tactics, supplies, betrayals. Their concerns are mundane despite their monstrous forms. A gnoll captain growls at a winged devil, accusations of cowardice met with threats of evisceration. A troll commander smashes a stack of rocks meant to represent the Duke's tower, demonstrating where he believes defenses are weakest. They are monsters playing at being generals. Their tactics lack the discipline of human armies, relying instead on numbers and ferocity. This knowledge will serve my purpose well. The tent flaps open. Pan emerges, followed by a figure of grafted metal and corrupted flesh. Their leader, Marnak the Defiler, a risen demon who once served the Duke. His skull stretches backward, crowned with curling horns. Not as powerful a demon as I might have expected, but something hungrier. A lesser power seeking to rise through another's fall. His armies mix demon, undead, and things that defy description. The Defiler's gaze passes over this frame without apparent interest. To him, these bones are merely another piece in his grand assault. His attention fixes on the Duke's walls. Let him think that. Let them all think that. His captains gather. Scaled monsters that tower over common demons. Winged terrors with flesh like oil-slick metal, things of too many limbs and eyes that drip venom from needle-teeth maws. They form a half-circle around him, deference mixed with ambition.
"You who stride from ashen waste,"
Marnak's voice scrapes like chains dragged through gravel.
"We know not your name, nor need we. There is plenty of battle to feast on."
These jaws hold no words. I tilt my skull, letting ancient magic pulse behind hollow sockets. I point a turnus toward the Duke's fortress. My intention is clear. Blue-white light flickers across bone and dragon-forged plate. Metal teeth flash as Marnak grins, revealing corrupted gums.
"A greater dead drawn to conquest. Good! The Duke trembles in his fortress."
His claws spread wide, encompassing siege lines and massed horrors.
"Help break his walls, and spoils shall be yours."
A massive devil with wings of rusted metal stepped forward.
"Lord Monarch," it growls, voice grinding like stone. "Can we trust this thing? It bears no mark of binding, no master's sigil." "Precisely why it's valuable," Marnak replies, waving a dismissive talon. "Power resides in the dead that rise free. This one is unrestrained."
The devil's tail lashes.
"Or claims to be. Perhaps it serves our enemies. Perhaps it serves the Duke himself."
Marnak laughs, a sound like cracking bones.
"The Duke employing a bone champion? He would never."
He turns his gaze to me. Memory flickers through borrowed bones. Flame scattered fragments across scorched earth. These bones remember. Marnak reads something in my stillness.
"Ah. Personal grudge, is it? Even better."
He dismisses the devil with a wave.
"The dead make reliable allies when vengeance drives them."
A gnoll captain pushes forward, muzzle wrinkled in disgust.
"Skeleton smells wrong."
Several demons mutter agreement. Unease spreads through their ranks. These creatures understand power on an instinctual level. They sense something different in these chosen bones, something not aligned with their corruption. Marnak silences them with a gesture. Enough! All I care for is results. He turns back to me. You seek the Duke's destruction. So do we. Common cause makes temporary allies. The Horde approves. Weapons clatter against shields. Roars echo across the camp. They accept my silence as consent. Marnak signals and commanders bark orders in coarse tongues. I stand among their ranks, fire-maned gnolls gnawing on old bones, stitched trolls drooling acidic saliva, insectoid devourers clicking mandibles. Fetishes of horn and sinew dangle from wooden poles. A three-armed demon with curved horns approaches. Monarch honors you with forward position, he announces. You'll join the vanguard assault. Break through the outer wall. Kill defenders. I nod once. The position suits my purpose. Direct path to the Duke's inner chambers. Follow, the demon commands. We move through the chaotic camp. Different demon species prepare for battle in their own ways. Gnolls work themselves into a frenzy, slashing themselves with knives, blood mixing with saliva, as they howl battle prayers to forgotten gods. Trolls consume massive quantities of raw meat, growing visibly larger as they feed. Despite their differences, a common mood binds them, an anticipation of violence, of plunder, of advancement through another's downfall. These are creatures of ambition wrapped in monstrous flesh. We approach the forward camp closest to the Duke's walls. Here, elite units prepare specialized weapons, bombes ballistae inscribed with curse runes, catapults loaded with writhing masses of flesh, siege towers housing things that scratch at wooden walls from inside. My escort points to a massive barricade where other large creatures gather. Trolls with reinforced skull plates designed for ramming. Devils with claws that secrete stone-melting acids. Massive quadrupedal beasts with battering rams grafted to their spines. Kill everything! I take my place among creatures bred for siege warfare. None speak to me. They recognize a specialist when they see one. Dusk approaches. Torches sputter greenish flames. Siege crews test ropes of sinew that creak under monstrous tension. The Horde's mood darkens with excitement. They see my silent form as a lucky omen, an avatar of death joining their cause. They do not understand that death is not corruption's ally. The Horde grows restless. Claws scrape stone. Wings rustle like dead leaves. A gnoll captain sniffs the air, hackles rising at my presence but keeping its distance. Pan arrives, standing beside my massive leg bones. Exciting, isn't it? Grand alliance like this happens once a century, maybe less. A massive devil nearby snorts fire. Alliance? Temporary convenience. We'll be killing each other before the Duke's body cools. Perhaps, Pan concedes, but tonight we feast on a common enemy. The devil studies my frame with slitted eyes. You're the free-willed dead, yes? What drove you to our cause? Vengeance? Ambition? Boredom? These hollow jaws offer no response. Silent as the grave, Pan explains. Mysterious, this one. Mysterious or mindless, the devil rumbles, makes no difference to me, so long as it kills what it's supposed to kill. It will. Pan pats my shoulder blade again. I can tell this one's different. Special. We're all special, the devil growls, until we're dead. A horn of bone sounds across the camp, deep and mournful. Demons rush to positions. Siege engines creak forward on massive wheels made from skulls and vertebrae. Captains shout orders in a dozen different tongues. Marnak stands before his command tent, running claws over a map of the Duke's fortress, a predator anticipating the kill. His warriors give my frame wide berth as I move through their ranks toward the front. Pan gives one last pat on my shoulder bones. Good hunting, Bone Walker! See you inside the walls! The demon scuttles away. joining scouts and infiltrators preparing to exploit any breach we create. These demons plot complex strategies, but my purpose remains simple, direct, pure. The death of the Duke. And then, perhaps, these monsters too. Lesser devils patrol distant battlements. They peer down at the gathering army, unaware that death walks among their enemies in borrowed bones, wearing pieces of their own kind. Horns of bone and brass sound again. The horde surges forward. The first volley launches. Spheres of cursed bone trailing green fire arc toward the Duke's walls. They explode in bursts of corrupted flame. Lesser devils scatter from the battlements. I march among them, each step driving old bones deeper into the path of conquest. The horde's bloodlust propels them forward. Leaders of Titan bone slam against black walls. Demons surge upward, claws scraping stone. The Duke's defenders respond with arrows tipped in burning silver. Scaled forms fall screaming, but more take their place. Marnak's voice booms across the battlefield. Words of power filled with dark commands that fuel the frenzy. The siege towers groan forward, pushed by things enslaved with chains forged in hatred. I glimpse winged horrors coiled within, ready to leap onto the walls. A catapult releases with a sound like a snapping spine. Its projectile, a writhing mass of flesh and bone, strikes the wall and burrows inward. Where it touches, stone begins to bubble and melt. The horde howls, smelling blood and weakness. They see victory in each breach, each fallen defender. They do not understand that their celebration is premature. Green fire rains from above as the Duke's forces counterattack. Demon flesh melts, bone warps, but the assault continues, fueled by Marnak's ambition and the Horde's hunger. The siege engines keep firing, targeting weak points in the blackened stone. These bones feel the pulse of battle. Old memories surface, tactics, weak points, paths of approach. But these fragments come from fallen warriors who fought against demons, not alongside them. No matter. Let the hordes spend their strength. Let them crack the Duke's defenses. My purpose remains pure among their corruption. The walls begin to crack. My Titan frame moves forward with the vanguard. Trolls rush ahead, battering the damaged section with reinforced skulls. The stone groans, fragments falling like black tears. A breach forms. Demons pour through. Claws tearing at crumbling edges to widen the gap. The Duke's defenders appear on broken ramparts, armor of blackened silver, helms shaped like screaming faces, weapons that pulse with stolen heartbeats. They unleash hell. Green fire cascades from above. Trolls shriek as flesh bubbles and sloughs away. Gnolls catch flame, becoming living torches that continue their advance despite burning alive. The defenders chant in unison, words of power dripping with malice. Magic erupts, killing, wounding, maiming. But the horde is numberless. For each demon that falls, 3 more surge forward. I advance with mechanical precision. Let corruption fight corruption. These bones have one purpose. The Duke waits within. A defender spots my Titan frame moving inexorably toward the opening, points, shouts warning to his fellows. They redirect their fire toward me. Green flames wash over dragon-reinforced bone. Heat without pain, light without meaning. These bones know true fire. This imitation means nothing. Aturnus rises in skeletal grip. The blade pulses, recognizing its true prey lies ahead. Not these lesser servants, their master. The breach widens, demons scrabble, climbing over their own dead to reach the inner walls. Defender tactics change. Oil pours from hidden channels along the walls, ignites on contact with air. The opening becomes an inferno. Still they come, still I advance. A winged commander lands on broken stone above the breach. Eyes of molten brass survey the carnage below. Armor of blackened silver bears the Duke's personal sigil. He spots my Titan frame moving inexorably toward the opening. Recognition flashes across inhuman features. "Bone Champion!" he bellows to his forces. "Focus fire on the skeleton!" A chorus of chants rises. Spells target these borrowed bones. Some shatter against dragon-forged plates, others find purchase, frost forming on joints, acid eating shallow grooves in exposed bone. No matter. These are not the flames that once scattered this frame across scorched earth. These are annoyances, nothing more. I reach the breach. Demons fight among themselves for the honor of first entry. They do not see the true battle that approaches. Let them waste their strength on lesser prizes. The Duke is mine alone. Chapter 31. Through the Breach. Others splatter acidic gore that travels along the ramparts. Defenders caught in the spray liquefy, armor and flesh becoming indistinguishable slag that drips between stone cracks. The fortress stands, but the demon duke's loyal minions know their master is weak. Their howls hold a frantic edge. A demon spawn with vulture wings impales itself on a defender's pike. Rather than die, it pulls itself further down the shaft, grabbing the defender's arms. Both topple from the wall and land with wet impact. The outer wall is breached. The inner one remains. Time to advance. These chosen bones move through the melee, 15 feet of undead might pushing between lesser fiends. My presence forms a wedge. Marnak's warriors instinctively yield space, letting me approach a section of inner wall that has begun to buckle under repeated impacts. A narrow battering ram, an immense spinal column reinforced with iron rings, slams into a narrow postern gate set lower in the inner wall. With each strike, flakes of curse stone rains down, and the defenders inside scramble to reinforce from behind. A devil nearby falls, skull split by a crossbow bolt. Its companion dips claws into the wound, painting sigils on its own chest with fresh ichor. The fallen devil's essence transfers, muscle mass doubling as bones crack and reform. They pour molten resin through murder holes, cooking a half-dozen insectoid devourers alive. Chitin pops and sizzles. Mandibles click in death spasms. The stench of boiled organs follows. Their screams are short-lived, cut off when I raise a turnus and hack apart a wooden barricade blocking the ram's crew from advancing. Freed, they push harder, roaring encouragement. The gate timbers creak. Another blow and something snaps. A chunk of the gate crumples inward, revealing a gap. Snarling, Marnak's minions thrust spears into the gap, tearing at anything beyond. A defender's face appears, mouth open in defiance. 3 spears pierce it simultaneously. The head remains stuck on spear tips, still blinking, still trying to scream, as it's paraded like a trophy. The defenders retaliate with hooked poles that drag several howling demons inside, where wet chopping sounds ensue. Limbs fly back through the gap. A demon's head rolls out, expression frozen in surprise. I step forward and swing my blade at the hinge supports. With ruined steel and impossible strength, I carve through old iron and curse-bound wood. The next ram strike shatters what remains of the postern. Splinters fly, embedding in demon flesh. None reach these bones. A flood of monstrous infantry surges through the second breach, screaming devotion to Marnak. A troll tries to push ahead of me, hunger for slaughter overriding caution. Its spine distends as something bursts through its chest from behind. A defender's spear. The troll grabs the weapon's shaft, pulling both it and its wielder through the gap. The defender dangles, kicking. The troll bites off his head before collapsing. No words follow as the troll begins healing. I follow, stepping into the fortress's outer courtyard, a space lit by red torches and lined with grotesque statues. The ground is paved with flagstones etched with demonic glyphs. Dead defenders, impaled on their own spears, lie scattered. Some still twitch, armor fused to flesh by magic gone wrong. One tries to crawl despite missing everything below the ribcage, intestines leaving a glistening trail. Those who still live form a desperate shield wall before the inner gates. The courtyard erupts in chaos the moment we breach. Marnak's warriors charge en masse. A winged horror swoops low, talons extended. A defender raises shield, too slow. Talons puncture eye sockets, lifting the screaming victim skyward. The defender's struggles dislodge the helmet, revealing not a head, but a writhing mass of tentacles that ensnare the winged attacker. Both spiral upward, locked in mutual destruction. The defenders, fiends of hulking shapes in armor grafted to flesh, wielding polearms with stored lightning, stand shoulder to shoulder in disciplined ranks, refusing to break, their eyes glowing slits of infernal light fix on the intruder. They know their duke is weakened. They know they must hold. Marnak's legions crash against this line. I press forward through the chaos, Eternus leaving trails of blue light as I cleave through anything blocking my path. My massive skeletal form towers over most of the demons, making me a clear target. An elite defender breaks formation, hurling a lightning-charged harpoon that pierces my ribcage. Energy crackles through bone, but I do not fall. I grasp the harpoon's shaft, pulling it. The defender's boots scrape against stone as it struggles. I lift the creature by its throat, bones creaking under pressure, then slam it into two others approaching from my flank. Lightning chains between their armor, cooking them from within. The shield wall shifts, closing the gap where the elite had been. I charge, bringing Eternus down. The blade meets a raised shield. Ancient runes flare against infernal sigils. The defender staggers but holds. Two more step up, bracing their comrade. Their shoulders locked together, polearms extended at perfect angles to maximize coverage. My second strike cracks a shield but fails to break through. Marnak's demons rush past me, hurling themselves at the wall. They die in waves. The shield wall endures. I back away, reassessing. These are not common troops. Each bears the Duke's personal mark, bone-white stigmata burned into their foreheads, elite guardians bound by infernal contracts that prevent retreat. They will die before yielding. The shield wall forms a semicircle now, protecting the final gate to the Duke's inner sanctum. Each defender stands perfectly still between attacks, conserving energy. Their discipline rivals anything I've witnessed on mortal battlefields. One of the defenders, a hulking figure with a single cyclopean eye, thrusts a runed polearm at my chest. Sparks and runes clash. The blow glances off dragonbone plating. I respond by bringing Eternus down in a swift, brutal arc. The blade cleaves the Cyclopean warrior's helm and skull in one motion, continuing through the chest cavity. The body remains standing, split vertically into uneven halves that slowly peel apart like rotten fruit. Black ichor fountains drenching the flagstones. Marnak's infantry screams as they press the advantage. Now, a gap forms in the defender's line where I struck. Marnak's troops rush in, biting, clawing, stabbing. A demon with spider limbs grafted to its torso seizes two defenders, pulling them together with force. Their armor crumples, bones snap. The spider thing continues squeezing until both victims burst, showering nearby combatants with pulped organs. The disciplined formation shatters into brutal skirmishes. The courtyard chokes with corpses. Body parts pile high enough that smaller demons use them as vantage points, leaping onto defenders from above. A gnoll slips on spilled entrails, falling into a defender's waiting blade. The sword stabs through its chest, emerging between shoulder blades. The gnoll slides down the length, clawing at its killer even as life fades. Arrows from upper balconies rain down, forcing us to keep moving. A demon nearby sprouts 3 shafts from its back. It spins, confused, before its head explodes from a 4th arrow. The headless body continues fighting, swinging blindly. Near a fountain, a group of defenders tries to hold a fallback point. They have erected a barricade of overturned braziers and statuary fragments. Marnak's lieutenants command siege beasts to move in. A muscled beast with chitin plating and multiple limbs lumbers forth. Victims scream as exoskeletons crack and puncture internal organs. The beast discards broken bodies, reaching for fresh prey. I add my blade to the carnage, severing a support beam that topples a stone column onto their heads. Bone and rock explode on impact. 6 defenders vanish beneath crushing weight. Limbs protrude from rubble, twitching briefly before stillness claims them. The defenders yield ground, retreating toward a set of massive double doors that lead deeper into the fortress. Those doors are carved with twisting scenes of torment and glory, no doubt the main entrance to the reception hall beyond. A last desperate stand forms before the doors. 3 defenders with tower shields locked together. A dozen spears thrust from behind this wall. This wave of Marnak's forces impales itself, creating a barricade of thrashing bodies. The second wave climbs over their dying kin, accepting spear wounds to close distance. The doors slam shut as the last defenders slip inside, leaving us in the blood-soaked courtyard. Marnak strides up behind me. He cackles at the sight before him. "Well done, Bone Titan," he snarls. "The yard is ours. Onward! Into the heart of the keep!" He kicks at a fallen defender whose chest still rises and falls. His clawed foot punctures the dying creature's torso. It makes no sound as life departs. I do not acknowledge him. My purpose remains. Let them think I fight for them. I stride forward, stepping over corpses and broken arms. The courtyard is ours. The defenders withdrew inside, planning to make a stand in the more defensible interior. While wise, they're doomed. We face the sealed double doors. The massive doors before us are carved from blackened ash, banded with iron. Siege fiends drag massive chunks of broken statuary toward them, preparing to batter their way through. Runes of warding flicker across the door's surface with each impact. I watch impassively as 3 trolls slam a fractured pillar against the entrance. The doors shudder but hold. Marnak strides to my side, his staff of calcified spines clicking against the flagstones. "You," he hisses, pointing at me with a talon. "Scale the eastern wall. The Duke's sanctum has windows high above. Find us another way in while these fools waste their strength." I regard him silently. His orders mean nothing to me, yet our purposes align. For now. The eastern wall rises 70 feet, its surface studded with gargoyles that periodically animate, swooping down to tear chunks from unwary demons. Their stone claws scratch harmlessly against my bone plates as I begin my ascent. Handholds are plentiful. The Duke's architects designed these walls for aesthetics over security, grotesque faces and writhing forms providing perfect purchase for my claws. Halfway up, I pause at a narrow walkway. 2 of the Duke's defenders, their armor fused to scorch flesh, launch barbed spears from a ballista, each projectile trailing chains of liquid fire. Demons below scatter, some too slow, their bodies igniting like torches. I swing a turnus in a wide arc. The blade severs the ballista's tension arm. The weapon's stored energy releases explosively, flinging both defenders. One tumbles over, screaming as he plummets. The other rises, drawing a curved blade from a scabbard of bone. He charges. 3 more strikes, each parried. The defender fights back, but lacks the necessary raw power. On his 4th lunge, I sidestep and grasp his helmet. Bone fingers pierce metal. He struggles as I lift him, legs kicking uselessly. I hurl him toward the courtyard below. His scream ends abruptly. The walkway continues around the fortress's perimeter. Below, I see the battle's progress. Marnak's warriors bring forth a 2nd ram. I grip the edge and drop back down. The doors groan under the assault. Defenders from within brace them, but each impact makes them shiver. Torches gutter as shockwaves roll through stone corridors beyond. Arrows and bolts from slitted murder holes on either side of the doors pick off some of Marnak's lesser minions. A bolt fires through a gnoll's eye, the tip emerging from the back of its skull, trailing brain matter. Another demon loses its jaw to a barbed arrow, tongue flopping uselessly as it continues the assault. I stand before those holes and raise my left arm, letting arrows clatter harmlessly against bone plating, shielding a group of imps that pry at the door's edges with hooked tools. After a few moments, a hinge pin dislodges. The ram strikes again, splintering the lower half. A 3rd strike, and the entire door collapses inward in a shower of oak and iron shards. Marnak's legion howls and rushes into the reception hall. I follow, blade at the ready. Inside, the reception hall is vast, supported by twisted columns shaped like intertwined serpents. Banners of flayed skin hang from rafters. A long crimson carpet, woven from unknown fibers, leads from the doors toward an inner gateway. Defenders line the sides, archers perched on balconies and heavily armored brutes forming staggered rows on the floor. Chanting comes from alcoves where robed figures channel protective wards, causing runes on the floor to shimmer. No sooner do we enter Then a volley of runed javelins flies at us. Some strike Marnak's lieutenants, pinning them to pillars. The javelins pulse, burrowing deeper like living things. Victims scream as metal shafts writhe inside their bodies, sprouting barbed tendrils that flower outward through flesh. Others glance off my armor. I wade forward, swinging Eternus wide. The blade crashes through a formation of halberdiers trying to keep the legion at bay. Their shrieks fill the hall as limbs separate from bodies. One defender, split at the waist, continues crawling forward on arms alone, intestines dragging behind like obscene tails. Winged horrors swoop at balconies, engaging archers hand to hand. Black feathers and broken wings tumble earthward. A winged demon plucks an archer from his perch, soaring upward before dropping him onto his own allies below. The impact breaks backs and crushes skulls. The winged attacker dives to feed on the carnage, only to be netted by survivors and torn to pieces. Gnolls scale the columns to reach the chanting-robed figures, but several are blasted off by arcs of violet lightning. Their fur ignites, burning even as they fall. They land still fighting, spreading fire to nearby combatants. Marnak's voice echoes, ordering his magi forward. Pale-faced demon sorcerers emerge behind me, hurling counterspells into the alcoves. Magical energies collide, creating explosions of raw power. A robed defender liquefies from inside, skin rupturing as bones dissolve. Another's head explodes in a shower of teeth and brain matter. I carve through a defender's helm with Eternus, splitting skull and torso in a single strike. The body remains upright as black ichor fountains across the flagstones. The shield wall fractures. Marnak's troops flood the gap, howling with bloodlust. A spider-limbed demon seizes two defenders, crushing them until armor and bone collapse inward. Pulped organs shower the melee. The disciplined formation dissolves into chaos. I stride through the carnage toward the massive double doors leading deeper into the fortress. My purpose remains singular. The Duke waits beyond. Chapter 32. Remembered Lessons. Magic clashes overhead. Defender wards meet corrupted power from Marnak's sorcerers. Ancient runes carved in floor stones flicker, then fade as their protection dies. Fear displaces discipline in the eyes of the Duke's remaining defenders. Marnak's horde flows through the broken lines like a flood tide. Imps bite at ankles with venom-dripping fangs. Trolls swing massive clubs that turn armor to pulp and bone to dust. Other monsters, lesser things cobbled together from stolen flesh and dark magic, surge forward, driven by hunger and their master's command. Each death weighs against borrowed purpose, but these bones press forward. The inner gateway beckons. Defenders retreat deeper into the fortress, rolling spiked barriers crafted from sharpened bone and twisted metal into place. Their eyes show the truth. They know their Duke weakens. If we reach his throne room, it ends here. Marnak appears beside me, a rictus grin splitting his corrupted face. "Forward, Bone Titan! The Duke's heart awaits!" He believes I share his hunger for power. Let him dream. The Duke's death serves a greater purpose than Marnak's petty ambition. The corridors narrow. Defenders use this terrain to their advantage, forming desperate choke points. Green flames spurt from hidden traps set into the walls. Trolls, thick-hided and brutish, grab screaming imps by their tails, using the smaller demons as living shields. The imps shriek, clawing uselessly at the air as flames wash over their twisted forms. Flesh bubbles and melts, but the trolls march forward, discarding the charred remains. These bones, once scorched by a greater demon's flames, cannot be harmed by these pale imitations. I press onward, unaffected. Ahead, a troll holds an imp as a shield. Insufficient. The fires find its eyes, destroying vision instantly. Blinded, it begins to rampage, aiming not for defenders, but for anything within reach, ally or foe. A charred imp hurtles through the air, melted flesh still smoking. I sidestep the grotesque projectile. Behind the thrown imp, the blinded troll charges, seeking release in violence. Blood streams from empty sockets where green flame found purchase. A ruined eye rolls wild, unfocused. The massive club swings in desperate, uncontrolled arcs. Steel meets wood. The club's impact jars my frame, harsh against bone plating. A quick crack echoes off stone walls as my shoulder joint separates under the force. No matter. These Titan-forged bones know their purpose. Eternus moves. The blade finds the space between the troll's neck and collar. Clean, precise. The head parts from shoulders in a single sweep, trailing corruption dark blood. The headless body takes 2 more steps before recognition catches up with death. The club slips from lifeless fingers, striking stone with a hollow sound. The massive frame topples, crushing smaller demons beneath its bulk. More trolls lumber forward, fresh imps writhing in their grasp. Green flames continue to pour from walled traps. The corridor fills with smoke and screaming demons. "Push through!" Mornak commands from somewhere behind in the chaos. "Let nothing slow our advance!" My sword moves in patterns borrowed from 1,000 fallen warriors. Limbs scatter, bodies crumple. Each step brings us closer to the Duke's inner sanctum. The flames intensify, turning stone white-hot. I stride through their ranks, Eternus clearing a path. Living or dead, flesh proves temporary. Only purpose endures. These bones advance through fire that would melt mortal forms. A barricade of twisted iron and bonded wood blocks the path ahead. Defenders jab poisoned spears through gaps. Eternus falls like judgment. Wood splinters. Iron bends. The barrier breaks. The fortress trembles around us. Walls weep ash. Blood paints stone floors black. My shadow falls across 3 champions of the Duke's Guard. They turn as one. Corrupted axes seeking to pry these bones apart. Sparks fly as their blades find no purchase against dragon-forged plates. Eternus rises. They block together, weapons meeting greater steel. For a moment, balance holds. Then, the blades' runes ignite with cold fire. Their weapons crack like brittle ice. A backswing takes one defender's head cleanly from its shoulders. A kick shatters another against stone walls. The last tries to flee. A troll's claws end his retreat before he takes 3 steps. No mercy dwells in these halls, only war. The corridor beyond slopes downward into deeper darkness. Smoke swirls, ash falls like gentle snow. The immediate echoes of battle fade behind us. Ahead, defenders form their final line before great doors carved with infernal runes pulsing with dark energy. Suddenly, a doorway to my left splinters outward. Wood exploding across the passage. The impact knocks Eternus from my grip. The sword clatters against stone, momentarily lost. From within the doorway emerges a horror. A woman's torso melding seamlessly into the coiled body of a massive serpent. Scales glisten wetly in the dim light, and her eyes burn with cold malice. "Die!" she hisses and lunges. I pivot, dodging the initial strike. Her claws rake across dragon bone plates, finding no purchase. The serpent coils whip around my leg, constricting with crushing force. Bones creak under the pressure, but do not yield. My free hand finds her throat. Skeletal fingers tighten around delicate flesh that still remembers human form. She thrashes, powerful tail lashing against stone walls. Venom spatters uselessly against my skull. I squeeze. Cartilage collapses. Her windpipe crushes. Still she writhes, desperate. I lift her, single-handed, the massive coils dangling uselessly. Her eyes bulge. The serpentine body convulses, weakening. I drive her head into the wall beside the doorway. Stone cracks. Skull fragments pierce soft brain tissue. Her scales lose their luster as death claims her monstrous form. I drop the corpse already forgotten and retrieve Eternus. A bellow echoes from an adjoining chamber. A minotaur charges into the corridor, axe raised high. 8 feet of muscle, rage, and hate barreling forward, hooves striking sparks from stone. I meet his charge. Bone plates absorb the impact, halting his momentum. His axe swings down, aims to cleave my skull, but only hits empty space where my shoulder bones were a moment before. My fist connects with his face. The nose shatters beneath the blow. He staggers back, nostrils flaring red with fury and pain. The beast recovers, lowering sharp horns for another charge. I seize one horn mid-lunge, using his own momentum to wrench his head sideways. Neck tendons strain against the unnatural angle, threatening to snap. The Minotaur bellows, swinging his axe, wildly in panic. My other hand drives upward beneath his jaw. Bone pierces fur and flesh, finding the soft tissue beneath. His eyes roll white. The massive body convulses, then goes slack, collapsing in a heap. Before I can advance, small forms drop from the overhead rafters. Goblins. A dozen green-skinned vermin land on my frame, ragged daggers seeking joints between bone plates. Useless. I spin, flinging 3 against a wall. Their bodies make wet, breaking sounds on impact. A 4th I crush in my grip, its ribcage collapsing inward to pierce fragile lungs. 2 cling to my arm, stabbing frantically. I slam the limb against a stone column. They burst like ripe fruit, painting ancient stone red. The remaining 6 scramble across my form like grotesque insects. 1 reaches my skull, raising a dagger to strike an eye socket. My fingers close around its head. Pressure increases. The skull implodes with a sound like cracking nuts. I pluck the others off one by one. 2 I smash together, their heads colliding with enough force to liquefy brain matter. Another I tear limb from limb, tossing pieces aside. The last 2 attempt to flee back toward the rafters. 1 trips over its own feet. My foot descends, crushing spine and organs into the stone floor. I retrieve Eternus again. The final goblin reaches a doorway before my sword pins it to the frame, the blade driving through its chest into the wood beyond. It twitches once, then hangs still. The path clears once more. More of Marnak's horde surges forward, howling with bloodlust, and the battle rages again around the final doors. Our forces crash into the defenders' ranks. Gnolls tear plate mail open with savage claws. Imps fling conjured fire. Defenders fall, their disciplined lines breaking under the sheer weight of numbers. A knight captain, once human but now twisted by demonic gifts into something more terrible, screams a command. "Hold! By the Duke's order, hold!" Doubt trembles in a voice that once knew mortality, a weakness her troops sense. I step through the chaos. Eternus weaving arcs of destruction. Arrows glance off bone. The knight captain sees me approach. Terror replaces doubt in her corrupted eyes. She rallies scaled brutes clad in etched armor, her personal guard. They swarm, seeking gaps in my plating, their movements coordinated despite the surrounding melee. The knight captain's soldiers, demons all, attack as one. Each blow seeks to crack and splinter ancient bone, as if striking bones were enough to quiet this chosen purpose. My titanic frame towers over their assault. Eternus moves, the blade thundering in ways these jaws cannot. Black blood sprays stone, bodies fall. The knight captain's own blade finds my arm at the elbow. The limb crashes to the floor, fingers still gripping my sword. My other hand catches her throat. Clawed gauntlets scratch uselessly against bone as I lift her from the ground. Her legs kick wildly as my skeletal fingers tighten, crushing armor and flesh beneath. The knight captain's free hand pulls a curved dagger from her belt. Black steel meets bone. The blade ships fragments from my arm. Each strike desperate, powerful, precise. Pieces scatter like snow. Her dagger finds gaps between plates, prying loose smaller fragments. No matter. These Titan-forged bones care nothing for pain. My grip remains absolute. Her enhanced strength drives the blade deeper. Skeletal fingers squeeze tighter. Her eyes bulge, blood vessels bursting across the whites. Red spreads across sclera. The dagger strikes grow weaker, less coordinated. Her boots scrape against chosen bones. Corruption-touched muscles strain against implacable force. Her spine bends backward, vertebrae stretched to breaking. Cartilage tears amid choked gasps for unnecessary breath. My grip tightens one final time. A sharp crack echoes through the corridor. Her head lolls at an unnatural angle, neck broken cleanly. The dagger clatters to the floor from limp fingers. I release the corpse. It falls like discarded cloth. Her remaining warriors hesitate, weapons wavering. Their discipline breaks. Some flee toward the great doors at the corridor's end. Others throw down arms, backing away from death that walks among them. My severed arm drags itself across stone, climbing my leg. The elbow joint clicks home with mechanical certainty. Fingers flex, testing the connection. Whole once more, I advance. Marnak's forces surge past the fallen defenders, ignoring the rout. They ram the final gate with iron-bound logs, pry at hinges. Wood cracks under the assault. Runes flicker, then die. Survivors among the Duke's forces huddle in corners, whispering final prayers, buying seconds, not salvation. These are demons, monsters, not humans deserving of mercy. Once the Duke falls, I will return for them. The gate breaks inward with the sound of ancient oaths shattering. The corridor opens to an antechamber. Heavy doors, sealed with metal bands, guard the throne room beyond. Defenders await, ready for a final stand. Runes pulse with warning across the floor. Marnak's forces gather for the final push, their bloodlust peaking. The ground trembles beneath our advance. Then the floor splits without warning. Hidden seams appear in what seemed solid stone. Slabs pivot downward on ancient hinges, revealing a chasm below. Demons screech, scrabbling for purchase on the treacherous ground. My claws find a crack in the wall, halting my fall. Below, lava bathes the chamber in crimson light. The fortress bleeds fire from its wounded heart. Marnak's minions fall into the molten rock. Their screams fade to silence. Defenders tumble mid-attack, dragged down by their prey. I hang above the destruction, suspended by bone claws driven deep into stone. My feet find narrow purchase on jutting architecture. Eternus remains ready in skeletal grip. Across the gap, surviving defenders watch from stable ground. Marnak hovers near the ceiling, gripped by a straining winged horror that keeps him aloft. Curses flow from his lips as he urges his remaining troops to find another path around the chasm. Some try to leap the divide. Most fall short, their final screams lost in bubbling death. A central platform stands untouched amid the flowing destruction. Upon it waits the Duke's elite guard, twisted things with blade arms gleaming with poisoned light. Behind them towers their master. The demon Duke stands wrapped in ruined armor, one arm gone, one eye weeping black ichor. A twisted spear supports his weight. Old wounds, still weeping dark fluid, speak of recent battles with his own kind. I recognize weakness in his stance. Something damaged him before our arrival, perhaps the ambush Commander Eichard mentioned. Yet even wounded, power radiates from his frame. His regeneration works slowly against whatever struck him, but it works nonetheless. This is no lesser demon. His laugh scrapes stone like a sharpened blade. You bring filth to my halls, monarch! The words echo across the molten divide. Then he turns to me. And you, Bone Titan, what do you hope to gain by this intrusion? He sees past the deception, knows these bones serve no demon's will. The Duke's remaining eye narrows, studying my newer frame. I remember you. 3 years past when you dared stand against me at Haven's Gate. His spear rises, pointing accusation. Those bones I scorched to ash before that pitiful wall. Yet here you tower, wearing different dead. He speaks truth without knowing its depth. These are not the same bones he burned when I defended Joist's refugees. The field of broken banners rebuilt this form with ancient warriors, dragon parts, and deeper magic blessed by justice itself. His corrupted spear trembles. Black blood seeps from wounds not yet healed. Weakness shows where his armor cracked in recent battle. You were smaller then, he continues, a mere skeleton blaying at knighthood. I scattered those bones across scorched earth. He studies my titanic frame again. Recognition dawns on his corrupted features. No! the Duke growls. "Impossible!" I advance across the narrow ledge, each step precise. These borrowed bones know their path. His spear trembles more violently. "That skeleton could barely stand against my power. You are something else. Some champion of the grave, perhaps, or another of Monarch's deceptions." The platform edge draws near. 20 paces remain. The Duke's elite guard tighten their formation, blade arms crossing in ritual defense. "You wear similar armor, yes?" His voice rises, uncertainty bleeding through confidence like ichor through cracked plate. "But you are not! That broken thing I cast down! You cannot be! I destroyed it utterly!" 15 paces. The guard's blade arms extend, ready to strike. Light glints off poisoned edges. "Show yourself, pretender! What manner of bone titan dares wear that guardian's aspect?" 10 paces. Heat from the lava below warps the air between us. Reality bends in rippling waves. The Duke's remaining eye widens as I continue my advance. "Stop! I command you to stop!" His spear rises. Dark energy crackles along its length. The weapon shakes in his grip either from weakness or fear. 5 paces remain between these bones and his platform. His elite guard bunched together, preparing to meet my charge. "You cannot be him," the Duke mutters, mostly to himself now. "I destroyed that skeleton myself." The platform between us holds steady while lava churns below. His elite guard shifts stance. Behind them, their master's armor shows fresh cracks, signs of recent battles with his own kind. My claws dig deeper into stone. Titan-forged bones know their task. Eternus shares their certainty. Marnak gives one last futile command from across the chamber. "The Duke! Kill him now!" The command falls empty. Most of his forces feed the lava below. Those few surviving demons cling to walls, more focused on survival than assault. The Duke's laugh holds pain beneath the mockery. "Still barking orders, defiler? Your army melts while you flutter about." His eye returns to my form. "But you, Bone Titan, you're no demon's puppet." I remain silent. Let him wonder. Purpose needs no voice. The gap means nothing. Duty calls from across the flames. The compulsion pulls these bones forward. The Duke hardens his stance. "Come then, Bone Titan! Let us see what manner of dead thing you've become." These bones know no hesitation. The gap beckons. Beyond it waits purpose. I leap. Chapter 33. The Things That Burn. The leap carries my frame across molten depths. Distance means nothing to chosen bones. Time seems to slow during the flight, lava bubbling and spitting beneath. The Duke's elite guard shifts, intercepts. They bar my way, blade arms ready to meet my landing. Their twisted forms, once human warriors remade by demon craft, show no fear as 15 feet of bone and ancient steel hurtles toward them. They face duty that outlasts death. Eternus leads. The blade cleaves through the first guard before skeletal feet touch stone. No resistance. Steel parts helm, skull, and spine in one continuous arc. Black blood sprays as corrupted armor splits. The platform trembles under my weight, stone cracking at the impact point. The remaining guards attack as one, moving with unnatural coordination. Multiple blades aim where my skull was moments before. 6 weapons converge on empty space. I drop low, dragon-reinforced bones allowing flexibility that flesh cannot match. My free hand grabs the nearest guard by his helm, fingers punching through metal. Bone meets bone as my grip tightens, crumpling inward. The guard's legs kick wildly, his spine arches backward. Vertebrae snap in sequence, each break louder than the last. The guard's struggles cease, limbs going slack. I pivot, using the dead weight as a weapon. The corpse crashes into 2 more guards, their formations breaking. Steel scrapes against stone as they stumble backward. One falls to his knees. Another's blade arm tangles with his companion's helm. Their perfect coordination falters. The body tumbles over the edge, disappearing into the lava below. Orange light reflects off twisted armor, casting long shadows across the throne room floor. The molten rock accepts its offering without sound. The remaining guards recover quickly, but that moment of disorder is enough. Dragon-reinforced bones creak as I advance, each step leaving spiderweb cracks in the stonework. 3 more guards form a wall between their master and these chosen bones. The Duke does not wait. His spear flashes forward, faster than mortal eyes could track. Dark energy crackles along its length, leaving trails of corruption in the air. The weapon's tip finds a gap in my chest plates, sending fracture lines through ancient bone. Black energy eats through marrow, ribs crack and splinter. No matter, these chosen bones care nothing for pain. The Duke has weakened much since last we fought. His corrupted flesh has withered, patches of yellowed bone showing through torn skin. One arm ends in a cauterized stump. His remaining eye weeps black ichor that sizzles where it touches stone. Each breath rattles through damaged lungs. The demon's might has waned while mine has grown. I move, bringing Eternus around in a horizontal arc. The blade sings through air, leaving blue after-images. 2 more guards fall, their torsos separated from legs. Upper halves continue fighting, blade arms swinging wildly as they collapse. The platform's edge crumbles where they land. Chunks of stone plummet into churning lava. "Die properly this time!" the Duke roars. His voice echoes, distorted by damaged vocal cords. He still does not understand, does not recognize these bones. His spear becomes a blur, each thrust seeking vital joints. One strike pierces a shoulder socket, another finds a knee joint, a third slides between ribs. The weapon's corrupt touch spreads cracks through my armor. Black energy eats at dragon bone, turning white to gray. Fragments fall away with each impact. My blade meets his next strike. The weapons clash with the sound of thunder breaking stone. Sparks shower the platform, each glowing mote burning holes in what remains of the stone floor. The impact sends tremors through both our frames. Above, Marnak circles on borrowed wings. "The Duke weakens! Press the attack!" His few surviving demons try to reach our battle. Wings strain against heated air currents. Claws scrabble for purchase on slick stone. Most fall short, plummeting into the molten rock below. Their screams last only moments before lava claims them. Those that make it scatter as the Duke's spear sweeps a wide arc, trailing dark lightning that leaves ozone scorch marks on stone. I use the moment to strike. Eternus finds the Duke's blind side. The blade cuts through corrupted armor. Black ichor sprays stone in arterial patterns. He howls, staggering back. One clawed hand clutches the wound, trying to hold torn flesh together. His remaining guards surge forward with cutting edges. My armor takes dozens of hits, pieces falling away. Pauldrons crack, breastplate splinters. Arm guards fall to stone in pieces. No matter, these bones remember worse wounds. My free hand catches a guard's strike between finger bones. The blade edge cuts to the knuckle before stopping. I twist, shattering his blade arm at the elbow. Bone bursts through flesh. Before he can scream, my plated knee drives up into his chest. His ribs explode outward as dragon bone meets lesser metal. His lungs rupture. Black blood fountains from his mouth slit. The Duke recovers faster than expected. His spear clips my shoulder, sending bone fragments scattering across stone. The wound spreads corruption through nearby plates, turning white bone to brittle char. I respond by striking forward, Eternus seeking heart. He blocks, but barely. The impact drives him back another step. His foot finds unstable ground. He stumbles, momentarily off balance. His remaining eye widens as he feels stone shift beneath his weight. I press forward. Eternus seeks his throat, but the remaining guards intercept. Their bodies form a wall of steel and flesh between us, blade arms locked together in a shield formation. They will die before yielding. Eternus knows its purpose. Like these borrowed bones, it serves a higher calling. Where it strikes, corruption retreats. Dark magic withers before ancient runes. Demon flesh parts. I bring the blade up in a diagonal sweep, putting the full momentum of my titan frame behind the strike. 2 more guards fall, their forms cleaved through cursed armor. The cuts are clean. Eternus leaves no ragged edges. Upper bodies slide from lower, internal organs remaining intact until gravity pulls them apart. The platform shudders violently. More stone breaks away at the edges, plummeting into lava below. Cracks spread outward from impact points. The Duke uses the unstable footing to his advantage, each strike aimed to disrupt balance rather than destroy. His spear seeks the spaces between broken flagstones, forcing defensive steps onto unstable ground. His fighting shows centuries of experience. Each movement flows into the next, no energy wasted. Even wounded, he remains lethal. I plant my feet wider, compensating for the shifting ground. Dragon-reinforced bones dig into stone for purchase. A guard tries to flank from behind, blade arm extended for a spine strike. I catch his wrist without looking, using his momentum to throw him into his companions. They tumble together, their own weapons impaling each other. 3 voices scream as one, then fall silent. The Duke's spear takes my leg at the knee. The limb separates cleanly, sent spinning into lava below. I fall, but turn it into a roll that carries me past his follow-up strike. The spear tip embeds in stone where my skull had just been. My hand finds a fallen guard's helm. I hurl it at the Duke's face, forcing him to block. The distraction costs him half a second. That moment is enough. I surge upward on my remaining leg, Aturnus leading. The blade catches his spear below the head. With a twist of ancient bones, I wrench the weapon from his grip. It spins through the air, vanishing into the lava below. The molten stone swallows it without a trace. He responds by drawing twin swords from sheaths on his back. The blades shimmer with malevolent energy, their edges serrated with teeth that move of their own accord. Our weapons meet in a fury of strikes. Each impact sends shockwaves through the chamber. Stone cracks beneath our feet. The platform continues to disintegrate. The Duke dances between unstable sections, his movements fluid despite his wounds. My sword arm moves with speed upon speed, but he matches every strike. His blades weave complex patterns, seeking any opening. A sword finds my ribs, corruption eating through bone. Segments crumble to dust where the blade touches. I grab his wrist before he can withdraw, crushing armor and flesh together. He headbutts my skull, helm leaving spoke-like cracks in ancient bone. The impact sends fracture lines across my vision. We grapple at the platform's edge, stone groaning beneath us, threatening to give way. His remaining sword seeks gaps while my free hand tries to break his remaining arm. He shifts weight to avoid falling. I press harder, forcing him back toward oblivion. Armor crumples under titan strength. His blade cracks 3 more ribs. They fall away, exposing what would be vital organs in a living frame. Marnak's voice follows from above. "The fortress trembles! Finish him!" The Duke's helm turns slightly at the words. I seize the moment, driving my knee into his wounded side. The impact reopens his injury. Fresh ichor sprays both our frames. He staggers back. Aturnus follows, the blade's runes igniting with blue fire as it meets his guard. The impact shatters his sword. Fragments of corrupted steel rain across stone. He throws the useless hilt at my skull with desperate strength. The projectile passes through an empty socket, striking the wall behind. These bones care nothing for such desperation. My blade continues its arc, finding his shoulder. Ancient steel bites deep, cleaving through armor, flesh, and bone in one continuous motion. Black ichor fountains as the sword nearly separates arm from torso. The limb hangs by threads of gristle and corrupted sinew. He roars, corruption magic exploding outward in a concussive wave. The blast sends deeper cracks through my chest plates, shattering segments of spine between vertebrae. Dragon bone turns to powder where corruption touches. The platform beneath fractures further. Yet still these borrowed bones hold their form. The platform lurches violently. Great chunks of stone break away, plummeting into lava. The Duke stumbles, his wounded leg finding no purchase on crumbling rock. His remaining sword sweeps wild arcs, trying to keep me back. Panic replaces confidence in his movements. He knows what comes. I advance through his guard. My free hand catches his blade between palm bones. The edge cuts deep, nearly severing fingers. With a flex of ancient strength, I snap the weapon in two. The broken half spins away, disappearing into molten depths. His helm meets my skull again with desperate force, but this time I grab his throat before he can withdraw. Skeletal fingers dig into armor joints. His corrupted plate crumbles. He claws at my arm, corruption magic eating through bone. Entire sections fall away, exposing the blue-white energy that powers these borrowed bones. These chosen bones know their purpose. Even as fragments fall away, my grip remains absolute.
Impossible,
He chokes out.
I killed you.
Aturnus rises. The blade's runes pulse with newfound power, drinking in the Duke's essence. His struggles intensify, legs kick against my frame. Wings burst from his back in a final desperate attempt to escape. Their membrane tears against bone protrusions. Risen strength proves greater than demon might. I attack. The blade enters beneath his helm, angled upward. Steel parts corrupt flesh. Brain matter sizzles against ancient runes. His remaining eye bulges, then ruptures. The blade continues through crown, emerging from his helm in a fountain of black ichor. His head rolls across cracking stone. The body stands a moment longer, arms twitching in death spasms. It topples backward into churning lava. The impact sends molten rock splashing upward. Droplets hissing against exposed bone. Black blood steams against molten stone. Corruption fighting fire. The platform gives one final shudder. What remains of stone begins to fall away in chunks. I turn, calculating the distance to stable ground. Marnak's laughter echoes as his demons finally reach our position. Time to finish this. These bones know there can be no survivors. The platform continues to crumble beneath Titan feet. Marnak's remaining demons land around me, their claws seeking purchase on unstable stone. Through gaps in my armor, corruption from the Duke's final strikes spreads across bone. Marrow turns gray where infection touches, joints stiffen. No matter, these chosen bones know worse pain. A scaled horror lunges from my right, its needle teeth seeking joints between plates. I intercepted mid-leap, skeletal fingers punching through its chest with enough force to exit through its spine. The creature's vertebrae separate as I use its body to batter aside two more attackers. Its corpse becomes a flail, each impact leaving bloody smears across demonic forms. All three tumble into the lava below, their screams lost in bubbling death. Marnak descends in a triumphant spiral, dark magic crackling around his horned form. Power siphoned from the Duke's death warps reality around him. The air itself bends with each wing beat. The Duke falls! Now his power flows to a new master! His words mean nothing to these bones. Borrowed purpose serves no demon's ambition. A winged terror dives from above. Its talons find my shoulder, tearing loose plates of dragon bone. The gaps in my armor widen. I grab its leg before it can retreat, yanking it earthward with enough force to separate limb from body. The creature crashes to stone, wings broken. Before it can rise, my foot crushes its skull to paste. More demons press their attack, sensing advantage in my damaged state. Blade limbs scrape against ancient armor. Poison fangs seek gaps between plates. Claws tear at exposed bone. I respond with my remaining arm, each blow sending broken bodies into the churning lava. Their frames dissolve on contact, corruption no match for purifying flame. The platform continues to disintegrate. Chunks of stone break away with each step. Soon nothing will remain. Marnak's forces grow desperate, their attacks becoming wild and uncoordinated. Where Aturnus strikes, demons fall. Where skeletal fist lands, bodies break. A demon captain, its helm crowned with hooked horns, swings a massive chain flail. Barbed links whistle through the air. The weapon wraps around my sword arm, the links biting deep into bone. Marrow cracks beneath spiked balls. It pulls with enhanced strength, trying to drag me off balance. Instead, I step into the tension, my free hand grabbing the chain near its base. The metal links cut bone to marrow. No matter. One sharp yank brings the captain within reach, his momentum working against him. My forehead meets its helm with a sound like thunder. Metal caves inward, crushing the skull beneath. Brain matter and corruption mix, leaking from eye slits. Enough! Marnak roars. His voice shakes the remaining stone. Dark lighting arcs from his claws, striking my chest. The impact sends deeper cracks through my plates. Bone fragments scatter across stone. You're just another dead thing! His remaining minions fall back as he lands before me. Corruption pulses around his form, feeding on the Duke's lingering power. Each step leaves smoldering footprints in stone. His frame swells, muscles bulging as stolen essence flows through corrupted veins. I meet his charge head-on, no retreat, no hesitation. My fist crashes into his jaw with the force of an avalanche. Teeth explode from helm slits. Black blood sprays in a wide arc. His claws rake my ribs in return, tearing loose fragments of bone. Entire sections of my chest plate fall away. The platform's edge crumbles beneath our struggle. We grapple at the precipice, strength against strength, monster against monster. His corruption magic eats through my frame. My ancient purpose drives his essence back. Neither yields. His wings beat furiously, trying to lift us both away from danger. My weight proves too great, even for enhanced strength. Instead, he headbutts my skull with his horned crown, leaving deep grooves in ancient bone. My free hand finds his throat, fingers digging into corrupt flesh. The last section of platform begins to give way. Lava churns hungrily below, casting everything in hellish light. Marnak's remaining forces scatter, abandoning their master to save themselves. Their loyalty means less than survival. He tears at my chest plate with renewed desperation, ripping away layers of armor. Corruption spreads through exposed bone, turning white to ash gray. Joints creak under spreading taint, no matter. These chosen bones know their purpose. That purpose outlasts corruption. My grip tightens. His struggles grow frantic. Claws scrabble at bone arm. Wings beat chaotically against my frame. Black blood runs between skeletal fingers as his throat begins to collapse. His eyes widen as claws find critical gaps in my defense. The corruption magic burrows deep. The damage means nothing, only the kill matters. With the last of my strength, I lift him from his feet. His wings beat uselessly against my frame. Recognition dawns in his eyes. Horror replaces triumph as I step toward the lava's edge. "You cannot!" he starts. My response is silence. Purpose needs no words. I plunge us both over the side. Heat beyond measure engulfs my arm as we break the molten surface. Metal melts. Bone blackens instantly. Marnak thrashes with unholy strength, his screams turning to gurgles as liquid rock fills his throat. Wings ignite, membrane curling to ash in seconds. My bones begin to crack and splinter under the heat, yet still I push him deeper. Corruption-touched flesh melts away. Armor plates run like liquid. His struggles weaken as lava fills every orifice. Through hollow sockets I watch his form dissolve, corruption no match for primal fire. Only when the last bubble of air escapes his lips do I release my grip. My arm is nearly destroyed, bone turned black and brittle by the lava's touch. Segments crumble away, returning to elements. I drag myself back onto what remains of stable ground, frame severely damaged. No matter. The magic will draw new strength from fallen foes. These chosen bones will rebuild. Purpose endures. Chapter 34. Titanfall. The fortress shudders, stone cracking as its master's death weakens ancient wards. Through smoke and falling debris I spot it, the Duke's skull bobbing in cooling lava, blackened bone calling to borrowed bone. His remains pulse with lingering power, offering dark evolution. These fragments sense the opportunity. Demon bone could strengthen this frame, make it larger, more terrible. The temptation pulls at borrowed purpose. But not all bones deserve choosing. My damaged hand reaches out, not to absorb but to grasp. Skeletal fingers close around the Duke's horned skull, lifting it from molten rock. The bone steams, corruption trying to spread through my arm. No matter. These chosen bones are stronger than empty promises of corruption. With deliberate force, I slam the skull against broken stone. Cracks spread across its surface. Again I strike, and then again. Each impact weakens the whole. The Duke's skull finally shatters. Fragments scatter. The largest section, nearly half the cranial dome with one curved horn still attached, catches attention in lava's glow. I lift this piece, testing its weight and curve. The bone resists my touch at first, trying to reject as I compel it to serve. Ancient runes flicker across this damaged form, spreading to the demon skull fragment. Resistance fades. With precise movements, I tear strips from my tattered cloak, wrapping them around the skull piece's jagged edges to form a grip. The fabric smolders but holds, demon bone accepting its new purpose. I slide my arm through the makeshift straps, positioning the curved fragment as a shield. Heat radiates from the bone, but these blackened bones have known deeper heat. The shield pulses once, demon magic clashing with the power animating my form before settling into grudging servitude. I flex my shield arm, testing the weight. The bone proves lighter than steel, yet just as strong. Even in death, the Duke's remains will serve a purpose he never intended. I hold demon shield before my hollow sockets. These bones remember Haven's walls, remember children playing in brief sunlight, remember duty that transcends mere power. My fingers trace patterns with blackened bone, carving deep into the surface of demon shield. The mark of Haven takes shape. The fortress groans, support pillars crack, the ceiling begins to cave. I have lingered too long. The floor buckles as I run, each step finding less purchase than the last. Demon shield decorated with Haven's mark clutched tight in one hand. My frame moves, leaping gaps where stone falls away. A support beam crashes down. I roll beneath, losing pieces of damaged bones in the process. No time to recover them. The whole structure comes apart around me. Another leap carries me over a spreading chasm. My legs barely leave the edge before it crumbles. Ahead, the corridor fills with falling rock. I charge forwards, shouldering through debris. Plates crack, bones splinter. Purpose drives these fragments onward. The outer gate appears through smoke and dust. Almost. The ceiling collapses. Tons of stone and corrupted metal slam into my Titan frame. Bones crack under impossible weight. Armor shatters. My skull stares upward as more debris piles on, burying these borrowed fragments in the fortress's death throes. Darkness claims everything. Time passes in the crushing dark. These bones lie scattered, broken beneath the fortress's corpse. The Duke's marked skull fragment rests nearby, Haven's symbol barely visible through layers of dust. But purpose endures. Under crushing stone and corrupted metal, consciousness fragments like the bones that hold it. Individual memories surface as the whole forgets itself. A femur remembers charging through demon lines, its owner refusing to fall until reinforcements arrived. The bone still holds echoes of that final stand, duty holding firm even as blood filled the soil. Ribs recall different deaths, one protecting a heart that beat its last under the Demon King's sword, another cracked saving a fellow soldier. Each fragment remembers vague sacrifice from lives once lived. Finger bones remember gripping weapons, writing final letters, farewell embraces with families lost to memory. None of these bones remember running, remember retreat. Only standing, fighting, falling. Vertebrae share older memories. Dragonbone recalls soaring through storm-racked skies, pride and power before the coming of the Demon King. The skull, its newest fragment, remembers being a captain who held a position while others pulled back, pride in that choice echoing through yellowed bone. Each bone carries final moments, last stands, desperate choices. They remember being other things, serving other causes, yet something feels wrong about these scattered recollections. Personal heroism, individual sacrifice, these matter less than the shared purpose that pulled me from the grave. Haven's walls come forth in fractured memory, children playing, a commander planning defenses, a girl who kept faith. The fragments remember. Individual stories mean nothing without the greater calling. Borrowed bones answer purpose beyond glory. Magic stirs weakly. My finger bones twitch first, scrabbling against confining stone. Then ribs shift, seeking proper alignment. Each fragment remembers its place in the greater whole. Bones twitch in the dark, seeking familiar joints and place in spine. My form reassembles itself slowly, piece by broken piece. The magic works slower now, taxed by recent battles, no matter. These chosen bones know patience. Death is not the end, merely a pause between duties. Not all fragments can be salvaged. Too many shattered under falling stone, but enough remain to serve. There will be transformation. Hours stretch. The Titan form cannot be fully restored, but purpose needs no specific shape. Precision will replace raw power. My hand pushes through packed rubble, then arm, shoulder, skull, each piece remembering its place in the greater form, driven by the same force that first roused these bones from blood-soaked soil. I emerge under open sky, frame smaller but purpose unchanged. Let the fragments keep their individual tales. The whole remembers what matters, duty that transcends death itself. Movement catches hollow eye sockets. A familiar three-armed form crouches atop rubble nearby. Pan watches with 7 yellow eyes, surrounded by surviving demons who fled the collapsing fortress.
"Bonewalker lives!"
he announces to his followers.
"Just as I said!"
The demons shift nervously. Some bear Marnak's sigils on cracked armor. Others show marks of the Duke's service. Without masters, they cluster around Pan, who now wears a crown of bent metal salvaged from the ruins.
"We thought you crushed,"
Pan continues.
"yet here you stand, changed but unbroken."
I survey my reduced form. Where once 15 feet of Titan bone towered, now a frame closer to human height remains. Lighter, faster perhaps, different but sufficient. Pan slides down the rubble slope, approaching with cautious respect.
"The Duke falls. Marnak falls. Power shifts."
He gestures to his gathered followers.
"Some serve a new master now."
I care nothing for demon politics. Haven waits. These bones know their path.
"Not staying to claim territory?"
Pan questions.
"Fair enough. More for Pan and his new court."
His head tilts, studying my reduced frame.
"What will you seek now, Bone Walker? What drives these dead bones onward?"
I turn away, searching the rubble. Aternus calls from beneath stone and steel. My hand finds the hilt, pulling the blade free. The sword emerges, changed like its wielder. The blade, once nearly as tall as my Titan frame, has transformed to match my new proportions. Ancient runes still pulse along its length. Aternus feels different in hand. The balance shifted, changed to this reduced frame. Pan watches as I test the sword's new weight.
"A fine weapon,"
he observes.
"Still deadly, though smaller. Like its master."
I retrieve Demon's shield from nearby rubble, securing it to my arm. The Duke's transformed skull settles into place, Haven's mark facing outward.
"The shield speaks volumes,"
Pan notes.
"You serve Haven still, even in death."
He steps back, gesturing for his followers to clear a path.
"We claim the Duke's fallen territories. Best our paths not cross again, Bone Walker."
I pause, studying Pan and his makeshift court of displaced demons. These creatures without masters now follow the cunning scout who survived both lords' falls. Opportunity reveals itself. My finger moves over Haven's mark on Demon's shield. Pan's eyes follow the movement. I write in the dirt. Haven stands. Pan crouches to read, then rises with a calculating grin.
"And Bone Walker protects Haven. Interesting arrangement." He taps his third arm against his thigh. Pan respects strength. You killed 2 masters where armies failed. I sketch more words. What becomes of these lands? Chaos! Pan answers, spreading all 3 arms. Many will claim, fight, die, unless... He steps closer, voice dropping. Unless... Clear borders established, territory recognized. I understand his meaning. Demons require structure, hierarchy. Without it, endless war consumes these lands, war that inevitably spills toward Haven. I scratch. What do you propose? Pan's 7 eyes gleam. Simple arrangement. Pan claims Duke's fortress rebuilds, controls demons here, keeps them... He searches for the word. Occupied, away from human walls. I tap a Turnus against demon shield, the sound drawing nervous shifts from Pan's followers. And... Information, Pan says immediately. Warning, when larger threats move, knowledge of which territories turn against Haven. He grins, showing needle teeth. Pan has many eyes, many ears. All can serve Bonewalker's purpose. A demon alliance. These bones remember countless betrayals. Yet pragmatism outweighs distrust. This arrangement serves Haven's protection. I write. You want? Pan's 7 eyes blink in sequence, his needle-toothed smile widening as he reads my suspicion. What Pan wants... He taps his middle arm against his chest. Simple. When bigger boys come, and they will come, you kill them for me. He gestures at the fortress ruins. Duke dead, Marnak dead. News travels fast in demon lands. Others will come to claim territory stronger than Pan, stronger than these followers. His voice drops lower. Lords like Marnak. Demons seeking promotion may be worse. Pan draws a line in the rubble with his foot. Pan clever, but not strong enough alone. You! He points at me with all 3 hands. You kill Duke! Kill Marnak! You kill whatever comes next. I understand now. The smaller demon seeks a guardian, not an ally. He wants me to eliminate rivals he cannot face himself. Pan keeps demons in check, keeps them away from Haven, sends warnings when threats move. He circles his territory mark in the dirt. You keep bigger threats from eating Pan and taking territory. Simple arrangement. His logic has merit. Better a known lesser demon controlling these lands than constant waves of ambitious replacements. Each new lord would test Haven's defenses, seeking to prove themselves worthy of advancement. Pan watches me, waiting. Well, Bonewalker, do we have an understanding? I carve my answer in the rubble with a Turnus's tip. Kill what threatens Haven. Keep demons from walls. Pan reads and grins with too many teeth. Deal made, Bonewalker! I sheathe a Turnus across my back. The blade settles into place, its weight familiar despite its new form. The demons part as I walk through their midst. Pan alone offers a gesture that might be respect. Darkness will spread again, he calls after me. Other dukes notice the power shift. They will come to claim what the fortress once held. A pause. Haven stands in their path. I do not acknowledge his warning. These chosen bones already know the threats that gather. Duty calls elsewhere. As I walk north, leaving demon ruins behind, the new weight of a Turnus settles into memory. The blade feels right, despite its reduced size. The fortress's fall marks only the beginning. Greater monsters remain to hunt. Let others speak of the fortress's destruction. Let them wonder what manner of monster brought doom to its masters. These bones stride onward. Haven waits.
Chapter 35. Echoes in Marrow. Blackened finger bones scrape against scorched earth. The fires of the Duke's fortress burn behind, columns of acrid smoke heading skyward. Embers drift on night winds, moving between exposed ribs before fading to ash. These hollow fragments cannot smell the burning corruption, but borrowed memories recall the scent of cleansing flame. My remaining arm, reduced to 2 fingers and a thumb, clutches Eternus close. The blade's runes pulse weakly, matching the fading magic that keeps these fragments moving. Its edge remains perfect despite the battles it has known, ancient steel unmarred where modern metal would have failed. The sword knows its purpose just as these bones know theirs. The demon's shield weighs heavy, attached directly to damaged plates above the elbow but beneath the shoulder. Its corruption now bound to greater purpose. The Duke's transformed skull glows sullen. Haven's mark etched deep across its surface, a reminder carved in bone of what these fragments serve. Cracks spread through charred bone with each step. The missing arm matters little. These borrowed pieces have endured worse. Purpose drives onward, each footfall marking progress toward distant Haven. The path stretches long across corrupted lands where no living thing should walk willingly. Newly reformed vertebrae groan beneath the strain of movement. The Titan's power may be lost, but these bones remember older strength. What was once 15 feet of might has contracted to a more focused frame, still taller than living men, but no longer a giant among them. Precision will replace raw power. Pieces of skull show hairline fractures where demon claws found purchase. The blue-white light in these sockets remains steady, fixed on the northern horizon where duty waits. Nothing living stirs across these wastes. Even corruption gives wide berth to a dead thing walking with such clear purpose. The fortress burns brighter now, flames reaching higher as inner chambers collapse. Its master's end marked by rising fire that consumes centuries of corrupt rule. Colors move in night skies, malevolent greens, sulphurous yellows, blood reds. Let it burn. These bones have other battles to seek. I watch the fortress burn behind me, its flames painting the night with sickly colors. The Duke's end marked in fire and ruin, as it should be. My bones creak with each step. The Titan's mass gone, replaced by a leaner frame that will serve better for what comes next. Eternus pulses in my remaining hand, its runes flickering like distant stars. The demon's shield weighs against what remains of my arm, the Duke's skull now bound to my will rather than its own corruption. Pan. The thought forms unbidden. The 3-armed demon who brokered our strange alliance. Not trust, never that, but understanding. A creature of self-interest, pragmatism, selfishness, dependable motivations, who recognized opportunity when faced with it. I will hunt the greater threats. He will keep lesser demons from Haven's walls. Can a demon's word hold value? The bones I wear have faced countless betrayals across forgotten battlefields, yet Pan seemed different. The territories I cleared would become his, expanding influence without the effort of conquest. Our arrangement serves both purposes. For now. I pause, turning to look back at the burning fortress once more. Pan establishing control among survivors, cementing his claim before rivals emerge. Let him scheme and plot as demons do, so long as Haven remains untouched. This is not alliance, this is not friendship. It is necessity born of greater purpose. I keep moving, damaged but driven. Time passes. My foot catches on broken stone. More fragments scatter across blackened ground. Not my bones, but remnants of civilization long buried. What once stood here, memory cannot say. The corruption claimed these lands before Haven's walls rose in defiance, before these fragments first stirred with borrowed purpose. Haven's walls lie leagues ahead, but distance means nothing to the dead. These bones will march until duty ends or final fragments shatter. Each step brings me closer to those I protect, to walls that shelter life against the growing dark. Forward, always forward. Borrowed bones remember the way home. The journey stretches through 2 days and nights. No rest, no pause. Damage accumulates with each mile. More cracks spread through vertebrae. Finger bones splinter further. The left leg begins to drag, ankle joint threatening to separate entirely. Still, these fragments press onward. Then the compulsion shifts. Not the familiar pull northward to Haven's walls. This force drags southeast across territories these borrowed memories mark only as dead fields and broken kingdoms. The change comes sudden, a sharp tug against established purpose. My damaged frame turns, joints creaking against their intended path. Haven's safety lies behind, yet purpose cares nothing for conscious choice. The shield scrapes against scattered rocks as I pivot, hollow sockets staring into lands where only death should dwell. Something calls, not with sound. These chosen bones hear no voices. More a compass needle drawn to lodestone, an invisible thread pulling these fragments forward. The sensation grows stronger with each moment, undeniable and absolute. Maps stored in borrowed memory show nothing but wasteland in that direction. No settlements survived the corruption spread through those lands. The region lies marked as Fallen Marches on Haven's charts, a place scouts avoid and travelers never return from. Yet purpose does not lie. These bones have learned to trust its guidance above all else. I drag my reformed body forward across cracked plains where nothing grows. The compulsion grows stronger, more insistent with each step. South, then east, where nothing should exist, yet something clearly does. The journey lasts another full day. Bone grinds against bone as joints continue to deteriorate. The makeshift repairs I manage hold but barely. Without proper restoration, this frame will eventually fade. Yet purpose drives these fragments onward, relentless in its demand. In the hollow space between ribs, something shifts, not physical, but a recognition that this compulsion feels different from Haven's call. More urgent, more personal. As if fragments of borrowed memory reach toward something once known. These bones pause at a ridge's edge, nearly where compulsion demands. Below, impossible signs of life persist. A settlement comes with the valley's curve, hidden from casual observation by surrounding hills. Fresh thatch lies atop crude wooden walls, no weathering, no rot. 3 thin streams of wood smoke rise straight through still air. The scent means nothing to these hollow sockets, but memory follows of hearth fires and cooking meals, of gathered families and shared stories. My damaged frame shifts, bone scraping against borrowed bone. No fortifications guard this hamlet, no watchtowers against the gloom, just simple dwellings huddled together. These lands should be empty, scoured of life, yet life persists below. Movement between buildings, a door opening, then closing. Shadows of daily routine carried out in demon-claimed territory. I count 12 structures, simple homes of rough-cut timber and salvaged stone. A larger hall stands central, its roof peak crowned with a crude bell tower. No guards patrol, no weapons wait. They cannot see me yet. The ridge's shadow keeps these bones hidden as purpose demands careful attention. This hamlet should not exist, cannot exist. Yet smoke rises from 3 chimneys defying corruption's claim on these dead lands. The last settlement discovered in forbidden territories held only horror underneath. The harvester is not alone among monsters that feast on human flesh. My borrowed memories surface of abandoned settlements claimed by monsters. Places where parasites wore human guise to lure travelers to their doom. where mimics crafted elaborate deceptions to draw in the desperate. But this place holds true warmth, real smoke from real fires. Fresh-cut wood and newly laid thatch speak of human labors. A bell tower's rope sways slightly, not the methodical movement of undead routine, but the natural motion of hemp against wood. A chicken pecks at scattered feed near one doorway, its movements erratic and alive. A child's laugh carries far. No monster has mastered that sound. These bones remember the parasites encountered after leaving Haven, how they wore patrol members' faces and begged for aid. But their deception held no depth, no details to withstand close observation. Here, shallow furrows in the earth show recent farming. Laundry hangs between houses, colors faded from true use. A stack of firewood leans against one wall, its lower logs softened by real weather while upper pieces remain freshly split. Wear patterns in the dirt mark regular passage between buildings, deeper near doorways, shallower but clear along common routes. The larger hall's door opens. A woman emerges, carrying empty buckets toward what must be a well. Her movements flow naturally, none of the stilted, awkward movements that mark false humanity. She pauses to adjust her grip, a small human gesture no monster would think to replicate. This is life persisting where it should not, yet something feels wrong. The compulsion that drew these bones here pulses stronger. Purpose aligns with other callings. I study the settlement more carefully. The buildings appear too new, their construction too recent for a community that supposedly survived the corruption spread. The wooden walls show no weathering, no accumulated grime of years exposed to elements. Yet the stone foundations beneath speak of greater age, their cut and placement marking them as remnants of whatever stood here before. The new has been built directly atop the old, using ancient footprints to guide modern construction. More people emerge as afternoon wanes. Adults call children from play. Their voices carry naturally, but an underlying tension threads through their tones. Eyes scan horizons frequently, marking time by the sun's descent rather than any visible clock. Their apparent normality feels rehearsed, a performance lacking true spontaneity. Yet they are not parasites or mimics. These are real humans, their movements and interactions too complex for simple imitation. Yet purpose pulls forward, insistent. These fragments obey, beginning descent toward the hamlet's edge. Eternus hungers in grasp of damaged fingers. The demon's shield shifts against rebuilt shoulder, a reminder of battles won and those yet to come. No walls, no defenses, just life where death should reign. I halt in shadow's edge as sun touches horizon. These bones know prudence. The adults move with increasing pace as shadows lengthen. A woman guides children toward a stone cellar set into the ground near the central hall. Their obedience speaks volumes. No protests at being locked away. No childish defiance.
"Night comes,"
she calls. Her voice holds eager edges, anticipation beneath apparent concern.
"Inside, little ones. Wait for morning's light."
The cellar door closes with finality. Locks from outside, iron mechanisms falling into place. Something wrong pulses through my borrowed fragments, very wrong. My borrowed memories stir, a name. Not the fallen marshes, but connections forming between observations. Falk's Reach. The name surfaces from Haven's maps, marked as a fallen settlement. Commander Eichert herself crossed it out years ago after a scouting party found only ruins. Yet these buildings stand fresh built, too new for ruins 3 days east of Haven's walls. The central hall bears architectural similarities to what memory shows of Falk's Reach's meeting house, but cleaner, rebuilt rather than restored. The woman's movements catch these hollow sockets again. Her stride flows smooth as she returns from the cellar, muscles shifting beneath skin. Sunlight fades into purple twilight, light disappearing behind western hills. Doors close from every building with synchronized precision. Familiar routine, not desperate protection. My borrowed bones recognize aspects of practiced transformation. The first screams come with growing darkness. The woman by the well doubles over, her spine elongating as coarse fur erupts through splitting skin. Bones crack and reform, lengthening her frame. Fingers lengthen into claws that scrape stone as she braces against the transformation. Where humans stood moments ago, massive wolf-like forms now rise on hind legs. Balverines. Their muscles ripple underneath matted fur as they shake off the last vestiges of human guise. Yellow eyes gleam with predatory intelligence far beyond simple beasts. The largest, still wearing shreds of the woman's dress, throws back its elongated head and howls. Others join from around the settlement, the sound of organized hunters announcing the night's beginning. More doors open, more transformations complete. I count 23 adult Balverines now prowling between buildings. Their movements hold none of the earlier human pretense. Claws click against stone as they gather near the locked cellar, snouts testing air currents. The large female Balverine paces before the iron-banded door, then turns away. My damaged frame settles lower against scorched earth as understanding comes with borrowed memories. Balverines. The massive wolf forms prowling between buildings match fragments of uncommon knowledge stored in these borrowed bones. Hunters that wear human skin by day, taking settlements as permanent feeding grounds. Not simple shapeshifters, but corrupted humans who retain enough intelligence to maintain the facade of normalcy. By day they appear as ordinary villagers. By night their true nature emerges, hunters that need meat beyond what farms provide. The cellar. The children. These bones understand now. Not protection. Preservation. A larder kept fresh until needed. 23 adults gather in the hamlet's center, their muscles rippling beneath matted fur. With missing pieces and weakened joints, such numbers would test these fragments. The Balverines move with coordinated purpose, forming hunting parties that lope toward the settlement's edge. The largest female stalks past, still trailing shreds of her dress. Purpose pulls hard toward the cellar, but older memories counsel patience. The children remain secure until dawn. These damaged fragments need repair first. I drift between buildings as Balverine hunting parties spread outward into the night. These borrowed bones make no sound to draw their senses. The creatures pass within arm's reach, massive forms focused on distant prey beyond the hamlet's edge. Death holds no scent they hunger for. Their hunt calls them elsewhere tonight. My damaged frame carries me past crude walls built atop older stones. The contrast speaks clear, fresh timber covering ancient foundations, a facade hiding darker purpose. Gardens line the paths, vegetables ripening unpicked. These bones remember enough of life to know wrong when seeing it. The Balverines maintain appearances during daylight hours, but their true sustenance comes from other sources. The cellar door rises before me, solid oak bands wrapped in black iron. My skeletal fingers trace the door's metal bindings. No sound comes through the thick wood, not even breathing from those locked within. The door's construction speaks of older craft than the crude buildings above, heavy metal hinges set deep in original stone. The lock mechanism shows wear from outside only, no way to open it from within. I press damaged bone against stone, nothing. The walls must be thick to block all sound of children who should be frightened, crying, making any noise at all. The silence bothers these fragments more than howls of hunting Balverines. Young ones locked away should whimper, should call out, should make some sound. Yet only dead stillness rises from below. I rap knuckles against oak, testing. The wood doesn't echo, too dense, too thick. My remaining fingers probe the seams where door meets stone. No gaps, no spaces where sound might escape, or air flow freely. This cellar door was built by different hands in a different age for a different purpose. Purpose pulls onward. Information before action. These fragments have learned patience. The Balverines will return before dawn, their hunt complete. Better to understand what truly dwells in Falk's Reach before confronting its guardians. The community larder stands apart, larger than the other structures. Its door shifts in the night air, hinges protesting each movement. Wrong radiates from within like heat from fire. These bones follow Purpose's insistent drive. Inside, hooks line the walls. Not simple butcher's tools. These bear trophies of the hunt. Bodies hang in various states of consumption. Their clothes marking them as travelers and scavengers unfortunate enough to cross Balverine territory. Not all from Haven. Some wear colors and styles these borrowed memories don't recognize. More evidence of other settlements, other pockets of life struggling against corruption's spread. The revelation settles into these fragments, something I am learning and learn some more of. Haven is not alone. My hollow sockets scan the hanging remains. Strips of dried flesh cling to yellowed bone. The scent means nothing to these borrowed fragments but memory's surface of rotting meat and copper tang. A corpse near the entrance draws Purpose's attention. Haven's colors mark the uniform, fabric mostly intact despite the skeletal state beneath. The bones have been picked clean. The skeleton still together rather than scattered. The remnants of his rib cage still wear Haven's colors, the fabric barely touched by decay. These fragments know him. The man who once threw stones to guide travelers toward Haven's walls, who later accepted my protection on the journey north, who reached safety and then ventured away from it. Merrick. The stone thrower who found Haven but left again, determined to find other survivors. I trace skeletal fingers across the remains. An echo pulses through my borrowed bones, memories of protection, family, desperation. Merrick's final moments linger in these picked clean fragments. His bones remember the drive to keep his people safe, even as teeth tore flesh from frame. The echo grows stronger as I touch his skull, connection forming between similar purposes. A father's need to guard his children passes through my hollow frame. His bones hold on to purpose past death, a shadow of consciousness that recognizes my own compulsion to protect. This was what drew me here, not just any danger, but the lingering essence of one who shared similar duty. My damaged fingers curl around his femur. His bones remember the horror of realization, of discovering what truly dwelled in Falk's Reach as he and his men were taken. The desperate attempt to warn Haven before Balverines could expand their hunting territory further north. Of regret toward Emmy. His echo pulses with shared purpose. Even in death, these bones remember their drive to protect. Not gone entirely, just transformed. Like the magic that animates my own borrowed frame. Merrick's final moments left an imprint of desperate guardianship. But his are not bones that can be chosen. Too far gone. Too completely hollowed by Balverine feeding to accept the magic that drives these fragments. Still, his remains deserve better than hanging in a monster's larder. I gather his pieces into a bag of rough cloth taken from a nearby hook, securing them for return to Haven. The other remains offer what these damaged pieces need. My skeletal fingers trace the hanging corpses, testing which bones still hold strength. Many have rotted too far, made brittle by time and feeding. Others crack at the slightest pressure, unusable. But some remain solid, recently claimed from unlucky travelers. I gather those with care, letting memories in bone guide the reconstruction. A piece from one to fill a gap in the arm, another to restore missing fingers. Each piece I select must be strong enough to bear Eternus's weight to wield the demon shield in coming battle. The magic that binds these fragments pulses stronger with each addition, ancient runes spreading across their surface to match existing patterns. My form grows more complete, more capable with each new piece. A spine segment here, a shoulder blade there. The borrowed pieces remember their purpose, eager to serve again. Not all bones can be chosen. Some reject the magic, refusing to join alongside borrowed fragments, but enough accept to rebuild what was lost in the Duke's fortress. My damaged frame straightens, joints moving smoothly once more. The demon shield settles properly against a reconstructed shoulder. Eternus balances better in a more complete hand. The blue-white light in my sockets grows brighter as power flows through this rebuilt form. Not the Titan's overwhelming strength, but enough. More than enough for what must be done. The Balverines will return with dawn, resuming human form to maintain their facade. They believe their secret is safe, their hunting grounds secure. They are wrong. These chosen bones remember duty that transcends death itself. Before the sun rises, Falk's Reach will know judgment. I move toward the cellar door, purpose aligned with clearer intent. The children first, then justice for Merrick and all others who fell to Balverine hunger. These bones remember why they walk. Chapter 36. The Hamlet's Last Hunt. Purpose compels me, and compels me still. Many bones have been chosen from the larder, yet the larder stands not empty. Duty drives these bones to stay. The beasts, these monsters, these things that wear kind faces during the day, represent a danger that must not persist. The bones in the larder told their stories through fragments and scraps, silent testimony to the Balverine's reach and hunger. More questions surface as I sort through the remaining desecrated remains. Some bones bear the weathering of distant shores, others the stains of mountain minerals. These victims weren't all local travelers. The Balverines have been drawing prey from far beyond their perceived territory. The larder's silence holds more questions than answers. How many other hidden pockets of life like Haven exist, struggling against the dark? Duty turns toward one answer alone. Slay them all at break of day. Let none remain. This rebuilt form knows killing, knows death. Yet knowledge demands certainty. None can escape. None can flee to build another false den, to draw more scavengers to death. Some duties require absolute completion. Merrick's bones rest secure in the sack at my side. His return must wait. Compulsion drives toward an ending. Rebuilt frame steps out from the larder. The hamlet holds tools, real tools, taken from dead scavengers, rope, hooks, blades. The Balverines keep them, thinking like hunters. The workshop holds everything needed to make their lies more convincing. During the day, they use these tools like the humans they pretend to be. They repair roofs, tend gardens, maintain their stolen lives, all to better avoid discovery. There is more than one way to hunt. These bones remember traps and snares. The hamlet is silent. 23 Balverines hunt distant prey. Poor predators, leaving their lair unguarded and false homesteads empty. Their young remain locked in the cellar, yet no sounds stir from beneath that thick door. A certainty grows in these fragments. No innocence dwells here. If there were children, they're already gone, or never were true children at all. I gather strong cord, braid it stronger. Ancient memory guides these damaged hands. Fingers that once led armies now fashion loops that will hold monster flesh. Simple lanes between humble cottages become killing grounds. Every yard, every threshold transformed into death's waiting mouth. My shield scrapes stone as I crouch, rigging tripwires across the main threshold. A tangle of barbed nails waits in a shallow pit beside the entrance, angled to maim. The simplest snare can break an ankle or tear muscle. Human form proves fragile. These borrowed bones remember how easily living flesh tears, how quickly blood flows when pierced by steel. Skeletal fingers work with precision, muscle memory flowing from muscles that no longer exist. The cords groan softly as I test their tension. It is a beginning. These bones remember more. A soldier once shaped farmland into battlefields, building false fences and muddy trenches to funnel cavalry into killing zones. Another died forging pitfalls, bringing down giant beasts on sharpened stakes driven deep into the earth. Their lessons linger in chosen marrow, guiding my work. At the well, I find a heavy bucket, its iron bands rusted but strong. Perfect as a pivot for a swinging trap. The ancient wood groans as I test its weight, remembering similar mechanisms from sieges long past. A few loose stones wedge beneath the lip, angled for maximum momentum. I set a blade, a salvaged scythe head, at chest height, tied to the bucket's rope with knots that will not yield under strain. A single touch to the tripwire will hurl it forward, sharpened steel seeking flesh and bone. More to maim, more to cripple. These traps need not kill outright, only slow. These bones can do the rest. I move between cottages, turning each humble dwelling into bait for its own snare. Straw roofs, tidy fences, and gardens never truly harvested become instruments of execution. Glass glints as I wedge shards beneath windowsills. The fragments wait like teeth to bite. My bones creak as I angle each piece upward, remembering a farmer who once lined his fields against raiders. The memory of how he planted glass and iron instead of grain that final, desperate season. His knowledge guides these hands. Hooks and wire found in a dead hunter's kit become throat slicers. The metal scratches against bone fingers as I stretch lethal lines just above door frames. Any beast that leaps through will find unforgiving steel waiting across exposed throats. Each strand must be perfect. Too loose and it will only wound. Too tight and it might snap prematurely. The shed door splits under my grip. Inside, broken fence posts lie forgotten in shadow. Perfect. Each one already sports a natural point, carved by weather and neglect. I drag them out one by one, scraping furrows in the dirt. My shield rests against a wall as I dig. Shallow pits take shape, just deep enough to hide from casual sight. The posts sink easily into soft earth, angled upward to catch charging legs or falling bodies. A thin layer of soil conceals killing purpose, making the ground appear undisturbed. More pits line the path from the forest edge where the Balverines will return at dawn. Their human forms will walk unsuspecting through their own territory, now remade into Death's Garden. Borrowed memories guide each placement. A soldier who died defending mountain passes shows me how to angle the stakes for maximum damage. A hunter chosen from the larder directs the spacing for optimal coverage. Near the cottages, I tie old lanterns to shutters, each stuffed with oil-soaked rags. A single pull on the prepared fuse line, and the nearest buildings go up in flame. Let them burn. There will be no hiding spaces, no familiar corners offering refuge. Baskets of old, sharp tools become spiked traps perched on rafters, set to drop at the faintest push against a support beam. Every window frame I reinforce with sharpened stakes or broken blades angled inward. Near the center I gather rope soaked in lamp oil. I wrap it around the cellar door I cannot enter. Let them discover flames licking at their refuge only after they've stumbled into other snares. No one escapes. The hamlet becomes its own snare, every apparent comfort turned weapon. At last I stand near the main hall. The crude bell tower above me sways in night winds. I climb rung by rung, bones clicking on slick, weathered wood. At the top I find the heavy bell's rope. Perfect vantage. When the beasts return at dawn, they'll shift again into their false skins. They'll amble through these traps like unsuspecting prey, confident in their disguise. I sever the rope near the bell, tying the freed end to a rigged support along the rafters. One strong yank from below, and the heavy brass drops. Weighted properly, it'll shatter the entrance or crush any who try to flee beneath it. They'll find no safe path. Hinges protest as I descend, the bell tower creaking under battered nails. My feet land in the dusty hall, ankles brushing scattered straw. I step outside, scanning the hamlet. Traps wait in every corner, silent and patient. No structure remains free of hazards. No path offers easy escape. I sit among the shadows near the central path, drawing earth and thatch over my frame, concealing bone beneath the illusion of a fallen traveler. I wait for dawn. The false hamlet breathes around me, unaware it has become a trap rather than a sanctuary. Merrick's bones lie wrapped in cloth at my side, a father who sought to protect. His journey home will come, but first justice must be served. The Balverines took his life and many others. They maintain this fiction of humanity to lure travelers to their deaths. Such deception cannot stand. The eastern sky lightens, first pale gray, then streaked with amber. They will return soon. 23 predators who believe themselves hunters rather than prey. They will cross their own threshold, never suspecting the welcome I've prepared. I feel no anticipation, no thrill of the coming violence. Only purpose, only duty. I wait for them to come home. Chapter 37. The Patience of Bones. No roosters crow, no dogs bark. The houses and sheds remain still as tombstones. Only a shallow grave stirs slightly from within. I lie beneath a thin covering of dirt and broken thatch, damp lumps pressing against borrowed ribs. Over me, a half-rotten cloak salvaged from the larder masks risen bones, its fabric stiff with old stains. Rope binds the garment tight against yellowed bone, creating the illusion of flesh beneath cloth. Through a single watch hole torn near the neckline, I observe the hamlet gates. My sword rests beside these bones, its edge sharp against yellowed femur. The demon's shield covers my chest, its scorched surface hidden under soil. Perfect stillness comes easy to the dead. No breath to hold, no heart to quiet. In borrowed memory, I recall men who once waited in shallow graves to ambush the unwary. Scouts who held position for days in enemy territory, breathing shallow, moving less than insects that crawled across their skin. Warriors who became part of the earth itself until the moment to strike arrived. Their patience joins mine now, adding to the stillness of these fragments. Earth presses against borrowed bones, dampness seeping into joints that feel no discomfort. My frame settles deeper, adjusting to the contours of the shallow pit. I adjust the hood over my skull, arranging its tattered front to cast proper shadows where eyes should be. Filthy rags wrap my arms, tied carefully at each wrist. From across the street, these bones might pass for living limbs. The disguise feels familiar. These borrowed memories know the art of deception, of appearing weak to draw in the overconfident. Through gaps in the thatch, dawn's first light creeps across empty streets. The hamlet waits, each building a monument to false life. Tripwires glint with morning dew. Pits hunger beneath innocent dirt. Hook lines hang patient above doorways. No hint of these preparations shows. The Balverines will return soon. They always return to their false den by sunrise, shedding bestial forms like old clothes. They'll walk these streets wearing kind faces, neighborly smiles hiding behind blood-stained teeth. They'll tend their props and prepare new lies. These bones remember siege warfare, the art of patience, and how to turn a settlement into a killing field. I remain motionless, covered in soil that has known too many victims. The larder's bones whisper of similar mornings. Dawn bringing false peace while death wore pleasant masks. Not this dawn. This time the hunters become prey. Hours pass. The sun climbs higher, shadows shortening across the hamlet's central path. Heat builds beneath the covering of soil and thatch, though these bones feel no discomfort. The waiting continues. At last, distant shapes move beyond the gate. Footsteps approach, the soft pad of bare feet on grass. As they near, fur disappears like frost melting in the sun. Muscles twitch, jaws retract. They return as they always have, shells of humanity wrapped around monster hearts. Not all change at once. 3 remain crouched on powerful haunches, scanning tree lines with amber eyes. Their shoulders still bristle with dark fur as the others complete their transformation. A broad-shouldered male with sharp cheekbones pulls clothing from a hidden cache, a farmer's coat well worn. He puts it on, movements easy, practiced. He's done this countless times before. Others join him, retrieving their human disguises. A woman with graying hair smooths down a simple dress. A younger male adjusts leather work boots. They move as if merely changing from one set of clothes to another. The guards begin their own transformation, bones cracking and reforming, spines straightening. Soon only strong men who work the fields remain visible. 23 shapes become 23 villagers. They speak in low voices, sharing news of the hunt. Some laugh, some yawn as if tired from honest labor rather than a fresh kill. One licks blood from fingertips, the only visible reminder of their night's true nature. Another scrubs at dark stains on sleeve edges, fastidious even in deception. These bones remain still beneath dirt and thatch. The trap is set. The prey returns to its den, thinking itself the hunter. They have no reason to suspect anything has changed, no reason to look too closely at disturbed earth or shadowed doorways. They pass through the gates in 2s and 3s, speaking in gentle voices about mundane things. Bread to be baked, fields to be tended, children to be fed. Their faces wear peace, while smiles and light catch on teeth too sharp for human mouths. A large male pauses to adjust his boots. The fabric of his shirt stretches tight across shoulders that seem too broad for a normal frame. His companion waits, hand resting casually on his arm, in a display of affection that mimics human closeness. Their performance continues even when they believe no observers watch. The deception runs deep, practiced over countless cycles of night and day. It has become more than disguise, almost a second nature they slip into with the sunrise. A woman, no, a thing wearing woman's shape, pauses near this shallow grave. Her bare feet leave faint red prints on the path. She sniffs the air, nostrils flaring, searching for what cannot be found. These bones carry no scent of life to betray their purpose. Her head tilts, a predator's instinct not fully suppressed by human guise. She takes another step closer, toe brushing against the edge of this concealed pit. Her eyes narrow, scanning fallen thatch and disturbed earth. For a moment, borrowed memories tense, calculating angles of attack if discovery comes too soon. Eternus waits beneath my skeletal hand, ready to emerge. But she turns away, distracted by a call from across the lane. Another woman beckons her toward one of the cottages, voice carrying talk of breakfast. They do not see the tripwires their feet will find, cannot smell the oil soaked into innocent-looking ropes. Do not notice how certain patches of dirt lie looser than others, hiding sharpened stakes below. The woman moves on, joining her pack as they disperse through the hamlet's streets. 23 monsters wearing human skin, returning to their den. They pass beneath hook lines and over covered pits, confident in their safety. I lie still in my shallow grave, watching through narrow gaps. Some Balverines head toward the central hall, while others move to individual cottages. They maintain their human performance, casual in posture and gait. 2 young males carry wood for what appears to be a communal fire pit. A trio of females gather at the well, drawing water as if for morning cooking. An older male examines garden rows with careful attention, maintaining the fiction of a farmer tending crops that will never be harvested. When about half of them are well inside, the others at the rear start to close the gate behind them. The alpha is not among them at first glance, but I see a hulking shape that might be her, lingering near the back. Her shoulders remain too broad for the dress she wears, her movements more fluid than human joints should allow. She surveys the hamlet with practiced casualness, but her eyes miss nothing. The others defer to her with subtle gestures, a lowered gaze, a slight incline of the head. She is their leader, their alpha, the most dangerous of them all. I remain perfectly still. My plan requires they see me eventually, so they chase me deeper into the snare. One of them, a lean female with uncombed hair, steps to the side of a cottage.
We should check the cellar soon. You, go around that side. I'll meet you at the orchard fence,
she says to a companion. They break off in pairs, moving toward their own dwellings. Another pair heads for the main hall near the bell tower. Good. More of them move in. Some keep scanning, but they suspect nothing yet. The alpha moves deeper into the hamlet, strolling with apparent casualness toward the central hall. Her eyes continue their methodical observation, missing nothing. 3 others follow her, maintaining respectful distance. I sense them drawing closer. The big shape near the rear, a half-shifted beast with a ragged shirt clinging to its chest, sniffs again. He steps closer to me, scanning the ground. Perhaps he caught a whiff of earth disturbed by these borrowed bones. His foot shifts, toe nudging a clump of thatch covering my skeletal hand. He bends slightly, nostrils flaring wider. Suspicion darkens his features, the human mask slipping momentarily. He does not know what lies below, does not see how skeletal hand curves around sword hilt. One more step. His foot plants beside my skull. Perfect. Eternus moves. The blade parts flesh and bone before his transformed vocal cords can shape a warning. Dark blood sprays across thatch and soil. I surge upward, dirt and debris falling from my frame. The rotten cloak falls away, revealing yellowed bone where flesh should be and the Duke's skull fragment bearing Haven's mark. My free hand catches his falling form, guiding the corpse into the shallow pit that concealed these bones moments ago. His mouth opens in silent surprise, eyes wide with shock rather than fear. He knows what I am. A thing of bone and ancient steel, but recognition comes too late. The blade has already found his heart, shearing through muscle and sinew with surgical precision. No sound escapes his lips as life leaves his frame. His eyes dim, the amber glow fading to dull brown. One hand twitches, fur rippling briefly across skin before settling into human appearance. The body settles with barely a sound, blood pooling beneath loose earth. I drag soil over the corpse, covering dark blood and half-shifted limbs. Thatch and debris scatter across disturbed earth, masking signs of violence. The shallow grave accepts its new occupant without protest. These bones settle, taking the staged pose of a weary traveler who has stumbled into the wrong place at the wrong time. My cloak drapes over jutting ribs, concealing undeath beneath fabric just enough. 22 remain. None glance this way. Yet. Chapter 38. The Bones of the Hunt. They don't realize they're already short in number. Those that survive the initial chaos speak of crops to harvest, fences to mend. They laugh about last night and nights before, blood still clotting beneath fingernails that shift from claw to keratin, but they pay their fallen packmate no mind. A broad-shouldered man in a ragged tunic heads toward the well. His face is set in that kindly mask, but I've seen the muzzle of a beast behind those eyes. His shoulders roll with predatory ease, too fluid for true human motion. Another, an older woman with wiry hair pinned beneath a cloth, leads a younger man by the elbow, chiding him to fix the stable door. Her voice carries maternal concern, but her eyes scan the hamlet perimeter with hunter's vigilance. A cluster of 3 stride to the largest cottage, the one with the false orchard out back. Their feet leave faint red prints on the packed earth, blood not yet washed from their midnight hunt. They talk about fresh bread as though that oven doesn't reek of old gore. They do not see me yet. I remain still, watching their charade through gaps in the thatch covering my shallow grave. The largest of the brood, the alpha, lingers near the gate, half-shifted. Power radiates off her thick shoulders. She's a full head taller than her packmates, her frame poorly concealed beneath a dress too small for her transformed limbs. She scans the hamlet with eyes of gold, expecting to find it unchanged. She's right on the surface, but below... I watch her lips peel back, revealing ridged canines, a silent snarl. Something unsettles her, perhaps the faint reek of disturbed soil or something more fundamental. She stands guard as the others fan out, spreading through the settlement in their usual patterns. Fine, let her watch. A smaller pair, man and woman, walk on the main path between cottages. Their shoulders touch occasionally, mimicking affection their kind does not truly feel. They pass the first rigged threshold, tripwire drawn tight near shin level. One absent-mindedly lifts a foot over the cord, pure luck guiding his steps away from danger. Another step, 2 steps, then one more. The woman clips the line with her foot. The wire holds for half a second, then snaps taut. Snap. The tripwire pulls a hidden lever. A half-dozen barbed nails spring from the shallow pit on her left. She shrieks, cut off mid-gasp, as iron points sink into her calf, tearing through muscle and striking bone beneath. Her ankle collapses, twisting at an angle no human joint should bend. The man beside her jumps back, wide-eyed, then howls as the ground shifts under him. Looser soil gives way, revealing the pit beneath. A crude stake rips through his thigh, impaling him where he stands. Fur erupts across exposed skin, jaws lengthen, teeth extending into fangs. Snarling, half-beast shapes thrash against trap lines, pulling hooks deeper into transforming limbs. One tries to scramble out of the hidden pit, but hidden net wire loops around his flailing arm. A pull, a yank, a twist from the weighted mechanism. The limb tears from bone and socket with a wet cracking sound. He bellows a frantic animal roar that echoes through the hamlet. His cry alerts the others, heads snapping toward the sound of a packmate in distress. Their transformations ripple across the pack, bones cracking and reforming beneath stretching skin. Where villagers stood, monsters emerge in their true forms. Balverines, taller than men, with elongated limbs and jaws that could tear steel. Their screams draw packmates closer. 3 more rush toward the commotion, halfway transformed, clothing tearing as muscles expand beyond human proportions. These bones remain patient. Let them come. Let them gather. Another trap triggers nearby. A female Balverine steps onto the cottage porch, weight activating the pressure plate beneath worn boards. Above, a basket filled with sharpened farming tools tips. She looks up at the creaking sound, just as rusted scythe blades and handsaws plummet. Metal meets flesh with wet tearing sounds. Her scream cuts short as a blade finds her throat. Nearby, a male trips a hidden line. Barbed wire whips around his legs, cutting deep into transforming muscle. He crashes forward, face striking another trip line. The mechanism above the door activates, dropping a heavy wood-cutting axe. Steel splits his skull like ripe fruit. The true hunt has just begun. Sounds of wire and wood and iron follow, one trap after another triggering in sequence. Bodies fall as my carefully laid preparations find their marks. I surge upward from my hiding place, shedding dirt and thatch. The rotten cloak falls away, revealing yellowed bone where flesh should be, and the Duke's skull fragment bearing Haven's mark strapped to my arm. The woman thing tries to free her foot from the barbed trap, claws scrabbling uselessly against iron spikes. She sees me approach, mouth stretching wide in bestial rage mixed with dawning comprehension. I close the distance in 2 strides. Eternus arcs downward. The blade catches light as it falls. Rage ends in a choking gurgle. Fur and sinew part in a spray of gore. The Balverine's head separates cleanly, body collapsing while limbs still twitch with fading life. 21 remain. The one-armed Balverine lunges from its trap, desperate and wild. His remaining claws rake air where my skull existed moments before. I pivot, hooking my demon shield under his jaw, then lift. His neck strains against sudden pressure, vertebrae grinding beneath stretched skin. One twist. Vertebrae separate with a wet snap. His body goes slack, dropping in a heap of fur and failed transformation. The corpse shifts, features flowing back toward human semblance as death claims it. 20 remain. Chaos ignites across the hamlet as more traps trigger. A group of 3 Balverines barrel down the central path, chasing what they believe is simply an intruder. The Alpha howls a warning from the hamlet's edge, finally recognizing the scope of the threat. Her words come too late. My trap springs. Hidden pulleys screech, rope tension releasing all at once. A wall of sharpened fence posts drops from the rafters where I secured them the night before. 3 Balverines look up at the sound. Recognition flares in their eyes a moment before impact. Wood meets flesh with meaty thuds. Posts stab through fur and muscle, pinning the creatures where they stand in a grotesque display. One tries to wrench free, only driving the posts deeper into its chest cavity. Another claws at the wood, piercing its torso, not yet realizing that death has already claimed it. The third goes limp immediately, head lolling forward as blood pools in darkening soil beneath its suspended form. 17 remain. The Alpha's howl shifts, sharpening into something closer to human speech, a command sharp and urgent directed at her remaining pack. They respond immediately, movements becoming more coordinated, less panicked. But these bones care nothing for the authority of monsters. A male Balverine leaps across rooftops trying to gain higher ground. His claws tear chunks from thatch as he scrambles for purchase. He fails to see the wire stretched across his path until too late. The trap springs. Wire wraps around his throat, yanking him backward with brutal force. His momentum works against him, body continuing forward while head remains caught. The wire cuts deep, nearly decapitating him in one clean stroke. 16 remain. In front of the well, another male leans against stonework, halfway transformed. His claws scrape against ancient rock as he calls to packmates. He shifts his weight. Instantly the wire triggers, yanking a heavy bucket-rigged wedge into his chest. The impact crushes ribs and punctures lungs. He drops, twitching. 15 remain. Screams rise from behind a cottage whose doorframe I rigged during the night. The structure collapses inward when a Balverine's weight triggers the mechanism, dropping a sharpened saw blade onto the occupant's neck. The slash is fast, neat, clean, leaving behind a half-beheaded figure gurgling out final breaths. 14 remain. Across the lane, 2 more thrash in a hidden pit, rage building as barbed posts stake their limbs to unforgiving earth. One manages to trigger the secondary trap. An oil-soaked rope connected to an overturned lantern tips, spilling flame into the pit. Fire engulfs them both. The oil catches instantly, hungry flames devouring fur and flesh alike. Their howls turn to shrieks as fire consumes them, the sound rising in pitch until smoke chokes their voices silent. 12 remain. Those that survive move with bestial speed and coordination. One leaps and bounds from roof to roof, powerful legs carrying it over gaps between buildings. I pursue without hesitation. My bones carry me up walls, across narrow ledges, each movement guided by borrowed memories of warriors who once scaled battlements under arrow fire. The Balverine pauses at a chimney, scanning for roots away from the slaughter. 3 quick steps, I launch from the edge, shield first. The impact sends us both crashing through rotted boards into the dwelling below. We land in what was once a bedroom, splintered wood raining around us. The impact scatters a finger bone from my hand, sends cracks through my shoulder plate. The Balverine twists, powerful muscles bunching as it tries to get its jaws around my skull. Teeth scrape against bone with a sound like steel on stone. Its claws find purchase on my ribs, tearing through ancient armor. Bones scatter across floorboards. 1 clean strike with a turnus ends its struggles. The blade severs spine from skull, nearly cleaving the head from shoulders. 11 remain. Below, the Alpha rallies the remainder. Her howls carry authority, forcing discipline where panic threatened to take hold. They move in coordinated groups now, testing doorways before entering, watching shadows with newfound caution. From below, 3 Balverines spot my movement. Their amber eyes lock onto my skeletal form, lips peeling back from elongated teeth. "Kill him!" one snarls, words garbled through a muzzle not meant for human speech. The Alpha's voice rises above, sharper, clearer. "Kill that man!" They think me vulnerable flesh, still unable to comprehend what manner of hunter stalks their territory. I run. Movement draws attention, pulls them from cautious defense to hungry pursuit. 5 Balverines break from their defensive positions, scrambling up walls and over rooftops. My bones click against wooden planks as I sprint toward a cottage I prepared during the night. Heavy footfalls follow, claws tearing chunks from the dirt. I reach the cottage door, wrench it open, and dash inside. 5 sets of claws scrape across the threshold behind me, powerful forms crowding into the confined space. The door slams shut with a heavy thud. Metal bars drop into place from hidden mechanisms above, triggered by tripwires I set hours before. The Balverines pause, finally sensing the trap. Their nostrils flare at the scent of lamp oil, soaking the floorboards beneath their clawed feet. I strike the flint prepared beside the door. Sparks catch instantly on oil-soaked rags. Flames erupt across the floor, racing up oil-soaked walls in sheets of hungry fire. The Balverines howl, throwing themselves against sealed windows and the reinforced door. Their claws tear chunks from wood too thick to breach, strength useless against my preparations. The Balverines try to shift back to human shape, as if that might save them from the inferno. Their bodies contract, fur receding into blistered skin. The transformation comes too late. When the flames die down, 5 charred corpses lie still on scorched floorboards. 6 remain. My bones step through the smoldering doorway. The remaining Balverines stare from defensive positions, finally understanding what manner of hunter they face. Not living flesh to be torn, but something older, something that cannot be killed by tooth and claw. The Alpha's golden eyes narrow as she studies my approaching form. Her pack draws closer, moving with new caution. She signals with a quick gesture. Her remaining pack splits into attack formation, 3 circling left while 2 more move right. Their coordination speaks of long practice, of hunts conducted together across countless seasons. I ready my shield, a turnus gleaming in the morning light. The first Balverine lunges from the left, a feint meant to draw attention. I pivot, shield raised, seeming to fall for the distraction. The real attack comes from behind. 2 Balverines launch themselves from a cottage roof, powerful legs propelling them toward my exposed back. I drop, rolling beneath the first attacker's leap. The Balverine crashes into empty air, momentum carrying it past my position. Before it can recover, a turnus finds its spine. The blade severs vertebrae with precision, leaving the creature paralyzed mid-transformation. 5 remain. The second airborne attacker lands where I stood moments before. Its claws scrabble against packed earth as it tries to change direction. My shield slams into its muzzle, shattering teeth and jawbone alike. The impact drives bone fragments into its brain. It drops without a sound, body already shifting back to human form. 4 remain. The Alpha charges my position, leading her 3 remaining packmates. They move with desperate speed, knowing their numbers dwindle with each passing moment. They scale the walls with liquid grace, claws digging into wood and stone alike. Their bodies flow over surfaces like water, finding the path of least resistance. The first reaches a window and pulls itself through the narrow opening. I meet it with my shield, bashing the heavy bone plate into its snout. Cartilage crunches and blood sprays across the Duke's skull fragment. Aternus completes what the shield began, opening its throat in a spray of dark arterial blood. 3 remain. The second manages to get half inside before my blade finishes it. Aternus parts fur and flesh with equal ease, sending it backward to the dirt below, clutching its severed throat with rapidly weakening claws. 2 remain, including the Alpha. She hangs back now, watching with golden eyes that hold too much intelligence for a mere beast. Her remaining packmate circles cautiously, seeking openings in my defense. It darts forward, testing my defenses. Its claws rake across my shield, leaving deep gouges in bone. Aternus answers with finality. The blade catches the Balverine mid-retreat, opening its side from shoulder to hip. Ribs crack under the impact, internal organs spilling onto dirt. 1 remains. The Alpha stands alone now, the last of her pack. My turn to face her. Empty eye sockets meet golden orbs that burn with fury, calculation, and something deeper. Recognition, perhaps, of what stands before her. Not prey, not predator, something else entirely. Her massive frame towers even over my skeletal form. Muscles ripple beneath midnight fur as she circles, claws leaving furrows in packed earth. No wild charge like her lessers. The Alpha studies, evaluates. Blood from her fallen kin soaks into the soil beneath her feet. She steps over a packmate's corpse without looking down. The Alpha's jaws open, revealing rows of teeth that could tear steel. Why? The word emerges guttural, forced through a throat not meant for human speech. This territory is ours! My shield rises. Haven's mark carved deep into demon bone faces her. Response enough. Her head tilts, eyes narrow. So? A growl builds deep in her chest. Fool! We kept order! Fed only on travelers! These bones advance steadily. The bones in their larder told a different tale. She shifts stance, her form changes, not fully beast, not fully human. A hybrid state I've not witnessed in her kind before. Control marks the Alpha's power. What are you? Her claws flex, readying. Not alive, not dead, not demon? My sword moves forward, purpose guiding the blade. She evades, not retreat, merely repositioning. Others come after us, worse things, things even you fear. Aternus cuts air where she stood heartbeats before. No words answer her bargaining. These bones remember too many fallen. Too many final breaths spent wishing for a protector. Remembers Merrick. The Alpha's attack comes again. She launches from stillness, covering 20 feet in a single bound. She is faster than I've known. My shield rises a fraction too slow. Her bulk crashes against borrowed bone. Impact scatters ribs from chest cavity. My left arm separates at shoulder, shield still clutched in bony fingers. She lands past me, pivots on one clawed foot, impossibly agile for her size. These bones turn to face her, already pulling scattered pieces back. Ribs skitter across dirt, drawn to their proper place. The shield arm crawls back, fingers still gripping the Duke's skull fragment. You heal! Not question, observation. Her golden eyes track each reclaimed bone fragment, learning, adapting. The Alpha changes tactics. She leaps, not for my torso, but the cottage roof beside us. Wood groans under her weight. She uses height advantage, circles above, seeking patterns in movement, studying weakness. I retrieve my shield arm, bones clicking into place. Purpose flows stronger now. The Alpha represents something beyond other fights, intelligence paired with savage strength. She drops from above, not where I stand, but where I'll step next. Anticipation marks the true predator. Claws rake across backplates, tearing ancient armor from yellowed bone. Her fangs find my spine, teeth closing on vertebrae. The bite shatters connection between skull and shoulders. My upper half flies eastward while legs remain standing. Magic strains to reconnect severed pieces. My detached sword arm swings independent of shoulders, finding her flank. Aternus cuts a line across fur. Black blood sprays earthward, not fatal, barely more than a grazing cut. She howls, part pain, part battle cry. "Why don't you die?" Anger mingles with something new. Fear, perhaps. The Alpha circles my scattered form, assessing, testing. She bats my shield arm aside. The limb spins across dirt, demon, bone, shield, clattering against stone. Before scattered pieces can fully rejoin, she attacks again. Different approach now. Methodical destruction. Claws target individual bones, scattering them wider across blood-soaked earth. Vertebrae separate further. Ribs roll beneath cottage foundations where magic struggles to recall them. My sword arm remains intact, still clutching Aternus. Ancient steel finds purchase, cutting open another wound across her chest. Shallow, but pain signals success. The Alpha recoils, then strikes with her tail, a movement no human would anticipate. The blow takes my legs at knee joints. Femurs separate from tibia. She pounces on my torso, claws pinning scattered ribs against earth. Jaws close on my sword arm, pressure building until bone splinters beneath. Aternus falls from failing grasp, blade gleaming in morning light. But purpose refuses to yield. Even scattered ancient oaths pulse through these fragments. Magic coalesces, pulling bone shards into jagged spikes. Not this frame's proper shape, but a functional weapon born of desperation. The Alpha pins my skull beneath massive paw, claws scraping across bone crown. Her muzzle opens wide, ready to crush what holds these fragments together. My remaining hand, stripped of armor, drives upward. Skeletal fingers elongated into spears of sharpened bone pierce the roof of her mouth, driving through soft palate into brain. Her body stiffens above me. A tremor runs through massive limbs. Blood pours from ruined eye socket, dripping onto my skull. Her fur recedes as death claims the final monster, leaving behind the shape of a woman whose true nature was anything but human. The weight of her corpse pins my scattered fragments. I push free, skull rolling clear of dead weight. Bones crawl together, reforming proper structure. Vertebrae align, rib cage, empty space where living heart would be. Movement catches these bones' attention. A shape lurches upright near the village edge. Not dead as expected, one of the fallen drags itself toward darkness, trailing blood from mortal wounds. Purpose pulses through shattered fragments. The bones of fallen Balverines call out from the blood-soaked earth. Ancient magic answers, drawing pieces together, but differently now. Wrong. New. Balverine bones click against my frame, joining the collection of borrowed fragments. Bestial vertebrae extend into tail. Wolf skull fragments mesh with jaw, forcing it longer, filling it with teeth made from sharpened bone. Claws sprout from elongated fingers. The fleeing creature's scent fills senses these chosen bones shouldn't possess. A hunter's awareness floods borrowed consciousness. I drop to all fours. Borrowed memories of pack hunts surge through altered frame. The prey looks back over its shoulder. Its eyes widen, seeing death shaped from its own kind's remains. Not clean death of steel, but something worse, something that should not be. 3 bounds close the gap. Bone-fanged jaws clamp around its neck. One sharp twist, a wolf's killing motion. Vertebrae separate with a wet snap. The body falls, last of its kind. None remain. The hunt is complete. Chapter 39. Knowledge best left buried. I move within the hamlet toward unfinished business. The phantom taste of blood lingers where it shouldn't. These borrowed bones remember more than mere action. Strange sensations flood through my skeletal frame. A pulse beats where no heart exists. My hollow eye sockets track movement differently now. Shadows sharpen. Death perception becomes unnaturally precise. The sense of fear and lingering corruption drifts through non-existent nostrils, interpreted by magic and memory rather than living organs. I flex reformed fingers, watching claws extend and retract from bone. The beast's hunting instincts settle into borrowed memory, their feral ways writing themselves into these ancient fragments. New instinct floods empty spaces. The urge to pursue, to claim territory, to hunt not merely for duty, but from a primal hunger. A yearning for flesh manifests, something that should have no place in a form beyond such desires. A turnus still sheathed across my spine seems to pulse faintly, rejecting parts of the monstrous transformation. The sword's ancient purpose resonates with my own core duty, leaving only the heightened hunting prowess without the corrupted hunger. My mission remains uncorrupted. These new senses will serve Haven's protection. I shake off the unsettling sensation, forcing the borrowed urges down. I move back through streets now quiet save for the drip of blood on silent stones. Purpose pulls me forward, not toward the cellar. That task stands finished, but toward discovery. The Alpha's final, guttural question lingers. Why? These borrowed senses enhanced by Balverine fragments reveal new secrets. Scents tell stories bones alone would have missed. I enter their homes one by one. Wolf skull fragments grafted to my jaw, sampling air thick with old gore and something else. Ink. Aged paper. The scent of record-keeping. Behind loose boards in the first dwelling, letters written in steady hands, supply counts, maps marked with routes far beyond Haven's known territories. Names of settlements I thought lost entirely to corruption. Some marked claimed, others to be visited, some simply marked destroyed. This was no random pack operating in isolation. The second home yields a ledger revealing more, dates, numbers, carefully maintained records of their hunts, too organized, too planned. These weren't simple beasts driven solely by hunger, but something worse. A chilling fusion of monster savagery and cold human calculation. In a third home, correspondence with other territories, details of trade routes, agreements on hunting grounds shared between different packs. A system emerges through scattered documents, not mere survival, but a burgeoning dark society, methodical, blood-soaked. My borrowed wolf skull traces faint scent trails through empty rooms. Each space holds fragments of a larger, disturbing truth. The great pack the young ones mentioned was not merely the 23 already dispatched. Something far larger waits beyond this hamlet's immediate boundaries. In the Alpha's quarters, hidden beneath floorboards my scent-guided claws easily loosen. I find the oldest documents, correspondence detailing hierarchies between packs, precise territory markers, chillingly detailed breeding records. A grand design takes shape through yellowed pages. Systematic expansion, coordinated hunting grounds covering vast areas. Haven is not alone. Other pockets of humanity persist, scattered lights in the overwhelming darkness. And the Balverines, along with potentially other organized monster groups, hunt them not randomly but strategically. A final letter, partially burned, speaks of gathering strength, of numbers growing rapidly, of nascent plans for when they become strong enough to assault real walls, not just prey on isolated travelers or unwary scouts. More letters reveal deeper truths still. Territory markings show active conflict zones where Balverine packs clash with other powerful monster factions. Their careful records detail skirmishes against hordes of walking corpses moving up from the south, territorial disputes with something only referred to as deep dwellers in the eastern marshes, and violent encounters with twisted stone beasts birthed from corrupted mountains to the north. A specific map catches my attention. Red ink marks regions where known demon lords rule, but bold black lines show established monster territories pushing back, contesting infernal control. The Balverines apparently coordinate, albeit loosely, with other changed beings, things that were once human before corruption claimed them. Not allies in any true sense, but parallel powers carving out their own domains in the shattered world. My borrowed wolf bones recognize names scratched in the margins of hunting logs. Packs whose trails I've crossed before, now revealed as part of these larger, organized hunting grounds spanning regions I, and likely Haven, thought desolate or solely demon-claimed. The corruption spreads, yes, but it does not spread evenly, nor does it rule uncontested everywhere. The world beyond Haven's walls is fragmenting into countless small, brutal wars fought between numberless dark factions. Demons hold the largest territories, but they do not hold all. These monsters don't simply prey on humans, they battle relentlessly among themselves for dominance. I gather oil-soaked rags and kindling from earlier preparations. The hamlet must burn, leaving no trace of its false welcome or its dark, methodical purpose. These Balverines used it as bait, drawing unsuspecting travelers into their jaws. Now fire will erase their hunting ground, their records, their very presence from this place. My claws scrape against Merrick's bone sack as I adjust it on my back. His remains wait for return to Haven, tangible proof of duty fulfilled, however grim. Commander Eichert will recognize the signet ring still clinging to a finger bone. His family deserves that closure. The dead know this matters greatly to the living. I pour the last of the lamp oil, creating a trail leading out from the Alpha's quarters. The documents within will burn first, maps, letters, breeding records. Better they become ash than risk some other force of corruption discovering this knowledge. The carefully maintained ledgers of death will fuel the initial flames. I pause, claws hovering over the documents. My borrowed wolf skull fragments catch the lingering sense of ink, aged paper, dried blood used as binder. The knowledge contained here could serve Haven. Maps of nearby monster territories, records of their movements, details of how these creatures organize, spread, and even fight each other. Tactical advantage lies within these stained pages. Commander Eichert could plan patrols with greater precision. Trading routes, however perilous, could be adjusted to avoid documented hunting grounds. Haven's defenses could prepare for specific known threats rather than just nameless encroaching darkness. But deeper bones, older fragments counsel caution. The breeding records reveal a systematic, horrifying creation of more monsters faster than previously imagined. The hunting logs detail the methodical slaughter of travelers, chillingly catalogued by presumed village of origin. The documentation of rival monster territories speaks of a world far, far darker and more complexly hostile than Haven's people currently believe. They cannot handle this knowledge. Haven exists on hope's knife edge. Its walls stand because its people believe they can. Their courage flows from the desperate faith that darkness can somehow be held at bay, that humanity retains some meaningful foothold in this fallen world. These documents tell a different, crushing tale. One of darkness organized, of corruption wielding purpose, of endless wars fought between myriad monsters where humans are merely collateral damage or worse, resources. Such raw knowledge would shatter more than courage. It would break hope itself. My claws carefully sort through the pages, separating the simple maps showing nearby territories, safer routes, and known demon-claimed lands these might serve Haven. But the rest, the breeding logs, the slaughter records, the detailed correspondence outlining coordination between widespread monster packs, such knowledge offers only deeper fear. These borrowed bones remember falling warriors who chose to carry burdens alone, who shielded comrades not just from enemy blades, but from truths too heavy for living hearts to bear. The dead carry weight the living cannot, and perhaps should not. I roll the selected maps carefully, securing them within Merrick's bone sack alongside his remains. The rest I arrange beneath the oil-soaked timbers of the Alpha's dwelling. Better they burn here, their terrible knowledge returning to ash and shadow. Haven's walls stand stronger on a foundation of focused hope than fractured fear. My wolf skull nods, agreement reached between old bones and new instincts. Some duties require careful balance. The living behind Haven's walls need maps to guide their steps, not nightmares to haunt their sleep. Commander Eichert leads well by focusing her people on immediate threats. These documents reveal too many enemies, too vast and organized a darkness for a single, isolated fortress to face without succumbing to despair. I gather the chosen maps close, these fragments of knowledge deemed safe enough to share. The rest will feed the flames. My purpose remains protection. Sometimes protection means keeping darker truths hidden from those who must focus simply on survival. It is time. No monsters lurk in shadows now. Only the dead wait here. 31 Balverines, from the cunning alpha to the smallest twisted youngling. All returned to stillness, their threat ended. I strike flint against steel, the spark catches. Fire races along the oil trail, spreading through the prepared paths I laid. Flames climb cottage walls, devour dry thatch roofs, consume weathered wooden supports. Smoke rises, thick and black, as flames claim the hamlet's structures one by one. The heat grows intense, but these borrowed bones feel nothing as I watch the blaze spread, consuming the lies along with the timber. Let it serve as both beacon and warning. Let any travelers who see the smoke from afar know that death came here with purpose and change their course. Let other monsters recognize destruction's mark and perhaps hesitate before encroaching further. The fire reaches the central bell tower. Support beams crack loudly. The structure groans, leans, then collapses inward with a roar, sending a shower of sparks high into the twilight sky. Soon nothing will remain but scorched stone foundations and blackened earth. My wolf skull fragments scent the wind, catching traces of distant territories, routes learned from the burning maps. The Alpha's charts are ash now, but the knowledge remains etched in my borrowed memory as surely as runes upon bone. I know where some hunting grounds lie, know which paths lead toward a darkness deeper than Haven yet suspects. These bones will carry that burden alone. Let Haven's people fear the nameless dark. It is better than knowing its true scope, its cold organization, its patient calculating hunger. I turn north toward Haven. The settlement lies nearly 3 days' journey through corrupted lands, though perhaps less now with this altered form. The bone sack holding Merrick's remains in the curated maps weighs against my spine, proof of duty fulfilled, knowledge carefully chosen. My new form moves differently across the blighted land. Wolf skull fragments scent hidden prey paths, ancient game trails, routes the living would never find. Balverine knowledge guides these steps now, integrated yet subservient to my core purpose. Protect Haven. shield its walls, even from truths they cannot bear. The false hamlet burns behind me, its flames painting the darkening sky with harsh warning colors. These bones march northward, carrying burdens both physical and otherwise. Protection takes many forms. Sometimes shield, sometimes sword, sometimes silence. I leave the burning secrets behind and walk the long road home. Chapter 40. The Sum of Borrowed Parts. I turn from the burning hamlet. Wolf bones merge seamlessly with my existing frame, lending primal instinct to duty to purpose. Ash and cinders spiral in my wake as pillars of smoke mark where homesteads collapse into embers. My hollow eye sockets scan the landscape differently now. Merrick's bone sack bounces against my reformed rib cage with each bound. Inside, a single roll of parchment rustles, the safer truths I'll share with Haven's defenders. Territory markings, monster movements, knowledge that serves without breaking spirit. Transformed legs make quick work of distance. What might have taken days will now be merely hours. Haven's direction pulls at my core, that familiar compulsion that has guided these bones since first rising. But something shifts. My next leap falters mid-stride. The constant pull towards Haven's walls wavers like a compass needle losing true north. I land awkwardly, claws scraping stone as I try to reorient. The directional certainty that has driven every step since awakening grows uncertain. Haven's beacon flickers in my awareness, corrupted by something else. I jerk forward a single step, claws scraping dirt. Then I lurch backward, pinned by my own skeleton. Tension splits my plating at the seams. One part leaps toward Haven. The other drags me to the black horizon. Halted atop broken stone, ancient instincts warring within these borrowed bones. Dragon memories simmer behind the wolf's heightened senses. Something deep in the marrow stirs, fragments that aren't truly mine questioning this ceaseless drive toward Haven. A phantom rumble builds beneath my ribs, a roar without lungs to give it voice. The wolf bones yearn to run faster, to chase and hunt. But deeper still, dragon bones awaken with older hungers, echoes of vast skies and ancient grudges. In the hollow space of my borrowed consciousness, voices rise without sound. The bones speak their separate wills, wolf, dragon, and countless fallen warriors beneath. Tension crackles where bones of many things meet, each fragment pressing its own drives against my purpose. Inside me, the tension grows. Wolf wants the next chase, wants to hunt, wants to run. Dragon demands I turn away from that fortress of humans, calls me to the shattered peaks. Another enemy, older and rawer, awaits final vengeance there. The Demon King's corruption turned a once lesser wyvern into dragon tyrant. Tiamat. The name flickers through my consciousness, half forgotten. Something about a cause of death. A reason the dragon bones ended on the field of broken banners at all when lesser races were last to fall. These bones try to serve different masters. I force stillness on my frame, planting hind legs in the dirt. The sack of bones, Merrick's remains, and the maps thumps against refused ribs. I must decide. The duty since my rising has been singular, protect Haven. That remains, or so I believe. Yet the compulsion quivers, subverted by dragon wrath that demands I chase something else. I halt my stride as conflicting urges war within my frame. The wolf bones, with raw instinct, urge swift passage to Haven's walls. Yet deeper where dragon fragments fuse with ancient warriors, another call rises. My claws dig tracks in stone as memories surface, not mine, yet residing in these borrowed pieces. The name Tiamat comes through my marrow. The dragon bones remember their fall, their final moments marked by betrayal. They were the first to fall. I stand motionless as dragon memories come. My skull turns toward the mountainside. The dragon pieces know those peaks, knew them from when great worms still ruled the skies before betrayal. Images flash through the hollow spaces, a wyvern, bitter at her lesser status, a pact with darkness, multiple heads sprouting from a single neck as demon magic twisted scale and bone. These aren't my memories, yet they burn like brands in the dragon fragments I've absorbed. Tiamat, the Dragonfall, a traitor who guided the Demon King's forces to the ancient roosts. The dragon bones I carry remember their final moments as the demonic dragon helped the Demon King slaughter dragon lords. The field of broken banners came after. The pull toward Haven wavers again, as dragon bones strain against my purpose, demanding vengeance, guided not by duty, but by ancient grudges. I steady my stance. Haven's beacon steadies in my awareness. These bones serve my mission now, regardless of their past. Something stirs. Am I these fragments or something more? I flex claws that weren't mine mere hours before. Am I truly separate from these pieces I gather? Or am I simply the sum of borrowed purpose assembled from the last wishes of the dead? The bones speak, but they are not me. I am separate. Dragon memories press against my consciousness. The betrayal, Tiamat's rise, the fall of the dragon lords. Yet these are their memories, not mine. The wolf bones hunger for the hunt, but that drive belongs to them, not me. I flex skeletal fingers, watching borrowed joints move at my command. Mine, I think. Testing the word in the hollow space where thoughts form. The hand moves because I will it, not because the bones remember movement. Maybe once before, but now something else directs them. The pull toward Haven flares stronger. My skull turns toward Merrick's bones in their sack. I carry him not because borrowed memories demand it, but because I decided his remains deserve proper rest. The distinction matters. Dragon bones lend strength, wolf bones grant speed, warrior bones offer skill, yet I remain separate from their ancient drives and grudges. I am not you, I think to the countless dead whose pieces form my frame. The certainty settles into my hollow core. I am neither dragon nor wolf nor fallen soldier. I am something else, a guardian who chose this path, who builds itself from borrowed pieces that serve beyond the grave. I am death unborn, or perhaps reborn, it matters not. Death has no hold over what was never truly alive. I exist in the space between. Not a revenant bound by unfinished business, not a spirit anchored by regret. I am the choice to stand between threats and those who still draw breath. That is enough. My skull turns toward Haven's distant walls. The pull remains steady now, not because fallen soldiers willed it, but because I chose this path. Their memories guide these bones, but the call to protect was mine to follow. Memory surfaces, that first awakening on the field of broken banners, a scavenger's plea, rising not from curse or dark magic, but from simple need. The dead remember duty, and I was the answer that followed with these bones. Perhaps that is enough. I am the space between heartbeats, the pause between last breaths, the moment when duty transcends death, and that is all I need to be. To dragon bones I counsel patience and bend them to my will. The new alpha bones approve, and soldier bones lend their strength in regaining control of this form. They trust in my purpose-turned decision. I flex claws against stone, addressing the fragments that form my frame. To dragon bones I counsel patience. Their memories of betrayal burn hot, but my purpose burns hotter. Ancient worm fragments protest, not yet. I press into marrow and magic. First I counseled, now I demand it. The drive for vengeance must wait. The wolf bones, alpha bones, fresh from battle, give me their approval. They understand hierarchy, respect chosen purpose over base instinct. Their strength flows through reformed limbs, supporting rather than fighting my will. Soldier bones lend their weight to this internal struggle, countless fallen warriors who knew the importance of discipline over desire. Their memories of battles lost to rash action, of victories earned through patient resolve. They know without united purpose, Haven will fall. They are mine now, all of them. Not through conquest or curse, but through choice. Their memories remain their own, but their strength serves my will. I straighten to full height, testing this restored control. The bones respond as one, different fragments moving as one. Haven's beacon pulse is steady in my awareness, no longer wavering under competing poles. I examine my skeletal hand. Beneath the ivory sheen, runes pulse with the same energy that first animated these bones. I flex my reformed fingers. Whatever I am, empty vessel or borrowed purpose, the mission remains. These fragments serve my will now, regardless of their origins. I resume the journey, heading once more toward Haven. The Balverine bones settle deeper with each stride, merging with my frame. Claws retract and extend at my command, no longer fighting for dominance. Dragon fragments burn with ancient memory, but accept my direction. Soldier bones remember formation, discipline, purpose, all mine now. Not through conquest, but choice. My pace quickens as familiar terrain appears. Haven's silhouette breaks the horizon, walls standing against the corrupted landscape. I carry Merrick's bones in their sack, chosen burden rather than assigned task. The maps I selected rest beside them, knowledge that serves without breaking spirit. My claws leave deeper prints than before, wolf strength driving each step into harder soil. The sensation differs from my previous forms, sharper awareness, keener instinct for threat and terrain. Yet I remain separate from these borrowed fragments. They lend their strengths, but not their identities. I am neither beast, nor dragon, nor fallen warrior. I am the guardian who stands between. That certainty settles into my hollow core as Haven's gates grow larger in the distance. I chose this path when first rising from the field of broken banners. I choose it still with each step forward. The wolf hungers. The dragon remembers. The soldiers stand ready. But I decide where these bones walk.